Chapter 2448. Wait, you just said that you came here temporarily. Gushi interrupted the man in front of him and asked a key question. Yes, if it wasn't for this reason, Lord River wouldn't have come here at all, and wouldn't have died here in battle. At this time, Gushi looked at the calm sea and said a sentence after a long time. Do you think that your coming here is probably not a temporary impulse, but an accident? Hearing Gushi's words, the man was shocked. He opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. At this time, Gushi looked at the sea and calmly talked about the incident of Captain Super robbing a ship when he just arrived at the dock. After speaking, Gushi slowly added a sentence. I don't know why, but I always have a feeling that you and the Dead River are all being led by that Supra. Supra? Compass of Destiny. Hey, do you know him? I've heard of him, if he is really the Supra of Destiny. Damn it, how could I not have heard of such important news? If I had heard of it earlier, this would not have happened. Listening to this person's frustrated words, Gushi found that there must be something wrong here. So Gushi asked, can you tell me in detail? It's like this. Supra has a nickname, Supra of Destiny. It is said that he has a compass in his hand that does not turn. As long as he carries this compass, he will always walk on a smooth route. No matter what situation he encounters, destiny will guide him in the right direction. But his good fortune was gained by taking away the good fortune around him. Wherever he exists, there will always be problems of one kind or another. Sometimes one or two people who offend him may die, and sometimes the whole city may be destroyed. Anyway, no port is willing to receive him now. If we had known that he was coming, we would not have come out even if there was great news. That's not right. If we had known this news earlier, we would have come out. That's not right. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. It was obvious that he had not thought of a way to deal with Super. At this time, Gushi also withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, Gushi said in a low voice. The reason why he asked such a question was because when he asked about the situation of the Nether Sea and the Dead Sea just now, he accidentally discovered that there were some fluctuations in fate. At first, Gushi thought that he had touched the key to the changes in this world, and the subtle changes in fate had occurred. This situation does exist. Sometimes when players participate in affecting the key nodes of the game world, they will more or less affect some fate. But then Gushi found that this was not the case. If the appearance of the players affected the nodes of the world, the change of fate should be more rough. This kind of fluctuation that is almost faint in front of him is clearly that someone has changed fate and erased some traces. So Gushi asked one more question. Now it seems that River and others just now are the best materials to erase the traces of fate being changed. It's just that erasing these information about fate uses human lives. Sir, did you find something? Not sure. Go to the shipyard and call those shipwrights over to ask. It's the ship they repaired, so they should know something. Ah? The man also reacted when he heard it, and he ran out in a hurry, without even taking the gun he had been carrying. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he came back dragging a shipwright. While dragging the man forward, he shouted, Sir, I have found out everything. What did you find out? There is something wrong with their ship. Isn't this nonsense? They are all brought here for repair, so there must be something wrong. When their ship was sent over, a big hole was knocked out on the starboard side, and we saw traces of stones on the big hole. The shipwright explained, this shows that their ship was pushed sideways onto the reef and damaged. Judging from the current monsoon situation, they should have come from the Dead Sea, and there shouldn't be such a collision, and there are water marks all over their cabins, which shows that their cabins have been flooded. But we also found that the situation at the bottom of his ship was not right. There will be fewer dead mussels and ghost barnacles on the bottom of the ship. This situation is very unreasonable. We didn't think much about it when we were cleaning the bottom of the ship. Now I think there must be something wrong. While the shipwright was talking, the guy carrying the cannon was also there to explain to Gushi. Dead mussels and ghost barnacles are strange creatures produced by swallowing a large number of corpses in the sea, whether in the Nether Sea or the Dead Sea. Usually they will be attached to the bottom of the ship. If the ship is undead, these things will become part of the nutrients of the ship. But if the ship has not been undead, these things will pile up more and more, and finally drag the ship into the sea, swallowing the ship and the people on it. Therefore, every time a ship docks, the bottom of the ship must be cleaned. Experienced shipwrights can also know where the ship came from, how long it has sailed on the sea, and even where their ship came from through the dead mussels and barnacles on the bottom of the ship. How much weight is on the ship, what situation it encountered, etc. Sure enough, the shipwright here said, so we suspect that the ship is likely to have entered the inland seaway. The impact on the starboard side of the ship may be the impact of falling from a waterfall or something like that. Is there a map? After hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask. The shipwright immediately looked at the person who was explaining to Gushi. This person is considered River's adjutant. He usually handles things that River doesn't want to deal with. When Gushi asked this, he immediately took out a sea chart and placed it in front of Gushi. The speed of the sliding kneeling and the standard of the action have exceeded the imagination of normal people. Gushi didn't care about these. He took the nautical chart and asked, "Where is the port of Ceuta?" "This location." "So where is the monsoon blowing from now?" "How many mussels and barnacles are there on the bottom of Supra's boat? How many days of sailing did it take?" 7 days, I'm sure, at most 7 days. The shipwright said with certainty. "Will these dead mussels fall off by themselves when they encounter fresh water?" "No, you need to use a knife to clean them, and when you clean them, you need to tow the boat to the shore. That means Supra's boat sailed on the sea for 7 days. Draw a range that can reach the port within 7 days. Chapter 2449. No one, whether the shipwright or the guy carrying the cannon, had any objection to Gushi's request. They quickly drew out the locations that could be reached in 7 days on the route map, with favorable winds and against the current. At the same time, they also drew out the ideas of going in different directions after going out to sea, not only the ships coming from the Dead Sea, but also the possibility of coming from the underworld sea. Looking at the sea map they drew, Gushi pointed to the north. "What sea is this?" "North Sea." "Huh, they are not affected by the undead?" Hearing the name of the North Sea, Gushi couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's not that there is no undead, but the people there don't care. Their gods will die, and they have a special place to go after death. In their opinion, there is no such thing as life or death." Oh, Gushi thought, if they really don't care about life or death, then naturally they won't care about the name. With this thought in mind, Gushi also looked over there curiously. He had a feeling that the North Sea was the best source of soldiers in this world. You don't need to recruit soldiers here, you can easily get enough troops. Thinking of this, Gushi's mind was somewhat distracted. Fortunately, Gushi did not forget why he came here. He also did not forget that the game world in front of him belonged to him completely. He didn't need to rush to do things as before. Recruiting soldiers and exploring the world can be discussed later, and even arranged for his men to do it. He still has to focus on inland cities now. As for the sea map in front of him, it was just that someone offended Gushi, and Gushi was angry for a while, and wanted to chase the enemy back and kill him. Gushi didn't covet Supra's destiny compass at all. After all, that thing is only related to destiny, and it shouldn't be a good thing like red equipment. It's not very attractive to Gushi. Gushi has already thought about it. If this destiny compass has orange quality, then he will take it back, put it in the magic mirror Victoria City, and make it orange guard. After rolling up the nautical chart, Gushi stood up and turned to the man carrying the cannon and said, "I killed the guardian of your port. Although I can't be blamed for this, I have to make up for it. Now I give you 2 choices. One is that I will arrange an undead with the same strength as your guardian to come here. He will only guard here and not participate in other things. Of course, he can't be called on for other things except dealing with sea beasts. The other is that you surrender to me and arrange troops and personnel to station here to protect this port. But if it really comes to this, this port will be under my protection. At that time, I will intervene in the construction and development of the port. At the same time, the port will pay taxes to me every year." After hearing what Gushi said, the man carrying the cannon did not hesitate at all. "Please station troops here, sir." "Huh?" Gushi glanced at this person and was somewhat confused. Why would he agree to station troops directly? Doesn't their port need independence, since it occupies such a precious place? Although he was a little confused about their choice, Gushi still sent people to the city of Aridov to mobilize troops as soon as possible. At first, Gushi just wanted to arrange a hero to guard here. But at this time, some of the leaders who came out of the Twin Kings city last time had completed the Yellow Springs Road, and were already considered regular troops under Gushi. In this case, Gushi also needed to arrange a place for them. A place like Ceuta Port in front of him was a relatively suitable location. So Gushi really transferred this leader out, and also transferred out 5,000 land forces, plus 3,000 sailors, and 2 mud trucks. These troops were the limit of what Gushi could withdraw. After all, this was not a battle, but a long-term garrison here. Putting the troops here means that they have to stay here all the time. Even if Gushi has other things to do, he will not give priority to mobilizing this force. This is a big loss for Gushi, who is currently short of manpower. But Gushi did it as usual. In Gushi's eyes, The Sayuta city in front of him is his novice main city in this game world. He didn't come here before, and no players came here, so it didn't matter if no one took care of it. After Gushi came, he had to develop the novice main city. Develop the game world in front of him. Apart from other things, the Destiny Compass in Supra's hand was worth Gushi's investment. Not to mention the nearby Nether Sea and the Dead Sea. The water from these two seas could be taken to Gushi's plateau and used as river water. It can be said that Sayuta, or this game world, is worth Gushi's investment. After arranging the manpower, Gushi directly passed the man carrying the cannon and controlled everything in Sayuta port. 2 dump trucks were parked outside the port of Sayuta, and the undead troops rushed directly onto the street to control the port of Sayuta. The residents in the port of Sayuta responded well to the sudden appearance of the undead. After all, many undead sea beasts can be seen outside every day, and they are used to seeing dead people walking on the streets. In their eyes, as long as the city is not broken, it does not affect their food and drink, and does not affect their lives. They don't care whether the occupiers are human or ghosts. So the city of Sayuta soon fell into Gushi's hands, and began to adjust according to Gushi's ideas. During the period when Sayuta was occupied, Gushi himself was not idle. In addition to ordering his men to prepare a sea ship for him to go out to sea, he was at the port of Sayuta every day, studying the differences between the Nether Sea and the Dead Sea. He even sent people to capture the sea beasts in the Nether Sea and throw them into the Dead Sea to observe the impact of the Dead Sea on the sea beasts. After research, it was found that the reason why the sea beasts in the Nether Sea could not enter the Dead Sea was not because of the salinity of the seawater. It was the source of the sea beasts in the Nether Sea. These sea beasts all carry the flesh and blood power of the Sea King and the Nether King. This power made them successful, but also limited them. Only in the Nether Sea can they survive and exert all their strength. As long as they leave the Nether Sea, no matter which sea they go to, they will only have a dead end, not that they cannot go to the Dead Sea. Gushi, who understood this, was thinking about a question in his heart. If he could find a way to develop the power of the flesh and blood of the sea beasts in the Nether Sea, could this power be brought to other worlds for use? You know, this is the flesh and blood of the so-called gods. Even if Gushi does not believe in gods, he also thinks that this is the flesh and blood of the first generation or ancient titans. This is a good thing for Gushi. If he does not study it, he will be sorry for the good world that is sent to him. Chapter 2450. Sir, the ship is ready. Since Gushi arranged for people to enter the port of Sayuta, the guy carrying the gun also put down his job and became Gushi's subordinate. Gushi was still very fresh about this kind of initiative to join his subordinates while still alive. After all, he had experience in communicating with living people, but not much experience in commanding troops under living people. After thinking for a long time, Gushi assigned him a task and asked him to get a ship that could go to sea. Gushi was going to check where Supra went when the ship was damaged before. Before Gushi left this new world of sailing, this person would be Captain Crow under Gushi. If he can show his loyalty and strength. Then when Gushi left this game world, he would take him away and make him a captain in the Plateau Canal. As for whether he can reach a higher position, it depends on his efforts. Like now, Captain Crow is trying hard to show himself. Hearing that Gushi was going to go out to sea, he immediately tried to contact the ship and took into account all the situations that might be encountered when sailing. Unlike other sailing games. In this game, all kinds of strange situations in the sea are overwhelming. The wind and waves on the sea are just the most basic things. The dead mussels and ghost-faced barnacles on the bottom of the ship are just common existences. There are many strange events on the sea. It can be said that even the best captain cannot guarantee that his trip will be safe. This is why Supra's Destiny Compass is so useful. With the existence of the Destiny Compass, his ship can always move forward on the smoothest path. Even if there are some strange things on the sea, they will choose to move forward in strange areas with less impact and more common, so as to ensure that the situations encountered by Supra can be dealt with, and can be passed safely. But Gushi can't do that. He is an outsider. Although he is a necromancer, and can release his troops at any time. But some strange situations are simply impossible to prevent. If you don't make full preparations before going out to sea, you may have to come back before you go out to sea for a day. In order to ensure that Gushi can travel smoothly, Captain Crow can be said to have thought through all the situations he can think of. On the ship preparing to go out to sea, there is no cargo loaded, only enough clean water and food, as well as materials and props that can deal with various problems at sea. In addition, the ship has been reinforced several times. Not to mention the moving speed, the stability and safety have all been improved to the highest level. After confirming that there is nothing missing, he dared to come and ask Gushi to go out to sea. Okay. As soon as he heard that he could go out to sea, Gushi stood up immediately. In the past few days, in addition to looking at the sea at the port, Gushi also went out from several other gates of the port and headed inland. Gushi wanted to walk on land to see if he could find other inland cities. However, the further south he went, the more inconvenient the road was. If it was just like this, it would be fine. No matter how difficult the road is, it can be more difficult than the Yellow Spring Road. No matter how difficult the road is, can it stop Gushi's evil coffin or Gushi's flight? This is impossible. What really made Gushi feel inconvenient was that the road seemed to be blocked by some force, and the direction was affected. Sometimes, after passing a certain place, after moving forward for a while, you will find yourself back to the original position. Gushi thought at first that this game world was undead, and a large ghost wall, or something similar appeared on the edge of the inland. So he used the method to deal with the ghost wall. As a result, Gushi found that it was not the case. This is not the power of the ghost wall, but a power stronger than the ghost wall. Gushi clearly felt the fluctuations of earth spells and space spells here. Afterwards, Gushi tried to use the dimensional door to move forward, but the exit of the dimensional door appeared behind Gushi. This situation made Gushi laugh. This is really funny, but don't do it like this. His dimensional door can move in the sea of stars, but it can't be teleported here. This is clearly a joke. Besides, if there was really nothing in the inland, Gushi wouldn't be so excited. But the orange-clad guard blacksmith had personally visited here and seen the inland city, so the inland city couldn't be entered, so it couldn't be established. Therefore, the gate to the other dimension could only be affected by some kind of force, and finally sent out. As for what it was, Gushi didn't know yet. But one thing is certain, there is no way to go forward by land. If you want to go deep into the inland, you may have to go by river. And the most convenient river here is not here, but at the mouth of the Nilur River. Ceuta is most famous for occupying the strait that leads to the Sea of the Hades, and there is nothing outstanding in other aspects. In order to enter the inland area along the river, Gushi has been waiting for the sea ship these days. Now when he heard that the sea ship was available, Gushi naturally stood up at the first time. Where is the ship? Gushi asked immediately, as he led Captain Cloud to the dock. The gray-white one with a bald eagle painted on the sail, and a skeleton cage hanging at the stern. Captain Cloud quickly pointed to the ship they were going to take. Gushi saw that it was an 80% new two-masted sailing ship, which was larger than Supra's ship. The whole ship was gray-white, and it felt like someone had painted a layer of gray on the ship. Different sails were hung on the masts at two places, and all the sails were gray-white. The foremast was a triangular sail, and the mizzen mast was a cross sail. When the wind blew, some white powder would fall from the sail. There is a strange figurehead at the bow, which looks like a halberd that has just been fished out of the water. The surface of the halberd is covered with a lot of barnacles and mussels. All the shells have been pried open, and a kind of black and yellow sewage is flowing out of the shells. Under the sewage, there are shining pearls. There are 3 iron cages hanging side by side at the stern, and 3 skeletons that have turned into dry bones are stuffed into the iron cages. Each skeleton has a long sword and a candle tied in his hand. It is obvious that this thing is used as a stern light at night. At this time, the ship is full of sailors. Seeing Gushi coming with Captain Crow, they immediately lowered the gangplank to facilitate Gushi to get on board. Gushi stepped on his feet and flew directly to the ship. When he stepped on the ship, he clearly felt as if he was stepping on powder. What is this? Ashes? Chapter 2451. What is this? Ashes? Your Excellency has good eyesight. These are special ashes made of human bones mixed with sea beasts, fish bones and lime. After being applied to the ship, it can prevent the ship from being invaded by the weird. Your Excellency, look, when you step on it, footprints will appear, but after you leave, the footprints will disappear immediately. When the weird sneaks in, black footprints will appear on the ashes. This is the characteristic of this kind of ashes. I saw some ships were white, some were red, and some were black. What's the situation? As Captain Crow boarded the ship started to sail by itself. Captain Crow stayed with Gushi and explained to him. Oh, the black ship is a tradition in the Nether Sea. At that time, there was no suitable ashes. The black color is formed by the seaweed mud in the Nether Sea after the ship was repaired. It usually moves in the Nether Sea. The blood red ship is the latest model of the ship. The wood is collected from the Blood Sea Triangle. The wood there is bloody, and does not need any other treatment. The color of the hull will turn blood red, which can resist most strange attacks, and is the first choice for ocean-going ships. Gushi understood it as soon as he heard it. The black ship moves in the Nether Sea, the white ship is in the Dead Sea, and sometimes goes to the North Sea. The blood ship moves directly across the ocean. The place they are going to this time can be reached in 7 days, so there is no need to use that kind of ocean-going ship. However, as the ship went out to sea, Gushi still asked a question. Is the ship always so slow? Captain Claude said quickly, this is just the beginning, and the speed will be increased later. But we dare not drive at the fastest speed. If the ship drives too fast on the sea, it will attract strange storms and cause large-scale storms. In this case, we can only drive the ship hard. Or we have to install angel statues to calm the wind. Our bow statue is the Sea King Halbert statue, which can slow down the speed of the ship being eroded by strange things, but it is useless for storms. Listening to Captain Claude's explanation, Gushi just said oh, and there was nothing he could do. Who made his evil coffin unable to move on the water? As for the water dragon beast, it can move in the water, but Gushi tried it. Once it entered the sea of the Nether Sea, the body of the water dragon beast would change, and it might become an uncontrollable sea beast in the end. Gushi is not stupid. He can still flash at any time on land and fly away in the sky, but in the water, all Gushi can do is to use the pole star positioning to leave here directly. Instead of that, it would be better for Gushi to take the boat honestly and find what he wants along the way. Anyway, Gushi is not in a hurry now. As for other things at hand, it is just right that he has nothing to do while on the boat, so he can handle some official business or study. After getting on the boat, Gushi turned around the boat and looked at the scenery on the sea. Then he felt that it was boring and sat down on the deck directly. Gushi can close his eyes and do his own things, but Captain Crow does not have such treatment. As the ship started, he had a lot more things to do, like feeling the direction of the wind, controlling the sails, positioning the ship, controlling the speed of the ship, etc. It's not enough to just sail the ship out to sea. If you want the ship to sail safely on the sea, there are many things to deal with. At the beginning, he would pay attention to Gushi's behavior, but later, he didn't even have the opportunity to pay attention to Gushi. The sailors on the ship were also busy. Although there were many of them, they had a lot of things to do. Among them, there were special sailors who kept staring at the water surface. When they found something wrong underwater, they would notify the bosun and let the bosun deal with it. Gushi watched the sailors deal with the weird underwater twice. Each time they used different methods. It can be seen that as long as they saw the shadow of the fish underwater, they knew what the weird underwater was, and they could immediately come up with corresponding ideas to deal with it. It's like they are dealing with a guy like a lanternfish now, which has a method that Gushi has never seen. This kind of lanternfish that suddenly jumped out is not small at all. The lantern on its head is as big as a human head, and under the long tentacles is a big mouth that can swallow half of the ship. When it rushes out from underwater, it can bite off half of the ship with just one bite. So the sailors on the ship must not let this lanternfish bite onto the ship. They stopped Gushi, who wanted to take action, and poured a black liquid into the sea. A sailor was still there explaining to Gushi. Sir, please don't mess around, we will handle everything. You don't know anything, and if you mess around, it will make it very difficult for us to do it. This fish is called Nestor fish, and there is nothing scary about it. Except for the meat, it is the internal organs, which are pitifully small and move slowly. Usually, it can only survive by eating human sacrifices thrown into the sea. The most important thing is that it is quite obvious in the water. As long as you see a light spot flashing below the water surface, it means that the Nestor fish is ready to rush up. At this time, you can't kill the Nestor fish with a sword, because if you kill one, it will soon attract many, and when the Nestor fish gather together, their light will attract greater sea weirdness. It will be difficult to deal with it at that time. Besides, there is no good material on this Nestor fish. The meat cannot be eaten, the skin cannot be used, and the bones are broken. There is really no need to take action. Usually when we encounter it, we just pour this black oil into the water. As long as it is stained with this black oil, the Nestor fish will not be able to sink into the water, and then it will be sunburned to death. So as long as there is black oil on the sea surface, they will not rush up again. In this way, you don't have to fight with them. While explaining, the sailor pointed at the fish shadows under the water, and told Gushi how to look at these strange fish. Gushi was not very interested in this kind of fish that could be killed with just one magic, and at most he just looked down. Then Gushi pointed at the black shadow under the fish shadow and asked, "What is that? Is it also a Nestor fish?" As Gushi pointed, the sailors also noticed the larger black shadow under the water, and they couldn't help shouting, "It's a blood bone shark, bring the bone water, and be quick. What are you guys still doing there? Hurry up." As soon as the bosun saw the monster under the water, he made a judgment at the first time, and he immediately gave orders. Gushi wanted to look over, but was dragged aside by the bosun. "Sir, can we do this?" Gushi hesitated, and finally took a step back, muttering in his heart, "What's there to deal with? Isn't this a matter that can be solved with one arrow? Waste so much time." Chapter 2452. Although he was muttering, Gushi suppressed his desire to attack, and did not make a move. Instead, he listened carefully to the sailor's introduction and treatment methods of underwater monsters. Gushi even asked about the reasons for the appearance of these underwater monsters, their battle records, etc. In Gushi's eyes, since there was no way to speed up the ship now, he might as well study how these sea monsters came from. After returning, he would also copy some in his own rivers and canals. After all, the rivers and canals on the plateau are almost completely opened. His sailors have obvious deficiencies in both types and numbers. And the ships that Gushi has been talking about are still not fixed. The ships that can be found are all used for transportation, and the battles in the river have not been taken care of. This time out to sea, Gushi feels that the biggest gain is the sea monsters and sea beasts in the sea. The idea of their generation is a gain for Gushi. Gushi may not be able to replicate sea monsters and sea beasts on a large scale, but that doesn't mean that Gushi can't use this idea to raise some new undead in the river. Sea monsters, like land and fish, are actually quite interesting to put in the river. So when Gushi was free, he asked about the various sea monsters, sea beasts, and the strange ways and situations of the water. He even recorded them, and prepared to take them back to a range for people to conduct experiments. Maybe it won't be long before Gushi's sailors will have new types of soldiers. Of course, these recorded by Gushi are just some images. Whether it will succeed or not depends on the follow-up, but even so, it is enough to satisfy Gushi. After all, he has collected most of the information in a book not long after he went out to sea. It took Gushi and his team about 6 days to arrive at a small port on the east coast of the Dead Sea. Compared with the port of Ceuta, the small port in front of us is really small. This is clearly a random pile of thatched houses on the shore. Except for a wooden pier, there is only a dock hidden in the trees. The rest of the place doesn't look like a port at all. Is this a port? Looking at the port in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but ask. It can't be considered a formal port, but only a stopover and supply point. Here you can replenish water and food, and you can also tow the ship to the dock for cleaning and repair. After all, we have been out at sea for 7 days. There are some things that need to be replenished and some things that need to be dealt with. In addition, there is a human market there, where human sacrifices used to cross the Dead Sea are sold. Because they were about to dock, Captain Crow didn't need to deal with those chores anymore. He finally had time to return to Gushi and introduce the current situation to Gushi. Are all the ports on the Dead Sea like this? Gushi asked curiously. No, but this is the only one that can be reached from Ceuta within 7 days. Further south, Ghana produces gold, and there are several large gold mines. Tanzania produces diamonds, and they are high-quality diamonds. Other ports also sell ivory and animal bones. Those are the key ports. Our current location is a temporary supply and a place to avoid storms. Captain Claude, who has been staying in Ceuta for many years, still has some knowledge of the output of nearby ports. After all, Ceuta is the only passage between the Nether Sea and the Dead Sea. No matter how bad it is, you can get some light. It is quite normal for Captain Claude to know so much. However, he changed the subject and immediately said seriously, "But sir, do you know why this place can only be a docking point?" Gushi was about to say that this place is relatively small, and there is no place for ships to dock, but he immediately shook his head. He has already seen that the nearby coastline is actually very flat. As long as more wood is cut to build a few piers, the dock can be built, and there is no problem with docking more ships. Is it because there is no good output here? Gushi shook his head again. Although he has not docked yet, Gushi has seen many people in the port selling various things in baskets near the dock. Gushi can see that some stalls have ivory, keel and other things. Although the number is small, it is obvious that there is a possibility of producing these things nearby. As long as you are willing to invest here, some resource points can be formed. So it is not true that there is no output. Gushi looked at Captain Crow with a puzzled look. What's going on? There are no guardians in their city, Captain Crow said with a serious face. But Gushi wanted to ask, are you serious? A guardian like River can guard a port? Without a guy like River, there is no need to build a port? This is unreasonable. Captain Crow did not see the wrong look in Gushi's eyes, and he was still saying, a port without a guardian will be targeted and swallowed by the weirdness on the sea in a short time. In addition, Unlike the Nether Sea, many buildings have been built in major ports, and there is a lot of knowledge to deal with weirdness. The ports on the Dead Sea side are all new ports. Without guardians, there is no way to resist weirdness. If you insist on building a big port, you will only be swallowed by the Dead Sea in the end. Gushi had no way to judge whether this was true or false. After all, Gushi had never seen this, and had no way to confirm it. Captain Cloud didn't know about the change in Gushi's mentality. At this time, a signal came from the port, so he controlled the ship to move towards the port. When moving towards the port, Gushi's eyes suddenly lit up. Cloud, look at that position, that's the estuary of the river, right? Can our ship go in? Following the position pointed by Gushi, Captain Cloud also found a river estuary. In fact, the small port in front of him was on the open space between the river and the coastline. This is a relatively normal port layout. There are many ports with similar styles. For example, if the port is larger and the river is smaller, there are even cases where the port is built on both sides of the river to surround the estuary. Of course, there are also cases where the estuary is relatively large, and the port is built on the island formed by the impact of the estuary. So when Gushi pointed it out, Captain Crow didn't think of anything wrong at all. But after being pointed out by Gushi, Captain Crow thought seriously. Do you want to say that Supra has been here before? Gushi closed his eyes, and switched to the vision of the Soul Lamp, Huaquan Dragon Robe, and Destiny Selection to check the situation nearby. Gushi only answered Captain Crow's question. I don't know much about it. After completing the supply, let's go in from this estuary and take a look. Chapter 2453. After discovering something that he had not discovered before, Captain Crow understood Gushi's idea. So their ship just stopped at the docking point in front of them, cleaned up the abnormalities on the ship, replenished the various consumables on the ship, and then set sail. This time, the ship just turned around on the sea and rushed into the estuary of the river. For the actions of Gushi and his group, the people at the docking point didn't even look at them. In their eyes, only taking care of their own affairs is the most important thing. Other ships have nothing to do with them at all. They don't care whether the ships sailing from here go north or south. As for sailing against the river, it is also the business of the people on the ship, and has nothing to do with them. It is precisely for this reason that they can live here well, instead of accidentally becoming a part of the weirdness at night. As the ship entered the river, Gushi could clearly feel that the speed of the ship slowed down. Is this ship difficult to drive? Because there is a reference, Gushi can naturally feel the speed of the ship. So he asked directly. It's not that difficult to open. At most, it's against the wind and the current. We have other ways. The most important thing is that after entering the river, the strange traces are obviously much less. This situation is very wrong. When he heard Gushi's question, Captain Crow explained it immediately. Oh, what's the explanation here? Sir, you may not know that normally, not all rivers can be entered safely like this. Only the Nilua River on the other side of the Nether Sea, and the mouth of the Bone River under the Dead Islands allow ships to enter freely. The remaining rivers will be affected to some extent after entering. The calm environment in front of us, and the reduction of strange traces are not normal. Why don't you let the ships enter along the river? Gushi muttered. It's not that they don't allow it, but after the ships enter the river, they will attract more strange things. Such a calm situation makes people feel a little uneasy. Uneasy? Gushi looked up at the distance of the river. Is the uneasiness you are talking about that? Captain Cloud looked at it, and his eyes were straight. Damn, why is this guy here? It turned out that in the direction pointed by Gushi, a man with a height of more than 30 meters, a crocodile head, and a human body appeared. The man was wearing white clothes, and holding a half-broken metal staff in his hand. The most important thing is that his skin has rotted and bones are exposed in many places. Do you know him? River God Sobek. Previously, it was said that he was the god who guarded the Nilua River, but there was already a male god and a female god on the Nilua River. He was not really famous. He disappeared even more after the battle with Hades. Some people said that he had died in that battle. Others said that he had grabbed something good and ran back to digest it. Looking at the guy in front of him with only the white of his eyes left, Gushi also understood that he must have died in the battle. In order to protect his body from being affected, he ran to a place that was not related to the Nilua River and hid it. Unexpectedly, he turned into an undead in the end. Gods, I have never met one before. Gushi said this on the surface, but in fact, he really didn't take gods seriously in his heart. He understood that the gods in the game world were actually just powerful beings with divinity. Just like the Taishan Lord that Gushi met at the beginning, he was stronger than others, but he couldn't transcend the game world. Gushi just maintained a cautious attitude towards such gods, but he would not be afraid or worship them. After all, in the real world, Gushi had also come into contact with the ancient god, and the great Lord Gushi had also dealt with him. With the comparison of the ancient gods, Gushi really couldn't be afraid of the gods in front of him. What level is he? After hearing Gushi's question, Captain Clow was also confused. What does Gushi mean by this? Gushi wants to attack Sobek. This won't work. Captain Clow still wants to stop Gushi. Before he could say anything, Gushi raised his hand, and a black feather arrow fell from the sky with a swoosh, piercing Sobek's crocodile head. As the black feather arrow was shot, Gushi also flew up from the boat immediately. Behind him, 2 pairs of death hands were directly deployed, and all kinds of weapons and equipment had been taken out. Gushi was just waiting for Sobek to fall, and then he would launch all his strength. When Captain Crow saw this situation, what could he say? Gushi had already taken action, so how could he not follow up? So Captain Crow decisively ordered, "Go, pick up your weapons, and prepare for battle." When the sailors on the ship heard this, they also picked up their weapons one after another. Their weapons were also strange, with the most suitable short muskets and long scimitars on the ship, and some holding long muskets or spears, and even some sailors took out shields and short battle axes. I don't know what their battle plan is. Anyway, after they took out their weapons and equipment, they rushed to the bow of the ship as soon as possible, ready to help Gushi. But Gushi, who was firing at full power, didn't need their help. As the black feather arrows hit the first time, the 2 pairs of death hands behind Gushi launched 4 different attacks at the same time. And Gushi himself also activated his own ability. First a wave of purple flying swords attacked, then the spear holders attacked, and all the purple swords and spears were pierced into Sobek. Finally, the evil slash of the Secret Realm sword staff was activated, activating the negative effects of all the purple equipment on Sobek. Of course, for Gushi, even the purple equipment pierced into his body is purple equipment, and the negative effects can be activated. So Sobek's body turned purple at the first time. However, Gushi found that Sobek had no reaction when the negative effects of various purple equipment were activated. It was as if he was already dead. If it were an ordinary person, Gushi might think that the black feather arrows just now had killed him. But facing Sobek in front of him, Gushi always felt that something was not right. After the negative effect of the purple equipment was fully activated, Gushi did not go over to check the situation immediately, but threw another black feather arrow at Sobek. This arrow just pierced Sobek's chest. With this arrow, Sobek's body was carried back about 30 meters by the black feather arrow. At this time, Gushi realized why he felt something was wrong. The attack just now was like hitting a wooden target. This situation is not right. Infinite Resurrection, Infinite Counterattack. Chapter 2454. Gushi had just added infinite counterattacks to his sailors and the boats, and waves came from all directions. Gushi noticed that a large number of crocodiles larger than normal appeared in the river, and the waves were sprayed from their mouths. Some of these waves seemed to carry blades, and some seemed to carry grenades, hitting Gushi and his boats from all directions. Gushi was not afraid. He had many ways to deal with the situation in front of him. But his boats were not. The boat might be destroyed by the waves. So Gushi didn't think about it, and the white bone lightning hand raised the dead spirit electric halberd and pointed it at the bottom. Chain lightning. Thunder from the sky. When standing in the air, Gushi was the king of the sky. The air lightning spells, under the blessing of the king of the sky and the white bone lightning hand, were extremely powerful. But it was not this that was faster, but the ghost dragon power hand. The dragon-slaying circle that had been held in the hands of Ghost Longway flew out immediately. This situation shocked Gushi. Later, Gushi found out that the dragon-slaying circle flew out for a reason. The dragon-slaying circle regarded those crocodiles as dragons, which surprised Gushi. But it was a good thing anyway. With the addition of the dragon-slaying circle, those crocodiles died even faster. At this time, Gushi also noticed that there was a huge crocodile lying at the bottom of the river. Among the crocodiles that suddenly jumped out, the longest one was only more than 5 meters long. There were many colors of scales on the body, but most of them were green and blue, and there were some white ones. It is obvious that they have mastered the power of elements, so these crocodiles could control the waves to attack ships before. But the situation of the huge crocodile that Gushi discovered now is different. The shadow that Gushi saw was a full 40 meters long, and this was the visible part. It is unknown how long the invisible part is. If Gushi had not discovered it in advance, the ship might have capsized directly after passing through the water and being hit by the crocodile. Now that Gushi has discovered it, the situation is different. Doesn't the dragon-slaying circle have a strong killing effect on dragons? Now is the best opportunity. As soon as the dragon-slaying circle is thrown out, it will directly hit the head of the crocodile lying underwater. As the dragon-slaying circle was thrown out, the crocodile lurking underwater also jumped out. This crocodile resisted the attack of the dragon-slaying circle, but it jumped out from underwater and opened its mouth to bite Gu Shi. The melt-casting crushing hand jumped out at the first time, and the heart just hit the crocodile's mouth. The heart, which originally looked relatively large, was ridiculously small in comparison with the crocodile, only as big as one of the crocodile's teeth. However, the power of the molten crushing hand was enough. The heart hit the crocodile and knocked it over, and it fell heavily into the water. At this time, Gu Shi also saw the full picture of the crocodile. The scales of the crocodile in front of him were all gray skulls, white ivory, dragon bones, and golden gold fragments. After falling into the water, the crocodile wanted to turn over and fight again, but Gu Shi did not give him any chance. He flashed and landed on the crocodile, and the wind-breaking hand grabbed the crocodile's skin. The crocodile really didn't expect that Gu Shi had the ability to break armor in addition to heavy attacks. The wind-breaking hand tore a huge wound on the crocodile's skin. At this time, Gu Shi's hands did not stop. A lightning bolt fell on the dead spirit electric halberd, and then the bone lightning hand pressed the dead spirit electric halberd into the wound. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shi himself flew up, pressed his hands down in the air, and the ghost petals kept wrapping around the crocodile's body. The small crocodiles nearby wanted to come to rescue people, but Gu Shi did not only have the method of opening the city gate. At the beginning of the Night Blood Road, a large number of Black Blood Knights stepped on the river and rushed towards the small crocodiles. With their impact, the small crocodiles that had been killed, half of them just now, were killed directly. At this time, Gu Shi's bone lightning hand also pierced the crocodile's body. As the bone lightning hand pierced out from the back of the crocodile, Gu Shi saw a large ball of golden blood spurting out. Sure enough, the corpse Sobek, who was killed by Gu Shi before, was just a target. After Sobek died, he transferred everything he had into a crocodile. Originally, he wanted to be resurrected by the crocodile. But Gu Shi came and discovered his behavior. Under this attack, his chance of reincarnation was interrupted on the spot. Even all the divine blood that Sobek had transferred into the crocodile's body was shot out. Once the divine blood came out, Gu Shi also determined the target. 3 black feather arrows fell from the sky and hit the crocodile's eyes and eyebrows. The crocodile that was pierced by the white bone lightning hand actually wanted to save itself. When the bone lightning hand stabbed out, a battle halo appeared under his feet, obviously trying to draw power from the river. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi's movements were faster than his, and the black feather arrow shot down directly. This black feather arrow is a powerful weapon verified by Gu Shi, and it is possible to kill ordinary soldiers at level 60 in seconds. Although the crocodile in front of him is Sobek's new body, Sobek himself is not above level 40, which is within the range of black feather arrows. The most important thing is that Sobek's divine blood has been extracted by the bone lightning hand. Without the blessing of the divine blood, the crocodile can only be regarded as a divine creature at most, and its body has not been strengthened much. His vitality is not the strongest. After being knocked down by 3 black feather arrows, he really has little chance of turning the tables. Not to mention that after Gu Shi shot the black feather arrow, he also smashed down the dragon-slaying circle with force, knocking out the crocodile's brain. After completing this attack, the crocodile that was knocked out fell heavily into the river. The river in front of him immediately gushed out a lot of red blood, and finally turned into a corpse floating on the water. Clean up the battlefield. After killing the crocodile, Gu Shi immediately gave the order. But Captain Crow and the others were stunned. It was obvious that they didn't know what Gu Shi meant by clean up the battlefield. Gu Shi shook his head, and finally released several city gates and released the undead to let them clean up the battlefield. The most important of them was naturally the corpse of Sobek and the crocodile, and the rest could only be considered ordinary. At this time, the white bone lightning hand also flew back, and in the white bone lightning hand, it was holding a ball of light golden blood. Chapter 2455. The bone lightning hand put the blood in front of Gu Shi, and Gu Shi took out the death hair to touch it. At first, Gu Shi thought that the death hair would ignore the blood as before, and then Gu Shi could send the blood to other places for use. Because of the death hair, Gu Shi could even better judge the quality and compatibility of the blood in front of him. Gu Shi just regarded it as a blood identification. But Gu Shi never expected that the death hair he took out this time would touch the blood and draw out the light gold and part of the red in the blood. The remaining blood looked pink and a little white, and it felt like milk with strawberries. But Gu Shi didn't care about the blood at all. He looked at the death hare with some surprise. The death hare actually absorbed blood. This shows that the blood here suits the appetite of the death hare. This is a good thing. Gushi has had the death hare for so long, he already has 2 pairs of death hands, and the death hare did not absorb any blood. Gushi had always thought that something was wrong, and that he had taken the wrong death hare. Now it seems that it was not the death hare that had a problem, but that there was some blood that the death hare did not recognize. After letting his men clean up the bodies here, Gushi landed directly in front of Captain Crow. "How much do you know about this Sobuk?" "I don't know much, but I heard that he is the river god of the Nilua River and has 4 abilities, but I don't know what the abilities are. After all, he has disappeared for too long, and his little power has long been divided by others. No one knows what else he can do." "Forget it, I guess you are not a native of this continent, so you don't know. I will clean up here later, and you can sail directly. You have such a harvest just after coming in, which means there are many good things behind. Let your men keep a close eye on me, and don't miss any clues." Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Gushi didn't ask any more questions. He landed back on the boat, waved his hand, and asked Captain Crow to prepare to sail. As for Gushi himself, he was studying the death hare there. At this time, the death hare finally had obvious changes. On the 5-meter-long black hair, the part as big as the tip of the nail turned bright red. This means that the death hare has absorbed the right blood. As long as the death hare turns completely bright red, the death hare can change from orange equipment to red equipment. Of course, this is a very long process. During this process, the blood color will slowly fade. If you don't want to be like before, if the effort is in vain, then we have to speed up, or use some means to temporarily seal the hair of death. Fortunately, when death sent the hair of death out, all the methods of sealing, processing, and refining the hair of death were passed down. There is a method to temporarily seal the hair of death. As for the refining, it is not so fast. The 5-meter-long hair of death needs to be refined once every meter after it turns blood red. Refining at other times will only destroy the integrity of the hair of death. After confirming the situation of the hair of death, Gushi hesitated for a while, and finally sealed the hair of death temporarily. Although Gushi also wondered if there would be other blood that could be absorbed by the death hare in this game world, but thinking about his efforts over the past few years, Gushi hid this idea. It was already quite remarkable to meet such a person. Not all game worlds are dominated by gods. This time Gushi knew where the blood he needed came from, so he just went to find it. The necromancer had a lot of techniques and means to deal with blood. At that time, it would be feasible to kill more, seal the blood, and concentrate a certain amount of blood for the death hare to absorb. Gushi thought about it, and his hands did not stop at all. As soon as he turned his head, a small seal fell on the death hare. A small ball of light protected the red on the death hare. When all this was done, Gushi raised his head and found that the ship had set sail again and headed towards the source of the river. With the battle just now, the sailors on the ship also knew Gushi's strength. In their opinion, Gushi came here specially, he must have found something. At the beginning, they didn't react much, but now it's different. Now the opportunity and hope are right in front of them, their mentality has naturally changed. The most important thing is, judging from Gushi's temperament, when they find something good, Gushi will definitely give them some. Right. When the crew was excited, Captain Crow was not so excited. He said to Gushi seriously, "Sir, the ship is moving forward. Please don't run around on the deck." "Oh!" Gushi looked back and found that he seemed to be blocking the helmsman's sight. If it was at sea, this little bit of visual impact would not matter. After all, the main thing on the sea was to locate and move forward. But it was not the case on the sea. If you didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation on the river, you might accidentally hit the river bank. Their ship was good at preventing strange things, but it was really not good at preventing collisions. And Captain Cloud believed that there must be many reefs along the way. After all, they found out that Supra's ship was damaged and repaired. If they really came in the direction that Supra had sailed before, there would definitely be danger here. Captain Cloud was very careful now, for fear that he would accidentally hit the shore. Gushi's obvious behavior of blocking the view would naturally be rejected. Fortunately, Gushi was in a good mood now. He walked to the side of the boat and looked down. If Gushi was in a bad mood, he might have released the water dragon beast to go first. Gushi couldn't release the water dragon beast on the sea, but now that he had entered the river, he didn't have to be so cautious. For Gushi, the river in front of him was not famous at all. Even if there were more strange things in the river, could it be compared with the Forgotten River or the Styx? This was simply impossible. The water dragon beast could move forward in the Forgotten River, so this kind of river was nothing at all. Gushi lay on the side of the boat, staring at the flowing river. As the undead troops under Gushi returned to the city gate, the river water was slowly becoming clear, and Gushi could see some of the underwater conditions at this time. Gushi noticed that there seemed to be a large number of stone-carved ships sinking under the water. These stone ships had been submerged in the water for quite a long time, and the hulls were covered with a lot of water plants. Among the water plants, there seemed to be eyes flashing. Chapter 2456. These ships? Gushi's heart moved, and he was about to send his men to tow these ships away together, but Captain Crow had already collected the anchor, lowered the sails, and set sail. In this situation of headwind and headwater, the ship was still able to move forward smoothly. Before Gushi gave the order, he left the river in front of him and entered another river. Gushi wanted to say something, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. After bypassing a river bend, he saw many statues of gods carved on the cliff. Each statue was as big as Sobek, who was knocked down by Gushi before. The clothes on his body and the weapons in his hands were also somewhat similar to Sobek. The only thing that made Gushi speechless was that all the gods had no heads. Gushi thought at first that they deliberately didn't carve them, but if he looked closely, he would find that there were obvious fractures at the necks of these statues. It was obvious that the statues originally had heads, but for some reason, all these heads were broken in the middle. When the boat passed under these statues, Gushi looked down into the water to see if there were any heads that had fallen from the statues. However, all Gushi could see was the riverbed full of water plants, and sometimes there would be some eyes or fingers among the water plants. But there was no stone head. When Gushi was observing the underwater situation, the captain and sailors on the boat clearly felt something was wrong. Captain Crow even gave a loud order. "Bring up all the nets, hurry up." Gushi looked confused. He didn't know what was going on. Before he could say anything, the sailors had already let go of their work and took out a fishing net made of hair and blue veins from the cabin below. As soon as the fishing net was brought up, it was spread out and hung on both sides of the boat. After doing all this, they began to pour buckets of blood and bone powder into the fishing net. Because they were in a hurry, no one explained to Gushi what was going on. But Gushi had eyes. As buckets of blood were poured down, Gushi slowly discovered that something similar to a blood net appeared around the ship. And at this time, outside the blood net, it seemed that something wanted to squeeze in. Huh? Gushi was excited when he saw it. He had been a necromancer for so many years, and he had never seen such an invisible creature. This situation is very interesting. Is this creature alive or dead, undead or weird? Can we catch one and study it? But at this moment, Captain Crow shouted loudly, "Keep the net well, we are going to speed up." Speed up? What speed? When Gushi turned around, he felt that the speed of the boat increased all of a sudden. The wind blew directly on the sail, and the bow seemed to have eyes, swinging left and right on the water, breaking through the river water quickly, and rushing all the way upstream. Standing on the deck of the ship, Gushi could clearly see a human-shaped transparent creature hit the blood net, and fell into the river from the blood net. Gushi could see that after those things fell into the river, they seemed to be struggling underwater, as if they wanted to climb up again. This situation puzzled Gushi. He thought about it, and the person holding the white bone obelisk appeared behind him. Just as Gushi was about to use the white bone obelisk to suppress everything in the water, Captain Crow also discovered Gushi's actions. "Sir, don't mess around. You don't know the characteristics of the hidden demon. Don't attack the hidden demon." Gushi put away his hand that was about to swing, and looked at Captain Crow with some confusion. "What's the situation? What kind of creature is the hidden demon? Why can't we fight it?" Gushi was a little puzzled. In his mind, there was nothing that couldn't be killed by a black feather arrow. If it couldn't be killed in one shot, then just hit it a few more times. Seeing Gushi's indifferent look, Captain Crow had to say, "My lord, you don't know that this hidden demon is the most unoffensive monster on the sea. They can't see it at all. If they don't feel something is wrong, no one will think that they are being targeted by the hidden demon. At the same time, apart from the blood net, there is no other way to stop them from approaching. In addition, they have no way to kill them, because every time they kill a hidden demon, there will be twice as many new hidden demons appearing nearby." Captain Crow quickly talked about several situations of hidden demons. When we encounter hidden demons, all we can do is protect ourselves with blood nets and rush out with all our strength. As long as we rush out a certain distance, the hidden demon will not chase us again. What will happen if we don't find the hidden demon's infiltration and attack it? Gushi asked curiously at this time. Will disappear. Some people have seen the movement of the hidden demon when killing people. People who are touched by the hidden demon will have a scar on the surface of their body. Then the blood will flow along the scar, but it will not fall to the ground, but disappear into the air. After the blood is all gone, the body will slowly disappear. At this time, if you touch the place where the body originally fell, you will find that you can't touch anything. The whole person just disappeared. Some people suspect that people killed by the hidden demon will become new hidden demons. For a period of time, many people even slept with one eye open and one eye closed, for fear that they would be targeted by the hidden demon. Killing the hidden demon will not only make. Besides the increasing number of them, will there be any other reaction? Don't lie to me. If it's just increasing, you won't stop me from taking action. Okay, I heard it. I just heard it. If you don't kill the hidden demons, as long as you rush out of this range, the hidden demons will ignore you. But as long as you kill a hidden demon, the hidden demon will keep an eye on you and chase you. If the number of hidden demons increases, it will form a hidden demon disaster. Finally, the entire area will disappear directly. Sir, it's not that I don't believe in your fighting ability, but things like hidden demons can only be avoided, not killed randomly. Gushi can more or less understand Captain Crow's thoughts. In his opinion, all kinds of weirdness should not be killed if they can be avoided. As long as you don't kill them and avoid them, they won't find you. For such a situation, Gushi couldn't help but roll his eyes. This mentality made Gushi somewhat dissatisfied. However, the ship was under the control of Captain Clow, and it did not affect Gushi at the moment. So Gushi did not force Captain Clow and his men to stay and fight the hidden demon. Gushi was just wondering how this hidden demon could be resurrected twice after being killed. Chapter 2447. Without Gushi's obstruction, the ship quickly rushed out of the territory of the hidden demon. Just as Captain Crow said, after rushing out of this range, no more human figures appeared on the blood net. But even so, Captain Crow did not dare to relax his vigilance. He still forced the blood net to move forward for a distance. At this time, Gushi realized that supporting the blood net was not an easy task. These buckets of blood were poured onto the fishing net. Each bucket of blood could only last for 30 or 40 seconds at most, and the consumption rate was quite fast. And if there was no blood net, both Captain Crow and the sailors on the ship would become extremely uneasy. It seemed that they would disappear in the next moment. This made Gushi more curious about the existence of the hidden demon. He was thinking in his heart, if the hidden demon was really like Captain Crow said, killing one would result in two, then where did their source come from? Is it really killing one to become two, or after killing it, attracting other nearby hidden demons to come for revenge? You know, no one has seen the appearance of the hidden demon yet. They thought that the hidden demon would become two after killing one, but who saw it? At most, after killing the hidden demon, the number of hidden demons nearby increased. So what Captain Crow said may not be true. And even if it is true, so what? If they kill one and become two, then Gushi can kill two. And the two hidden demons killed can become 4 subordinates of Gushi, which is good news for Gushi. If Captain Clow hadn't stopped him, Gushi would have wanted to stop right away, put a summoning tower first, and then put a range attack troop. At that time, no matter whether you are invisible or not, as long as you are in this range, you will be hit. When you kill a wave, use the summoning tower first, and then double death and night blood road. Gushi didn't believe that the opponent's troop dispatch speed could be faster than his own. If this hidden ghost demon is really the kind that refreshes infinitely, Gushi is not afraid. Just think of it as coming to restock. Gushi is now in a plateau, and there is a shortage of manpower. Regardless of whether they can fight or not, they can only be transformed into undead. Gushi wants to move to his own plateau. Although Captain Cloud took Gushi out of the territory of the hidden ghost demon this time. But Gushi has already remembered this matter. He has already thought about it. After this matter is settled, he must send someone back to see if the hidden ghost demon is useful to him. If it is really useful, it will be a huge source of troops. While Gushi was thinking about this, the boat had already rushed out of this range, and Gushi could already hear the violent sound of water coming from the front. Collect the net. After Captain Crow felt that there were no hidden demons around, he ordered the fishing nets to be collected. Gushi looked in the direction of the sound of water, and his eyes lit up. It seems that we are not in the wrong place. In the direction of the sound, a waterfall more than 50 meters high was stuck on the river. There were rugged reefs under the waterfall, and Gushi knew at a glance that Supra's boat was damaged here. As for whether it hit the reef here or fell from the waterfall, it was a little uncertain. Captain Crow, can our ship go up? Gushi pointed to the waterfall not far away and asked. Sir, we are a sea ship. It is not suitable to go through the river. It is impossible to go up the waterfall. Captain Crow explained helplessly. Gushi thought for a while, and then ordered, You stop the boat over there, and find someone who is familiar with the sea weirdness to follow me. I want to go to the upper reaches of the waterfall to take a look. Sir, the crew on our ship are familiar with the weirdness, but even if they are familiar with it, it is useless. There is no way to bring all kinds of materials and props for dealing with weirdness. Even if people go up with them, it is useless. Don't worry about bringing things up. I will naturally find a way, Gushi said calmly. After hearing what Gushi said, Captain Crow could only call the bosun over, and then call 2 sailors. Sir, they are all veteran sailors, and they can handle some things on the water. And the 3 of them together can prevent one person from missing anything. Okay, you ask them to be prepared, and bring all the weird coping methods that may happen and often appear. Don't be afraid of too many things. I never worry about these things. Under Gushi's order, Captain Crow quickly asked his men to take out various things from the cabin. However, they were a little embarrassed when choosing the items, because they were really unsure whether there would be some different dangers on the river. In the end, it was Gushi who made a request, regardless of whether it was possible or not, as long as all the coping plans that could be thought of were brought. Don't be afraid of too many things, take as many as you can. After taking out all the things, Gushi waved his hand, and a dump truck appeared directly on the nearby shore, and a large number of gargoyles flew out. The original gargoyles were used as scouts for Gushi's men. But now Gushi's flying troops and scout troops are quite large, and gargoyles are not so important. But gargoyles are the kind of troops that are easier to send out, and you can see a large number of them everywhere. So there are too many gargoyles now. Some of the strong ones are okay, and some troops will take them. Those gargoyles who have just been trained have nowhere to go, and can only act as flying porters. The gargoyles released by Gushi this time are like this. They are mainly used to carry small items for Gushi's men. Their biggest feature is that they can fly. No matter where the transported materials are, they can deliver them as soon as possible. Now they fly out and land on the ship. If Gushi hadn't given them the correct order, they could have towed the boat to the waterfall. But Gushi didn't want to do that at all. Although it was safe to follow the boat, the speed was slow, and it was not known whether the next road was suitable for the boat to move forward. Instead of moving forward with such a boat, it would be better to go up directly and move along the river bank. As long as you follow the river bank, you won't get lost. In addition, the bosun and his men brought materials to deal with weird things, so there was no need to worry about safety. So Gushi didn't even think about towing the boat up. Instead, he pointed at the items on the deck. Come here, each of you carry one, and move all of them to the waterfall for me. Chapter 2458. After flying over the waterfall, Gushi's eyes lit up. He was blocked by the waterfall before, so he couldn't see anything. Now after flying over the waterfall, Gushi found a huge oasis in front of him. There is also a huge pyramid deep in the oasis, and the reflection of diamonds flashes on the top of the pyramid. Is it fake? Gushi couldn't help but mutter after taking a look at the current situation. Which good family would build a pyramid in the city center? This is something that a normal person can think of. Oh, this is a city of mummies? That's fine. Gushi's city of death is also arranged in this way. The situation in front of him immediately attracted Gushi's attention. A city that produces mummies. This is an accident. I don't know who the god behind the pyramid is. Will it be Sobuk, who was just killed by Gushi? Sir, how do we go now? With the help of the gargoyle, the bosun and others also came to the top of the waterfall. When they saw the situation in front of them, they were also confused. Gushi had told them before that as long as they followed the river after coming up, there would be no problems. At least they would not get lost. But judging from the current situation, where is the river? This is all forests. There are not many forests in Ceuta, and they are all sailors, so they know how to deal with the weirdness on the water. But they are really unfamiliar with the forest. I heard that the weirdness in the forest and the weirdness on the water are completely two different systems. They are really not sure that they can deal with all kinds of weird situations. How to go? Of course, teleport there. Seeing the forest with almost no road below, Gushi would not rush into the forest headlessly. Gushi immediately locked onto the pyramid in the distance, and a dimensional door opened to that side. This time, the situation finally made Gushi feel more at ease. At least the exit of the dimensional door did not appear to be behind him. That's good. Gushi pointed to a sailor, and found that the 2 sailors were standing behind the bosun. It was clear from the way that they didn't have the courage to go over to see the situation. So Gushi shook his head and arranged for the gargoyle to go over and take a look. As the gargoyle entered the dimensional door, Gushi threw a petal of the ghost flower over. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, and making sure that there was nothing behind the dimensional door, Gushi reopened the dimensional door and walked in. Gushi would not doubt his ability to use the dimensional door. In the past, in the Starry Sea, Gushi could move sideways through the dimensional door when facing a black hole. Now this distance is nothing at all. After the dimensional door was placed, Gushi stepped in with the gargoyle. The three sailors looked at each other for a long time, and then stepped in when the dimensional door was about to disappear. After they stepped through the dimensional door, they found themselves in a city hidden in the rainforest. The city in front of them was full of rainforest style. Although the ground was made of stone slabs, mosses had grown on the stone slabs. Many important carvings were hidden in the trees and weeds, and some buildings had completely collapsed due to the growth of trees. In some buildings, you can see the dried crocodile wrapped in bandages from time to time. It is obvious that this is where Sobek hid last. It's just that Sobek has been sleeping here for too long, and many things have not been taken care of. It all depends on the residents in the city to develop on their own. But as the residents in the city slowly died, no one took care of everything, and the city gradually became deserted. Except for the pyramid, all other buildings have lost their function. Even the pyramid in front of him has lost its due light at this time. This is good news for Gushi. Because no matter what the attributes of this city were before, whether it was a city inhabited by humans or a city inhabited by mummies, the city is now deserted and everything has been cleared. Gushi only needs to treat this place as a dead city. There is no need to consider things like the necromancer cannot control the mummies. This is a good thing. But Gushi is more concerned about this. After a round in this city, Gushi felt that the pyramid in front of him was quite an eyesore. Gushi could take down all the other buildings in the city, but this pyramid, which occupied the best location and most resources in the city, was the only thing that Gushi could not convert. Because from the statue in front of the pyramid, it can be seen that this pyramid belongs to Sobek with a crocodile head. If Gushi transforms this pyramid into a dead city together with the city in front of him, then when the dead city is transformed, the pyramid will return to Sobek's hands as soon as possible. Then Sobek, who is already dead, will take this opportunity to revive. Combined with the location of the pyramid, he could quickly take down the dead city that Gushi had just resurrected. In the end, Gushi got nothing and was even attacked by Sobek. This was simply a favor to others. Gushi was not a fool, so he certainly could not do such a thing. Then the pyramid in front of him must be dealt with. At least when Gushi transformed the dead city, this pyramid must not be there. Thinking of this, Gushi pointed his hand, and 30 dump trucks appeared. A group of undead transport troops rushed out of these dump trucks, and as soon as they rushed out, they rushed towards the pyramid. Gushi's goal was very clear. Wouldn't this pyramid affect his transformation of the city in front of him? Then just demolish the pyramid. Gushi himself could not build a pyramid, but he would always demolish it. The stones on the surface of the pyramid were directly dismantled, and all transported back to the city of Aridov as building materials. Even if he doesn't use it, he can sell the bricks and stones with divine properties. As for the empty space where the pyramid was originally built, Gushi didn't plan to keep it. He planned to dig deep here to see if he could dig a deep pit here. Whether he threw corpses into it or poured seawater into it, there would always be some designs that were not worse than the pyramid. As for whether it would be difficult to dig under this empty space, Gushi was not worried at all. When he didn't have so many transport troops, he had done such a high-end thing. At present, his undead transport team has been trained for so many years, especially the practice of various projects on the plateau in the past year or so. If they can't handle such a small pyramid, then these transport troops are really useless. Didn't you see that now, with the help of the transport troops, the door of the pyramid was opened at the first time? Chapter 2459. As the gate of the pyramid opened, Gushi's transport troops also became busy. They entered the interior of the pyramid, and kept carrying out various things. There were bottles and jars made of gold, murals that had just been scraped off the wall, and dismantled mechanisms, etc. The further they went in, the more valuable the things they carried out. They even carried out 300 pure gold coffins. Unlike normal coffins, the coffins in front of them were all human-shaped, and could be said to be made to fit the human body. When they were carried out, Gushi could still clearly feel that there was a distinct special aura on the coffin. This gave people the feeling that it was like a demigod soldier under Gushi. It was obvious that this should be the coffin that Sobek prepared for his personal guard. If it weren't for the ease with which the undead under Gushi carried these coffins, Gushi would have doubted whether there were other powerful mummies hidden inside. After these coffins, they carried out some more things. These are all ostrich-sized eggshells. The eggshells are of various colors, from the ordinary white eggshells at the beginning, to brass, and then to silver. The eggshells are getting more and more valuable, and the number is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, there are 3 pure gold eggshells. Gushi can see with just a glance that these eggshells are all crocodile eggshells. I think the crocodiles that ambushed Gushi before came out from here. And the huge crocodile that received the blood of Sobek is likely one of the 3 golden crocodile eggs. Where did you find it? Gushi asked curiously. At the bottom of the pyramid, there is a huge pool of water, where all the eggshells are soaking. Oh, I'll go down and take a look. Gushi became somewhat curious when he heard this. He asked his men to lead the way, and entered the pyramid directly. As for the weirdness that is everywhere in this game world, Gushi didn't care at all. He has seen that even if Sobek has been dead for many years, the weirdness would not dare to run to Sobek's tomb to commit suicide. The inside of the pyramid is actually the safest. Gushi, led by his undead men, quickly entered the interior of the pyramid. At this time, Gushi found that the pyramid is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower. The bottom layer is where the undead men found the crocodile eggs, and it is also the place where Gushi entered first. There is a huge pool of water on this layer. As soon as you enter, you can see a pool of green liquid. It feels like the lake water has been placed there for many years, slowly accumulating countless dirt. Standing by the pool, you can smell the rotten smell coming from the pool. This is mainly because all of Gushi's men are undead, and they don't care about the smell. If ordinary people come in, they won't take a look at what's in the pool. If you stand in the middle of the pool and look up, you can see holes of different sizes on the ceiling. Looking up from below, you can just see the situation on the upper level. On the upper level, which is the middle level of the pyramid, there is the pyramid's tomb. The gold and silver utensils, and 300 coffins that were carried out before were transported out from here. In the middle of the middle layer, there is a broken coffin. Judging from the size of the coffin, it must have been used for Sobek at first. But for some reason, the coffin broke in the middle, and Sobek's body must have fallen directly from the coffin to the ground, and the blood in his body dripped into the pool below, raising a huge crocodile. Of course, this is just Gushi's guess. Maybe the blood that raised the huge crocodile did not go down like this. But there is one thing that is certain, that is, Sobek's body must have fallen from the coffin to the ground. The traces left by the body falling here are still relatively fresh. It feels like it happened not long ago. As for the top layer, it is the control room of the entire pyramid. There are 6 statues of the same size, but different styles here. Some of these statues have human bodies and crocodile heads, and some are just sitting or lying crocodiles. In front of each statue, there is a small platform on which something should have been placed. But now the platform is empty, as if everything has been taken away. Gushi came to the top and took a look here, and his eyes fell on the platform. Gushi could feel that he had seen the pattern on the platform before him somewhere. The statue is not important, the platform is the key. Gushi made a judgment in his mind at the first time. But what role does the platform play? Gushi can't figure it out at all. After all, Gushi's knowledge in other aspects is still relatively little. At least he can only look at this pattern and feel familiar, but he doesn't know what this pattern is used for. But it was okay, since Gushi didn't need to use this platform anyway, so he just dismantled it. It wouldn't be used later anyway. So Gushi waved his hand, and asked the undead porters, who followed him to prepare to dismantle the things. But when these undead lifted up the statue, Gushi couldn't help but exclaimed. Then Gushi raised his hand, and the evil coffin appeared where the statue was originally placed. Gushi lifted the lid of the evil coffin, and looked inside the evil coffin, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He finally understood why these patterns looked so familiar. There were similar patterns in his evil coffin, which was the method by which the evil coffin used purple equipment to strengthen the evil coffin. I didn't expect that the pyramid in front of me also had such an operation. However, judging from the situation of these patterns, the equipment placed here in the pyramid should not be purple equipment, but orange equipment. In other words, when this pyramid was still usable, it was a powerful existence that could use 6 pieces of orange equipment at the same time. But thinking about the level of the gods here, Gushi had a feeling that this kind of pyramid would be too extravagant. One pyramid has 6 orange suits. The gods in this place would not be all orange. Could it be that the competition in this world is not about level, but equipment? But Sobek's situation before didn't look like that. Gushi shook his head, and felt that he still didn't understand the situation in front of him. There must be something wrong here. After understanding the use of these patterns, Gushi would not leave these 6 platforms. Under Gushi's order, the undead porters dismantled the platforms together. Just as they were about to move the platform, they accidentally discovered that there was an iron chain under the platform connecting to the broken coffin on the next level. The power of these orange suits is supplied to the coffin. Did someone steal the orange suits on the platform, so Sobek's body was smashed out of the coffin? Chapter 2460. Supra? Gushi immediately thought of Supra when he found out that there was a coffin under the platform. Although there are not enough clues to prove that Supra has been here, Gushi always feels that Supra took the orange equipment on the platform and released Sobek's body and the crocodile. There is nothing to say next. After emptying the pyramid, the speed of Gushi's undead porters to dismantle the pyramid became much faster. As the bricks and stones were transported away, secret passages were dug out. In the end, they even dug a waterway under the pyramid, and the crocodile ran out from the waterway. But all the designs here have nothing to do with Gushi. No matter how well the pyramid is designed, Gushi can't control it. The pyramid in front of him was designed for Sobek's situation. Unless Gushi wants to become a crocodile-headed existence, it is better for him not to touch this kind of pyramid. After exiting the pyramid, Gushi saw the bosun and 2 sailors waiting outside the pyramid. Beside them, various materials and props brought by the gargoyles were piled up. Seeing Gushi coming out of the pyramid, the bosun immediately came to greet him. "Sir, this city?" "It's okay, I will deal with this city." While Gushi was speaking, his eyes also swept across the city in front of him. At this time, the undead under Gushi's command had cleared the city from trees and weeds. Although most of the buildings were still in a collapsed state, the trees and weeds attached to them had been cleared away. The city in front of him became much clearer. "Sir, I'm not talking about the city, but this city has been targeted by the weirdness. In 3 hours at most, this city will be swallowed up by the weirdness," the bosun said seriously. 3 hours? Are you sure? Gushi turned around and asked. "It is certain, sir. You can go to a high place to see that there is a layer of something similar to a dark cloud floating towards this side in the southwest direction. That is a relatively rare black ghost. This kind of thing is simply unsolvable. If you see it on the sea, you must turn around and escape as quickly as possible. This black ghost will cover everything in its range and turn black. If you don't leave the influence range of the black ghost quickly, everything below will slowly turn into shadows, and will eventually be dragged into the black ghost." "Sir, we can escape, but this city can't." This time, the black ghost was definitely attracted by the movement in this city. The black ghost will not leave unless it swallows this city. What are the characteristics of the black ghost? Just forming a dark cloud. Will everything covered below turn into a shadow? What about the earth? Will the earth also turn into a shadow? For Gushi's question, the bosun thought about it, and finally shook his head. All his methods of dealing with weirdness were experiences learned from his predecessors. He was not an expert on weird things, and he didn't know much about the weird things like Wu Hua Gui that he could only escape from but not deal with. "Forget it, I'll handle it myself. If he wants my city, it depends on whether he has the ability to do so." Darkness. At Gushi's command, the nearby sky quickly darkened. The bosun thought that the black ghost had already arrived, and they immediately took up the white ashes and poured them on themselves to prevent themselves from turning black. But soon they found that the situation seemed not to be the case. Besides everything around them turning black, there was no other strange thing happening. The sailors actually didn't know that the one who appeared this time was one of the 3 strange undead spirits of the Tianho type under Gushi darkness. That was the dark ghost that Gushi caught in the strange game world. Part of the strangeness. It can turn a certain range into a world of pure darkness, making the visible range only 2 to 3 meters away. Usually, darkness always stays on Gushi's Huangquan Road. Even if Gushi's Huangquan Road has been greatly changed, he has not left much. But it is quite convenient for Gushi to shake people. Once the Huangquan Road skill is turned on, darkness will automatically appear. Under the influence of darkness, Gushi can't see the direction clearly, but Gushi said decisively, "There is a large group of dark clouds flying over from the southwest. It is a kind of weirdness that will turn people into black shadows and swallow and assimilate. You go and swallow that weirdness." When Darkness heard that there was such a good thing, he flew in the direction that Gushi said at the first time. After Darkness flew away, the surroundings became bright again. After Darkness went away, Gushi turned his head and looked at several sailors. "You wait here, it's okay. I have seen a lot of weirdness turning into a shadow. I will be Darkness directly and see how he changes." The sailors really didn't expect that Gushi could do this. You know, in this world, those who can change the weather are all gods. Like the legendary Sea King who can raise huge waves on the sea, the King of Gods who can cause lightning storms, the Sun God who can directly release the sun, etc. Gushi can actually change the weather directly. What kind of existence is this? Gushi has no time to care about the thoughts of the sailors. At this time, he is directing his men to clean up the city. The most important thing is to clean up the pyramid. He has been waiting here now. Only after the pyramid is dealt with, he can transform the city in front of him into a dead city. Gushi has already thought about it. After completing the transformation of the dead city, he will see how big the upper limit of this dead city is. If possible, it will naturally be used in the integration of the natural disaster city. After all, Gushi came to transform the dead city this time mainly for his graduation thesis. If the size of this city is not suitable, treat this dead city as his base in this game. After all, there are many places in this game that attract Gushi's attention. For example, the Destiny Compass. Gushi feels that thing may be a good thing. There are also parts that are not on the map, where there are always some things hidden. The most important point is that this world is mainly based on sailing, but it uses various weird things to prevent people from going out to sea. This behavior is quite wrong, and it feels like a ritual. This makes Gushi have a guess that in this game world, there may be red clothes or quasi-red clothes hidden, and the ritual for going out to sea may be a nurturing ritual for red clothes. If this is true, it is reasonable for Gushi to invest some time and look for it carefully here. Chapter 2461. No matter what the final outcome is, the main and subordinate cities in front of us will still be transformed into a city of death. Now Gushi has done everything he can do. He just needs to wait for the pyramid to be completely demolished before he can take action. At this time, the battle between darkness and Wu Huagui in the sky is almost over. Although Wu Huagui occupies a large area and has a unique way of affecting the environment, he cannot change the basic rules. For objects that are originally black, he has no way to change the color. In this way, his strange methods cannot be added to the black objects. If there is no way to add strangeness, it means that he cannot punch out. What's so scary about strangeness that cannot be attacked? Not to mention that darkness itself is the strongest strangeness brought back by Gushi. Although it is only a small part of it, think about its main body that can cover the whole world in darkness. You can know how difficult it is to deal with darkness. When facing Wu Huagui, darkness hits and doesn't say a word. As soon as I turn my head, the dark clouds in the sky became darker. If it were a native player of this game world, he would definitely think that Wu Huagui had advanced. But in fact, it was the darkness that wrapped Wu Huagui up. At this time, Wu Huagui also felt the same feeling as when he dealt with others. It seemed that all the forces between heaven and earth were aimed at him, and he could not escape no matter where he wanted to escape. And darkness felt that Wu Huagui was quite interesting. He never thought that Wu Huagui was actually transformed from a dead human. This was different from what Dark thought at first. At first Dark thought it was a weather anomaly, but after he swallowed the black ghost, he realized that the situation was obviously wrong. Dark seemed to have a brain. Although this brain was not very useful, it was much better than relying on instinct before. So Dark was very happy, and he turned his body, and cut the black ghost into pieces, and swallowed them piece by piece. And Dark's attack was silent. The people below could not see what was going on above. When everything was over, the dark clouds also dissipated silently. No one knew where the black ghost went. Only Gushi, who was waiting in the city, heard a voice. "My lord, it's dealt with." "How do you feel?" Gushi asked lightly. "It seems like they have grown brains." Darkness replied, "Your Excellency may not know that they were thrown into the Dead Sea as human sacrifices, mixed with the water of the Dead Sea, and then exposed to the sun, turned into water vapor, and rose into dark clouds. They still carried the resentment of being used as human sacrifices, thinking that it was their skin color that made them human sacrifices. So they thought of dyeing everything black. It can only be said that they are a little useful, but not very useful. They have some brains, but they are not very useful. Oh, that it's meaningless. You go back first and go to the city of Aridov to see if there are any new undeads. If that undead is also useless, then you can just devour it." After Gushi understood the situation of Wu Huagui, he decisively issued an order. When Heian heard that there was such a good thing, he turned around and did not go back from the Yellow Spring Road. Instead, he turned around and returned to the city of Aridov through the gate opened by Gushi. After Heian left, Gushi did not rush to take action. He just glanced at the sky and then said to the three sailors, "Okay, it's okay now, let's wait a little longer." The three sailors were shocked and at a loss. They had never thought that Wu Huagui could be taken down so easily. They had always thought that Wu Huagui was unmanageable. Now their eyes looked at Gushi differently. Gushi did not care about these, as the transportation of the pyramid was finally over. Looking at the big pit dug at the original location of the pyramid, Gushi always felt that he had to fill something in it. The pit was actually not too deep, only more than 30 meters deep, and the size was only slightly larger than the previous pyramid. It was just that there were several secret passages leading to other rivers in the original deep pit. This was dug for the crocodiles, and now it has become Gushi's main channel for drainage. Gushi led the river water from nearby and poured it into the deep pit in front of him. It won't be long before this place becomes a small lake, and thus becomes the center of the city. As for the ground veins that were originally moved to this location, Gushi did not move them away. On the one hand, the ground veins connect the buildings everywhere. Although the buildings have collapsed now, if you want to readjust them, you have to flatten all the buildings and start over. If you really do this, Gushi is not transforming the dead city, but rebuilding a city. So the ground veins can be adjusted if they can. On the other hand, Gushi has not yet fully figured out the positioning of the city in front of him. So leaving a large ground vein that can be used at any time will be beneficial for Gushi to adjust the positioning of the dead city in the future. After confirming that the pyramid was completely removed and nothing was left, Gushi began to take action and deal with the city in front of him according to his own plan. Under Gushi's operation, something like yellow sand rose in the originally dead city. Under this yellow sand, Gushi seemed to see the history of the city in front of him. However, this picture was only a momentary thing. Before Gushi looked closely, everything seemed to have been wiped out. When Gushi wanted to look again, he could not see anything except the ruins of the city in front of him. Gushi understood that it was the impact of the city's spirits self-dissipating. But this is also reasonable. After all, this city itself serves the pyramid. Gushi destroyed the pyramid, and the city's spirits would naturally dissipate. It was good enough for him to leave a picture for Gushi. If some city elves with bad tempers, they might just take away the last things in the city. The current situation is good. Under Gushi's stimulation, the city elves automatically dispersed and everything returned to the city. This situation made Gushi quite satisfied. Even if he couldn't get a dead city suitable for making a natural disaster city this time, he could still keep it and reuse it. So Gushi's movements obviously accelerated a lot. Soon Gushi heard a familiar prompt sound. Ding! You activated a dead city, and you can get its control. Found a dead city owned by the player. Please ask if you want to lock it as a dead city. Yes, lock. Please name this city. Jungle Port. Chapter 2462. City name, Jungle Harbor. City direction, Death City. City characteristics, Divine City, Barrack City, City level, Level 5, 27/250, Core buildings, for 5th Council Hall, Tavern, Library, Database, Barracks, Dock. Large buildings, 5/20th Jungle Animal Breeding Center, not activated, 40 crocodiles can be trained per week, Jungle Hunting House, not activated, 35 crocodile warriors can be trained per week. Medium buildings, 1484's Arsenal, not activated, all soldiers attack power 50%, Jungle Stable, movement speed in the jungle increased by 75%. Small buildings, 21/128 Forest Path, increases movement speed in the jungle, Forest Flower Field, Jungle Beehive. Auxiliary buildings, 19/240 Divine Shrubs, Assembly Stone. Special buildings, Divine Lake. Garrison heroes, none. Garrison troops, none. With Gushi's order, the city in front of him became the Death City under Gushi's command. Gushi expanded the properties of Jungle Port and checked them. The reason why the city in front of him was named Jungle Port was because Gushi felt that the city in front of him was a port located deep in the jungle. There are rivers and water flows here. As long as the ship is willing, it can start from here and enter the Dead Sea outside. Gushi's idea at the time was that if this city was not suitable for making a natural disaster city, then this would be Gushi's important base in this game. He could develop his own troops here and then send people to the sea by ship, or he could use this place as the center and move inland. However, judging from the current situation, it is not impossible to merge the jungle port in front of us with the city under the black hole. At least the size of the city in front of us is not a problem. And the characteristics of the city are also quite interesting. Divine City, which means that the city will be more compatible. After all, in Gushi's eyes, divinity is a versatile one. Although divinity is not necessarily the strongest, it is definitely the most stable when fused. It seems that we can consider going to the black hole to try to merge. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. There is a Death City and an ordinary city. The first experiment of the natural disaster city can begin. But before that, the jungle port in front of us still needs to be arranged. In addition, the matter of the destiny compass must be kept an eye on. This matter cannot be left like this. With this thought, Gushi temporarily suppressed the idea of leaving here immediately in his heart. Now that we are here, Gushi must chase Supra. Destiny compass, right? Then let's see if your destiny can escape my eyes. With the jungle port in hand, Gushi released a large number of nether spirit petals, allowing them to permeate the forest outside the jungle port. At the same time, Gushi used the effect of fate selection to check the memories in the forest. Gushi must be looking for clues belonging to Supra. Last time Supra tricked Gushi. With Gushi's generous personality, he must bring Supra back. No need to ask more, the question is to help the residents of Ceuta, the port they manage, to collect debts. After activating the effect of fate selection, Gushi's eyes were blurred, and at the same time, Gushi himself felt a chill. This is the ghost flower reminding Gushi that someone wants to change Gushi's fate. However, the effect of this fate change is not very good. Not only was it directly stopped by Gushi, it could even backfire on the other party. Let the other party feel the pain of having their fate changed. However, these are not important. The important thing is that when backfired on the other party, Gushi saw a rather unexpected situation. Supra appeared in front of Gushi. If it was just Supra's appearance, it would not be called an accident, but a correct guess. What really surprised Gushi was that in this picture, Gushi saw Supra studying something. When he saw that thing, Gushi knew that Supra must have been to the pyramid, and he also knew what he got from the pyramid. It was a necklace, a pure gold necklace that looked like a coffin. As soon as he saw this necklace, Gushi's eyes lit up. Amulet of the dead? This discovery made Gushi look up and down at Supra's situation again. He noticed that Supra was wearing a pair of brown leather boots. If that was all, it might not be a big deal, but Gushi also discovered that there were several white skulls embedded on the surface of the leather boots. Death boots? After this discovery, Gushi suddenly became nervous, and he immediately looked at Supra's back. Fortunately, as a captain, Supra did not wear a cloak, which made Gushi feel relieved. Gushi, relieved, turned his attention back to the amulet of the dead and the death boots. Although he had guessed at the beginning, Gushi still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. But when Gushi saw the orange light flowing on these two pieces of equipment, he sighed helplessly. It seems that he can't leave for a while. Judging from Supra's current situation, he has already obtained clues about all the materials of the Ghost King cloak. And it is an orange quality kit. If Gushi doesn't care about this matter, Supra will definitely be able to put together a complete set of Ghost King cloaks the next time Gushi comes in. Although Gushi is not sure whether the combination of 3 orange Ghost King cloaks will lead to qualitative changes from quantitative changes. But even if he can't get a red Ghost King cloak, Gushi must grab it. You must know that the significance of the Ghost King cloak to the undead mage is far greater than all other red equipment. Supra can't get a complete set of Ghost King cloaks. He must take the lead and take down the vampire cloak, and also take back the 2 pieces of equipment that have fallen into Supra's hands. As for the Destiny Compass, it is not important now. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately raised his hand, and the fate selection effect was activated. Gushi's request this time was very simple. He didn't need Supra to die, but just stopped his progress. After making this request, Gushi did not stop. He flicked his finger, and the Night Blood Road appeared. An undead servant walked out of the Night Blood Road. This night servant was transformed from Sobek's body after being killed. Although he may not be able to save much of his memory, he still knows some of Sobek's life. Gushi didn't let him out before because the pyramids had been demolished, and he had nothing to ask. But now it's not possible. Gushi now has a lot of questions to find out. Chapter 2463. The undead servant called out by Gushi did not have the aura of a god at all. But it made sense when you think about it. After all, Sobek had died once, and his divine blood had been taken away. It was quite remarkable that he could crawl out of the coffin and chase him outside. In such a situation, what else do you want him to remember? Gushi really didn't have so many needs. How many memories of Sobek before his death do you have? As soon as the undead servant was released, Gushi asked immediately. Remember some things. What do you want to know? What are the orange clothes on the top platform of the pyramid? Sun Fong, Platinum Dagger, Undead Amulet, Blood Scale Armor, Black Curse Doll, Water Scroll. The undead servant was quite clear about Sobek's collection, and he even introduced the origin of these things and their role in the pyramid. Among them, the most important thing for Sobek was the Sun Fong. Only with this can you be qualified to build a pyramid and transform a mummy. If you don't have the Sun Fong, even if you build a pyramid, it is considered an evil sacrifice in this world. It is not recognized. With the Sun Fong, even if you perform a blood sacrifice in the pyramid, it is still a righteous god and is recognized. So the Sun Fong is placed first. As for the Platinum Dagger, it is Sobek's original weapon. The blood-colored scale armor is Sobek's original armor, which is made of his skin and bones, and then nurtured with what they call divine power, and strengthened by various means, and finally reached orange quality. As for the undead amulet, the black curse doll, and the water scroll, they represent Sobek's fighting style and ability. All these things added together can build such a pyramid, and you can have your own mummy. But after that, everything Sobek has is bound to the pyramid. When the pyramid that belongs to him is destroyed, he will not even have the chance to resurrect. Of course, the resurrection here refers to the resurrection defined by them. It is not the resurrection of directly transforming an undead like Gu Shi. When the undead servant wanted to explain the properties of these orange equipment, Gu Shi interrupted him directly. Repeat the origin of these orange equipment. The undead servant did not hesitate at all and immediately began to talk about the origins of several things. Except for the platinum dagger and the blood-colored scale armor, which were made and strengthened by Sobek himself, the other pieces all have their origins. Like the Sun Fang, it was rescued by Sobek when he entered the depths of the continent. The remaining 3 pieces were found by Sobek through some means. When the undead servant talked about the undead amulet, Gu Shi asked him to repeat it again and again. Gu Shi analyzed it word by word, and if there was anything he didn't understand, he would ask questions immediately. Through this method, Gu Shi slowly pieced together a fact. The undead amulet, as an orange equipment, is not a limited edition. In other words, in this game, there are at least 3 orange quality undead amulets, and as for the purple quality undead amulets, no one knows how many there are. At most, a prefix is added to the front of the undead amulet to distinguish different undead amulets. It can be said that as long as there is an idea, you can go and find it. And there are many ways to find the undead amulet. In this game world, there are 2 most traditional methods. One is to invite dancers to drink and give gifts in the taverns in each port. After reaching a certain level of favorability, you can hear some different gossip from the dancers. This kind of gossip sometimes gives some coordinates, sometimes gives a map. Anyway, as long as you follow the direction of the gossip, you can always find some good things. Things like undead amulets can also be found here. The other is found on the mysterious sea chart. According to legend, in this world, there are several special mysterious sea charts, also called infinite sea charts, universal sea charts, and the like. All these sea charts are made up of many fragments, and each fragment can be moved freely. When someone wants to find something, just move the pieces on the chart to form a new chart, and the location of the item can be displayed on the chart. Then follow the route on the chart to find the corresponding item. In addition to these 2 most traditional methods in the world, there are other ways to find items. For example, auctions, or exploring in various places, or even looking for books in the library, you may get what you want. Sobek found the amulet of the dead by searching on the map. And the map he got at the time also recorded the location of the death boots and vampire cloak. But Sobek is not a necromancer. The reason why he wants to find the amulet of the dead is that his pyramid needs it. If there is no amulet of the dead, Sobek's pyramid cannot produce mummies, and even if he builds a pyramid, it will be useless. So he needs to find such a thing. And after finding it, the amulet of the dead is enough for Sobek. He does not need to pursue the suit, so he only leaves this one. Later, even if he died, the things were always kept in the pyramid until Supra targeted them. After listening to the situation described by the undead servant, Gu Shi had some guesses in his mind. Supra should have found this place from the mysterious sea chart. Because the last picture Gu Shi saw was a picture of Supra sailing on the sea, in which he was holding a destiny compass in his hand, and comparing it with a sea chart. I think he went to find a vampire cloak. If you want to intercept Supra, just find out which vampire cloak the other party is targeting and where it is. Before, Gu Shi was moving slowly on the sea, because he had not found a way to move on the sea. Now it is different. After Gu Shi confirmed that the dimensional door can be used, he has more options for moving. As long as Gu Shi knows where Supra wants to go in advance, he can teleport directly there, instead of floating slowly on the sea like before. Even if he can't leave the sea, Gu Shi can take a speedboat to increase the speed. As for whether it will cause any strange attacks, Gu Shi really doesn't care. The black ghost that frightened the sailors before was just a matter that Gu Shi could deal with his men. Chapter 2464. After asking all the questions, Gu Shi asked the undead servant to withdraw. The next thing was much simpler. A leader was arranged to manage the jungle port first. Whether this city was used for the fusion experiment of the natural disaster city in the future or used as Gu Shi's forward base, Gu Shi, who could not leave this game world for the time being, would always arrange people to manage it. It was impossible for Gu Shi to leave the city here without arranging people to deal with it. After calling the leader over, Gu Shi also told the leader about the situation here. Gushi didn't say much about other things, but he mentioned again and again about preventing strange invasions nearby and being careful of the gods behind the mummy jumping out to attack the city. In Gushi's view, the city was in his hands, and he could not develop it, but he must not lose it. After arranging the jungle port, Gushi came to the bosun. "We are going back. Are these things still useful?" Gushi was referring to the materials that were brought here by the gargoyles. After all, along the way, Gushi could be said to have seen clearly the abilities of the sailors in this world. All their abilities to fight were placed on these materials. If there were no suitable materials, they would have no way to deal with the weirdness. When the sailors followed him before, Gushi saw how much materials they had taken away from the ship. Although the supply point was just outside, Gushi still asked, "Sir, we can go out and resupply at the stop. The river is not long. We can leave the river in just a few hours with the right wind and feng shui." When the bosun heard this, he said to Gushi, "That's fine, leave the things here, and you guys come with me." Since the bosun had already said so, Gushi would not force himself to take these materials back. So Gushi directly opened the door to the other dimension, turned around, and led to the top of the waterfall. When the bosun saw it, they did not hesitate this time and quickly followed. When the door to the other dimension disappeared, they found themselves back at the waterfall. In the pool below the waterfall, Captain Crow's ship was parked a little below the waterfall. Captain Crow was hunting with his sailors by the waterfall to replenish the food that was almost not consumed. As for clean water, the pool below the waterfall was full of it, so there was no need to think of other ways. When Gushi and his men appeared on the top of the waterfall, Captain Crow's eyes also lit up. "Sir, you are back. How did you handle the situation? Have you found any clues?" "We have found them. We are ready to leave now." Gushi opened a dimensional door and appeared on the ship with the bosun and others. "By the way, do you have that kind of infinite sea chart?" Captain Claude shook his head hurriedly when he heard Gushi's question. "Sir, infinite sea charts are treasures no matter where they are placed. Not to mention Ceuta, even some large ports don't have such things." "Then do you know how to find out what some people see with infinite sea charts?" Gushi didn't care about the existence of infinite sea charts. What he cared about was whether he could catch up with Super. Seeing that Gushi did not forcefully ask for the infinite sea chart, but only asked whether he could see the location of a certain infinite sea chart, this was not a difficult matter. Just tell me whether there is or not." Captain Clow thought for a while, and finally said, "This is indeed there, but it is not near the Nether Sea and the Dead Sea." "Oh, where is it?" Gushi asked seriously, "Are there any coordinates?" Captain Clow shook his head. "We have sextant positioning, but there are no detailed coordinates." Hearing this, Gushi was also a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the sea chart is so simple, and Gushi can't just ignore everything on the sea and use the ship as an airplane. Now there are no coordinates, and he has no chance to open the door and teleport. But the more this happened, the more unwilling Gushi was. "Tell me the details of the situation, and we'll work together to find a solution. This time we need to hurry up. What is the fastest speed for sea travel? If the ship can't reach the destination, we may have to use means such as teleportation. I didn't find anything strange in the inland before that prevented teleportation. Will there be any strangeness at sea that will affect teleportation?" Gushi, who has experienced many things, has considered things quite comprehensively. Captain Crow said a situation, and Gushi immediately raised many questions. "I don't know much. The only thing I know is that all the mysterious sea charts, whether they are infinite sea charts or universal sea charts, are all transmitted from the White Tower. If you want to see what the sea charts show, you must go to the White Tower." "Where is the White Tower?" Gushi heard that as long as he knew where to look, it would be fine. What Gushi feared most was not knowing where to look. "Athens, just go east from the Dark Sea and enter the Aegean Sea. You can see a huge white tower outside the port of Athens. That is the White Tower, where all the sea charts gather. I heard that only cartographers can enter. Of course, if you don't enter the White Tower, you can also buy news outside." Gushi opened the map that Captain Claude had given him before, stretched out his hand and scratched from the location of Ceuta, walked all the way west, and finally pointed to a place. "It will take at least 8 or 9 days to get there from Ceuta." "Yes, there is no other way." Captain Crow said seriously, "You can't sail too fast on the sea. If you sail too fast, it will cause all kinds of problems. The ship we came this time is small. With the wind speed in operation and the precise route, we actually took the least time. Okay, now on this ship, besides you, who else can temporarily serve as the captain?" "First Mate Harry can." Captain Crow didn't know why Gushi asked this, but he pointed to his first mate and said, "Then let him drive the ship back to Ceuta, you follow me?" Gushi ordered quickly. Captain Crow looked puzzled. What was going on, but he quickly agreed. After Captain Crow had given all the orders, Gushi stretched out his hand, and the gate of Jungle Port was opened on the shore. "You go in and wait. When the city gate opens again, you come out directly. As for the ship, the first mate Harry will drive it back to Ceuta." Captain Claw didn't know about Jungle Harbor yet. Seeing the city gate in front of him, he hesitated. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After listening to Gushi's words, Captain Claw finally stepped into the city gate. After that, Gushi nodded with satisfaction, turned on the Polaris positioning, and sent it back to Ceuta as soon as possible. Chapter 2465. Outside the port of Ceuta, Gushi immediately opened the gate of Jungle Port. Captain Claude had never thought that it took them more than 6 days, or almost 7 days to sail, but Gushi turned around and brought him back. If everyone had such ability, why would they go out to sea? "Don't be in a daze there, go prepare the ship. We will go out to sea today, to the White Tower." Gushi glanced at Captain Claude and gave the order directly. After that, Gushi went to the shipyard. There are some things that Gushi needs to consult with the shipwright. The shipwrights were quite surprised by Gushi's arrival. They had also experienced what happened at the dock. They all knew where Gushi had gone. As a result, Gushi came back so quickly. Could it be that they didn't find any clues about Supra at all? Gushi didn't expect that he would backstab the shipwright as soon as he opened his mouth. "You haven't got the money back for helping Supra repair the boat last time, right?" "Sir, we are just earning hard-earned money. Please stop joking around. We can't afford this kind of thing." "It seems that you really haven't got the money back. So what do you think? Do you want to get the money back?" "Sir, you want to ask where Supra's boat is now, right?" The shipwright actually understood Gushi's thoughts. "Yes, I need to know the exact range where he is now." When Gushi came here just now, he had already tried to find Supra through destiny selection. But all Gushi could see was the sea. With the sea all around, Gushi really had no way to judge where Supra was now. Even Gushi couldn't tell which direction Supra was going. Gushi could only put his hope on the shipwright. At least the shipwright should know some different information. His ship is not good, it was just repaired temporarily, and its durability is not high. It can be used near the sea, but if it is far away, it may not last long. According to the current time, he should find a place to repair the ship. Repair the ship? Gushi thought about the nearby ports that can be reached in about 7 days, and found that if he did not go to the Dead Sea, but went to the interior of the Nether Sea, there would be a lot of ports to choose from. "Do you shipwrights have any contact information? Can you find out where he is now?" "I really don't have any." The shipwright shook his head. The current contact method is mainly to send letters by ship. No matter how fast they are, the speed of letter delivery is calculated in 10 days. For example, gossip about something popular in a certain place may not be spread for half a year. If you want to find out where Supra is through the connections between the shipbuilders, maybe their news has just been spread, and no one knows where they've gone. If he hasn't changed his ship yet, and is still floating on the sea, based on your experience, where is he going to change his ship? Compared to the previous question, this question is easier to answer. Speaking of this, there are many places to go. If he is still on the sea, then he must be planning to go to some large shipyards to grab a new ship. In terms of time, Lisbon and Seville are definitely not. Then the only places he can go are London, Hamburg, Amsterdam, Stockholm on the North Sea, and Venice, Athens, and Cairo on the Dark Sea. The shipwright was quite familiar with the ports where ships could be built, and he immediately pointed out several places where Supra might go. But there were still too many ports here. Gushi still had no way to determine where Supra would go. He couldn't just run to each port one by one. But soon Gushi thought of a question. "Shipwright, you said that Supra didn't even have the money to pay for ship repairs, so did he have the money to build a ship?" "I really don't have that." "Then do you think he has time to wait for a ship to be built now?" Speaking of shipbuilding and the like, the question turned to the shipwright's profession. "How is that possible? Even if all the materials are ready, it will take more than 3 months to build a ship, and that's a small ship. If it's a large ship or a ship without ready materials, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to build it. Then Supra wants a good ship, but he has no money and can't wait. Then he must be going to rob the ship that has just been built and is ready to be launched. And the large ship that has just been built and is ready to be launched must have been ordered by someone. If this ship is robbed, will they chase him? Of course, he didn't give me the money to repair the ship, so I want to chase him out to sea to get him back. That means he should have gone to the North Sea. Because if he went to the city on the other side of the dark sea, if he was chased, he would definitely be blocked near the strait. Shipwright, do you have any news about whether there are large warships or ships that have been repaired for several years and are ready to go to sea in London, Hamburg, Amsterdam, and Stockholm recently? Gucci slowly deduced the idea. Sir, now that you mention it, there are indeed some. I heard that the shipyard in Hamburg is developing a new ship. It is called the Maven, which has a strong propulsion force and can withstand storms. The most important thing is that it is very easy to operate, and only 20 people are needed to operate it. If the cargo hold is converted into a water tank, it can sail on the sea for 60 days. It is a high-end ship for exploration, and can go directly from the Sea of Hell to the Sea of Blood. Hamburg learned some tricks from Antwerp and modified it by itself. This time, the new ship was launched to make a name for itself. The news spread everywhere, and a large number of shipbuilders were invited to watch the ceremony. I checked the time, it seems to be 3 days later. Found it. Hearing this, Gucci's eyes lit up. The time is right, the ship is right, and the location is right. It can sail for 60 days, and cross the entire Dead Sea. Gucci can even guess where Supra is going. He must not let Supra succeed. Gucci thought about it, and activated the Destiny choice again, ready to give Supra a try. Gucci believed that Supra, who was protected by the Destiny compass, could definitely make it to the port of Hamburg. But when he arrived at the port of Hamburg, whether he could grab the ship or not was not a sure thing. Certainly, Gucci can completely influence the launching of the Maven flagship. Gucci can still influence this by using fate. Shipbuilder, you have heard of the Maven flagship. Do you know what it looks like? Generally, we also need to repair the ship. After all, I seem to have heard that the ship is 3-masted. Under the detailed introduction of the shipbuilder, a picture slowly appeared in Gucci's eyes. It was a new ship docked in the dock, and many workers and shipbuilders were doing the final processing and polishing of the ship. Chapter 2466. Sir, the ship is ready, we can set off now. When Gucci used the Destiny choice to influence the Maven flagship, Captain Crow also rushed over. Then let's go! Gucci had just used the Destiny choice to influence the Maven flagship. He can guarantee that in 3 days, the Maven flagship will definitely not be able to go out to sea. There is not even the possibility of launching. If you want to rob the ship, dream about it. I will see how you can find the vampire cloak without a ship and miss the opportunity. Gucci thought while taking Captain Crow to the new ship. This time, because they were going to the Nether Sea and not taking the Dead Sea route, Captain Crow specially selected a pure black ship. When boarding the ship, Gucci could clearly feel that there was a kind of black oil on the ship. Sir, we can go out to sea later. After going out to sea, sir, please do not do anything reckless. The situation in the Nether Sea is different from that in the Dead Sea. There are more sea beasts and sea monsters in the Nether Sea. When you see these sea beasts and sea monsters, you must not attack them. You must remember that we are on the sea, not on the shore. If we fight the sea beasts and sea monsters, we will be unable to move forward on the sea. Can't fight? Gucci was amused when he heard it. Is there anything that can't be fought? Believe it or not, he will directly release a large army to flatten this sea area. It's not that we can't fight. Aren't we in a hurry? There are no cannons on our ship. If we really fight, sir, you will be fine, but the ship will definitely sink. How do you plan to get through then, sir? It's impossible to fly all the way there. Gucci glanced at the ink-black sea water, and finally curled his lips. Forget it, this world is troublesome. Next time, let's find a world where we can move on land. As long as we can run on land, it doesn't matter how weird it is. Seeing that Gucci was calmed down, Captain Crow didn't say anything else, but hurriedly set off. He was afraid that Gucci would say something else, and he couldn't deal with it. But fortunately, after Gucci got on the ship, he just checked the situation in Hamburg every day through the way of destiny. Can't Supra avoid some troubles with the Destiny compass? Can he find the smoothest way? Then Gucci will turn the entire city of Hamburg into a center of trouble. All the roads you can use. The whole place is blocked. Once you go in, you can't get out for 10 days or half a month. Let's see what you can do. With this idea, Gucci really played the choice of fate to the extreme. Some ideas that had no place to experiment before can now all be taken out for experimentation. Some operating techniques have also been used by Gucci one by one. It can be said that in just 2 or 3 days, Gucci has made great progress in the operation of fate selection. He can even slowly feel the position and arrangement of the fate compass. It even directly affects Supra, which makes Supra, who has always used the fate compass to bring good luck to himself, quite uncomfortable. Looking at the hamburger in front of him, which is less than half a day's walk away, Supra has been hesitating in his heart. The situation in front of him seems wrong. In fact, it is not surprising that Supra feels this way. The destiny compass in his hand is at the orange +5 level. It is only a small step away from the quasi-red equipment. It is just that the equipment items related to destiny are more difficult to grow than other equipment. Every time the destiny is affected, the equipment is worn out. So even though the strength is so strong, this destiny compass still does not reach the standard of quasi-red equipment and cannot enter the nurturing state. The only thing that can be done is to wander around the child of destiny and assist the child of destiny to grow. Supra is the child of destiny chosen by the destiny compass. On the surface, Supra has achieved things with the help of the destiny compass, but in fact, there are also times when the destiny compass borrows Supra's luck. Seeing that he is about to reach Hamburg, Supra's feeling is becoming more and more obvious. "Stop the ship! Stop the ship!" As Supra shouted, the ship stopped quickly. All the sailors on the ship looked at Supra. They have long been accustomed to Supra's crazy orders. Because every time they were ordered, their ships could only take advantage of this or that, so they were willing to obey. They had encountered a storm before, and Supra suddenly ordered people to stop the ship, letting the wind and waves blow their ship around. The wind and waves led the ship behind to deviate from the route and drift to a small island, where there was gold all over the ground and gems in the mountains. They picked up a lot of them at that time. As for the ships that encountered the storm with them, because they tried all kinds of ways to fight the storm, all the ships sank, and none of them came back. After many such situations, the sailors under Supra's command were mainly obedient to Supra's orders. Even if Supra asked them to jump into the sea now, they would jump in the first place. Not to mention that they were just asked to stop the ship now. When they stopped the ship, Supra took out the sea chart and flipped it quickly. He seemed to be thinking about something there. But until the end, he had to put the sea chart down. He turned his head and looked at his men. The other sailors on the ship were waiting for Supra's order. When they saw him turn around, they were all excited. On the way here, Supra had already told them that they were going to rob a good ship this time, a good ship that could sail on the sea for 60 days and face the storm. Could it be that as long as they waited here, the ship would come out by itself? In fact, if they thought about it, it was not impossible. They followed Supra and encountered everything. The sailors have begun to guess where the ship would appear from. Was it a ghost ship that suddenly emerged from underwater, or a ship that fell from the sky into the water for some reason? Or was it an empty ship that was floating on the sea because all the sailors on board died due to a strange boarding? The sailors thought about it while looking around to see where the ship would come from. Seeing the sailors' expressions, Supra's feeling of uneasiness was obviously much weaker. Supra took out the destiny compass and looked at it carefully. The needle on the compass kept turning, as if there was no fixed number. This was a situation that Supra had never encountered before. This situation made Supra think of a possibility, which was also a message he saw when he just got the destiny compass. The destiny power extracted by the destiny compass was full, and was about to leave him? Yes, it must be like this. Supra thought seriously, he forgot. When he got the destiny compass, the message prompt had two analyses for the current situation. The other possibility is that someone has used a more powerful destiny item to affect the judgment of the destiny compass. They have now entered a state of destiny battle. The reason why he did not expect such a situation is entirely because Supra did not think that there are more powerful items than the destiny compass in this game world. It is impossible for someone to take out a red destiny equipment. Chapter 2467. Supra was still hesitating, but Gushi didn't hesitate at all. The ship sailed at the fastest speed that could be achieved on the Hades Sea. Captain Claude squeezed out a day for Gushi. On the 6th day of sailing, they arrived at the sea near Athens. When entering this sea area, Gushi could clearly feel that the number of sea beasts and sea monsters in the sea had increased. When the ship was sailing, some sea beasts could be seen sticking their heads out from the water from time to time, staring at the passing ships. From their eyes, it can be seen that they have dragged ships into the sea many times in the past. Facing the eyes of these sea beasts, Gushi stared back directly. Sometimes he would take out the secret realm sword and staff to provoke them. Gushi's actions made Captain Claude stunned. But he didn't know that Gushi did this not for fun. But in the past few days, news came from Princess Anna. The sea beasts that Gushi killed in Ceuta, and the crocodiles that he killed in the river have all been transformed into various undead spirits, and appeared in Gushi's territory. The crocodiles are nothing. At most they have just turned into undead crocodiles. But the sea beast that was killed in Ceuta was originally in a semi-undead state. After being transformed into an undead, Although its level is not very good, its size is quite large. The most important thing is that it is near Guihu town, and it is doing very well. The big lake near Guihu town is the most poisonous lake on the Gushi plateau. Even the undead under Gushi dare not soak in it without various blessings. As a result, the undead transformed from this sea beast not only soaked in it, it also absorbed the poison in the lake, and its combat power is constantly improving. It can be seen that the undead transformed by this sea beast complements the ghost lake here. After knowing this news, Gushi's eyes on the sea beasts naturally became different. He kept thinking that if these sea beasts rushed up, he would have a reason to take action. So Gushi and the sea beasts just stared at each other. Until they left the attack range of the sea beasts, Gushi would retract his gaze and turn his gaze to other directions. This situation lasted until a huge white tower appeared in front of Gushi. Until he saw this huge tower, Gushi understood why Captain Crow would say that as long as he saw the white tower, he would know something. The white tower was really tall beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The whole tower was at least more than 500 meters high, and the tower was built directly on the sea. Gushi was not sure whether there were islands below, whether there was a foundation, etc. He flew up directly and looked towards the white tower. Captain Crow wanted to stop him at first, but after seeing Gushi's actions, he sighed and followed Gushi. Anyway, the white tower has arrived. According to the white tower's rules, anyone who can reach the white tower can get a sea chart or map from the white tower. As for how to get there, the white tower really doesn't care. And Captain Crow has also seen Gushi's strength. Captain Crow didn't think he could resist the battle on that river, but Gushi easily handled everything. So there was no need for him to stop Gushi. At this time, Gushi didn't want to sit on the boat anymore. Since he flew up, the effect of the Sky King was directly activated. The strong wind pushed Gushi to fly towards the white tower. A distance of dozens of kilometers was not far for Gushi. Although he couldn't reach the speed of the evil coffin, it would be much faster than taking a boat. After a while, Gushi approached the white tower. At this time, the people on the white tower also noticed Gushi. Some old men in blue robes flew out of the white tower on flying carpets. Stop! No airspace near the white tower. See the blue island below? Land there and enter the white tower through the portal. Gushi stopped in the air and looked up and down at the old man. Gushi noticed that the old man was holding a wooden stick in his hand, and his white beard was almost dragging to his belly. When he was talking, there was an obvious fluctuation around him, as if he was always holding an invisible protective shield. It seems that this is a magic defense mage. Gushi had some guesses in his mind, and then he lowered his head to scan the nearby sea area. Gushi found that about 10 kilometers outside the white tower, there was a large circle of scattered islands, and there were some white buildings on all the islands. The surface of the building flashed with blue light. It was obvious that these islands were all for the service of the white tower. On the islands, you could also see some humans going back and forth there. Gushi glanced at the islands below, then at the old man standing on the flying carpet, and finally nodded and flew towards one of the islands. When Gushi landed, the old man did not move, but stood there and stared at Gushi. It was not until Gushi landed on the island that the old man returned to his original position along the road he had just taken. If Gushi paid attention to the situation here at this time, he would find that in the hidden corners of the sky, there were thousands of people exactly like this old man standing on the flying carpet. They were moving slowly around the white tower according to a certain trajectory. It was obvious that they were not normal humans, but the guards of the white tower. Gushi, who landed on the island, also saw another army of the white tower. Because there were many small islands outside the white tower, there was actually only one large building on each island, and the rest were all auxiliary large-scale building background buildings. In the open space between the buildings, there were many statues standing. These statues were mainly white, wearing thick armor and holding big hammers in their hands. They were obviously heavy defense beings. When Gushi landed, all the statues raised their heads and looked at Gushi. The movements of these statues made Gushi feel as if he had seen the Iron Man of the tower. However, when Gushi landed, he had a distinctly different feeling. These statues are somewhat different from the Iron Man. They really value defense, but they value physical defense. Their magic resistance is quite low. The wind brought by Gushi when he fell could scratch 1 or 2 scars on them. However, Gushi also understood that this kind of statue ignored magic resistance, so other aspects must have been strengthened. Otherwise, they would not be placed on the island, but directly thrown into the sea for destruction. When I have time, I will ask Eve to come and take a look to see if these statues are helpful to his undead tower system. If so, I can find a way to learn from them. Improve the types of undead under Gushi. Chapter 2468. To purchase special sea charts, please teleport to the 107th floor. After stepping onto the teleportation array and reporting his purpose, Gushi heard such a voice. When this voice sounded, Gushi's hands automatically floated out the petals of the nether spirit to protect Gushi. Red suit? No quasi-red suit? Not like it. Seeing that the nether spirit flower automatically protected him, Gushi immediately considered whether a red suit had touched him. But the situation in front of him obviously didn't look like it. What about the quasi-red suit? It didn't seem to be either. The situation in front of him made Gushi somewhat familiar. He thought about it seriously, and suddenly realized that the white tower in front of him was similar to the Corpse Mountain War God statue in the city of Aridov. This is a wonder, and it is a relatively powerful wonder. This is the first time Gushi has encountered a wonder in the game. I don't know what this wonder does. However, it is obvious that the white tower in front of him is completely different from Gushi's Corpse Mountain War God statue and the evil with golden apple tree. All the functions of the white tower are reflected in the internal space of the white tower, and the voice that reminds Gushi. The one who spoke just now is definitely a tower spirit. This tower spirit has the ability to control the entire white tower. If he wants to kill Gushi, he only needs to seal off a certain layer in the white tower. This is also the reason why the ghost flower will pop out on its own initiative. This is to warn the white tower spirit that Gushi has the strength to break through the white tower and kill directly. Okay, let's go. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gushi did not react much on the surface. He took a step forward and stepped into a blue light. As the blue light faded, Gushi found himself in a pure white space. The floor in front of him was paved with a crystal-like square floor, with many different patterns engraved on it. Each pattern has a different function. Apart from other things, Gushi saw many lightning patterns on the floor that were used to enhance the effects of air spells. As long as these lightning patterns are activated, all the troops in the White Tower can automatically master the 20th level air spells. It is no wonder that the statues below do not seem to have any magic resistance. In the White Tower, they do not need to consider issues such as magic resistance. All kinds of air means are enough to deal with most situations. There are probably various means for air and earth in it. Just these are enough to ensure that the statues can resist various magic attacks. The most important thing is that this means is arranged inside the White Tower. It can be said that every floor of the White Tower has such an arrangement. Without some knowledge of Qi, ordinary people would not be able to see it at all, and would only think that they were standing on normal slate bricks. However, Gushi just looked down at the floor and didn't care about it. He came to ask for the sea map, not to attack the White Tower. There was really no need to take action at this time. He just took the sea map and left. Because of the different mentality, Gushi looked around differently. Soon Gushi noticed that although the walls around the White Tower were all white, as long as you kept staring at a certain wall, the wall would automatically become transparent, revealing the picture outside the wall. Standing at a certain position, Gushi could even see the huge palace complex built of marble at the end of the coast. It can be seen that the tower spirit also noticed the ghost flower in Gushi's hand, and gave him a preferential treatment. After a big circle, Gushi was led to a room. When Gushi walked in, the square bricks on the ground rose automatically to form a square table. A brown-haired man in his 30s, wearing a gray robe, hurried out from the other end of the room. Sorry, I have some things on hand that I haven't dealt with yet, so I'm a little late. Do you want a special kind of sea chart? Panoramic sea chart, automatic sea chart that can be zoomed in and out, or a treasure hunting sea chart that can be used to find treasures? We have the most complete sea charts in the world. As long as you make a request, you can find it here. Infinite sea chart, it should be this kind of thing. I only saw the back of the sea chart at that time, which was made of bamboo joints and had this painted on it, Gushi said quickly. The man listened and looked at the portrait that Gushi took out. His eyes became somewhat helpless. Sorry, sir. This is the universal sea chart produced by our White Tower. Only 11 were produced by one person. All of them have been sold. We don't have any stock now. Oh, I know, I'm not here for this. I came here this time to ask if you can know who got this picture, and which treasure he wants to check now. Gushi directly put forward his request. Well, sir, sorry, Before the man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gushi's action. Gushi put a gem on the table. Well, Gushi put another gem of the same size on the table. But this time the quality of the gem was obviously much better than the previous one. Guy, you are really good at judging people. I wonder how long you want to check the records. All the records within 20 days, I want them all. Gushi said without thinking. He believed that Supra must not have taken the amulet of the dead on impulse. He must have got the boots of death first, and then thought about finding the remaining 2 items. After getting the amulet of the dead, he must have looked for the vampire cloak. Going back to Ceuta to repair the ship, and looking for a ship that can sail far were all decisions made after looking at the sea chart. The sea chart must have been adjusted during the time Gushi came here. So 20 days should be the most suitable. Yes, I'll check it for you now. This is the information about ports, docks, stops, routes and treasures checked by the Universal Sea Chart numbered B009 in the past 20 days. Does the guest need anything else? Gushi looked up at the thick stack of white paper in his hand and asked, "Can I take these things away with me?" "Of course. I want to find a place to take a closer look at these materials." After getting the man's response, Gushi did not lead directly, but sat down on the spot. He quickly flipped through the information in his hand, and soon found what he wanted to find. Vampire Cloak, located in the deep Blood Pool Swamp on the Southern Cross Island in the Blood Sea Triangle. It belongs to the collection of a bloody witch named Bloody Witch. The place where this bloody witch lives is very difficult to find. But there is a detailed nautical chart here. Chapter 2469. 4 or 5 hours later, Gushi finally walked out of the White Tower. This trip to the White Tower was quite rewarding for Gushi. In addition to finding out Supra's target, Gushi also bought some other things from the White Tower. For example, the exclusive air magic of the White Tower. As long as you are willing to buy the magic book of the White Tower, you can copy it yourself. There are also the training methods of the troops on the White Tower, and even the architectural design drawings of the troops' training camp. As long as Gushi has money, he can buy everything. The most important thing is that they even propose that if Gushi doesn't like these troops, they can also train the corresponding troops for Gushi. The main feature is a full range of personal service. And Gushi also saw that the foundation here must be the foundation of the tower, but the research route has obviously changed direction. They are obviously built on the sea, but they directly exclude the largest water magic in the ocean. And the earth magic is not studied at all. As for his subordinates, they also blindly strengthened their attack and defense capabilities, and their main goal was to rely on their own defense to withstand the attack and rush to the enemy, and take the enemy away with one blow. As for the higher-end troops, Baida did not bring them out. Here, Gushi only saw the mage called the Fool by Baida, that is, the old man who invited Gushi to the island on a flying carpet in the sky before. He did not see any of the remaining high-level troops. Like the Lamp God, Naga and Titan, none of them appeared, as if Baida had never studied these directions. Gushi was also somewhat puzzled by this situation. The only thing he could see was that their research ideas were different from the direction of the regular tower. However, the relationship between Gushi and the White Tower was only that of a buyer and seller. Gushi could not ask the White Tower why it took this path. He could only make guesses based on limited information. When the White Tower was built, the inheritance here was probably broken once. And when they wanted to study it again, some things might have become taboos. For example, the Lamp God was obviously not a type of soldier in Athens. If the Naga continued to be trained, it would most likely become a sea monster in the underworld. The Titan might become a 100-armed giant. Before breaking through this limit, Gushi felt that even if they researched something, they would not dare to sell it directly like the already established troops. So Gushi did not force these, but took the money to buy what he could buy. After buying them, they were all packed and sent to the city of Aridov, and handed over to Eve for processing. As for Gushi himself, after handling everything, he flew back into the air. Looking up in the sky, Gushi found that the ship that brought him here was still floating on the sea. Gushi landed without thinking. "Claude, I have got what I want." "How long can your ship last?" "Sir, are you leaving?" "Yes, Supra hasn't reacted yet. I plan to go there and prepare in advance," Gushi said decisively. "Sir, I brought a captain with me this time. I will hand over the ship to him now." "No need, Claude, you sail back to Ceuta and wait for my order." Captain Claude was surprised when he heard Gushi's words. "My lord, did I do something wrong?" "No, it's just that I'm going to the Blood Sea Triangle this time. With the current level of ships in Ceuta, there is no way to get to the Blood Sea Triangle before Supra. After all, we have been chasing after him. So if we want to get ahead, we must take some special channels." Captain Claude thought that this time we still had to go through the jungle port. So he said quickly, "My lord, I can also wait at the jungle port like last time." Gushi was a little helpless. This time, he didn't go through the jungle port. He could go directly back to Ceuta from the jungle port. Gushi couldn't fly directly for the rest of the way. So Gushi was the only one who could use the way to the Blood Sea Triangle. Hearing what Captain Claude said, Gushi shook his head first, and then he thought about it before speaking. How about this, you sail to Ceuta, and I will leave a passage in Ceuta. As long as you can find the passage and walk through it, you can go to my world. After that, I will definitely do what I promised you. I need a lot of boats to patrol the river now. Whether you become a captain or help build a ship, I can arrange it. As for how to choose, it depends on your choice. Captain Claude was silent for a while after hearing this. Gushi had already put the choice in front of him, and he had to make a decision. After hesitating for a while, Captain Claude finally said with a serious face, I am willing to take the passage left by the adults. Okay, then you can drive the boat back to Ceuta by yourself. I will go to Ceuta now. After you go there, you can find it by yourself. This is also a test for you. I can only remind you that the name of the passage I left is called Huangquan Road. After saying that, Gushi flashed and disappeared in front of Captain Cloud. Captain Cloud looked at the place where Gushi disappeared, just silent for a while, and then ordered decisively. Raise the sails, weigh the anchor, turn the bow, we will go back to Ceuta. Captain Cloud had no objection, and the sailors on the ship would not have any objection. Only the captain brought out by Captain Cloud looked depressed, saying that I should be in charge of the return trip. What is going on? Gushi did not care about the actions of Captain Cloud and his men. Gushi flashed and returned to Ceuta port through the Polaris positioning. He set up a ghost gate leading to the Yellow Spring Road at the gate of Ceuta port, which was regarded as a memory for Captain Claude. As long as Captain Claude can find the ghost gate, he can enter the Yellow Spring Road. When he finishes walking the Yellow Spring Road, even if he is a living person, even if he is an NPC in the game, he can be regarded as a resident of Gushi's subordinates. As for not finishing the walk, it can only be blamed on his inability, not Gushi's head. At the same time, Gushi did not think of stopping others from entering the Yellow Spring Road. As long as they can find and enter the Yellow Spring Road, all can experience the challenge of the Yellow Spring Road. Those who can walk the entire Yellow Spring Road, no matter how they come in, are regarded as Gushi's subordinates. After arranging everything, Gushi took another look at the situation in Ceuta, and then took the sea chart from the White Tower, came to the landing point near Ceuta, and directly exited the game. Chapter 2470. When exiting the game portal, Gushi immediately saw the Titanium Lion, who had been guarding the portal. My lord, you are out. I am out temporarily, Titanium Lion, prepare a little more, I still need to go in. This time, help me adjust the placement. I remember that when I entered this game world before, it was said that there were 3 novice villages. One of them should be in the Blood Sea Triangle, called Caracas. You can send me there directly. When the Titanium Lion heard it, he did not ask Gushi why he did this, but directly reopened the portal for Gushi. Under the operation of the Titanium Lion, Gushi's location in Ceuta port was directly erased. Now when Gushi enters this game again, he can choose a new entry point like the first time he entered. This is Gushi's plan. If he follows Supra's footsteps, not to mention other things, even the ships across the Dead Sea are not so easy to find. Moreover, he had to stay at sea for 20 to 30 days, and even had to face all kinds of weirdness from the sea, and the delay of sea beasts. In the end, not only could he not catch up with Supra, but he also wasted time. It would be better to go to the Blood Sea Triangle first through this method. In this way, Gushi could at least grab 10 days. And 10 days was enough for Gushi to find the vampire cloak one step ahead, and set up an ambush there. That's right. After going around in this game world, even if Gushi had not yet come into contact with Supra, he knew where the opponent's advantages were, and where his own advantages were. Gushi knew very well that his combat level at sea was not high, but as long as the enemy reached the land, it would be embarrassing. He had no choice but to die, ambush his army, and wait for the enemy to fall into the trap. This was Gushi's whole plan. As for whether he could find the Bloody Witch first, Gushi really didn't think much about it. With a detailed map, how could he not find a person? As the game portal opened, Gushi stepped back into the game with confidence. When entering the game portal, the game cutscenes actually started again. However, this time the direction guided by the cutscenes was not Ceuta, which was located between the Sea of Hell and the Dead Sea, but the bloody red ocean after the Dead Sea. The Blood Sea Triangle. The Blood Sea Triangle was not a separate place, but was integrated with the Dead Islands and the mouth of the Bone River. These 3 places together are the Caribbean Sea, plus the East Coast coastline of North and South America. The mouth of the Bone River is the mouth of the Amazon River on the normal map, and it is a river channel that ships can directly enter. The Blood Sea Triangle is a little below the North American coastline. The Undead Islands are the core of the entire Undead Sea, which is the Caribbean islands in the Orthodox sense. Almost every island there is owned by someone, so the novice village cannot be placed there. For Gushi, it doesn't matter where the novice village is. What matters is whether he can find a ship there to go out to sea. After watching the cutscene, Gushi smelled a fishy smell. This fishy smell is not the normal smell of the sea, but a bloody smell with a rusty smell. When Gushi came to his senses, he found that he was standing in a port. Most of the buildings in the port in front of us are made of wood. Only 3 buildings are made of pure stone. They are the small castle on the top of the mountain, the church at the foot of the mountain, and the pier on the seaside. The rest, including the city lord's mansion and the council hall, are all made of wood. When Gushi looked up at the small castle on the top of the mountain, he found that there seemed to be a lot of blood stains on the walls of the castle that had not been cleaned up. This attracted Gushi to some extent. Gushi thought at first that the word Blood Sea and the Blood Sea Triangle came from the sea, but now it seems that this is not the case. After thinking about it, Gushi still walked towards the small castle on the top of the mountain. In Gushi's mind, the owner of Karaches must live here. Regardless of the attitude of this city lord, if Gushi wants to find a boat to go out to sea, he must find this person. So Gushi flew up directly, ignoring the eyes of others, and flew towards the small castle. Gushi had just flown for a while when a quick bell rang in the small castle. Then the whole port was in chaos. Gushi saw a large number of sailors wearing woolen clothes and holding long muskets rushing out of the nearby huts. Seeing them rushing out, Gushi was speechless. Of course, Gushi didn't feel anything because of the weapons in their hands. He was speechless there. In such a humid and hot place, can they really wear such clothes? Won't they die of heat? At this time, there was movement in the direction of the small castle, the church and the dock. The porters and sailors on the dock immediately picked up their weapons and chased Gushi. Do the fishing nets and axes in their hands look serious? Then came the priests from the church. There were not many of them, only 5 of them, wearing a blood-red robe and holding a silver candlestick in their hands. I don't know what these priests are for. When Gushi was about to fly to the small castle, the soldiers in the small castle finally appeared. These were 2 knights in heavy armor, but they did not ride horses, but carried a 2-handed sword longer than them. At the same time, they were wearing a blood-red cloak behind them, which looked different from normal knights. The most important thing is that they were stepping on the battle halo. 2 level 20 heavy armor knights. Gushi's eyelids jumped, and he shouted at them immediately. Get out of here! Under Gushi's roar, the 2 guys in heavy armor flew backwards as if they were hit by something heavy, and hit the castle wall heavily. Then Gushi took this opportunity to land directly on the castle. There was no need for Gushi to do anything. The Ghost Dragon Power Hand, and the Molten Crushing Hand directly lifted up the 2 heavily armored knights. The 2 of them didn't even have the idea of resisting at this time. Just now, they were hit hard by the dragon-slaying circle and the harp. If it weren't for their strong life, they might have died now. Even so, their situation was not very good. At least half of their sternum was broken, and even the armor collapsed a lot. When they were lifted up by Gushi, they were breathing out but not breathing in, and it seemed that they were dying. Gushi waved his hand, dragged them aside with 2 arms, and said to the small castle, "Please ask the local city lord to come out and see." Chapter 2471. Gushi's words immediately caused chaos in the small castle. Some heavy armored knights without cloaks rushed out with big swords. Their level was obviously much weaker than the 2 who were still held by Gushi's death hand. When they rushed to the top of the castle, they did not attack Gushi immediately, but leaned against the castle wall, holding heavy swords in both hands, staring at Gushi's every move, but did not dare to attack. Seeing that no one who could speak had appeared, Gushi's eyes became unhappy. He just didn't want to make trouble, so he flew over directly. Just come with such an attitude? Is this really looking down on Gushi's fighting power? So he raised his hands holding the heavy armored knights again, ready to throw the 2 heavy armored knights out as ammunition. At this moment, a voice came from the castle. "Please wait a moment, sir, please don't mess around." As he spoke, a middle-aged man, with a white curly wig on his head walked out of the castle. Without Gushi saying anything, he said to Gushi directly, "Sir, I am the governor of this port. This incident is all a misunderstanding. Can you please let the 2 guardians of this port go down?" "That's right. You don't have a flying unit. What's wrong with me flying a little, and you made such a big fuss?" Gushi raised his hand, and 2 heavily armored knights landed in front of the middle-aged man. "My name is Gushi. I came to you by accident. I came here just to ask if you have any ships that can go out to sea. Whether it's renting or buying, I want to find a ship to go out to sea." When he heard that Gushi came just to find a boat to go out to sea, the face of the governor in front of him became quite ugly. If you want to rent a boat, you should have told him earlier. He would have squeezed a boat out for you even if it was crowded. There is no need to make things like this. If you fly over like this, you will directly beat the two guardians in the port and seriously injure them. How can he spend this time? But it is not okay to directly cause trouble to Gushi and not give him a boat. From Gushi's attitude just now, you can know that he is the kind of person who kills without blinking an eye. If you really don't want to prepare a boat for Gushi, do you think Gushi will destroy the entire port and turn the ships docked at the dock into ghost ships? The two guardians under the governor can't hold on, and the governor really has no confidence in relying on the soldiers in the city. The governor's reaction is also quite fast. When he realized that he couldn't beat Gushi, he said it immediately. So you want a boat? No problem, Mr. Gu. Please wait for me, so I can make some arrangements. The governor said, as he asked his men to carry the two seriously injured knights in heavy armor down. Then the governor looked at Gushi again, as if he wanted to ask, are you going to fly down like this, or how else? After all, the boat was at the dock, and the governor couldn't possibly move the boat to the small castle. Gushi turned his head and looked behind him, then he flipped over and jumped down from the wall of the small castle. He landed directly in front of the gate of the small castle. Seeing that Gushi moved so quickly, the governor didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly rushed back to the castle, and soon appeared in front of the gate. Mr. Gu, let's go now. Gushi nodded, and the governor pointed to an officer in a woolen coat behind him and said, by the way, this is the captain of my flagship sea warrior, Colonel Will. He will be the captain later, and he will take you wherever Mr. Gu wants to go. When the governor finished introducing, Colonel Will nodded to Gushi. Although his eyes were a little unhappy, his etiquette was impeccable. Gushi understood that Colonel Will had seen Gushi take action, and knew how amazing Gushi's fighting power was, so he didn't dare to speak nonsense. Colonel Will didn't dare to speak nonsense, but Gushi asked curiously, aren't you hot dressed like this? Colonel Will was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Gushi asked. He snorted heavily, and turned his head to ignore Gushi, as if Gushi had asked about their taboos. The governor beside him was also a little embarrassed. He wanted to pull Gushi to stop asking, but when he saw Gushi's eyes sweeping over him, he didn't know how to start. The governor of the Blood Sea Triangle area is said to have a high status. But in fact, they are all civil servants. They have little combat power, and sometimes they come here just to act as mascots. If there were no guardians around him, his control over the port would be almost zero. Gushi can speak freely now, but he can't offend the troops guarding the port. Seeing this, Colonel Will also rolled his eyes. But he didn't dare to offend Gushi at all. Of course, in Colonel Will's eyes, he was not afraid of Gushi, but Gushi could fly. With this influence, Colonel Will's power at sea may not be as strong as before, and can affect Gushi. Seeing that Colonel Will did not answer, Gushi did not ask any more questions. Anyway, if he did not answer, there were other sailors in woolen uniforms in the port who would answer his questions. Soon Gushi and his men arrived at the dock. The governor pointed to a huge warship in front of him that was nearly 60 meters long, red in color, and even the sails were blood red. This is the Sea Warrior, a royal dreadnought. It is 66 meters long, with 2 hidden gun cabins under the deck, plus the gun positions on the deck, with a total of 100 forged silver cannons. It requires 300 sailors, and a speed of 21 knots, which can deal with all the weirdness in the Blood Sea Triangle. The governor said with a serious face. He has been the governor of the Blood Sea Triangle for a long time. He also knows how outrageous the weirdness of the Blood Sea Triangle and the undead sea outside is. If the Sea of Hell is the fault of Hades, and the Dead Sea is caused by human sacrifice, then the 3 areas of the Sea of the Dead are caused by these outsiders themselves. Why is the Blood Sea Triangle called the Sea of Blood? That's because a lot of human blood was dumped here. Why is the Bone River called the Bone River? Because all the aborigines nearby, whether alive or dead, were thrown into the river, and even caused the river to be silted up for a while. As for the islands of the dead, countless warships sank in order to seize the islands, and shipwreck fragments floated on the sea every day. In this case, it can be said that there are wronged souls under every inch of the sea's surface, and every wave has a story. Just think about it, and you can imagine how many weird things there are in this sea area. Ordinary ships can't reach the port at all. Only large sailing ships with 300 to 500 sailors can sail safely on the sea. And the existence of the Royal Dreadnought is the trump card among large sailing ships. What the governor said about this ship being able to deal with all the weirdness in the Bloody Triangle was definitely not bragging, but the truth. Chapter 2472. After boarding the ship, Gushi discovered that the Sea Warrior was actually fully staffed. Apart from other things, the deck of the ship, in front of all the cannons, and on the masts of the ship were full of sailors wearing woolen coats. Don't look at them wearing such thick clothes, wrapping themselves tightly. But their movements are not weaker than ordinary sailors at all. Whether they climb up the mast to raise and lower the sails, or do other work on the deck, they are more flexible. After Gushi glanced at them, he took out the nautical chart leading to the Southern Cross Island in the Blood Sea Triangle. Colonel Will, this is where I want to go, the Southern Cross Island. Colonel Will took the nautical chart and took a look, then took out something like a compass and started drawing a map on the spot. At the same time, the sailors on the ship had already taken action on their own. Although the direction has not been determined, as long as the ship goes out to sea, it will be fine. Anyway, there are only a few directions for them to go out to sea, and it will definitely not be wrong to raise the sail and anchor first. Okay, I know how to go. It's very close to us. We can arrive there around tomorrow morning. According to the situation on this nautical chart, there is no dock on the Southern Cross Island we are going to, and the time is not very good. The Sea Warrior has a deeper draft. There are only two options to get to the island. One is to approach when the tide rises. But there is a problem with this. When the tide recedes, our boat will be stuck on the beach and can only leave when the next tide comes. Or we can leave before the tide recedes, but that time will be shorter. Judging from the nearest moon, when we arrive at Southern Cross Island tomorrow morning, it will be low tide. We will have only about 15 minutes to leave if we rush to the island. Another option is to stop at a place where boats can be docked in the open sea and send a small boat over. However, in this way, the number of sailors that can be brought ashore will be reduced. You should know that we only have 10 small boats here, and each boat can carry up to 6 people. Adding the staff guarding the small boats, there won't be too many people who can go ashore with you. You don't need too many people to go to the island with me. Just find 2 people to lead the way. Your boat will wait for me in the open sea, Gushi said without thinking. Waiting for the tide to come at sea, what a joke, is his time so wasted? As for manpower and so on. It's hard to say at sea, but on land, everyone has to kneel in front of Gushi. Those weirdos are all excellent talents in Gushi's eyes. It's good enough that Gushi didn't go looking for them. They dared to jump in front of Gushi, that's asking for their own death. Gushi gave his opinion, and Colonel Will naturally didn't say much. He took the sea chart and quickly issued orders, adjusting the direction of the sail. As the ship left the port, Gushi slowly discovered that the Blood Sea area was more terrifying than the Dead Sea and the Underworld Sea. The water in this area is dark red, and the bubbles rising from the water have distorted human faces. The wind on the sea surface carries sharp cries. At the same time, in the Blood Sea, there are no sea beasts or sea monsters like the Underworld Sea, nor are there all kinds of weirdos like the Dead Sea. In the Blood Sea, all that appeared were dead souls, ghosts, and floating corpses. They wandered aimlessly in the Blood Sea, and they would not approach the ships on their own initiative, but just follow them from a distance. Although they could not bring any impact to the ships, they would make the sailors on the ships feel sick and uncomfortable, and even want to jump into the sea. If they really jumped into the sea, these seemingly harmless dead souls would rush to the drowning people like crazy, and through their own means, turn the drowning people into dead souls in the Blood Sea. When the ship was on the right track, Colonel Will specifically said to Gushi, "Don't stare at those dead souls. As long as you don't look at them, they can't have any impact on you. As long as people are on the ship, they can't attack. The rest will be handled by us." Looking at Colonel Will's expression, he just smiled, but his eyes did not move away from the dead souls on the Blood Sea. Are these undead strong? Strong? They are a joke, Miller. A sailor ran out with the order of Captain Will. Captain Will pointed at the undead on the Sea of Blood, and the sailor immediately stood up, raised the long musket in his hand, loaded the gunpowder skillfully, and fired the last shot. Under such an attack, an undead on the Sea of Blood was shot through the head on the spot, and turned into a floating corpse on the water. Gushi took a look at the floating corpse and said calmly, "It won't take long for this thing to turn into an undead again. So what? We have left anyway, right?" Colonel Will said with disdain. "That's right, these undead are really not a big problem for you. Can you let them move around for a while? I want to see their ability to fight in the water." "Sure, Miller, throw a fire bomb." When the sailor heard this, he immediately took out a fire bomb from the backpack on his back, lit it, and threw it into the sea. Boom! The sea water was blown up immediately. Then, there was a chaos underwater, some ghosts and floating corpses, and the undead started fighting on the spot. Gushi looked and found that these guys were really boring to fight. It was like they were fighting a mess in the water, and they had no underwater combat power at all. These existences were not even as good as the floating corpses under Gushi's men. All they could do was drag the enemy into the water and try to drown the enemy. But the problem was that the undead they dragged were also in the water, so they could only keep biting each other underwater. So the battle between them became what it is now. Are there no fish underwater? I heard there were some, but since this place became a sea of blood, there are fewer and fewer normal fish swimming around. And the undead fish were quickly swallowed by other undead. In the end, only these were left here. We came later, and didn't see the situation at that time. I don't know if it was really like that. But one thing is certain. That is, the corpses in this sea are not very good. What we really need to guard against is the ghost ships that often appear nearby. Oh, there are also ghost ships? Are ghost ships strong? Do they have any special abilities? Will many appear at once? If they really appear, how about I take action first? I also want to try and see if there are any differences in the ghost ships here. Chapter 2473. Until he reached the Southern Cross Island, Gushi did not encounter any ghost ships. All he saw along the way was the strange blood sea under the moonlight. This gave Gushi a deeper understanding of the undead and weirdness in the blood sea. The undead and weirdness in the blood sea are numerous and look strange, but they actually have no combat power. With their current state, they can't even be a cornerstone in the city of Aridov. They can only be used as talents. But in the blood sea, because of their numbers, they have become the overlords of the blood sea. Even the dreadnoughts, like the sea warriors, have no ability to fight with them. When encountering too many undead and weirdness, the sea warriors choose to take a detour, and don't even think about crushing them directly. This makes Gushi feel a little bit regretful. He also thought that if he encountered such a thing, he would have to send some soldiers to fight. Let these weirdnesses in the blood sea take a good look, and his undead breath on the water is also capable of combat. Fortunately, the idea of hurrying on the road made Gushi suppress the idea of causing trouble along the way. Finally, when it was almost dawn, they arrived near the Southern Cross Island. That is the Southern Cross Island. It is said that this island will be under the cover of the Southern Cross every summer solstice. That is why it is named like this. Now this is the low tide position, and the ship will not be affected by the tide if it stops here. I will put the boat down now, and let them take you ashore. Colonel will introduce to Gushi as soon as he stopped the boat. No need, just arrange 3 sailors to act as my guides. Gushi said calmly. Colonel glanced at Gushi and ordered loudly, Miller, come out for a moment. Miller ran out immediately. You know Miller, he is the best guy on our ship. He knows all kinds of combat tactics. It's right to bring him. Gushi was speechless for a while. He just wanted a guide. As long as he got to the land, he wouldn't need combat power. However, Gushi didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand, and the dimensional door was placed on the Southern Cross Island. Let's go! Gushi waved his hand and stepped in first. Miller saw this situation and quickly followed. After landing on the Southern Cross Island, Gushi jumped twice on the beach. It's still more comfortable to be on the ground. It's uncomfortable everywhere on the sea. Gushi's words happened to be heard by Miller, who had just come over. Miller immediately said, Yes, not to mention you, Mr. Gu, even sailors like us are not used to life at sea. So people should be down to earth. By the way, where are you from? I am from Bordeaux. Is it also a port? Gushi didn't know much about the cities in this world. Is there a city that is not a port? Miller replied directly. Gushi was stunned for a moment, thinking about the real purpose of coming here, and finally said, Maybe there is. Miller looked unconvinced. In his mind, where can there be cities in the inland? All cities must be by the sea. Cities that are not by the sea can't even find a way. Gushi didn't want to explain this, so he took out another sea chart. This sea chart shows the situation inside the Southern Cross Island. Although this place is called an island, it is not small. After walking past the beach in front, there is a forest. Gushi is going to the deep blood pool swamp behind this forest. When he walked to the edge of the forest, Miller took a serious look and then took out his weapon. Mr. Gu, follow me later, and don't run around. I can't take care of too many directions by myself. Before Miller finished speaking, he saw 2 mobile fortresses taller than the trees nearby. This is the dump truck that Gushi put down. One of them is equipped with gargoyles, which can fly in the sky. The other one is equipped with ebony spiders, which are considered to be Gushi's masters fighting in the forest. As soon as they rushed out, they rushed into the forest immediately. Such a large number of troops shocked Miller. Mr. Gu, what are they doing? They are my men, it's okay, They are leading the way. There won't be any problems. Be careful. Don't destroy the environment here. Gushi looked at the ebony spiders rushing into the woods and ordered loudly. After all, Gushi would ambush Supra here later, and he didn't want Supra to find out that he was ambushing here. After hearing Gushi's order, the ebony spiders decisively dispersed outwards, and did not destroy the trees, but quickly pulled silk and made webs on the trees. Just turning around, the forest in front of him looked different. Okay, let's go in. Gushi glanced at Miller and released the evil coffin. Sitting on the evil coffin again, Gushi felt for the first time that his mount was the best. Gushi was so tired of riding on the boat all the way. Although Gushi also saw the advantages of ships, and knew that ships were the main force in naval and water battles, if Gushi acted alone, ships were really not suitable to be Gushi's mount. This thing is too slow. If he wants to arrange ships in his future territory, it is better to do some transformation like a mud truck. Otherwise, these ships will wait to be concentrated in a certain place for guarding. While Gushi was still thinking about this, the gargoyles in the distance suddenly rushed down at the same time. The abnormal sound immediately attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The fight has started, let's go. Miller, who said he wanted to protect Gushi at the beginning, was still confused at this time. Ah, where is the fight going on? Where are we going now? Gushi didn't give Miller any time to react. The evil coffin rolled up Miller with a roll of black smoke. When Miller reacted, they had already arrived at the front battle position. The battle was started by the gargoyle this time. The dwarves were fighting with them. Gushi really didn't expect that these dwarves were actually flying troops. They rode on the back of a blood-red griffin, with a red beard on their faces and dark black battle axes in their hands. When flying in the sky, they could throw the battle axes every time they exerted force, so that the battle axes kept circling around them to deal with the attacks of the gargoyles. There were not many dwarves, but their attack method made the gargoyles have no way to start. Seeing this situation, Gushi ordered immediately. Ebony spiders, drag them all down. Under Gushi's order, all the ebony spiders rushed to the trees and sprayed spider silk into the sky. Chapter 2474. Under the attack of the ebony spider, the wings of the flying griffins in the sky were all entangled, and the flying axes were also fixed. The gargoyles would naturally not miss such an opportunity. They pounced forward with all their strength and pounced on the dwarves. At this time, the skin of the dwarves suddenly turned black, and sharp barbs grew on their bodies, piercing the gargoyles heavily. It is obvious that the changes of these dwarves are related to the current game environment. They all want to suck blood. It's just that they picked the wrong target. As a half-undead and half-puppet creature, the gargoyles can't be sucked of blood at all. Not to mention these dwarves, who don't look like vampires. Even if real vampires come, they are useless. When these dwarves fell from the sky, Gushi heard the heavy sound of horse hooves from the other side of the woods. Heavy cavalry? This is impossible. Gushi has rich combat experience, and can tell what the sound is as soon as he hears it. But it was also because of this that he was so confused. You know, the island in front of you is not suitable for raising cavalry. There is a beach outside, a forest here, and a swamp behind. No matter which terrain it is not suitable for cavalry fighting, not to mention the heavy sound of horse hooves in front of you, which is clearly the sound of heavy cavalry. There is something wrong with this situation at first glance. Faced with such a situation, Gushi raised his hand at the first time, and a mud truck appeared in the direction of the sound. This mud truck is no longer a mud truck used by miscellaneous soldiers, but a mud truck of the Black Gun Battalion. As soon as the black smoke was released, it immediately enveloped the mud truck. A leader and 1,000 spearmen dressed as tin soldiers took advantage of the black smoke and quickly stood in position. As an important unit of Gushi in the early stage, the Black Spear Battalion is still called a battalion, but the total number of people has exceeded the battalion level. Let's not talk about other things. There are at least 20 people in the mud truck team of 1,000 people in front of us, and this has not counted their main force and reserve troops. They are all spear-thrusting troops on the surface, but each squad has its own characteristics. The ones released by Gushi are the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion that can be used to deal with cavalry. They are all above level 13, and their equipment has been strengthened at least 3 times, and all of them have reached the blue +3 level of regular soldiers. As soon as they appeared, although they were still in the black smoke, they had already heard the sound of horse hooves. They didn't need a special person to command them. They only needed to hear the sound, and they knew what to do. Without any hesitation, they immediately raised their spears and aimed at the direction where the horse hooves came from. At this time, a group of semi-cavalry rushed out from the other side of the woods. The reason why they are called semi-cavalry is entirely because they don't need to ride. A group of red-furred centaurs rushed out. They were wearing blood-red heavy armor, wrapped tightly from head to toe, and holding a pure black spear in their hands. This spear was different from the spears of the spearmen. This spear was somewhat similar to the impact guns used by knights. There were not many centaurs, only about 30, but they rushed out with the momentum of tens of thousands of heavily armored cavalry. I don't know how they did it, but from their actions and equipment, it can be seen that the people on the southern Cross Island have put a lot of thought into strengthening these centaurs. They put heavy armor on the centaurs to prevent the spear array that the cavalry feared the most. Normal spear arrays could not cause much damage to them. As for the blunt attack that heavy armor feared the most, it depends on whether they can catch up with their speed. You have to know that centaurs are not cavalry. Even if they are fully armored, they can still turn flexibly. Their only flaw is the ankle. If you cut their legs when they are moving at high speed, they will definitely fall to the ground. But these centaurs don't believe that anyone can think of this trick before seeing them. By the time they reacted, the centaurs had already plowed the battlefield 3 times. However, when they rushed into the woods, a trace of uneasiness flashed in their eyes. Because they did not see the enemy, but the black smoke covering the woods. At this time, they could not see the situation in the black smoke at all. The only thing they could see was the cold light flashing from time to time in the black smoke. How many enemies there are, what their origins are, what their professions are, and where they are, they don't know at all. For a moment, these centaurs actually hesitated. When the leader of the Black Gun Battalion saw this situation, he knew that the opportunity had come. Gushi would release the Black Gun Palace Mud Truck team at this time, because this team was trained for cavalry. They are quite experienced in judging the situation of cavalry. They don't even need to look. As soon as they hear the footsteps of the centaurs, they know that the centaurs hesitated. This is a good opportunity. The cavalry can charge or stop, but the last thing they can do is hesitate. If you charge, you must charge to the end. If you hesitate, the cavalry will slow down, giving others a chance to seize it. Now they are obviously hesitant. If they don't seize this opportunity, they will be sorry for the centaurs who have come to their door. So the undead spearmen of the Black Spear Battalion rushed forward at the first opportunity. When they rushed forward, the black smoke also moved forward, and it looked like a huge wave of black smoke rushing towards them. The centaurs only realized what was wrong with them at this time. But the best opportunity had been missed by them, and the leading centaurs could only raise their spears and roar. Speed up, they can't kill us in one breath. The centaurs rushed again. However, because of the hesitation at the beginning, their charge attack strength and impact were reduced by at least half. When the centaurs collided with the undead spearmen of the Black Spear Battalion, they did not directly break through the battle formation of the Black Spear Battalion as planned, but were trapped in the Black Spear Battalion. At this time, the undead spearmen of the Black Spear Battalion knew that the spears could not cause much damage to the heavily armored centaurs, but they still launched stabs at the centaurs again and again under the leadership of the leader. There were 1,000 soldiers in the Black Spear Battalion, but only a few centaurs. Dozens of undead spearmen surrounded the centaurs and launched attacks, directly reducing the speed of the centaurs to the lowest level. Although each spear thrust could not take away much of the centaurs' lives, it could block the centaurs' movement. 1 or 2 attacks did not work, but what about 10 or 20 times? The thick armor on the centaurs was not orange equipment. Under the attack of the undead spearmen, the centaurs were soon pierced into hedgehogs and nailed into the woods. Chapter 2475. As the centaurs were killed, Gushi also became interested in the blood pool swamp behind the woods. Gushi was not stupid. He saw the situation of the 2 troops blocking him at the first glance. These were clearly vampire dwarves and centaurs. It seems that the bloody witch in the blood pool swamp is still a research talent. Is he using the vampire cloak to transform ordinary creatures? Before, Gushi came to grab the vampire cloak, but it was just a set of Ghost King cloaks for the vampire cloak. Now Gushi has some interest in the vampire cloak itself. Speed up, someone will clean up here. After all the centaurs were killed, Gushi decisively ordered, and the dump truck of the undead porter appeared here, and the remaining troops moved forward quickly. Miller was dazzled by Gushi's operation. He didn't know how Gushi sent out all kinds of troops, and how he took them back. He felt that Gushi was not here to fight, but to have an outing. After killing the centaurs, Gushi and his team did not encounter any more enemies along the way. With the help of the ebony spiders, they soon passed through the woods and entered the blood pool swamp. At this time, Gushi finally understood why this place was called the blood pool swamp. It was clear that they wanted to turn the land in front of them into a blood pool, but the blood water seeped into the ground and turned the soil into a swamp. From time to time, you can see some fallen trees here. Most of the roots have rotted. Occasionally, there are no leaves on the trees that survived, but some rag dolls made of red linen are hung. Instead, some wooden houses on the roadside attracted Gushi's attention. Some of those wooden houses looked like stables, and some looked like human huts. However, the wood of these wooden houses had turned dark red. Sometimes she didn't quite understand whether the bloody witch cultivated these people here for the purpose of soldiers or blood source. After bypassing some ownerless wooden houses, Gushi finally saw the bloody witch's hut. At this time, the bloody witch was already standing in front of the hut waiting for Gushi. Gushi was not surprised at all. Gushi had killed 2 waves of the bloody witch's men. If the bloody witch didn't know what was going on, she would have been regarded as a blood source and hung on the big tree behind the swamp. When she saw Gushi coming, the bloody witch strode forward. She looked tall and thin, wearing a dark red robe that dragged on the ground. From a distance, she looked like a child wearing adult clothes and walking on stilts. Her movements were a bit strange when she was walking. Soon the bloody witch came to about 5 meters in front of Gushi. At this time, Gushi could see the bloody witch's situation clearly. The skin on her body was cut into small pieces the size of a fingernail with scissors and attached to her body. When she was walking, the skin would also move with the muscles, revealing the blood-red muscles underneath, and sometimes blood would flow down from the edge of the skin. "Outsider, what do you want from me?" After standing firm, the bloody witch said faintly. As soon as she opened her mouth, Gushi felt that the temperature around him had risen a lot. The blood in the body was affected to a certain extent. Gushi frowned and glanced at the bloody witch's feet. Sure enough, an inconspicuous blood-red halo appeared in the blood. "Just a few things," Gushi said lightly. For a level 20 existence, Gushi was not polite at all. "I want a vampire cloak. Don't worry, if you can communicate, I won't steal yours. As long as you hand over the vampire cloak, I will give you something that satisfies you." "No, why should I give you a vampire cloak? Do you know how important a vampire cloak is to me?" "What, you don't want to give it?" Gushi's eyes condensed, and his voice became serious. "I mean, it has to be added." Before the bloody witch finished her words, an arm with an iron claw appeared beside her. This was Gushi's wind-breaking hand. After all, Gushi's thoughts would be faster than his words. In Gushi's mind, if you don't talk, I will just rob it directly. You are standing so close, so I have to attack quickly. Among all the means of Gushi, the fastest one is the wind-breaking hand, except for the lightning of the bone lightning hand. The lightning of the bone lightning hand is a magic attack. Although it is fast, Gushi is also worried that it will be blocked by the bloody witch. So Gushi simply used the wind-breaking hand to tear the bloody witch into pieces at the fastest speed. The bloody witch did not expect that someone would directly attack. You have to know that the bloody witch would stand up so boldly because of her status on the sea. Everyone knows that the bloody witch has many good things in her hands, but they are all hidden by her. Only by paying the corresponding price can you get something from the bloody witch. In addition, the bloody witch also knows many secrets and has many special rituals. No matter who comes, as long as they pay the corresponding price, the bloody witch can make an exchange. So most people who come to find the bloody witch are willing to talk to the bloody witch, because they are all worried that after killing the bloody witch, they will not find what they want. So they have been enduring the bloody witch. In addition, the bloody witch is really capable. At least she is better than many people in observing words and expressions, and she also has the ability to protect herself. Over the years, there have been no accidents. But Gushi is not like this. As a necromancer, he has many ways to communicate with the undead. Even if the bloody witch is killed, Gushi can find someone to interpret it in the first time, so he really didn't think about letting the bloody witch live. So the broken wind-shattering hand reached out and grabbed the bloody witch's body and cut it into pieces. As the bloody witch's body turned into large and small pieces, the blood-colored halo originally located at the feet of the bloody witch actually expanded a lot. A voice laughed loudly. "Interesting, another fearless person came, and finally he can come out for 2 days." Gushi frowned, and the infinite counterattack halo was activated immediately. At the same time, Gushi's eyes also cut into the perspective of the soul's dark lamp and the choice of fate, staring at the bloody witch's body, and didn't look at the direction from which the sound came. Gushi knew very well that the direction from which the sound came might change, but the side of the soul and fate would not lie. Sure enough, Gushi quickly found the enemy's position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 3 sharp sounds in a row, 3 black feather arrows fell from the sky and pierced into the fragments of the bloody witch's body. "You killed the blood sea goddess," Twisted, Weird, Divine, level 25. You get 33,157 experience points. The Blood Sea loses control. Chapter 2476. Blood Sea? Goddess? Gushi frowned. Wait, this guy has such an identity? Gushi raised his hand, and the ghost flower quickly paved the Night Blood Road. An undead laborer and an undead servant walked out of the Night Blood Road. When the two walked out, they were stepping on the blood-red battle halo. For a moment, Gushi was a little confused about the situation in front of him. What's the situation with you? Because the two had turned into skeletons, Gushi was not sure who was who for a while, so he just asked directly. At this time, the undead servant stood up and said, "My lord, I have the memory of the Bloody Witch here. She is the goddess of the Blood Sea sealed in my body." Gushi glanced at the undead servant, then at the undead laborer transformed by the goddess of the Blood Sea, and finally said one sentence. "Tell me in detail." So the two of them told the situation in detail. Of course, because the two are not considered one, but only a shell and a sealed existence, there are always some contradictions when they talk about it. This is not because their memories are confused, but because they really feel that way. Fortunately, Gushi has long been accustomed to getting corresponding information from souls and undead with confused memories. In addition to the cutscenes that Gushi saw when he came in, and the historical nodes of this game, Gushi finally pieced together a situation. First of all, the Blood Sea Goddess is actually a divine creature born around the Blood Sea Triangle. It is a product of the combination of the blood of the indigenous people north of the New World and the ocean in the Blood Sea Triangle. Because the natives in the north of the New World received the outsiders with good intentions, but were exterminated, the Blood Sea responded with malice to all outsiders. This is what the Blood Sea Wave refers to. Although the Blood Sea Triangle is not on the main route, this situation has affected the normal operation of the New World, so some people are preparing to kill the gods. Of course, the final result of killing the gods is that the god-killing team is completely wiped out, and only one witch and the Blood Sea Goddess are still alive. Before she died, the witch sealed the Blood Sea Goddess into her body, and finally survived with the power of the Blood Sea Goddess. But at this time, the witch also had to accept the power of the Blood Sea Goddess, and changed from a powerful witch to a bloody witch. In order to prevent herself from being affected by the power of the Blood Sea, the Bloody Witch had to stay on the Southern Cross Island and collect various blood-related equipment and props in order to suppress the blood-sucking power in her heart. Unexpectedly, because of this reason, the name of the Bloody Witch was spread instead. More and more pirates and adventurers came to the Bloody Witch, hoping to get some useful props or some advice from the Bloody Witch. Of course, during this period, the sealed Blood Sea Goddess also wanted to snatch the Bloody Witch's body. In these years, the Blood Sea Goddess successfully snatched the Bloody Witch's body 3 times, and the Bloody Witch's body collapsed twice. In the end, due to various reasons, it turned back to the situation where the Bloody Witch controlled everything. Anyway, until Gushi took action, the Bloody Witch had never turned over. Unexpectedly, she just wanted to suppress Gushi so that she could bargain, but she was killed by Gushi. As for the Blood Sea Goddess, it was even more so. The Bloody Witch was originally cut into pieces, and she had nothing to do with it. She stayed there honestly, and Gushi might turn around and leave after getting what he wanted. He would not ask about the Blood Sea Goddess at all. When Gushi left, the Blood Sea Goddess could control everything again. As a result, the Blood Sea Goddess was looking for trouble and laughed at Gushi. Gushi would definitely not let her go for such a suicidal behavior. So under the Black Feather Arrow, this kind of regional god is only 3 arrows. This is because she has divinity, which is not easy to deal with. Otherwise, with a level of 25, the body is only a small piece, and it is really enough to kill it with 1 arrow. However, these two killed and died, but they have a lot of things in their hands after so many years. Especially the Bloody Witch, because she sealed the Blood Sea Goddess, she learned a lot of rituals, and so on. Got a lot of good things from pirates and adventurers. Some of these good things were used to suppress the backlash of the Blood Sea Goddess. Some were used for research. Some were collected as goods for the Bloody Witch, including the vampire cloak that Gushi wanted. Now all these things, including the methods developed by the Bloody Witch, belonged to Gushi. What attracted Gushi's attention the most was not the vampire cloak, nor the special blood races made by dwarves or centaurs, but a pool of blood collected by the Bloody Witch. All the blood in this pool was divine blood. As soon as the Bloody Witch felt that she could no longer suppress the Blood Sea Goddess, she would soak in this pool for a while. Then she would add some new blood. Anyway, her previous plan was a pool of divine blood. What is the situation now? The Bloody Witch herself cannot judge. It can only be said that the Blood Sea Goddess said it was good. How could Gushi not be interested in this? Gushi himself does not need to soak, but he has a hair of death. And Gushi also has a sealed head of goddesses that needs to be unsealed. There must be something different in such a pool of blood. So Gushi immediately released the orange guard blacksmith. Prepare to go to the blood pool to take a look first. If the blood is not suitable for the hair of death, then let the orange guard blacksmith see if it can be used to make orange equipment. Then, there are the Bloody Witch's collections that need to be classified. Gushi had to transport some things in advance, and set up a trap to ambush Supra. The next things would be quite busy. Now was not the time to drag on. Gushi needed to arrange things quickly. He did not expect that as soon as the orange-clad guard, the blacksmith, was released, he became interested in the fist-sized pieces of meat on the ground. Sir, what are these? Oh, the body of the Bloody Witch. I was too heavy-handed before, and it was cut too small. Someone will come to deal with it later, and transport it back to the city of Aridov to see if it can be put back together. Gushi actually did not care about this kind of corpse at all. This corpse was cut into 2 small pieces. Even if it was put back together, it would take a long time to warm it up before it could be used to make the undead. With this warming time, Gushi could find more good talents. However, the orange-clad guard, the blacksmith, looked solemn. Sir, is there a part of the gods in it? Chapter 2447. I guess so. I'm not sure if this kind of regional god is a god. Although Gushi had listened to the story told by the Bloody Witch and the Blood Sea Goddess, he still had some doubts about the authenticity of the story. After all, in Gushi's opinion, the Blood Sea Goddess didn't look like a god at all. Otherwise, how could she be beaten like this by ordinary people and sealed for so many years? The orange-clad guard, the blacksmith, thought about it, and finally stepped forward to pick up a small ball of flesh and blood to study. Finally, he said to Gushi, "It has divinity, which is a good divinity material. Can it be used to make red equipment? Your Excellency is overthinking. At most, it can only make orange equipment, but it can be made into divine orange equipment." Divine orange equipment? What the hell is this? Oh, among the 3 characteristics of orange equipment, there will be one with a divine entry, which will be stronger than ordinary orange equipment, but only a little stronger. After all, the divinity in this flesh and blood is too weak, so weak that your Excellency does not think it is a god, and it is good enough to have an entry. After listening to the explanation of the orange-clad guard blacksmith, Gushi could only shrug. Just as the orange-clad guard blacksmith said, Gushi really did not regard the Blood Sea Goddess as a god. After all, a goddess is just a name. Like the campus goddess, the name is loud, but no one really regards her as a god. What other advantages does this divine orange equipment have? In response to Gushi's question, the orange guard blacksmith thought seriously. If it is used to make an orange guard, the new orange guard will look like a god. Well, that's a good reason. But does Gushi need it? It seems that he doesn't. There are only 6 positions for orange guards. It's not Gushi's personality to send one more person just to show off. Forget it, I'll keep these things. Maybe one day when I have enough materials, I can use these things to make a divine contracted undead. The orange guard, the blacksmith, looked at the corpse on the ground with some regret, but didn't say anything. At this time, Gushi also dragged the orange guard, the blacksmith, to the blood pool of the Bloody Witch, wanting to see how the blood collected by the Bloody Witch was. The blood pool of the Bloody Witch was prepared to deal with the goddess of the sea of blood in her body. That was the weakest time for the Bloody Witch. So her blood pool was built in a very secret location. If it weren't for the undead servant leading the way in front, Gushi might have to turn the whole island upside down to find this blood pool. When he walked near the blood pool, Gushi took a look at the situation here. It looked like a space left by a tree that had fallen down due to rotten roots. Because there were too many mosses on the trees and weeds under the trees, and the surroundings were wet, most people would never come here, let alone think that there was a different world under the place where the trees were piled up. It turned out that under the trees, there was a stone-built pool filled with thick blood. On the top of the pool, there were several iron cages similar to the Iron Maiden, and drops of blood were dripping from the iron cages into the pool. After coming here with the orange-clad guard, the blacksmith, Gushi pointed at the blood pool. Take a look first. Is there anything useful in this blood? The orange-clad guard blacksmith stepped forward and dipped some blood, put it in his palm, and studied it carefully, and finally looked up at Gushi. Like the blood clots outside, this blood also carries some divinity, but the divinity of death is relatively less, and the divinity of non-death is relatively more. If you insist on extracting it, you can extract a portion of the divinity of death and blood, and the rest will be gone. A pool of water? Gushi looked at the orange-clad guard blacksmith and asked. Yes, the blood in the whole pool. Forget it, you go out and find the undead servant and the undead laborer later, and see if they have the materials you need. Gushi thought for a while, and finally said a sentence. The orange-clad guard blacksmith nodded. The last time he came to this game world, he couldn't find anyone to help him. He could only look for suitable materials by himself. The result was that he found nothing. This time it was different. The Bloody Witch is famous for her collection and intelligence. Even if she becomes an undead, she still has this ability. The Bloody Witch can help with what the orange guard blacksmith wants. After the orange guard blacksmith left, Gushi took out the death hare. After placing the death hare on the blood pool, Gushi found that the death hare was still a little interested in the blood in this pool. But the interest was not as great as expected. I think this is because there is not much blood in the blood pool that suits the death hare's appetite. But with such a pool of blood, what can Gushi force? He flicked his finger, and the death hare fell into the pool of blood. Then Gushi found that the color of the blood in the pool had obviously become much lighter. However, the more this happened, the more Gushi felt that the blood in the pool was some good stuff. In the blood that was not absorbed by the death hare, Gushi clearly saw some light golden or dark purple liquid. This means that there must be good things in the blood that the death hare didn't want. As the death hare absorbed everything, the blood in the pool turned into pink liquid. And on top of the blood, there were many crystals floating. Gushi didn't pay much attention to these crystals at first, but focused on the death hare. After absorbing the power of a pool of blood this time, the growth progress of the death hare has finally improved a lot. Now about 30 centimeters of it have been dyed red. Such progress made Gushi quite satisfied. After all, the death hare has been in his hands for so long. Except for the gains in this game world, blood from other places is not in its eyes at all. It seems that after returning, I have to find the undead bodies of the Blood Witch and the Blood Sea Goddess, arrange them to this game world, and let them help Gushi find suitable materials. After making a decision, Gushi looked at the crystals in the blood pool. Gushi would definitely not think that something that could appear in the blood pool was an ordinary item. He reached out and scooped it up, looking at some information that popped up in front of him, with a helpless smile in his eyes. It seems that divinity is really something that cannot be avoided. Air element divinity, orange divinity extracted from a certain air element god, although the amount is relatively small, and the quality is not high, it can be used to strengthen purple and orange equipment. There is a chance to directly upgrade purple equipment to orange, and there is also a chance to directly upgrade orange equipment to divinity orange equipment. Chapter 2448. After collecting the things in the blood pool, Gushi left the blood pool, which seemed to be relatively hidden. Now he was heading to the location where the Bloody Witch hid the treasure. Compared with the blood pool, the location of the treasure was often visited, so although it was a little secret, it was not so difficult to find. Following the undead servant, Gushi soon came to the cave behind the Southern Cross Island. This cave was obviously dug by the Bloody Witch herself. There were traces of fresh soil on the walls of the cave, and it seemed that the Bloody Witch had been expanding the cave. Entering the cave, Gushi saw many boxes of different red colors. These boxes were large and small, and the colors were different, but all of them were red. After bringing Gushi to the cave, the undead servant said to Gushi, "Everything is here. This dark red box contains purple quality props and equipment. This bright red box contains orange quality materials. Orange quality equipment is in this vermilion box. There are also some special items in boxes of different colors." As the undead servant spoke, he took out different equipment and props from inside. Among them was the vampire cloak that Gushi had been looking for. In addition, there were some other equipment and props with blood-sucking effects. Among them, there were 2 pieces of orange quality equipment. One was the vampire fung, which was considered an equipable treasure. After equipping, all the soldiers under the hero could have the characteristics of vampires. This was a relatively rare piece of equipment in Gushi's hands. Of course, it is not that orange treasures are rare, but that treasures with vampire characteristics are rare. After all, there are always opportunities to find some treasures in various stores in the city of Aridov and Catherine's Caravan. It's just that Gushi's subordinates don't consider the issue of death at all. For the undead, the vampire characteristic is just to replenish blood and restore life in battle, which is really not the most important thing. So over the years, Gushi didn't deliberately look for it. Now that this thing has fallen into Gushi's hands, Gushi will not use it. The other one is a long sword. The attributes of this long sword are better than the Secret Realm sword staff that Gushi is using now. But the main feature of this long sword is blood-sucking, and each attack in battle will absorb a certain amount of life from the opponent. Gushi knew from the attributes that this long sword is most suitable for players like berserkers. For players like Guushi who usually just use a long sword to pretend, it is a bit of a waste for him to use such a long sword. So Guushi had no intention of changing the long sword, and just put it away. In addition, several orange quality props were also taken out one by one. These props are different from the 3 orange equipment. These props are all prepared for sailing. For example, the cable called blood-sucking vine can be installed on the sailboat. Once installed, all the cables on the sailboat will become blood-sucking vines. The sails can be automatically raised and lowered without the need for sailors to operate. At the same time, if an enemy attacks the ship, these vampires will attack the enemy, suck all the blood of the enemy, and turn the enemy into a mummy. It can be said that for a captain, this thing is equivalent to having a group of sailors who don't need to rest and powerful deck officers. Another example is the blood ship bottle, a blood red glass bottle, orange quality, which looks like a ship in a bottle that ordinary people play with. But the ship inside is not ordinary. As long as the projection of the ship is put in, the blood ship bottle can be used to protect it from various strange attacks on the sea. At the same time, the blood in the blood ship bottle can also repair the bound ship. Not to mention other things, even if the ship encounters artillery attacks, collision damage, etc., it does not need anyone to repair it, and it can be restored directly. As for the ghost face barnacles, don't even think about touching the edge of the ship. It can be said that this thing is definitely a magical artifact for the captain. For example, there is also a thing called a goose flute, which looks like a silver goose head, and it sounds like a bird when it is blown, but its real function is to control the crew, and the effect is much stronger than the vampire's ability to control blood servants. If all these props were placed in the hands of the captain outside, I believe countless people would come to grab them. But for Guushi, they were useless. These things might as well be placed at the end, where the various bloody rituals organized by the bloody, which were more interesting. Among these bloody rituals, there is a method of transforming a city into a bloody city by massacring the city. At first, Guushi thought this was aimed at the Death City. But after looking at it later, Guushi found that this was not the case. The Death City is not something that everyone can easily master. The bloody city just makes the city bloodier, and then through means such as the blood pool, the city's attributes are changed to vampire-producing attributes, thus producing various different vampires. However, the current treatment method of this bloody city is still just a concept, and even the bloody witch herself has not yet completed it. At most, a batch of centaurs and dwarves were transformed from the abandoned city. But this is just experimental data, and no one knows whether it will succeed in the end. Judging from the information that Guushi got, the success rate of this bloody city is still relatively high. The best thing here is the idea of transformation. You should know that Eve, who is under Guushi, has been studying how to completely transform the tower into a city of the dead. As a result, only one type of soldier, the Death Titan, has been released so far, and the training camp of the Death Titan has not been completely fixed, and the name of the Death Cloud Palace has always been empty. Such a piece of information may bring Eve a different idea. It may be more conducive to Eve's research on the transformation of the Tower City. At least the bloody witch can become Eve's subordinate. Oh, by the way, these materials also include the training methods for training the bloody witch. I don't know what the bloody witch is thinking. She actually treats herself as a type of soldier. But in this way, Eve can have some special subordinates. While thinking about this situation, Guushi put away all the things in the box. Except for the vampire cloak, it was still in place. This is the bait in the trap, and it cannot be taken away for the time being. And Guushi needs to make some more preparations. After covering all the boxes, Guushi raised his hand, and the petals of the ghost flower floated out and fell on these boxes. The effect of fate selection was activated, covering some information for Guushi. Chapter 2479. North of the Blood Sea Triangle, that is, on the North Continent in the New World, Guushi managed to squeeze in by boat along the river. With the undead transformed by the Blood Sea Goddess following him to give instructions, Guushi had a certain understanding of some of the situations on the North Continent. He finally understood why pouring blood into the sea would form an evil god like the Blood Sea Goddess. The spirituality on this new continent is so sincere. Sometimes the trees passing by have spirituality, and they may become gods after being left for a long time. Not to mention humans, who are full of spirituality. Human blood and human obsession can have a great influence on some things. But these have nothing to do with Guushi. In the past few days, Guushi has been looking for a suitable place to build a Death City. But in the end, he didn't find a suitable city like Jungle Port. The 2 abandoned cities he found were not of good quality. Even if a Death City was built, it would probably only be a level 3 one. This made Guushi quite unhappy, But there was nothing he could do. He could only search slowly. Fortunately, Gushi had already arranged the Southern Cross Island, and Supra had not yet appeared, so Gushi still had plenty of time. Today was the same. Gushi took the undead transformed by the Blood Sea Goddess, and went straight on the road, following the river all the way west. According to the Blood Sea Goddess, there was a valley there that was rainy all year round, and there might be a suitable city there. Gushi only believed a little bit of what the Blood Sea Goddess said now. Anyway, I was free now, so I just went over to take a look. After all, along the way, except for not finding a suitable city, the situation described by the Blood Sea Goddess is not much different. Gushi really found some good materials, and some high-quality things here. By the way, there is also something called a discovery here. You don't need to bring back living creatures or something. Just prove that there are these things, and they were discovered by yourself, and there will be a certain reward. Although the main reward is reputation or something, sometimes some interesting little things are also given. These are also the characteristics of this game. Of course, this is also because Gushi has not played the game much. If he played the game more, he would not be surprised by some situations in the game world. Jumping back on the evil coffin, Gushi did not open the speed of the evil coffin to the maximum, but just moved forward at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The undead transformed by the Blood Sea Goddess followed behind the evil coffin. She was a red ghost, the kind of ghost wearing a robe with only a skeleton under the robe. It's just that the robe is red and the bones are dark red, which looks different from normal ghosts. Following the evil coffin, this undead flew cleanly, and was not thrown away by the evil coffin. Instead, it left red marks wherever it flew. Seeing Gushi on the road again, the ghost quickly followed and pointed out everything nearby to Gushi from behind. At this moment, the evil coffin suddenly stopped, and a purple mind crystal flew out in front of Gushi. In the picture shown by the mind crystal to Gushi, Gushi could see a strange-looking sailboat appeared on the sea. The reason why the sailboat is a bit strange is that it is obviously a new ship, but it looks tattered, as if it had just been launched and hit and damaged in various ways. The fact that this ship can get here is that the design of the ship is quite reasonable, and the user of the ship is quite lucky. As soon as he saw the picture coming over, Gushi knew that this was Supra he had been waiting for. At this time, Gushi no longer had the idea of looking for the abandoned city. He sat directly on the evil coffin and checked the situation of the ship. "My lord, is this the enemy you are waiting for?" "Yes. Can you tell where they are now?" "In the sea a little behind the left side of the Southern Cross Island." That is the location of the cliff of the Southern Cross Island. The Blood Sea Goddess is quite familiar with the environment near the Southern Cross Island, and she can see where the ship is parked at a glance. Is there anything different there? Gushi was a little curious. He thought Supra would go to the Southern Cross Island from the place where he landed. He never thought that the other party would choose such a place to stop. No, but the cliff over there is not that high. As long as you have enough strength, you can climb up. It seems that guy didn't want to take the regular route, but wanted to steal things and leave directly. But this is normal. That guy can do things like repairing the ship without paying for it. Stealing things is the most normal choice in his eyes. Gushi understood Supra's idea of parking the ship at that position. Bypassing the Bloody Witch, steal the vampire cloak he wanted. If the Bloody Witch was really there, Supra might have secretly plotted against her. After all, the biggest feature of his Destiny Compass is to find the best route for the user. Gushi can guarantee that before he makes a move, the Destiny Compass can definitely guarantee that he can secretly take away the vampire cloak. Even if there is an accident, it will only be a close call. But now it is different. In order to ambush Supra, Gushi has set up a net on the entire Southern Cross Island. Not to mention other things, even the ghost like Gushi will be planted all over the Southern Cross Island. In order to prevent Supra from suspecting, Gushi also specially transferred the vampire troops from the Dragon Blood Castle, and Dimi was also transferred here to let her temporarily act as the Bloody Witch. Dimi has been arranging the Southern Cross Island these days. It is to prevent anyone from suspecting that she is not a Bloody Witch. Now it seems that Supra does not doubt this. Or maybe he does not doubt it, but he does not care at all. As long as the things shown on the island are still in the cave, Supra believes that the Destiny Compass can take him away safely. Gushi, who understood this, did not rush back immediately. Supra is still on the sea now, and Gushi's sea force is quite weak. If Supra runs away, he will really be unable to catch up. So Gushi must wait until Supra lands on the island, enters the cave, and waits for Dimi to surround the entire Southern Cross Island before he can go. Now, Gushi is mainly watching the show. Under the effect of the mind crystal, Gushi calmly watched Supra walk out of the captain's room, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a compass in the other, looking at the situation on the cliff, as if looking for a place to climb up. Chapter 2480. Supra moved very quickly. Through the destiny compass, he quickly found a suitable position to climb up the cliff. You guys stay and watch the boat. You must ensure the safety of the boat. Whether we can leave immediately depends on you. You guys follow me. I know a way to find what we want easily and safely. Just like before, trust me, okay? Supra's words were still recognized by his subordinates. Although this time, they encountered various troubles since the ship was robbed. Some sailors, who had followed Supra for many years, also had accidents one by one, and some were directly trapped in Hamburg, and could not escape. But everything Supra said was finally achieved. As for the loss of some sailors, isn't this normal? There are always deaths when going out to sea. As long as it is not too much to let the sailors die, no one will care too much. So under Supra's order, several sailors soon came forward to lower the boat. It's just that they really encountered various troubles along the way. There were originally 6 small boats on the ship, but now only the last one is left. If this boat is gone, the sailors who climbed into the Southern Cross Island along the cliff will not be able to return. But the sailors don't care about this at all. They all want to rush to get on the ship happily. The sailors all know Supra's ability. It's the last step. If they follow Supra, they will have meat to eat. This time Supra only plans to take the vampire cloak, and Supra will not take the rest. In this way, these things will naturally be divided among the sailors who went with them. This is the treasure of the Bloody Witch. Some of them are sailors from the New World. They can be said to have grown up listening to the story of the Bloody Witch. Just like some children who grew up listening to the story of Alibaba, if there is really a place where you can open the door with sesame, they will definitely be happy to death. After the sailors put down the boat, Supra jumped down immediately. When he jumped down, he did not forget to bring his belt, which was already hung with a long sword, a short musket, a gunpowder bag and a flat wine bottle. Then he put on a long windbreaker and a captain's hat. When all this was done, the boat was already full of sailors. Is it too many? Forget it. If you can keep up, just follow me, Uncle Supra, and I can always guarantee that you will come back alive. At first, Supra wanted to bring fewer people to the island, but seeing the sailors so excited, he didn't say anything in the end. Soon they came to the edge of the cliff. As the boat stopped, Supra took the lead and climbed up along the edge of the cliff. To be honest, sailors of this era all have some special skills. Climbing the cliff is a trivial matter for them. They have to go up and down the mast countless times every day, and climb all kinds of ropes. This kind of cliff is not difficult for them. After Supra climbed up, the sailors quickly followed. And Gu Shi, who was sitting on the evil coffin, was also staring at it. Now they are just climbing on the cliff, and have not entered the Southern Cross Island. As long as they want, they can escape at any time, so until now, Gu Shi has no intention of taking action. He just silently thought about whether to destroy the ship that Supra had robbed when Supra was not around. However, this idea only flashed through his mind, and Gu Shi finally gave up this idea. In Gu Shi's mind, Supra has not yet penetrated into the Southern Cross Island. Taking action now will definitely alert the enemy. And according to the situation of the Destiny Compass, if this ship is gone, there may be another ship to pick up Supra. So wait a little longer, wait until Supra completely enters the Southern Cross Island. However, Gu Shi's attention is also on Supra at this time. He found that Supra actually has some ability besides relying on luck. At least, he is quite flexible in terms of skills. Although he can't fly directly like Gu Shi, he can easily jump up 7 or 8 meters with a force. It was obvious that his level was not low. Although there was no battle aura under his feet, his level should be close to level 20. The sailors following behind him were about level 13, which was considered a master in this game world. Rare. Gu Shi muttered to himself. As all the sailors climbed the cliff, the picture transmitted by the soul crystal was interrupted. But Gu Shi had his own way of checking. The entire Southern Cross Island was full of Gu Shi's ghost flowers. There was nothing when he climbed the cliff just now. Now on the island, Supra is under Gu Shi's complete control. Gu Shi's attention has now shifted from Supra to the Destiny Compass in Supra's hand. Other things are nothing, but this thing is the most troublesome. It must be dealt with one step in advance. At this time, Supra did not feel Gu Shi's attention. He was looking at the Southern Cross Island, and he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Is it necessary for the Bloody Witch to play like this? It turned out that in Supra's eyes, the entire Southern Cross Island was red. Red clouds, red fog, red water, red ground. The whole island looked like it was soaked in blood water. Supra had never been to the Southern Cross Island before. He had only heard of the name of the Bloody Witch. Seeing this situation, He thought it was a unique ability of the Bloody Witch. In fact, he didn't know that all this was arranged by Gu Shi. In addition to arranging several vampire troops and Dini to come here, Gu Shi also specially sent a large amount of blood water here. He even called in Yongdo temporarily to cooperate with the Blood Witch to decorate the entire Southern Cross Island with blood. Gu Shi arranged only one thing, that is, the blood sacrifice ritual stripping. This is a means to deal with bound orange equipment. This ritual was originally to soak the equipment in blood. But later Gu Shi and Eve studied it and changed it. You should know that soaking the bound orange equipment in blood is a false proposition in itself. If Gu Shi could grab the bound orange equipment of others, he would have killed the person. It doesn't really matter whether to unbind or not. And the unbinding of one's own equipment has its own way of handling it, and there is no need for a special blood sacrifice ritual stripping. So this method is really not used in normal times. Finally, Gu Shi and Eve developed such a silent method. It is to turn the blood water peeled off in the blood sacrifice secret ceremony into blood mist, and unbind the orange equipment through subtle means. Chapter 2481. Gu Shi's blood sacrifice secret ritual and stripping treatment were quite secretive, and Supra didn't feel that several orange equipment on his body were stained with blood. Only the destiny compass in his hand had obvious abnormalities. The surface of the compass was already stained with blood, but Supra thought it was a unique situation on the Southern Cross Island, and didn't care too much. He just wiped the blood on the compass with his sleeve, and checked the appropriate route again. He didn't find that the route indicated by the compass was becoming more and more uncertain. In the end, Supra was given the main road to go forward. Supra and his sailors believed in the destiny compass too much, and didn't think much about it. They went wherever the compass pointed. Along the way, Gu Shi gave them a green light, which allowed them to quickly approach the cave where the Bloody Witch put the treasure. Looking at the cave in front of him, Supra's eyes lit up. This time it was very smooth. So he poured the wine in his hand into his mouth, threw away the bottle, and staggered towards the cave. At this time, a sailor still asked in a low voice, "Captain, are we going too smoothly? What are you afraid of?" Uncle Supra always does things smoothly. It will be the same this time. Just follow me. If the sailor hadn't mentioned it, Supra might have been more careful. When the sailor mentioned it, Supra's eyes turned and he walked in front. This is his position as the child of destiny. Everything must make way for him. Supra staggered into the cave, and the other sailors quickly followed. Only the one who spoke hesitated. It was because of this hesitation that he realized that the cave in front of him disappeared in the blood mist. Something was wrong. The sailor felt something was wrong at the first time. He quickly drew his weapons, with a scimitar in his right hand and a short musket in his left hand. He took small steps and turned his body in place to prevent someone from attacking him from behind. Just as the sailor was carefully guarding his surroundings, a slight wave suddenly came from behind him. The sailor swung back with a knife, and then without thinking, he raised his hand and shot. As a result, when he turned around, he found a black-haired vampire standing behind him. The vampire was wearing heavy armor, and the sailor's attack fell on the vampire, but it didn't break at all. And this vampire didn't feel clumsy at all wearing heavy armor, but was quite flexible. When the sailor turned around, he kicked his foot, and a long sword that had been stuck in the ground was kicked up, cutting the sailor's body from bottom to top. After killing the sailor, the vampire rushed towards the cave without even a second glance. At the same time, a large number of undead troops were rapidly gathering nearby. Most of these undead troops were vampires, with a small number of zombies and ghosts mixed in. Whether they were zombies, ghosts, or vampires, some of them were obviously taller than normal soldiers. As soon as these troops appeared, the color of the entire Southern Cross Island changed directly. The blood-red power directly enveloped the entire Southern Cross Island. On the ship parked outside the island, the sailors knew that something was wrong when they saw this situation. The light on the Southern Cross Island in front of them made it clear that they had been prepared for a long time, waiting for Supra to jump in. Judging from the current situation, Supra was being plotted against. But thinking about Supra's original luck, they regained their confidence. In their minds, no matter what kind of danger Supra encountered, he would always be able to escape. And every time they escaped, there would always be some benefits that would fall directly on their heads. After discussing with these sailors, it was obvious that there would be great benefits this time. Why not fight like before? Thinking of this, these sailors became excited. They did not wait for Supra here, but spontaneously raised the sails, opened the gun ports, and prepared for a big battle. This ship, which obviously looked like it was no longer viable, was like crazy at this time, breaking through the waves and heading straight in front of the Southern Cross Island. In the minds of the sailors, They were now attracting firepower for Supra. When the whole Southern Cross Island gets in chaos, Supra will have a chance to escape with the good stuff. And no matter where their ship goes, Supra will definitely run to the front of the ship. They have done this kind of thing countless times before. When they don't know how to help Supra, they can attract firepower and find a place to stop the ship, and Supra will run out by himself. But this time, the troops don't have such a good chance as before. When Supra landed on the island, Gushi's order had already been issued. The flying troops, lurking on the nearby islands, had received Gushi's order one step ahead, and flew towards this side. This flying unit is mainly composed of wyverns, with some undead dragons mixed in. The leader is not Gushi's epic-level existence Ingui. After all, for a battle like this, sending a leader level 1 is already a great honor to Supra. There is no need to release an epic level 1. So this flying unit is mainly composed of heroes of the flying unit. They had been lurking on the nearby island before, and as soon as they got the news, they immediately rushed over here. It also takes a while for them to fly. This time, their time is just right. When they fly over, it is just when the ship sets sail. The heroes of the flying unit saw that they came just in time. This is a good opportunity to make a great contribution. So they rushed down at the first time, with the wyverns attacking the sailors on the ship, and the undead dragons using their bodies and claws to hit the ship. In just a moment, the undead dragon lifted the ship off the water. Several undead dragons dragged the ship and smashed it heavily towards the sea. The ship, which was already not very good, was smashed into 2 pieces on the spot. The underwater undead in the blood sea, which Gushi looked down upon, finally played their role at this time. They didn't care who fell into the water. As long as someone fell into the water, they would rush up, tightly entangle the enemy, and drag him into the water. These sailors also knew the horror of the blood sea undead. As soon as they fell into the water, they kept waving their weapons and crawling towards anything that could float in the sea. As long as they left the sea, they still had a chance. But the flying troops on the sea didn't give them any chance at all. As long as someone dared to show up, they would pounce and attack. These sailors were either killed directly on the sea, or they were pressed down by them and killed by the undead in the blood sea. In just a moment, the originally large ship and sailors disappeared on the blood sea, without even a fragment left. Chapter 2482. When the ship sank at sea, Supra finally felt something was wrong. However, what made him react now was not the destiny compass in his hand, but his instinct as the child of destiny. He felt that he should not be here, nor should he come here. He was not a necromancer, so how could he get so excited and think of getting a full set of Ghost King cloaks? After reacting, Supra looked around at the first time. He found that the sailors following him had not said anything since some time. This was wrong. Although the sailors behind him were all veterans, it was impossible for them not to make any noise. There must be something wrong. Sure enough, when Supra turned around, he found that the sailors following him had disappeared, and the passage behind him had turned dark red, as if many eyes were staring at him. He was fooled. Supra understood what happened at the first time, and he turned around and ran forward without thinking. In Supra's mind, as long as he wanted to run, he could still run away. But Supra didn't know that he couldn't run away. When he entered the cave, Gushi had already returned through the pole star positioning. Gushi had been waiting for this opportunity these days. Now that the person was in his pocket, how could he let him go? So Gushi appeared in the deepest part of the cave at the first time. At the same time, the Yellow Spring Road opened on the spot. The reason why Supra didn't see the sailor companions following behind him was that they had entered the Yellow Spring Road before Supra. As for why Supra was fine now, it was because Gushi was dealing with the orange equipment on Supra. Gushi didn't want Supra to enter the Yellow Spring Road with these orange equipment. It would be a waste for Gushi if Supra lost one orange equipment. Moreover, Gushi found that Supra seemed to have 2 more orange equipment besides the Destiny Compass, the Grim Reaper boots, and the Undead Amulet. This was a big fat sheep. Gushi couldn't just waste this guy. So even though he was standing in front of Supra, Gushi was still waiting for the last opportunity. Supra couldn't see anyone now, and couldn't run out of the cave in front of him. It was completely because Gushi was using the ability of Ghost Wall on him. As long as he delayed a little longer, when all the equipment on his body was untied, Gushi could make a move. At this moment, Gushi suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in the surrounding space. It felt as if Supra had accidentally triggered something. Gushi's reaction was even faster than this fluctuation. While he cursed the authority dog in his heart, he raised his hand towards Supra. Fate's choice. When Gushi made this move, Supra, who was running forward, stepped out with his left foot, but his right foot did not follow up. Instead, his left foot jumped forward again. It was an 8-step chase of the cicada. With this, the situation became different. Supra missed the last chance to take him away. When he jumped like this, he also realized what he had done. At this time, Supra threw the compass in his hand outward, holding the wine bottle in one hand and drawing the long sword in the other, and stabbed forward. Supra had 2 other orange equipment in his hand. One was the wine bottle he had been holding, and the other was the long sword he had just drawn. He was now ready to fight to the death. But when he drew his sword, his face changed. Then Supra made a strange move, and he swung his long sword vigorously, as if he wanted to prove something. Looking at Supra's move, Gushi understood that the other party had found that his orange equipment had been untied. Now is the best time to attack. The 2 pairs of arms behind Gushi attacked at the same time. The wind-breaking shattering hand grabbed Supra's shoulder at the first time, and the ghost dragon power hand raised the dragon-slaying circle and hit Supra's chest directly. Under this blow, Supra retreated 7 or 8 steps on the spot. But the wind-breaking shattering hand was stuck tightly on his shoulder, leaving him no chance to escape. 12 spear holders appeared behind Supra and stabbed the spears in their hands into Supra's body one by one. A large number of purple-quality long swords also appeared behind Gushi, stabbing Supra's limbs and other parts from all directions. Supra's right hand holding the sword was out of control, but his left hand could still be raised. Supra not only did not try to struggle, but instead raised the bottle and stuffed it to his mouth. This situation made Gushi feel something was wrong at the first time. Deep freeze. The ice froze Supra's left hand, making it impossible for him to drink the wine in the bottle. Then Gushi moved forward, and the secret realm sword staff hit Supra directly. Evil / negative effects of various purple equipment kept appearing on Supra. However, Gushi could notice that Supra, the child of destiny, actually resisted the influence of these negative effects. This also has to be admitted that Supra's vitality is extremely tenacious. Gushi's movements did not stop at all, and various attacks continued to attack Supra. At the same time, the effects of Gushi's 2 red equipment were fully activated. The Ghost Flower has been maintained in the state of destiny selection to prevent Supra from escaping by other means. The Griffin Black Throne has been maintained under the effect of the Sky King, and various air spells have been hit on Supra under the operation of the Bone Lightning Hand. While consuming the luck on Supra, Gushi has been observing with the vision of the Yellow Spring Dragon robe. He has been staring at the changes in the color of Supra. Until the color on Supra turned black, Gushi raised his hand. Swish! A black feather arrow shot directly from the void and pierced Supra's forehead heavily. You killed the epic pirate king Supra, incomplete, level 18, and you got 33,118 experience points. You killed the epic pirate king, who has not grown up. Most of the fate events of the epic pirate king will be scattered among the fates of different characters. A small part of the fate belongs to you, and the rest will be stored in the body of the epic pirate king. You killed the epic pirate king, who has not grown up. You will be watched by fate in this world. When the epic pirate king Supra was killed, he was holding several unbound orange quality equipment. Now all the equipment is not affected by the binding effect. Looking at the pop-up messages, Gushi's eyes flashed with a smile. This is fate. The future epic pirate king? There is no future if you die. Chapter 2483. As all the information ended, Gushi ignored everything else, strode forward, lifted up Supra's body, and shook it vigorously. Although Gushi knew that Supra's body was better, it was no better than a few orange equipment. Gushi shook it, and the long sword and wine bottle in Supra's hand fell down. Gushi's 2 hands behind his back quickly grabbed forward and grabbed the 2 things in his hands. When he got these 2 things, Gushi understood why Supra had to pour a sip of wine into his mouth before he died. Unexpectedly, this wine bottle was the one with the best attributes among the orange equipment. You got the orange equipment, the source of life. Source of life, orange, offhand item, unowned. After equipping, the player's physical melee attack is a must-hit state, invalid for the state of being unable to be selected. Equipment requirements, Strength 15, Constitution 15. Special 1. Universal liquid. Take a mouthful of wine in your mouth, silently recite the needs in your mind, such as strengthening attack power, breaking enemy armor, breaking the illusion in front of you, etc. Then swallow the wine. There is a 60% chance of directly achieving the needs and wishes. The minimum standard is achieved. For example, breaking enemy armor can be done by strengthening the sharpness of the weapon, or there can be problems with the enemy's armor. Special 2. Life liquid. Every sip of wine will have a partial impact on the user's life. It can increase the total life, or it can restore life, or strengthen physical resistance, etc. Special 3. Spirit liquid. Cleanse the body and mind through wine to eliminate all negative effects on the body, including negative effects brought by purple equipment, curses, magic effects, mental influence, etc. Special 4. Soul Liquid. Use wine to provide all-round protection for the soul. Send the soul into the underworld, and send the soul back to the body after the effect of the wine disappears. Note 1. The wine in the source of life is not infinite. You need to fill it with wine yourself. If it is an empty bottle, you will not be able to drink the wine with special effects. Note 2. Pay attention. No matter how good the wine is, the bottle is the orange equipment. Just by looking at it, Gushi knew why Supra had to drink the last sip of wine before. He wanted to escape by using the soul liquid. Among the effects of the source of life, the most varied one is the universal liquid. This kind of thing will definitely be even more powerful if it falls into the hands of people with rich combat experience. Such people know best what they need to face and how to deal with the enemy. Even a little bit of enhancement is enough for such people. And the most useful effect is the life liquid. The characteristics of this life liquid are permanent, which means that even if you only drink a sip, the enhanced properties will always exist. If it falls into the hands of ordinary people, they will definitely keep holding the bottle and drinking. As for the spirit liquid, it is used to deal with various negative effects, and the soul liquid is used to save lives. These two can be regarded as good characteristics, at least not worse than the previous two characteristics. It is no wonder that Supra has been holding this bottle tightly. If Gushi had obtained such a thing in the early days, he would have kept carrying it, and even turned himself into a drunkard. Compared with the source of life, the long sword that Supra used to fight before was not very good. Before Gushi picked up the long sword in front of him, he felt that this thing was not very good. It looked not as good as the purple long swords in his hands. When he picked it up, the properties displayed did not interest Gushi. You got the orange equipment, Wall Breaker. Wall Breaker, orange, main hand weapon, ownerless. After equipping, attack power increased by 100%. Equipment requirements, strength 20, agility 20. Special 1. Focusing sword. Extract the properties of the purple equipment on your body to strengthen. In battle, you can use the orange equipment to play the characteristics of the purple equipment, and use the negative effects of the purple equipment to attack the enemy. Special 2. Breaking Sky Sword. Swinging the sword with all your strength, can break through the defensive shield, maze, spider web, swamp and other space trapping means. Special 3. Breaking Illusion Sword. Swinging the sword with all your strength, can break the illusion used by the enemy and break most of the illusion effects. Special 4. Hard Sword. Swing the sword with all your strength, and the enemy will think he is stabbed. Explanation 1. The Wall Breaker refers not only to the space wall, but also to the barriers in the heart. Only by cutting through everything can you master yourself. Explanation 2. No matter what you encounter, just cut it open. The sword in front of you is obviously a long sword made by random people. The functions that should have been placed on the orange equipment are all concentrated on the first focus sword. In Gushi's opinion, normal orange equipment should distribute the various effects of the focus sword to 3 or 4 characteristics, rather than focusing on the focus sword. As for the later breaking the sky and breaking the illusion, they can be combined into one skill. As for the Sword of Heart, it is completely incompatible with this long sword. This long sword gives people the feeling that a mediocre blacksmith has made a long sword casually. If such a long sword is placed in the hands of some people who don't have orange equipment, those people may really be happy to accept it and use it as an heirloom. But as long as there is one more orange equipment in hand, this thing will be ignored directly. This thing is really rubbish. The only thing that can be appreciated is probably the ability to break the defense shield. Before Supra slashed with a sword, he wanted to break the current illusion and make a way for himself. But this sword had no effect, and then he found that his orange equipment was unbound. If it weren't for this reason, Gushi could have deceived Supra for a while. Apart from other things, just because of this, Gushi would not like this long sword. After collecting the source of life, and putting the wall breaker aside casually, Gushi picked up Supra's body again. This time, Gushi took away the most critical items, the undead amulet on Supra's neck and a pair of death boots on his feet. When these two things were taken, Gushi's men had already sent the vampire cloak that had been in the box, and the destiny compass that Supra threw out during the battle. Gushi was not in a hurry to see the destiny compass. In his eyes, the Ghost King's cloak is more important. Now Gushi is most concerned about the 3 pieces of equipment used to make up the Ghost King's cloak, and whether these 3 pieces of equipment will have new attributes when they are combined, or strengthen them on the original basis. Is it possible to reach the level of red equipment because of the 3 pieces of equipment? If not, what effect will the combined set have? Chapter 2484. You have discovered all the combinations of the Ghost King Cloak set. Would you like to combine them now? After getting the last vampire cloak, this prompt popped up in front of Gushi. With the help of the prompt, Gushi also slowly understood the way, effect and choice of combining sets. The first point is that the combined set looks like one piece in the end, but it will occupy all the equipment slots of the original set parts. Just like the Ghost King Cloak in front of him is composed of Death Boots, Undead Amulet and Vampire Cloak, then after Gushi equips it, he can no longer equip shoes, necklaces and cloaks. This is still good, like the nine-tailed divine power that Gushi is collecting. If all are collected, that thing looks like an armor, but it actually occupies all the equipment slots that a player can equip. Everyone knows this situation, and Gushi has no opinion. But the following information made Gushi understand some unknown secrets in the combined equipment. Just like the problem of the skills of the combined set. This was agreed before the suit was assembled. Unlike temporary suits like the Griffin Black Throne, thick suits, like the Ghost King's Cloak can already determine how many skills they will have before they are assembled. The Ghost King's Cloak is composed of 3 orange suits, and the final level is about the orange plus 3 level. Like other orange equipment, it comes with 4 skills. In contrast, the nine-tailed divine power is composed of 9 orange equipment, and the final quality can be determined to be equivalent to 3 red suits, so there will be 12 red suit routes. As for what the set of red clothes is, this tip does not explain in detail. Anyway, Gushi is not very clear. What he can be sure of now is that of the 4 skills of the Ghost King Cloak, 2 are fixed and 2 are optional. One of the fixed skills is a special skill that the Death Boots, the Undead Amulet, and the Vampire Cloak have. Just like the first skill of all the skills of the Nine-Tailed God, it tells you how strong the mind magic can be mastered directly by combining it into the Nine-Tailed God set. As the more parts of the Nine-Tailed God are attained, the higher the level of mastering mind magic will be, and other attributes will be slowly added later. The same is true for the Ghost King Cloak. The first skill directly tells everyone that this equipment is a set of the Ghost King Cloak. When one piece of equipment is collected, the level of necromancy is plus 10. When 2 pieces of equipment are collected, the level of necromancy is plus 10, and the level of undead enhancement is plus 5. When all 3 pieces of equipment are gathered, the level of necromancy will be increased by 30, the level of undead enhancement will be increased by 10, and the level of undead research will be increased by 10. The first option of the combination is also derived from this. In addition to the 3 skill levels of necromancy, undead enhancement, and undead research that were previously improved, this first skill has an additional feature. That is, when Gushi uses necromancy on a human corpse, he can ignore the level and talent of the corpse, and directly convert the corpse into a corpse wizard. As for the level of the corpse wizard, it will be based on the undead enhancement and other undead summoning skills. In fact, Gushi has heard of this a long time ago. Everyone knows that before the Ghost King's Cloak is formed, necromancy is the focus. But after the Ghost King Cloak is formed, the corpse wizard is the focus. Everyone can understand why it is a corpse wizard instead of a bone dragon or a death knight. Human corpses cannot produce bone dragons, so no one will believe that the Ghost King Cloak can ignore the level and talent and transform the corpse into a bone dragon in the end. As for the Death Knight, the necromancer cannot control the Death Knight. No matter how powerful the necromancer is, he can only choose a knight unit that replaces the Death Knight. Like the Crimson Knight, the Blue Knight, and the Pale Knight in Gushi's hands are all such troops. For this reason, directly transforming the corpse into a corpse wizard is definitely the greatest sincerity of the Ghost King Cloak. The second fixed skill is a special effect skill for purple equipment that is available in all orange equipment. Each orange equipment has the effect of dealing with purple equipment, some of which clear negative effects, some activate negative effects, and some enhance the normal effects of purple equipment. This Ghost King Cloak is the same. The Ghost King Cloak will select 3 purple equipment templates from the user and assign the characteristics of the purple equipment to the corpse wizard summoned by the necromancy. In other words, the corpse wizard summoned by the necromancy will not only be of a high enough level, but will also wear 3 purple equipment directly. As for whether the Ghost King Cloak will directly read the properties of the orange equipment, when Gushi has no purple equipment, Gushi has not experimented with it and is not sure. Unlike the 2 fixed skills, the remaining 2 skills are optional skills in the combination equipment. These choices are selected from the skills of the combination kit. In addition to the 2 fixed skills, each set of the Ghost King Cloak can provide 2 non-fixed skills for selection. The combination of Ghost King Cloak can choose 2 items from it to strengthen and evolve. As for the energy for strengthening, it naturally comes from the 4 items that were abandoned. At this time, Gushi had time to take a closer look at the properties of the death boots, the undead amulet, and the vampire cloak. Because the three pieces of equipment in front of him all have the characteristics of this game world, more or less related to the ocean, the captain, and other abilities. Gushi's selection is much simpler. Block out the ones you don't need, and you will find what you need now. As for the skills on the three sets, they can actually be used, but they are not as strong as after upgrading and evolving. Gushi selected one skill from each of the vampire cloak and the death boots to strengthen. So the attributes of the third and fourth items were finally locked, and the combination of the Ghost King cloak came to an end. Ghost King cloak, orange +3, combination set, necklace, cape, shoes, ownerless. After equipping, attack +3, defense +3, life +30 for the wearer's subordinates. Equipment requirements, necromancer, intelligence 20. Special 1. Ghost King cloak, necromancer +40, undead enhancement +20, undead knowledge +10. Use necromancer to summon human corpses into corpse wizards. Special 2. Ghost King equipment, project the 3 purple equipment on the body to all corpse wizards summoned by necromancer. Special 3. Corpse thrilling, blood thrilling upgrade, lock the target, all corpse wizards conduct a concentrated attack, causing twice the damage of normal attacks to the enemy, and at the same time giving the enemy curses, poisoning, burning, and other effects. Special 4. Earth Ghost Lord, Earth Lord upgrade, when summoning souls, you can inject the power of the earth to upgrade the corpse wizard to the corpse wizard king. There is a chance to directly become a hero or leader. Explanation 1. Everyone knows that the death boots, the undead amulet, and the vampire cloak can form the Ghost King cloak, but there are so few Ghost King cloaks. Explanation 2. Not all orange sets can be combined into red sets. Chapter 2485. When the attributes of the Ghost King cloak appeared, the death boots, the undead amulet, and the vampire cloak floated up by themselves, and kept decomposing and combining in front of Gushi. Finally, it turned into a gray cloak and fell into Gushi's hands. When the cloak fell, Gushi thought that the texture looked light and fluttery. Unexpectedly, when it fell into his hands, it was quite heavy, and it felt like a woolen coat falling into his hands. Shaking the Ghost King cloak open, Gushi noticed that this Ghost King cloak was a body-enclosing cloak, with a gray surface and no decoration. The size was just right to wrap Gushi in. There was even a hood behind the cloak, which allowed Gushi to cover his face while seeing the surrounding situation clearly. This made Gushi feel much better. Gushi thought about it, raised his hand, and put the Ghost King cloak on himself. Then Gushi immediately felt some information inside the Ghost King cloak, and there was also a way to bind the Ghost King cloak. Because it directly occupies 3 equipment slots, the Ghost King cloak has some influence. For example, the cloak that directly wraps Gushi is the effect of occupying the cloak slot. And the rope tied around the neck is the result of replacing the necklace slot. As for wrapping Gushi's whole body, even if Gushi flies, the length is the same, which is the reason for replacing the shoes slot. It can be said that no matter whether this Ghost King cloak is useful or not, it is definitely good looking. Moreover, this cloak does not affect Gushi's actions. On the surface, this cloak is so heavy, but it doesn't feel like anything when worn on the body. Although it looked tightly wrapped, it didn't affect Gushi's ability to reach out and do things. The most important thing was that there were many pockets inside the cloak, which could be used to store various equipment and potions. For example, Gushi's secret sword cane could be hung on the right side of the cloak. The 6-path flame lamp could be hung on the left side. In this way, Gushi could free his hands to do other things, and during the battle, he could quickly get weapons and equipment with both hands, without having to put down his weapons. At the same time, Gushi's hand of death could automatically float behind him, unaffected by the cloak. It could be said that the Ghost King cloak in front of him had taken into account everything that needed to be considered. After moving his body while wearing the Ghost King cloak, Gushi found that there was nothing inconvenient, so he checked the conditions for binding the Ghost King cloak. Because the Ghost King cloak itself focuses on necromancy, and the corpse witches summoned from the necromancy, this time the binding requires that it be placed in a place full of wisdom, such as a magic tower or a wall of wisdom, and buried underground for 7 days in a coffin. This is actually the finished product after Gushi directly took the full set of combination equipment, so the binding is so troublesome. If Gushi had obtained the corresponding equipment step by step, he would have bound the death boots and the undead amulet early, and finally got the vampire cloak for combination. Binding only requires binding the vampire cloak, and there is no need to be so troublesome. Fortunately, there are many such places full of wisdom in Gushi's home. There is a special magic area in the city of Aladovi, which can be used for Gushi to bind the Ghost King cloak. After putting on the Ghost King's cloak, Gushi waved to the undead, who was delivering the gift. The undead quickly handed the destiny compass he had just picked up to Gushi. When he took the destiny compass, Gushi couldn't help but frown. He had known that the destiny compass was a good thing, but he really didn't expect that the destiny compass in front of him would have such a property. It seems that this place can't stay any longer. If this thing was in the hands of the natives, it might be better. But if it fell into Gushi's hands, it would really cause big trouble. Destiny compass, orange +3, decoration, unowned. After equipping, luck is fixed to above 90. Equipment requirements, intelligence 15, perception 25. Special 1, lucky route. Whenever there is doubt in your heart, the destiny compass can always guide you to the luckiest route. This route may not be the safest, but it is definitely the most rewarding. Special 2, child of destiny. The person who holds this destiny compass will be recognized as the child of destiny by the game world. The game world will fully assist the holder in a series of activities, but when leaving, the holder will leave a lot of luck to feed back to the game world. Special 3, destiny flow. Target or kill other children of destiny. You can absorb the other party's luck to supplement your own luck. When the luck is strengthened to a certain level, it can affect the fate route. Special 4, independent fate. You can temporarily remove everything from your fate, so that people cannot use means such as fate to affect their own actions. Explanation 1. Destiny has a price at the beginning. When you choose to contact destiny, it is equivalent to agreeing to this price. Explanation 2. When you change your destiny, destiny is also changing you. The more you owe, the more you can't get out. Just taking a look at the information of the destiny compass, a large number of ghost flowers quickly emerged around Gushi. The power of destiny's choice directly cut off the modification of Gushi's destiny. At the same time, Gushi also understood the situation here. This is a very strange orange outfit. There are definitely benefits. Entering the game world with the destiny compass is equivalent to directly connecting with the heaven of the game world, and various benefits are directly given. The situation is no different from the GM coming to check the progress of the game. But if you take the benefits given by the game world, is it possible that you don't pay something? When you leave, you must pay. The money the game world wants is luck points. How to get luck points? Either use your own luck points to pay, or you kill the son of luck in other worlds and take away his luck points to pay. Anyway, whether you make money or not, the game world will definitely not suffer. As for what benefits you can get in the game world with this thing, Gushi probably went there more smoothly. It's impossible to get everything you want. What if Gushi wants a red dress? Can the game world give it to him? If he can't get a red dress and needs a lot of luck, who would want to play this? The two strongest points of the destiny compass at the moment are the independent fate, which is used to prevent someone from using fate to plot against him. The lucky route ensures that Gushi can find what he wants. The rest is really a pit. And it's a big pit that I want to get rid of after getting involved. Luckily, this is not for my own use. Gushi put away the destiny compass and shouted immediately. Someone come! Someone come, I have something to arrange. Chapter 2486. After explaining the situation of the Southern Cross Island and the development of this game world, Gushi began to withdraw his troops in an orderly manner. After withdrawing Demi, Gushi left behind a part of the blood-sucking troops of the Dragon Blood Castle and let them station here. After all, this place is also a pretty good port. It is okay to go to any direction of the new world, and it is also relatively close to the novice village. Leaving a base here is also good for Gushi. The most important thing is that even Gushi has to admit that this sea of blood in front of him is a good place to train vampires. Here Gushi can train vampires and his own sailors, which is more or less useful. After explaining everything clearly, Gushi ran to the exit point as soon as possible and quickly exited the game. Outside the game, the Titanium Lion was still waiting for Gushi. Seeing Gushi come out, the Titanium Lion quickly greeted him. Sir, how is the game this time? I have already got what I want. This game can be classified as a normal game. It is suitable for water battles and training vampires. See if there are any heroes willing to play in it. After Gushi explained the situation in the game, he did not give any more instructions. He let Titanium Lion arrange the next things. This game world is now open to the public. It's just that Gushi doesn't have any suitable players now, so he can only let his heroes go there to explore first. After explaining the matter clearly, Gushi flashed back to the magic area of Aradobi City. Eve had received Gushi's notice at this time, and was waiting for Gushi in the magic area. My lord. Well, you have received the things sent back before. You should hurry up with the research on the Bloody Witch. In addition, have you found a suitable magic tower for the one I need? Yes, it just so happens that the City Lord's magic tower has been upgraded to level 8, and the situation of the magic tower just meets your standards. Then go over and deal with the matter of the Ghost King's cloak first. In addition, the corpses that were buried and warmed up before can also be prepared. The appearance of the Ghost King's cloak means that our troops are beginning to turn to the direction of spells. Corpse witches will inevitably become one of our main forces. How to better exert the strength of the corpse witch troops? You should discuss this with Princess Anna while I am asleep. What Gushi said is right. Now Gushi's main source of troops comes from his double death, training troops in various cities, and at most adding knights' blood roads. Gushi stopped using methods such as battlefield soul summoning at a relatively early time. Part of the reason is that Gushi wants to raise corpses. Now the opportunity to use these corpses has finally come. With the existence of the Ghost King cloak, it means that all the corpses that Gushi has saved for so many years can be summoned to become corpse witches. And they are talented, high-level corpse witches. In this way, it can be said that Gushi has upgraded his muskets to cannons. However, it is precisely because of this that Gushi needs to let Eve and Princess Anna discuss how to make good use of these corpse witches. It is impossible to fight in melee in the previous battle, and play the game of cutting with a sword in the face of the wind, and then fight in melee after the corpse witches appear. Then wouldn't the Ghost King's cloak be given away for nothing? When Eve heard this, she immediately agreed. This was something she had to do. Then Gushi said, "Contact Mary and ask her to go to that game. It's not convenient for me to go there now. I don't feel good about the 2 abandoned cities I saw before. You ask her to go to Jungle Port to have a look. If there is no more suitable city, then Jungle Port will be used for the transformation of the disaster city next. Ask her to help me run a lap for this matter." Eve also nodded and agreed to this matter. Gushi thought about it, and found that there was nothing else to explain. He followed Eve, and entered the secret room under the main magic tower of the magic tower. He wrapped the Ghost King's cloak on his body, and fell directly into the coffin that had been prepared there. As the lid of Gushi's coffin was closed, the binding of the Ghost King's cloak began. Eve did not forget Gushi's order. She closed the door of the secret room and ran out directly. Luna, Princess Anna, Mary, and the others received the corresponding news immediately. Acted quickly. As the first commander of Gushi's troops, Princess Anna naturally understood the significance of Gushi's arrangement of these tasks. As the most famous equipment of the Necromancer, the Ghost King Cloak, all Necromancers know what the Ghost King Cloak can do. The most famous one is naturally the characteristic of the Necromancer. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the Necromancer, whose combat power and growth potential are not as good as the Lich, can firmly hold the position of the 5th level troop of the Undead City. Now that Gushi has obtained the Ghost King Cloak, Princess Anna will naturally arrange everything. When Gushi fell into a deep sleep, Princess Anna immediately called all the heroes related to liches, corpse wizards, and even magic under Gushi. After such a mobilization, Princess Anna found that there were not a few magic heroes under Gushi, but there was not a single magic leader. Even the last time he fought in the underworld of others, there were so many leaders and heroes who came through the Yellow Spring Road, but none of them were magic. This surprised Princess Anna. This situation does not seem to be very good. Princess Anna thought about it seriously, and then said to the subordinates of the Princess Council, "Go and get our roster." Mercury Lord Sun, who had been following nearby, nodded and went down to deal with the matter immediately. Princess Anna was thinking about what to do next. Gushi got the Ghost King Cloak, and he would definitely take out the stored and warmed corpses to summon the souls. At that time, a large number of corpse wizards would be added to Gushi's troops as soon as possible. Because of Gushi's own level of undead enhancement, plus Gushi's level of necromancy, these corpse witches are likely to be level 30 as soon as they come out. It is obviously not okay to treat them as miscellaneous soldiers. They must be used as regular troops. However, considering the number of leaders and heroes in front of us, it is obviously impossible to control so many corpse witches. This definitely requires a leader-level commander. And the number will not be small. Princess Anna calculated in her mind that at the current warming period, the corpses that can be used immediately will require at least 13 magic leaders to manage. The number of those that have not yet expired will only increase, not decrease. It seems that there will be some busy days. Chapter 2487. A week later, the city of Aridavi was still operating as usual. The undead didn't need to rest at all, and there was no difference between day and night for them. But at this moment, all the undead in the city stopped their work and looked in one direction. That was the magic of the city of Aridavi, and it was there at this moment, emitting a strange wave. That wave was like an old monster that had been buried for who knows how many years crawling out of a coffin. The contracted undead in the city of Aridavi all realized what was going on, and they immediately headed towards the direction of the magic area. Before they ran a few steps, all the undead in the city saw a picture. A man wearing a gray cloak and his body was as thin as a corpse just dug out of a coffin was walking forward. Every step he took, his body would regain some of its moisture and luster. After 7 steps, the man returned to his original appearance. He raised his head and looked around with some doubts. It took a long time for him to say one sentence. It feels so uncomfortable to be chased by wisdom and fed. It turned out that during these 7 days, Gushi said he was sleeping, but in fact he was not sleeping, but was brainwashed by the knowledge in the magic tower. This is exactly the painful part when binding the Ghost King Cloak, and it is also the reason why the binding of the Ghost King Cloak needs to be carried out in a place like the magic tower. During these 7 days, Gushi felt like he had lived through 7 centuries. During these 700 years, Gushi kept learning, and as long as he wanted to stop, countless knowledge would be poured into his head. Gushi was wondering how the Ghost King Cloak could be related to knowledge. Shouldn't this thing be the core equipment of the undead? Now that he finally came out, Gushi finally felt that he was alive. He didn't want to see a book now. The binding of this Ghost King Cloak was more tiring than the binding of the Ghost Flower. At this time, the contracted undead under Gushi also rushed over. When they saw Gushi for the first time, they always felt that Gushi seemed to have changed. He already had the temperament of a wise man. Gushi didn't know what changes he had made. After he saw the contracted undead rushing over, he smiled at everyone. I feel like I'm going to stink after being buried for 7 days. Luna and the others didn't laugh, they just looked at Gushi. In the end, Luna summoned some undead and carried Gushi to the tavern in the main city. The white bone wine girl over there hasn't changed yet. When she saw Gushi being carried over, she didn't need to say anything and directly handled everything. Although the service here is definitely not as good as Lynx's, it is still okay for Gushi to relax. While Gushi was relaxing, his contracted undead had already introduced the preparations for the past 7 days to Gushi, because they knew that the focus this time was the Ghost King Cloak. So everyone prepared the corpses early in the morning. As long as the corpses were ready for the warming time, they were all dug out. Put the human-shaped ones aside first, and find some undead to clean up these corpses. All the clothes were taken off, and then the incomplete corpses were repaired. After they were done, they were all piled together. As for the levels, they really didn't make any subdivisions. At most, they collected the corpses above level 30, and didn't consider the ones below level 30. Because Luna and the others estimated that with Gushi's current level of undead enhancement, undead research and undead knowledge, plus the blessing of the Ghost King Cloak, the starting level of the undead summoned is above level 20. In this case, the corpses of level 1 and level 29 are actually the same. If it weren't for the fact that it was impossible to determine how many levels Gushi could summon, the corpses above level 40 might also be placed here. Hearing this, he also laughed. You are right. I have no way of knowing how high the necromancy can be directly upgraded to after putting on the Ghost King Cloak. This time is a good time to experiment. By the way, Luna, go and help me find some purple equipment that is most suitable for the necromancer. It's ready. We have prepared many pieces for you to choose. They are all equipment that has nothing to do with necklaces, shoes, and cloaks. Luna said immediately after hearing Gushi's words. They also knew the properties of the Ghost King Cloak at the beginning, and they also knew that Gushi's Ghost King Cloak had the characteristic of putting purple equipment on the undead soldiers. This characteristic plus the high level of the necromancy can definitely make these corpse wizards quickly form combat power. That's fine, then let's get ready to start. After this matter is handled, we still have a lot of things to do next. Princess Anna, you will handle it after the corpse wizard summons the soul. Don't worry, sir, I have already selected the hero, and will definitely make the corpse wizard form combat power as soon as possible. Princess Anna really didn't have a moment of leisure in these 7 days. After all, many things are not just about summoning people's souls. Some things need to be rearranged and rearranged. Just like the levels of each unit need to be readjusted. It's impossible for the corpse wizards to be level 30 and still be ordinary troops, and then just come over there with an average level of 13 to 15 and say it's an elite unit. If it's arranged like this, you'll see if the corpse wizards will believe it. So before that, the elites who can be upgraded should be upgraded in advance, and those who can't be upgraded should be made clear in advance. Don't let them change their clothes at the end, and then they will know that they have changed from elite to ordinary troops, or even to miscellaneous soldiers. In addition, These 7 days are really not enough to select a suitable commander for the corpse wizard troops. That's why Princess Anna said this with confidence. Gushi nodded and stood up. I've rested enough, and now I'm going to see how useful the Ghost King cloak I harvested this time is. Seeing Gushi stand up, the contracted undead under Gushi quickly brought Gushi to the vicinity of the barracks. All the corpses were placed in this position, waiting for Gushi to deal with them. When he walked into the barracks, Gushi saw that his various barracks were classified according to their respective levels and types. The temples that occupied the largest area were naturally several temples. All these temples were built around a large square, occupying at least 1/3 of the land in the barracks. But Gushi could understand it. After all, there were 6 or 7 buildings under Gushi that could be called temples. Except for the Bay Temple for training seahorse cavalry built in the Evil Lake District, all other temples were concentrated here. It is unknown how large the running and charging fields required for each generation of Death Knight troops are. Not to mention the supporting stables, dormitories, armories, blacksmith shops and other buildings. Not occupying a district alone, Amilcar has already learned some worldly ways. Chapter 2488. After bypassing the temple area, there is a road, and on the left and right sides of the road are forks leading to 2 building complexes. One of the locations is almost empty, and that is the tower area that Eve left behind. Now, apart from the barracks of gargoyles, stone men, and golden men, there are only a few cloud palaces that are not Death Titans. Most of these non-Death Titan troops under Gushi were trained here. As for the plan for the Death Tower, the 3 key arms of the mage, the lamp god, and the naga have always been missing. The lack of mages is because most of the magic corpses are in the process of nurturing, and even if they are not nurtured, they tend to be the 2 arms of corpse wizards and liches. It is impossible to give mages the opportunity to produce new arms. Now that Gushi has obtained the Ghost King's cloak, there is even less choice. From now on, the corpse wizard will become the strongest main force in Gushi's hands. The transformation of mages is probably going to stop. As for the 2 types of soldiers, the Jinn and the Naga, it was entirely because Eve did not find the right materials. She also did not find the right ideas. After all, these 2 types of soldiers are not like the Titans, and finally a Death Titan appeared. Now they don't even have materials for experiments. So the tower area here is relatively empty. Some corpses that have no place to be stored are simply piled on the roadside here. As for the area opposite, it is an area for training various corpse wizards and liches. In addition to the mausoleums, there are also corresponding small galleries and magic towers, and there is also the fastest passage to the opposite magic area. This is a special arrangement for the area in front of us. After all, the troops produced in this area need to cooperate with the magic area. If it takes half a day to walk from here to the magic area, it would be too troublesome. So this kind of fast passage is arranged to facilitate the travel of the magic undead here to the magic area. Because of this, some things in the magic area are also built here. So there are relatively more buildings here. After the corpses were piled here, the space was obviously not enough. When Gushi came, there was almost no place to stay. Following Luna and the others into this area, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. These corpses are considered to be warmed up. Each corpse looks quite strong, with a complete body, abundant flesh and blood, and full of energy. It can be seen at a glance that they have been placed in a special place for strengthening for many years. Even if these corpses are not used to summon souls, they will not be too bad if they are used to make undead through other means. It is a bit of a waste to put them here to summon souls uniformly. How many bodies are there here? 470,000, the rest have not yet reached the time for incubation, and have not yet been opened. If necessary, another 300,000 bodies can be transported here in a short time. Luna said quickly. These are enough. Gushi thought for a moment, turned around and said to Luna, let's get started. Luna quickly took out a few purple equipment for Gushi to choose from. Gushi did not wear these purple equipment for himself, but to set an example for the corpse witches. Luna had chosen one at the beginning. There were no cloaks, necklaces and shoes. And most of them were weapons, robes and offhand items, supplemented by several other equipment in different positions. Gushi carefully checked the corresponding attributes, and finally selected a long staff, a belt, and a pair of wrist guards. The long staff is the kind of staff used by corpse wizards, mainly to strengthen poison attacks, bone attacks and some earth magic effects. The poison attack is a common part of corpse wizards, which is nothing. Bone attacks are mainly attack methods such as teeth, bone spears, and bone spurs, plus defense methods such as bone shields and bone walls. Earth magic is based on slow magic, swamp magic, ground spikes, and magic such as gathering spirit magic. It can be said that the enhancement of this long staff includes most of the routes taken by corpse wizards. It is the best weapon Luna has chosen. No matter what path the corpse wizard takes in the future, this long staff can be used until about level 45. Even Gushi picked it up at first sight. The belt and wrist guard were chosen for another reason. The other characteristics of the belt are not very good, but the fact that it can automatically produce magic potions and alchemy potions with different attributes every day makes Gushi like it very much. The most important thing is that there is a negative effect here. That is, in addition to magic potions and alchemy potions with normal attributes, it will also produce negative magic potions with 3 times the normal attributes every day. For example, if you accidentally produce a bottle of speed up magic potion today, then it will also come with 3 bottles of deceleration magic potions. It was this attribute that made Gushi's eyes light up. This negative effect is very interesting. Gushi cannot use negative magic potions, but he can throw them out. This thing will also work if it is thrown on the ground. And most importantly, as long as Gushi summons souls, all corpse wizards will bring various magic potions with different effects. The corpse wizards with benefits will drink them themselves, and those with debuffs will throw them out. It can directly turn corpse wizards into throwers. Because of this, Gushi ignored those tops that enhance mana or defense and directly chose this belt. As for the wristband, it is even simpler. Gushi also took a fancy to a feature in the wristband. This wristband can transfer mana to each other. This is actually very easy to understand. The wristband is a pair. Sometimes the right hand gathers mana, and the prepared magic can jump directly to the left hand to release. It's like someone points his right hand at the enemy and prepares a fireball, but the fireball flies out of the left hand and hits another enemy. This is actually mainly to catch the enemy off guard. But Gushi saw something different. Because as long as he uses the wristband, all corpse wizards have this set. What if all corpse wizards concentrate their mana on one wristband? For the same fireball spell, this treatment can directly turn it into a series of fireballs. It can even turn into a meteor shower. Gushi thought that corpse wizards would also need to focus fire in the future, so he chose this pair of wristbands as the third purple equipment. After installing these 3 purple equipment on himself, Gushi first resolved the negative effects on the purple equipment, and then locked the purple equipment to the Ghost King cloak. After doing all this, Gushi flashed to the nearby summoning tower. The person holding the bone obelisk appeared behind Gushi at the first time and released the bone obelisk. And Gushi also pressed his hands on the summoning tower and activated his mana. Summoning spell. Chapter 2489. As the soul summoning tower was activated, the powerful Inchi spread out like a dark cloud, and countless soul fragments with dim light were drawn out of the soul summoning tower and flew towards the corpses piled on the ground. When these soul fragments flew out, they obviously turned into pure purple and quickly transformed in the sky. Some soul fragments turned into robes, some turned into crowns, some turned into long staffs, and some turned into belts and wristbands. The light spots of these soul fragments kept falling on each corpse. Under the influence of the soul fragments, whether it was a complete corpse or a pieced-together corpse, the Inchi in their bodies was all activated. A series of purple halos appeared under each corpse. These halos quickly merged together, and finally became larger and larger. Gushi, who had completed the soul summoning technique, saw the situation in front of him at the first time. He frowned. What is this? Legion Halo? Princess Anna, who had been following Gushi, reacted to what this was at the first time. The same type of battle auras will affect each other. For example, 3 battle auras of the same type can expand the effect and range of influence, and finally even cover the combat position of a combat team. And a combat team of 10 people can have 3 different types of battle auras. This can deal with most situations. And the Legion aura in front of us is somewhat similar to the battle aura used by the squad. It's just that the number of people with battle auras at the same time is more and more dense. Finally, this kind of completely integrated Legion aura was formed. This Legion aura is a combination of at least 10 different and complementary combat auras, forming a combat aura that is exclusive to a certain Legion style. Under the influence of the Legion aura, the combat effectiveness of the Legion can be doubled. Of course, this is all the knowledge that Gushi learned from the Hades University. After all, Gushi himself does not have pure elite troops above level 20. The number of level 20 troops under his command is not too many. At most, it can only form a squad level 3-3 system combat aura. This Legion aura, which sounds quite powerful, is really only heard of by Gushi, but has not been seen. It seems that teacher Gongling Yu has such troops, but she has not used them much before. I think those troops have other arrangements. But at the moment, this combat aura is a good thing for Gushi. The appearance of the Legion aura means that all the corpse witches summoned this time are powerful troops above level 20. Having this is enough. As the battle aura surrounding the corpses became more and more solid, the corpses stood up one by one, and their appearances changed more or less. Finally, for different styles of corpse witches were formed. This surprised Gushi. He looked down and found that 3 of the 4 different styles of corpse witches were actually the upgraded variants of Gushi's 3 corpse witches, and only one was a new corpse witch army that was affected by the necromancy. Thinking about it this way, Gushi reacted and understood the situation of these corpse witches. However, Gushi still had to go down to check the attributes of these corpse wizards to determine their arrangements in the battle. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately floated down. And the corpse wizards had already gathered together automatically according to different types. When Gushi fell, he landed in front of one of the corpse wizards. This kind of corpse wizard gathered into a human shape like black fog. Under the black fog, the skull with a crown on its head was faintly visible. As for the rest of the body, it was all blocked in the black fog. Xuanwu Corpse Wizard, Level 33, Champion Unit Experience, 0/45,000, Attack 33, Defense 20, Life 130, Skills, Poison Mist, Labyrinth, Mist Aura. Gushi knew at a glance that this kind of Xuanwu Corpse Wizard was promoted from the Mist Corpse. The specialty is to use Poison Mist to attack the enemy, and use Labyrinth and Ghost Blinding to trap the enemy, so that the enemy cannot discover his existence. Now that it has been upgraded to the Xuanwu Corpse Witch, its characteristics are more obvious. The Legion Halo used is mainly Fog Halo and Toxic Halo, supplemented by Inversion Halo and Strengthening Halo, forming a super large Legion Halo that covers the outside of the army. It can launch Poison Fog for ultra-long range attacks from a distance, and can use maze-like means to drag the enemy. It is more suitable to act as a turret-like magic attack unit on the battlefield. With them as turrets, you don't even need to move, just nail it to a certain place and fight hard. Similar to the Xuanwu Corpse Witch, there are also the Blood Corpse Witch, which is upgraded from the Blood Curse Corpse Witch, and the Soul Coffin Corpse Witch, which is upgraded from the Soul Control Corpse Witch. The Blood Corpse Witch looks like a skeleton wrapped in blood jelly, with a crown on his head to prove his status as a champion soldier. It uses long-range attack methods such as lasers, and fights with super long-range methods such as curses, and has a certain blood control ability. The Legion Aura is mainly based on the Strengthening Aura and the Curse Aura, and is supplemented by the Eagle Eye Aura and the Reflection Aura, thus forming a special combat power. The wristband selected by Gushi is more useful here, because their attack is like a laser. The more concentrated beams, the greater the power of the attack, and it is most suitable for concentrated fire attack. The Soul Coffin Corpse, which is somewhat similar to the ordinary corpse witch, looking like a skeleton wearing a robe, but when they stop, a coffin will appear under their feet. It is obvious that this coffin is the main body of the Soul Coffin Corpse, which, during the battle, the Soul Coffin Corpse, which will open the coffin, release the soul inside, and let the soul automatically attack. This is a bone soul attack method in the hands of the necromancer. It can automatically locate and strike from a distance. If it is matched with corpse explosion and poison explosion skills, the power is really great. The Legion Halo is mainly to strengthen the attack and explosion power, strengthen the power of spells, and supplement the soul effect. From this point, it can be seen that this kind of Soul Coffin Corpse Wizard is a real heavy artillery. They are not like the Black Fog Corpse Wizard, who can protect themselves. They have to be placed at the back of the battlefield and protected by heavy soldiers. The last kind of Corpse Wizard is the most normal Corpse Wizard. They look like skeleton soldiers, holding long staffs in their hands, wearing purple cloaks, wearing crowns, and hanging a lot of potion bottles around their waists. Even when they are free, they keep holding potion bottles and pouring various potions there. It is obvious that they are the Corpse Wizards, who have mastered the purple outfit effect selected by Gushi. And their names are also quite unique, Corpse Wizard Masters. Chapter 2490. After confirming the situation of different Corpse Wizards, Princess Anna under Gushi also reorganized the Corpse Wizard troops as soon as possible. Gushi himself also summoned the souls in batches, summoning a batch and sending away a batch immediately. So many Corpse Wizards quickly completed the formation. The crown on the head of the Corpse Wizard played a certain role in the formation. As the champion unit, the Magic Corpse Wizards used the crown to prove their status as the champion unit. Unlike the champion unit of the physical system, which uses the cloak to prove its status as the champion unit. The crown is also divided into levels. The crown of ordinary soldiers is a rusty iron crown. Next is the leader or warrior level. The crown on their head is a copper crown, but it is also rusty and has turned into blue. The hero and elite level have a silver crown on their head, but the silver is a bit dark. The leader and the warrior level have a golden crown on their head. If there is an epic level, the crown on their head is a gem-inlaid crown. This made it easier to recognize the situation of her subordinates. Soon, Princess Anna had classified the corpse witches in front of her. This time, a total of more than 470,000 corpse witches were summoned. There were 110,000 Xuanwu corpse witches, including 1 leader level, 9 hero level, and more than 300 chief level. Princess Anna added some heroes to the group and divided them into 11 teams of 10,000 people, named the Poison Mist Army, and managed by the leaders. There were more than 90,000 blood-transforming corpse witches, including 7 hero level, and more than 200 chief level. Princess Anna temporarily transferred a leader level to manage them, and they were organized into 9 teams of 10,000 people, named the Blood-Transforming Army. There are more than 90,000 Soul Coffin Corpse Wizards, including 1 leader, 8 heroes, and more than 300 chiefs, which are organized into 9 10,000-man teams, named Soul Control Army, and are managed by the leader. The rest are all Corpse Wizard Masters, totaling 180,000 people, including 2 leaders, 19 heroes, and more than 700 chiefs, organized into 10 10,000-man teams, which are divided into 2 armies of 90,000 people, named Left Witch Army and Right Witch Army, respectively managed by 2 leaders. As for warriors, elites and heroes, the number is relatively large, but they are all divided into various troops to strengthen the combat effectiveness of each troop, and they do not have the authority to command the troops. As for the epic level, this has never appeared, and Gu Shi did not force it here. After the Corpse Wizard troops were completed, Princess Anna took over the management authority of these Corpse Wizard troops from Gu Shi. Start to dispatch these troops. This kind of powerful troops that start directly at level 33 can naturally skip patrolling, guarding and other miscellaneous tasks. According to the previous arrangement, Princess Anna sent them to several death cities or battlefields in the wild, and even planned to pack them up and send them to the game world. Only by running in battle, this is what these main combat troops should do. And Gu Shi had no opinion on this. He just needed to ensure that when he made a request, there would be troops in place quickly. As for where these troops usually grow, Gu Shi really didn't ask. After the corpse, which troops were transferred away, Gu Shi remembered that he had other things to do. Before, Gu Shi killed Supra, but got several pieces of orange equipment from him. Gu Shi didn't want the sword called the Wall Breaker. He would ask where he could sell it. If he couldn't, he would give it to the Orange Guard and blacksmith to dismantle it, and use it as material for making orange equipment in the future. The Source of Life was a good thing. If Gu Shi didn't have the Flame 6 Paths lamp, he might have chosen it as his secondary item. However, after having the Flame 6 Paths lamp, Gu Shi didn't plan to change his secondary item. After thinking about it, Gu Shi simply gave up the forward power and shattering array in the Flame 6 Paths lamp, and vacated a position in the 6 Paths disc. Then Gu Shi tried to put the Source of Life into the 6 Paths disc. This bottle entered the town. Under Gu Shi's order, the Source of Life was stuffed into the Flame 6 Paths lamp. Because it is also orange quality, the Source of Life is not just a secondary product like the White Bone Obelisk at the beginning, nor is it tame like the Torrent of Time. When Gu Shi stuffed it into the Flame Light 6 Path lamp, it still had the idea of resistance. It seemed to want to take over and control the Flame Light 6 Path lamp in turn. Fortunately, Gu Shi now has everything in his hands. All kinds of materials are sent to the Flame Light 6 Path lamp, and with the injection of mana and energy, the backlash of the Source of Life was suppressed. Finally, the Source of Life appeared on the white paper on the side of the Flame Light 6 Path lamp Shura, looking like a black figure holding a golden wine gourd. At the same time, the Flame Light 6 Path lamp that had been following Gu Shi finally took a step forward and reached the level of Orange +3. Although there is no possibility of impacting the red outfit, this has exceeded the quality that the Flame Light 6 Path lamp should have. Maybe if this continues, the Flame 6 Paths lantern can seal 6 orange equipment and make it reach the highest quality of orange, Orange +5. If that's the case, even if this equipment is not as good as red equipment, it can still exceed the general orange equipment. After completing this adjustment, Gu Shi took another look at the wall breaker placed aside. A thought flashed through his mind. If he wanted to use the long sword to replace the forward foreshattered array, he should use the wall breaker, but who made this attribute so bad that he felt it was a loss of face for the orange equipment, so he let it go. With this idea, Gu Shi waved his hand and asked someone to take it away. Then Gushi took out the Destiny Compass. This thing is not better than the previous two orange equipment. This Destiny Compass is really used indiscriminately, but it will cost lives. The Ghost Flower has the power of destiny selection, and after suffering from the loss of destiny, it has a certain understanding in this regard. For props such as destiny, you should be careful. Anyway, Gushi would definitely not touch something like the Destiny Compass that would affect his fate. But it was impossible to throw it away or sell it. Gushi would not feel at ease if he didn't have such a thing in his hands. After thinking about it, Gushi still believed that his idea when he first knew about the Destiny Compass was the most reliable. Orange-clad guards are the best choice for the Destiny Compass. So after letting all the contracted undeads leave, Gushi came to the Magic Mirror Victoria City alone. When he arrived at the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses, Gushi took out the Destiny Compass. But Gushi never expected that when the Destiny Compass was taken out, the corpses under the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses actually made the same move. He turned his head away, pretending that he didn't see this thing. Chapter 2491. Gushi was speechless about the scene in front of him. Gushi had brought many different orange equipment before, but he had never encountered such a situation. He wouldn't want this. After thinking for a while, Gushi raised his hand. The Destiny Compass flew into the Corpse Mountain. The next moment, all the corpses in the Corpse Mountain moved away, and the Destiny Compass fell to the ground. Gushi was also angry when he saw this situation. You guys are grabbing the good ones there, and you don't touch the bad ones at all, right? Thinking of this, Gushi was also angry. The more you don't want to touch them at all, the more Gushi will let you take the Destiny Compass. So the white bone lightning hand behind Gushi flicked, and the telekinesis effect was activated, pushing the Destiny Compass a little further in. Although the corpses in the Corpse Mountain can move, there is absolutely no way to escape from the Corpse Mountain. Just as Gushi thought, the corpses in the Corpse Mountain were all asked for by themselves. They can't just grab the good ones, and don't want the bad ones. It depends on Gushi's thoughts. No matter what orange equipment Gushi gave, no matter how unwilling the Corpse Mountain War God statue was, they had to pick an orange equipment guard. The corpses were moved away before, which was not giving Gushi face. If he dodged again, this time, Gushi would definitely drag a corpse out to equip the Destiny Compass. So under Gushi's pressure, the Destiny Compass finally disappeared in the Corpse Mountain. But even so, the corpses in the Corpse Mountain were not as enthusiastic as they were in grabbing the previous orange equipment. Gushi stood beside the Corpse Mountain War God statue, and did not see any movement for most of the day. If it were not for his trust in the Corpse Mountain War God statue, Gushi might have thought that the Corpse Mountain War God statue had swallowed his Destiny Compass. After a long time, an arm stretched out from the corpse, and a zombie-like existence slowly climbed up. Unlike Gushi's previous orange-clad guards, this orange-clad guard's clothes were all tattered. He spoke directly to Gushi as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't think that I'm killed by this thing. You can change another corpse and another orange-clad guard. Except for this unlucky guy like me, no one will be willing to hold this hot potato again. Gushi's eyes lit up when he heard it. He thought of the orange-clad guard New Nine-Tailed, and it seemed that this was really possible. Hey, did you hear what I was saying? Gushi turned his head and glanced at the zombie. Can I replace you now? I want to, but no one else is going to come. I was beaten out. Only I am willing to accept your offer. The zombie showed a helpless expression with a stiff face. Seeing that there was no chance to change people, Gushi also rolled his eyes. Then it's your turn. After saying that, Gushi was ready to leave. But the zombie stopped Gushi. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Gushi turned to look at the orange guard, the Destiny Compass. As your guard, I have to do some things. When you got the Destiny Compass, you knew how dangerous it was. So I usually don't leave the Corpse Mountain God of War statue. If there's anything, contact me, and I'll consider whether to go out or not after I see the situation. But don't worry, I've taken this Destiny Compass, and I'll take care of all the things in it for you. Come to me once a month, and I will pull you out of fate. In this way, no one can influence you through some means of fate. Even if someone uses the power of fate to influence you, I can know it in the first time and help you solve it. Of course, there is one thing I want to make clear to you in advance. I can't handle red equipment. Not only red equipment with pure fate, but also the one in your hand that has something to do with fate. I can't handle all of them. At most, I can help you defend, and I can't do anything to confront you head-on. Gushi also nodded after hearing this. If orange equipment can handle red equipment, what is the use of red equipment? As for other things, I can also handle it. For example, guidance on luck, fortune-telling, etc., I can do all of these. But no matter what, once fate takes action, there will be a price to pay. If the price is not enough, fate will take the price it should pay. So be careful, don't come to me for no reason. The orange guard Destiny Compass said with a look of disdain. From his expression, it can be seen that he must have been a fortune teller when he was alive. If not, he would know the horror of fate. Even if such a person cannot be kept by his side all the time, it is good to act as a consultant at ordinary times. At least in terms of fate and luck, Gushi has never found anyone to ask. Now that the orange guard Destiny Compass has appeared, Gushi has a direction to ask questions. Okay, I will come to you when I have something to do in the future. By the way, can you not leave the range of the Corpse Mountain War God statue at all? Not really, I have to hide here when something happens. At least I have to wait until the influence of fate is over before I can come out. Now that I have no fate, I can walk around. But I advise you not to suggest going out for a walk. When I go out with this, I will be a huge target for fate. Trouble will definitely find me. What if I just walk around the city? I want you to help me see the situation in the city. How is the luck in the city? By the way, do you know some methods to suppress luck, such as building some special buildings to suppress luck or something? Red clothes can suppress luck. You have one in your hand and one in the city. Why is it not enough? I am afraid it is not enough. My territory is a bit big. There is more than one city. There should be a large plain. Orange Guard Destiny Compass glanced at Gushi. Okay, I can handle this matter. But I have to take a look in the city first. Besides, I have made an agreement with you that I will definitely not go outside the city. I know that even if you want to go, there may not be someone willing to take you there. After handing over the task of suppressing the lot to the Orange Guard Destiny Compass, Gushi did not stay here any longer. After all, Gushi had slept for 7 days in a row, and the things on his hands were getting more and more. Now he has a few things to deal with quickly. After all, he came out under the pretext of completing his graduation project. He also needs to deal with the matter of the natural disaster city. Only after the natural disaster city fails, Gushi will consider the rest of the things. Now the ordinary city of the natural disaster city has been dealt with. Although the death city is not the best choice, it is also a choice. This matter can't be delayed any longer. He needs to finish the things on his hands quickly, and deal with the natural disaster city quickly. Whether it is success or failure, there must be a result. Of course, he also needs this result to go to the Hades University for reimbursement. Chapter 2492. After finishing the matter of the Orange Guard and the Destiny Compass, Gushi carefully recalled what he was doing now. He quickly came to the Evil Lake area. In the Evilwood Lake, a corpse that was soaking in the water was dragged out one step ahead. This corpse was the corpse of Supra that Gushi got from the previous game. Originally, Gushi had never thought about what to do with Supra's corpse. In Gushi's eyes, this kind of corpse would at most be taken to warm up for a period of time, and then according to the level, it would go through the process of summoning souls or transforming the undead and making undead. But the reminder when Supra was killed by Gushi made Gushi understand that Supra had the potential and talent of epic level. This was still useful for Gushi. At least Gushi now only had 3 or 4 epic levels, and Gushi wanted to arrange people to deal with many things, but he didn't know who to find. Even if Supra was useless, he had epic talent. As long as he can successfully become an epic undead, the routes, ships, and even various ocean worlds that he will encounter in the future can send him out. Even when there is no mission assigned to him, he can find something to do. He can find new games or something. When encountering a war, he can also lead a side alone. At least in terms of naval battles, Gushi can hand over the mission. For this reason, Gushi was more serious when dealing with the corpse. After lifting the corpse and placing it on the altar beside him, Gushi took out some relatively high-quality materials and began to deal with the corpse. Gushi, who had the Ghost King cloak, not only improved his necromancy skill level a lot, but also made great progress in the strengthening and knowledge of the undead. During the 7 days when Gushi was binding his equipment, he had gained a lot of knowledge. Now when Gushi closed his eyes, his head was still full of knowledge. Gushi only had to take a look at the corpse of less than level 20 in front of him, and he had countless treatment plans. Not to mention other things, Gushi had many ways to deal with Supra's body. At present, Gushi had all kinds of materials in his hands, and he just thought about it, and chose the most suitable treatment method for the current situation. Under Gushi's operation, Supra's skin was quickly cut open, his internal organs were picked out, and replaced with new materials prepared by Gushi. Some of the internal organs, especially the heart and lungs, were all replaced by different things by Gushi. As for the blood vessels throughout the body, Gushi also wanted to replace them at first. But when Gushi was about to do so, he found that there was a trace of gold in Supra's blood vessels. This is the symbol of divine blood. Although this divine blood is just the divine blood that was blown out, its texture is better than some of the materials that Gushi is on hand. The most important thing is that this blood is still there. Gushi does not need to adjust it. As for the digestive system such as the stomach, this part is not needed, so Gushi simply did not install it for him. After such treatment, Supra's body quickly changed. Gushi then applied something on the surface of Supra's body, making Supra's color light gold. After doing all this, Gushi thought about it, and finally did not give the wall breaker to Supra. If Supra really became epic, Gushi could definitely choose a better orange equipment for him. Especially in the Treasure of the Bloody Witch, Gushi got a lot of good things. There are several orange equipments used to enhance the captain's ability. Put Supra's body back into Shiamu Lake, and Gushi operated the altar of the Eye Gate. Under Gushi's operation, the power of the undead in Shiamu Lake was injected into Supra's body. With the injection of mana, Gushi's eyes were blurred, and he saw a dilapidated ship with algae and seaweed all over it, rushing out of the huge waves. When the ship rushed out, it was accompanied by a very gorgeous BGM, and even a string of appearance words. Gushi didn't hear too much, only heard. The Emperor of Pirates, the Master of the Dark Side of the Sea. And so on. I think this should be the position that Supra can grow to if he doesn't die, but continues to fight. However, judging from the ship he controlled, Supra would eventually become a ghost. It seemed that he had just turned Supra into a ghost a little earlier. This also allowed Supra to return to his own destiny. I think he would have a smooth journey this time. When this thought flashed through Gushi's mind, the shadow behind Supra disappeared. When the ship disappeared, Supra slowly opened his eyes. At this time, a voice came to Gushi's ears. You created an epic ghost Supra through the transformation of the ghost. Supra, level 19, summon, epic undead experience, 0/1000000, attack 29, defense 26, life 525, mana 320, talent, Pirate King, command all subordinates in naval battles with attack power +7, defense power +7, skills, navigation level 8, pathfinding level 5, offense level 3, tactics level 3. Epic leader, can command 8,500 soldiers plus 8 heroes plus 21 leaders at the same time. Note, if the soldiers under his command are on board, they can be arranged as 300 per warship. If they are not on board, they will be calculated as underwater combat troops. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Gushi's eyes also flashed a smile. As long as it succeeds, Gushi is still worried that he can't do everything successfully. Now it seems that his ability is still okay. After Supra opened his eyes, he turned over and dived into the water, and only poked his head out after a long time. After climbing out of the water, Supra didn't care about the wet clothes on his body, and just walked in front of Gushi. His twisting movements made Gushi wonder if he had changed something about this guy. He was obviously full of pirate masculinity before. How come he turned half man and half woman? However, Supra himself didn't feel anything. He even twisted his body specially, and then said to Gushi, "Sir, do you have a ship?" "No." "Well, you must have a port city." "This one has, but it will be gone soon." Gushi was referring to the Jungle Port. Before there was no other more suitable death city, the Jungle Port was the best choice for making a natural disaster city. Gushi didn't have the mind to look for a new death city now. Listening to Gushi's words, Supra thought for a moment, what, is that port going to be destroyed? Gushi blinked and finally said, I can't guarantee that this port will be preserved in the end. Chapter 2493. Aldridge Black Hole. When Gushi came again, he found that the city had not changed much. At most, all the houses were reinforced, and the pedestrians on the street came and went in a hurry, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense. When they saw Gushi, they reacted for a long time before they remembered who Gushi was. After that, they did not come forward to watch, nor were they scared away, but just looked at Gushi from a distance, and then went to do their own things. Seeing this situation, Supra, who had been following Gushi, twisted his body and said, Sir, they don't seem to respect you very much. I don't have time to deal with it. Gushi replied lightly, the residents here have no level, are not players, and have no combat power. At most, they can only be regarded as living people. Gushi's requirements for them are not that high, just asking them not to make trouble here, and just live honestly. Of course, how much pressure living here will bring, Gushi really can't take care of it. After all, Gushi didn't live here, and he didn't know how much damage it would bring to people's hearts if they looked up and saw a huge black hole. After hearing what Gushi said, Supra also shut up honestly. He had the opportunity to follow here under the pretext of seeing if the city Gushi mentioned could become a port city. Seeing that Gushi didn't want to answer, he didn't intend to provoke Gushi. After following Gushi around the city, Supra asked cautiously, "My lord, this city is really interesting." "Oh, what did you see?" Gushi came here this time just to see if this place is suitable for integration with Jungle Port, and he didn't consider other aspects. After hearing what Supra said, Gushi also turned around and wanted to see if Supra had any different ideas. "I feel that this place is like a cork, just like this." Supra shook the bottle in his hand. Although the source of life has fallen into Gushi's hands, Supra's habit of drinking has not changed. He always holds a bottle of wine and drinks non-stop. Now when Gushi asked, Supra shook the bottle in his hand and pointed to the cork on the bottle to make an analogy. "Cork? Yes, this city is like a cork to the black hole, just stuck in the bottle mouth, preventing the things in the black hole from coming out." "The things in the black hole?" Gushi smiled. This angle is really something Gushi had never thought of. But Gushi didn't quite believe that there was anything that could escape from the black hole. It was a miracle that the city in front of him could be stuck outside the black hole and not be swallowed. How could something escape from the black hole? Seeing Gushi smile, Supra knew that Gushi didn't believe him. So he explained to Gushi, "Sir, let me tell you about my discovery. I followed you around the city, and I found that there were many traces of sacrifices in this city." Gushi nodded. This was not wrong. The city had caused the final change because of the sacrifice of the king, and was dragged into the starry sky. Finally, it got stuck outside the black hole, but Gushi had already checked it when he took over the city. The people who sacrificed to the evil god, the Great Lord, and the hell have been cleared. Even if there are some traces left, it won't matter. At this time, Supra said again, "My lord, you may have a different way of thinking about things than I do. In your opinion, if you get this city, it's yours. What the city was like before, in fact, you didn't care at all. But for me, an adventurer, history is the most important. I saw something from the traces left in this city. There should have been at least 3 sects in this city at the beginning, right?" Gushi nodded, and he couldn't deny this. "The first and most mainstream sect in this city should be the guy, right?" Supra pointed at the black hole visible to the naked eye in the sky again. "Yes, he should be called the Great Lord, and this thing is the body of the Great Lord after his death. Then have you ever thought that this thing called the Great Lord didn't want to die at the beginning?" Hearing this, Gushi blinked. Gushi really hadn't thought about this. In Gushi's eyes, the status of the Great Lord under the Star Giant was the same as that of the contracted undead under his own hands. Even if he died for the Star Giant, he would not look back. Gushi really hadn't thought about the Great Lord being afraid of death. But after being reminded by Supra, Gushi realized that the Great Lord, who turned into a black hole, might have died unjustly. Although he didn't know why he died, it was definitely not his intention to die. So Gushi believed Supra a little more. "What do you think?" Supra shook his head. "Sir, I don't know much. Can you tell me all the information you know so that I can judge the current situation?" Gushi thought about it, and realized that it was not a secret, so he told me about the city, the prince, and some clues he found. Supra was quite serious when he was serious. Although many of his previous achievements were due to the good fortune brought by the Destiny Compass. But he was a talented person anyway. If he didn't have a little vision at sea, he might miss a lot of things. And Supra was also a smart person. Sometimes he could think of the key to the problem, or the solution with a flash of inspiration. Hearing this, Supra poured another sip of wine into his mouth. After thinking for a long time, he finally said one sentence. "Sir, you also think that this prince is unwilling to die, right?" Gushi nodded. "Then what do you think is the reason that would make a dying Great Lord accept his own death? Power stronger than the Great Lord? No, if it was just the power, the Great Lord could have escaped. It should be something he doesn't want to be contaminated with." Gushi frowned and thought seriously, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that someone opened the passage to hell? When he was in the Yellow Springs, Gushi had heard about the troubles in hell. And the Great Lord, as the master of the power of the void, has nothing to do with hell. But there are exceptions to everything. If hell can connect with the void, the demons and devils in hell should not miss the opportunity to release the void. If the Great Lord of the Void is contaminated with the power of hell, he will probably be dealt with by the Star Giant himself. Chapter 2494. Go on. After having a guess in his mind, Gushi still let Supra continue. "Sir, do you think it is possible that when the Great King was sacrificed, he found that he had been contaminated with something from hell, and he would definitely die if he took this thing back? Then he might as well die here directly. I believe that as long as this body is changed, the master behind him will help him a little. It's the passage to hell. Gushi looked at the bottle in Supra's hand. The passage to hell is sealed in the black hole. It seems that I really picked a good place. The passage to hell? What is that place? The source of troops. Gushi said lightly. Supra, stand aside. Supra stood aside without knowing why. At this time, Gushi hadn't made any move, and the ghost dragon hand and the bone lighting hand behind him appeared at the same time, holding the weapons in their hands and attacking the opposite side. Forget river. Under Gushi's command, a large amount of river water gushed out from the location designated by Gushi, and quickly flowed along the city's streets to the outskirts of the city. Supra looked confused. He didn't quite know what Gushi was going to do. Looking at Supra's appearance, Gushi smiled. You just made a lot of guesses, but one thing is right. The city in front of us is a cork that plugs the bottle. What if we don't want to pull out the cork, man, but want to touch the things in the bottle? Supra said as soon as he heard it. Pierce the cork? But in this way, the fin inside the bottle will also come out through the pierced hole. Then we can plug it back in with another stopper. As long as the original stopper is not pulled out, no matter what we do, it will be considered as repairing the stopper, right? Supra nodded. That was what he said, but the direction of the river water in front of him was obviously wrong. You see, the river water has flowed along the street to the edge of the city, and is about to flow out of the city. They have just seen that outside the edge of the city is the starry sky. This river water. Supra has not yet reacted, and he saw that the forgotten river released by Gushi was circling around the edge of the city, and then flowing towards the black hole. After leaving the city, the gravity of the black hole immediately increased by unknown times. The river water turned into countless water drops on the spot, and flew towards the black hole. However, Gushi's movements were not slow at all. He clearly saw that the reason why the river water in front of him turned into water drops was entirely because there was too little river water, and countless forces resisting the attraction of the black hole could not condense together. Finally, it can only become like this. So now Gushi keeps increasing the total amount of river water. Every time, a forgotten river is released. Each forgotten river is fully open to release water. Sir, how long are you going to fill the water? Before Supra finished speaking, the forgotten river water that was released at the beginning had been dragged into the black hole. Only a drop of the river water entered, but it caused a change inside the black hole. Gushi could see a red light like magma flashing inside the black hole. It seemed that something was drawn out. What is that? Supra also saw the situation for the first time, and he couldn't help but ask. The hell passage trapped in the black hole. It seems that my guess is right. Hell has been looking for a way to knock open the cork. While Gushi was speaking, the red light like magma flashed faster and faster, and finally a stream of dirty river water poured out from the inside of the black hole and hit the city. Looking at the river winding in the void like a long snake, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. Look, isn't it coming? What is this? The Styx in hell is one of the roads leading to hell. There must be a Styx if there is a hell passage. And we necromancers have a certain connection with the Styx. I just released a little water from the forgotten river, and the Styx came over after smelling the smell. Did you say that you released a little water from the forgotten river? Don't you think about how many forgotten rivers you just released? Now that the Styx has appeared, you come here to pretend. Why didn't you say it before? Supra was complaining about Gushi in his heart. But he certainly didn't show any bad expression on the surface. At this time, Gushi said, now that the things in the bottle have been drawn out, whether we can take down the passage to hell depends on us. But sir, I don't quite understand why you must stimulate the passage to hell. I remember you told me at the beginning that the goal of coming here is just to see if the two cities can be merged, right? Yes. Gushi nodded. When he came here, he made it clear to Supra that he came here to merge the ordinary city with the Death City. Because the only material for the Death City is the jungle port, the port that Supra wants may not be able to stay. Why? Supra, do you know what hell means to us? A source of soldiers, a constant source of soldiers. So if there is a source of soldiers right in front of you, would you think of not using it? Supra still didn't quite understand Gushi's thinking. He didn't quite know what the waves of troops rushing over meant to Gushi. Okay, don't think too much. The Styx of hell has been let out, and we should also take the next step. Gushi didn't pay any attention to Supra now, but quickly processed the information given by teacher Gongling Yu. To merge the Death City with the ordinary city, there is one thing to do. That is to move the city. If the two cities are not in the same space, how can they be merged? The movement here must be to move the Death City from its original position. This is not the battlefield deployment of the Death City, but directly pulling the Death City out of the original space. This same step has stuck many players. However, Gushi has this experience. When he took the head of the ancient god, he had experienced the process of pulling the city of death out of its original location. So Gushi has some experience in this step. In the part that was not recorded in the data, Gushi relied on his own experience and feeling to find the right place. When the water of the Styx was still some distance away from Gushi, Jungle Port was forcibly pulled out of the original game world by Gushi. When Jungle Port appeared near the black hole, Supra was also obviously stunned. I seem to have been to this place before. Chapter 2495. Regarding the synthesis of the natural disaster city, a large number of players have actually studied it, and even many players have tried it themselves. Although they failed, they also summarize several points of failure. The first is how to move the Death City from its original location. Because this level violates the nature of the Death City, many people are stuck at the beginning. Even if you pass this level accidentally, there are still many problems waiting. It's like how to merge the Death City after bringing it out, which is a big problem. After all, the fusion between two cities is not just putting the two cities together. That would still be two different cities. Someone tried it before, and wanted to try to see if it was feasible to put the two cities side by side. As a result, the two cities never merged together. This result is actually good. Some people also tried to squeeze the Death City into the ordinary city, and the final result was that both cities were destroyed. When Gushi dragged the Jungle Port out, he naturally encountered the same problem. The most critical point here is where to place the Jungle Port first. Near the city in front of us, directly above, or directly below, or somewhere else. But it's a coincidence that Gushi also has experience in this area. Let alone the unique environment style of Aridov City, the mirror image of Aridov City and Victoria's City can make Gushi think of a lot. There are also overlapping spaces in the Mirror Underground Palace, which give Gushi many different ideas. If it weren't for the fact that the Jungle Port and the city in front of him were different in size and style, Gushi would have wanted to use the Jungle Port and the city in front of him as a mirror image. This idea would definitely not work now. But Gushi felt that the idea of spatial stacking might work. Perhaps this is because the idea of spatial stacking came from the Great Lord killed by Gushi, and the city in front of him came from another Great Lord. The two Great Lords may have never met, but some of their ideas always have something in common. Besides, Gushi had said to Supra before that he did not destroy the idea of the bottle stopper in front of him. Gushi could not guarantee that the Jungle Port could do better by forcibly occupying the location of this city. So the original location of the city in front of him could not be squeezed. But it would not work if it was placed outside. Gushi flipped his hand, and several more forgotten rivers gushed out at the location designated by Gushi. These rivers did not go in the direction of the black hole. After all, the Styx there had been attracted out, and no longer needed Gushi to stimulate. Now Gushi led the water of the Wanchuan River to the edge of the city, and then controlled it to go downward. He was testing the range of the black hole bit by bit. Of course, the range that Gushi tested this time was not the edge of the city, but how many places under the city were not affected by the gravity of the black hole. In this way, Gushi could judge whether his Jungle Port would be back-to-back or layered with the city if it was placed directly under the city. Only after this situation was determined, Gushi's subsequent plan could be carried out. As for the failure of this fusion, Gushi was not so worried. Because even if he failed, he could leave safely, and at most he would lose a dead city. And he would report back that he had lost a dead city for his graduation project, and then the Hades University would have to give Gushi some compensation. And the Hell Passage that was accidentally opened here was handled by the Yellow Spring Realm, and had nothing to do with him. It can be said that Gushi had thought everything through. Now he was concerned about how to arrange the city, how to fit it more closely, and how to integrate it. And all his actions were carried out in this direction. Under Gushi's operation, the water of the Wanchuan River was controlled to flow below the edge of the city in front of him. Gushi kept staring at the direction of the river, and he found that the river water was led away by the gravity of the black hole after it flowed down for about 200 meters. This was enough for Gushi. More than 200 meters was enough for most cities. Unless it is a city that pursues height, such as planting a world tree, the highest building in most cities is only about 100 meters. That is to say, there is nearly 200 meters of space under the current city. The Jungle Port in Gushi's hand can be stacked under this city. With the protection of this city, the Jungle Port will not be affected by the black hole after it arrives. After the Jungle Port stabilizes, Gushi will use some means to connect the two cities together. By then, the first step of the fusion city will be completed. As for what means, looking at the water of the Forgotten River flowing down the edge of the city, and then looking at the water of the Styx River rushing towards this side, in Gushi's eyes, there is no better way to connect than this. According to legend, the Styx is a river that can connect all the spaces in hell. It should not be a problem to connect the two cities. As long as they can be connected and find the common points of the two cities, Gushi will have completed more than half of the integration process of the natural disaster city. The remaining half can only be gambled on luck. After all, Gushi can now be said to have avoided all the problems that can be avoided. Many predecessors have also come to this step, but they always fail for various reasons in the end. Although they have summarized the reasons for failure one after another, no one knows what the real reason is and whether they can succeed. Gushi is now halfway there. All he can do next is to rely on fate. With Gushi's operation, the jungle port that just appeared was moved directly below the city. Gushi did not adjust the direction of the jungle port, but let it be stacked directly below the city. Then Gushi controlled the flowing water of the Forgotten River to wrap up the jungle port. While Gushi was operating all this, Supra was always by Gushi's side, paying attention to everything Gushi did. At the same time, he was still thinking about a problem. He was really familiar with this new problem that Gushi brought up. When Gushi used the water of the Forgotten River to force the jungle port under the city, it would not be sucked away by the black hole for the time being. After doing all this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He released a few more Forgotten Rivers, consolidated the current arrangement, and then turned around to look around. At this time, Gushi found that Supra, who had been following him, seemed to be thinking about something. So he asked, "Surula, what are you thinking about?" "My lord, this port looks familiar to me." Chapter 2496. Gushi blinked and was about to laugh. "How can I not be familiar with it? If I build a pyramid here, you can tell where it comes from at a glance." But just when Gushi was about to speak, his brows suddenly frowned. Pyramid? Gushi immediately looked in the direction of the original pyramid. It has now been dug deeper and larger, turning into a larger lake. Of course, because Jungle Port has become a dead city for some time, the docks and shipyards that Gushi needs have been built. There are even underwater passages built under the lake, where water and underwater buildings can be built at any time to train various types of troops. It can be said that during this period, Gushi has done a good job in arranging heroes here. If he is given a little more time, Jungle Port may become the largest port under Gushi. It's a pity that Gushi has regarded Jungle Port as a material from the beginning. At the beginning, he didn't have the heart to fully develop it. Now he is preparing to merge Jungle Port with the city above, which is somewhat a pity. But Gushi's mind was not on this at all. His eyes were all on the original position of the pyramid. He thought of an idea at this time. At this time, Gushi released 3 more rivers of forgetfulness. Under the control of Gushi himself and 2 pairs of death hands, these 3 rivers of forgetfulness flew in different directions. One of them rushed out of the range of Jungle Port and mixed with the water of forgetfulness falling from above. One was injected into the waterway in this city, squeezing out the water in the original waterway, and the last one was injected into the lake. In just a blink of an eye, all the water in the lake turned into Forgetfulness River. At this time, the river water rushing out of the Jungle Port also led the Forgotten River falling from above into the Jungle Port. After these river waters rushed into the river channel, they immediately rushed to the original location of the pyramid. This is exactly what Gushi wanted. Under Gushi's operation, these Forgotten River waters actually reversed the original rules and formed a water pyramid at the location of the original pyramid. Seeing this pyramid, Supra finally reacted. He was about to say, "I have been here," but he didn't expect that the pyramid made of water would fly directly up and fly towards the sky. What is this situation? Supra felt that he seemed to be unable to keep up with Gushi's thinking. At this time, the pyramid made of water just hit the foundation of the city above. With this collision, the city above was obviously shaken. "My lord." Supra hurriedly wanted to stop Gushi when he saw it. Gushi's action was clearly trying to pull out the cork. But Gushi ignored Supra. When the impact was unsuccessful, the pyramid made a second impact. This time, a gap was created in the ground of the upper city, and the river water that formed the pyramid flowed into the city on the upper level through this gap. Coincidentally, the location of the gap created by the collision was exactly the underground garage where the people in the city sacrificed the king. The river water flowed out along the underground garage, and soon, it flowed into the Wanchuan River that Gushi arranged in this city. In this way, a closed loop was formed between the upper and lower cities through the Wanchuan River. The river water became the link between the two cities. Although Gushi could not guarantee that the two cities could be completely integrated, at least Jungle Port no longer had to worry about the gravity of the black hole. As the pyramid-sized water column was fixed, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Gushi looked out. The water of the Styx was trying to rush over here. However, Due to the strong suction of the black hole, the speed of the water of the Styx would be slower. Judging from the current situation, the river water cannot approach the jungle port without 20 days. In other words, if Gushi wants to take the next step according to his idea, he will have to wait at least 20 days. This made Gushi somewhat speechless. For this natural disaster city, he really spent a lot of time. First, he was floating on the sea in the game, and now he has to invest more than 20 days. If this time was put on Gushi's original height, I don't know how many things he could handle. It's not like now. It's not clear whether the final natural disaster city can be integrated. On the contrary, Supra seemed to be a little interested in the jungle port in front of him, and his attention was always on the water column formed by the pyramid. Sir, can I go over and take a look? Ah, sure, it's alright now. I'll go up there to take care of things first, you wait. Oh, it's okay. I have countless ways to get to the upper level in the water. Supra waved his hand, and Gushi didn't know whether what he said was true or false. Anyway, Supra didn't have many troops under his command, so Gushi simply kept him. Although he complained about wasting time, Gushi still thought about what to do next. At present, he only completed the first step, ensuring the safety of jungle port in front of the black hole. In other words, the biggest trouble before the fusion has been solved. But the next idea of fusion needs to be considered more. In addition, the layout of jungle port needs to be strengthened. The people living in the upper city are all ordinary people. It's okay to let them live in the city, but if they really encounter something, they are just useless and are used to send results to the enemy. Now they must be dealt with. It's just a pity that these people have no opportunities and can't become players. Otherwise, Gushi can completely use them as players. Arrange a few game worlds to come, so that he will have his own men. Even if these people are trained, they can only be regarded as star pirates in the Star Sea at most. I'm afraid they will never become players. Shaking his head, Gushi returned to the upper city. At this time, because Gushi put the Forgotten River in the city, the first floors of most buildings have been flooded, and the streets in the city have become rivers, and all vehicles are soaked in water. Fortunately, the residents in the city have long been accustomed to this kind of trouble. After all, they all fought their way out of the black hole, and had experienced all kinds of $0 shopping and undead management. This little thing in front of them did not affect their lives at all. Some residents even began to try to use bed boards as boats, preparing to go out shopping. Seeing this situation, Gushi was shocked, and he quickly ordered people to stop it. After all, the river water in front of him looked so clear, but in fact, it was still the water of the Forgotten River. Normal people cannot touch this thing, and they will die directly if they touch it. But Gushi's order was still a little late. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi asked speechlessly, "Do any of you want to become a necromancer or a death knight?" Chapter 2497. Me? We. The resident, who was pointed out by Gushi, was still confused. He was just an ordinary person. Could he really become a necromancer or a death knight, as Gushi said? If that were true, it would be great. You have to know that during this period of time, this city has been under the high-pressure rule of Gushi's undead. The residents here have become accustomed to the existence of the undead. Sometimes they would think about how great it would be if they could control the undead it would like Gushi's men. It's just that the undead left by Gushi just watched them, and told them not to cause too much confusion. They didn't even communicate with each other at ordinary times. Even if they had any ideas in their hearts, they couldn't realize them. Now that Gushi asked this question, this person immediately started talking. "Yes, of course I am willing. Can I become a necromancer like you? Do I need to learn a lot? My grades are not very good. Do you think I can become a death knight?" Gushi looked at the resident. He was a standard fat man. Apart from other things, his belly was much bigger than that of a normal person. If he became a death knight, it would be difficult to choose a warhorse. At the same time, the armor would also use more steel than others. Gushi was about to say no, but found that green handprints had begun to appear on this person's body. These handprints are a manifestation of ordinary people being stained with the water of the Forgotten River, and about to be dragged into the Forgotten River, and become undead in the river. Judging from the location of these handprints, this guy's brain is not good, but the meat on his body is still a little useful. He couldn't become a necromancer, but he could give it a try as a death knight. Just as Gushi was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something. Gushi knew how to become a necromancer, whether it was a player or a non-player, Gushi could handle it. But Gushi had never learned how to become a death knight. He only remembered that a death knight needed to prepare a warhorse, weapons and armor, and even the most ordinary ones had to be prepared by himself. It was just like a necromancer had to prepare his own soul, corpse, and complete a necromancy. But he didn't seem to know any detailed methods at all. The only thing he remembered was what he overheard in school. Gushi thought for a moment and said to the resident, "Forget it, you go back first, I'll deal with this matter." "Wait, sir? Why don't you teach me how to become a necromancer again?" "I can't teach you one by one. I will write down the employment methods and distribute them to everyone. Whether you can succeed depends on you." What Gushi said was true. He really wanted to find the old textbooks, copy the employment methods of the Death Knight and the necromancer, and give each person one. After all, Gushi doesn't have so much time now to teach these people how to become a necromancer or a Death Knight one by one. "But sir, if you don't teach us, can we really learn it?" Gushi glanced at the increasing number of handprints on his body. "I don't know about others, but you can definitely learn it." Gushi added in his heart that if you can't learn it, you will become an underwater dead spirit in the Forgotten River. At that time, this kind of dead spirit will be bound to the Forgotten River in this city, and since they are residents of this city, they will become the dead spirits of this city. This is no different from the necromancer. Hearing Gushi say that he can definitely learn it, this resident was also quite proud. He thought he was talented. In fact, he didn't know that Gushi was just trying to save his life. Who made him get wet with the water of the Forgotten River? And in the future, there will not only be water from the Forgotten River, but also water from the Styx. The residents here may be able to guarantee that they will not get wet with this water for a day or two, but there is absolutely no way to guarantee that they will not get wet with this water for a lifetime. Gushi still dealt with this situation in advance, although they cannot become players. But it should not be a problem to use the water of the Forgotten River to become a necromancer or a Death Knight. When the water in the city stabilizes in the future, they can move back and forth in the city by boat. When they die, Gushi can arrange them to his own Huangquan road to be a ferryman or something. This is also a good way to utilize waste. Hearing Gushi's words, the resident nodded seriously, and he just retreated. After the resident left, Gushi did not do anything himself. He just closed his eyes, and asked Lingxi and Yin Ryu to copy some methods of becoming a necromancer and Death Knight. As for the problem of copying only one copy, this is not difficult for Gushi. The city in front of him is clearly a city with a certain level of technology. In this city, there is nothing else, but there must be a copier. Gushi just needs to let the undead make tens of thousands of copies of this thing and distribute them. As for whether the residents here can, or are willing to, become necromancers or Death Knights, that is their own business. These residents have no way to become players, and after they succeed in becoming players, they can only live in this city. Oh, maybe at most they can go to the jungle port below. I am afraid they can't go any further. These necromancers and Death Knights are really just a casual move for Gushi. What Gushi is more concerned about now is the fusion of the two cities. By the way, there is also the positioning after the fusion. As the stopper of the black hole, the positioning of the city in front of him is needless to say. Even Gushi has no way to change the positioning of this city. Gushi believes that as long as he changes the positioning of the city in front of him, this city will definitely be dragged into the black hole with Gushi's jungle port in the first place. So the positioning of the city in front of him cannot be changed. The existence of jungle port must be carried out around the city in front of us. Here we need to find a better reason for the existence of jungle port. Looking at the Styx rushing towards the city, a reason came to Gushi's mind. The troops of hell in the Styx are ready to attack the city, looking for an opportunity to knock open the cork and kill the black hole. So jungle port is the protector of the cork and the bridgehead against the hell troops. As long as all the hell troops are blocked outside the city will be safe. Yes, this is a good reason. Gushi clapped his hands. Using this reason to merge the two cities, it is really the most reasonable. Gushi can think of such an explanation. Maybe this time the synthesis of the natural disaster city is really possible to succeed. Chapter 2498. While Gushi was checking various situations in the upper city, Supra was also studying the situation of the jungle port at the dock and the shipyard below. Although Gushi had made it clear that the jungle port would most likely be abandoned. But for Supra, this was somewhat of a waste. The city in front of him was obviously not a normal seaport. It was a relatively special inland port. If Supra had encountered such a city in the past, he would definitely find a way to make a fortune here. Now, Supra was actually somewhat excited. He looked up at the Styx that was rushing towards him, and felt that this might be an opportunity for him. So Supra grabbed a nearby undead and asked, "If I want to control the city in front of me, where should I go to deal with it?" The undead that Supra was holding was stunned for a moment, and then pointed to the council hall. Supra understood it on the spot, He poured a sip of wine into his mouth, complained that the wine was not very tasty, and then staggered towards the council hall. At this time in the meeting hall, the hero, who was assigned by Gushi to manage Jungleport, was arranging the construction of Jungleport City. Although Gushi's mind was no longer on Jungleport, the hero still had to do his job well. At this time, Supra pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he saw Supra, the hero stood up immediately. The hero could feel Supra's level. He was an epic existence. He was a level stronger than the leader level. Even if Supra was not really in charge of his superiors, the hero still had to show courtesy to Supra. Hello, don't be nervous. I just want to ask, how much wood do we have now? How many ships can we build? Shipbuilding? Yes, as a sea hero, I naturally need to have enough ships. Now, under the command of the adults, only the Jungleport has a dock, so I can only come here if I want to build a ship. So that's how it is. As for the dock, we have a total of 3 docks, 2 of which are level 1 and 1 level 2. If we work at full capacity, we can produce 4 ships per week. Of course, if we don't work at full capacity, it's still 4 ships per week. We can't increase this speed. Oh, is there any place in the city that can be used to build a dock? There are 2 places. At the beginning, we plan to build a dock, and of course they can also be used to build a dock. Then these 2 places, you help me build the dock first. By the way, have we built the magic tower now? The first floor of the magic tower has been built. Just 1 floor of the magic tower will do. You build this on the edge of the city. Supra took out 2 architectural design drawings. The hero took a look at it, and found that these 2 were architectural designs for sea traps. One could use the power of waves and magic to set up ice walls around the harbor, and even set up freezing traps to prevent enemy ships from moving. The other was to set up a decaying vortex trap. This was like a ghost hand or a ghost domain on the ground, which could drag enemy ships into the vortex. It could be said that these 2 architectural designs were for ships at sea. As long as these 2 buildings were built, and given enough time and energy, no matter how many ships there were, they would not be able to get close to their own port without knowing the route. This is the best wall and moat in the port city. After all, there is generally no way to get on the moat in the port city. You said you built a moat to keep the enemy out, or to bring the enemy in. So the walls and moats of the port city must be different from those of the normal city. Gushi didn't think about this when he built the Jungleport. After all, in Gushi's mind, the Jungleport is one of the alternatives for fusion materials. Gushi really didn't care about the development of the Jungleport. At present, Supra's opinions are not beyond the control of the hero. The hero thought about it, and also thought that the Jungleport needs to build some outer walls and moats. The current situation is clear at a glance. It is about to experience a war. At this time, it is the most normal idea to defend the Jungleport. Okay, I'll take care of it now. Seeing the hero agreed, Supra also smiled. By the way, do you have a place to train sailors here? I need some manpower now. This is true. In the southeast of the city, there is a sailor's tavern where different sailors can be trained. Sailors are fine. Supra nodded as soon as he heard it. What about other types of soldiers? We have trained crocodiles here, and there are also crocodile warriors composed of crocodiles and humans. These 2 are considered to be the more powerful troops in our hands. Originally, we also planned to train crocodile cavalry, but later found that the size of crocodiles was a bit out of control. If they are too small, they cannot be used as riding animals. If they are too big, they have their own attack power, and it would be a bit of a waste to bring sailors. This matter has been delayed. The hero is thoughtful. When Jungleport fell into his hands, he has been looking for a development direction suitable for Jungleport. When he found that crocodiles lived well in Jungleport, he naturally set his sights on crocodiles. Crocodile. Supra obviously thought of something, but quickly said, Crocodile is also okay, I will go and see it then. Is there anything else? No, there were several ideas originally, but in this city, it seems that other situations will be suppressed. Except for crocodiles, other animals can't grow larger. Oh, I'll go and see first. By the way, you can contact other cities. Yes, the contact is still there. Then let them transport some city defense weapons and ammunition. Next, we will fight. There is nothing in this city. Hearing this, the hero's eyes lit up. Fighting? That's a good opportunity. He thought he was assigned here, and could only defend the city, and waste time there. Unexpectedly, a big war was about to take place here. This can't be known to other guys. If they knew, they would definitely come to grab the opportunity to defend the city. So the hero immediately laughed. Don't worry, sir, I will take care of everything. Supra nodded, then walked out of the meeting hall, and went in the direction indicated by the hero. In Supra's eyes, what was in front of him was what he wanted. Big battle, big sea battle. The wind blew out the sweet breath before the big battle. Chapter 2499. Time can pass fast or slow. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Styx, which was so fierce at the beginning, has not yet meandered in the starry sky. It is still far away. However, the actions of Gushi and Supra have already produced obvious results. There are indeed a few residents of the upper city who have successfully become Death Knights. However, they borrowed the power of the water of the Forgotten River, and the source of power was not themselves, so even if they mastered more power, they could not become players. Of course, this is nothing to the residents of the upper city. But it always gave them a glimmer of hope, the hope of obtaining extraordinary power. At the same time, it also gave Gushi an opportunity. Don't think that they don't have the opportunity to become players now. But with so many residents, Gushi has enough time. Maybe one day, there will be a necromancer or Death Knight who relies on his own strength. Then, they may enter Gushi's game world and become players under Gushi. Gushi believed that with his strength and status, he could wait for this day. As for the jungle port below, it had been turned into a defensive port by Supra without anyone noticing. As an epic pirate king, although he did not reach this level in his lifetime, he had experience. As for naval battles, he definitely knew more than Gushi's men. He knew very well how long a naval battle would take, and also knew very well what was most important in a naval battle. So he could use the environment, venues, ships, magic, and even the coordination of different arms. As long as Supra could think of it, he really took out all the detailed arrangements. Even many artillery pieces were prepared on the dock. If it weren't for the lack of time and resources, Supra even wanted to build an arrow tower near the dock. In fact, Supra didn't know the mobility of the undead at all. His idea was to do it himself, instead of looking for Gushi. If he had found Gushi, the construction progress here would not be like this. It's a pity that Supra didn't think about Gushi at all. In his mind, Gushi is the boss, but what does Gushi know about naval warfare? But Gushi is not the kind of person who doesn't care about anything. The situation has come to this point. Gushi will definitely not leave. If he leaves at this time, what if the fusion of the two cities fails? At this time, any detail will affect the success rate of the fusion. And the biggest problem here is that Gushi can't see the success rate. There is not even a progress bar in front of him. How dare Gushi put down the things here and run back to the city of Aridavi to stay? Gushi simply occupied a room in the upper city, using it as his base, and operated various tasks at the same time. He usually commanded more and more undead troops, strengthening and modifying the style of the city in front of him. Apart from other things, in just a few days, Gushi has turned all the streets in the upper city into rivers. Both sides of the river were raised and thickened with stones, and many bridges were built on the river. It is obvious that the style of the entire city has changed now. However, because he only cared about strengthening these, the undead wind was not strengthened much. Now when Gushi looked back, he felt that he still cared too little. He almost forgot that there were many residents in the city in front of him. Those residents would affect the style of the city to some extent. This is not okay. The undead should look like undead, although you are still alive for the time being. But this city must be changed into a natural disaster city. What does this style full of vitality look like? Looking up at the Styx that had not yet flown over from the black hole, Gushi still made a decision in his heart. Change. There is still time now. After the style is changed, the city in front of him will be strengthened, and the periphery of the city will be strengthened, so that when the Styx hits, the strong impact will not break the city apart. Before, Gushi calculated to ensure the integrity of the city first, and then strengthen the city's defense. Now it seems that time is not enough. Sure enough, if you don't pay attention for a while, there will always be some problems. Forget it, let's drive the residents in the city to the upper floors of the building first, so that they don't get involved in the water of the Forgotten River. Next, we need to put some materials into the Forgotten River, and use it to influence the style of the entire city. But just when Gushi calmed down and focused all his attention on the Forgotten River, he suddenly found that something was wrong. The water level on the street was dropping. This is unreasonable. In order to activate the Styx, Gushi put at least 40 Forgotten Rivers into the city. Later, when the jungle port was in place, in order to make the river water flow downward, Gushi added more than 10 Forgotten Rivers. Judging from the water output of the Forgotten River, it was very slow that the first floor of the city was not flooded in the past few days. The water from the lower jungle port is also being pumped up from below, forming a cycle. How could the water level sink? This is unreasonable. Gushi immediately felt that something was wrong. In Gushi's plan, the Forgotten River is very important. If Gushi's Forgotten River cannot suppress the water of the Styx, his two cities may be polluted by the Styx. Even if Gushi successfully merges the Calamity City, it is unknown who will control the city. Thinking of this, Gushi was unhappy. He quickly flew up and pointed at the edge of the city again. Under Gushi's command, the Forgotten River appeared in 3 strips at the edge of the city. Some of the Forgotten River flowed downwards, and some of the Forgotten River flowed back into the city to replenish the river water that was missing before. When the water of the Forgotten River flowed back in, Gushi suddenly found that the speed of the river water flowing downwards was obviously much faster. If the faucet was just turned on, then it was clearly like a flood discharge pipe was turned on, and the water was clearly pouring down. Seeing this situation, Gushi realized that something had happened in the jungle port below, which was least likely to have an accident. Otherwise, there would be no way that so much river water would go down to the jungle port. This time, Gushi was also anxious. Gushi had no idea of turning the jungle port below into a water city. If all the river water poured down, then Gushi's plan would be completely scrapped. Even if he started over again, Gushi would not be able to find a suitable death city to match. Thinking of this, Gushi hurriedly flew down. But when he landed near the jungle port, he couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his eyes. What was going on? Chapter 2500. In Gushi's eyes, the appearance of the current jungle port has actually changed. Outside the jungle port, a sea area has appeared. Although it has just started, the size of the sea area in front of it is almost as big as the jungle port. In this sea area, big waves can be seen pushing the ice wall from time to time, and whirlpools roll up a lot of spikes. The whole sea area presents a weird feeling. It's as if someone is going to fight to the death here. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was stunned at first, and then reacted. It's interesting. This Supra is really a talent. At this time, Gushi could also see Supra's thoughts. He just didn't take care of the jungle port for a few days, but he didn't expect Supra to give him such a surprise. It seems that every epic existence can't be underestimated, no matter how unreliable his behavior is. Gushi thought about it, and still fell from the sky. At this time, Supra was sitting on a boat, wandering back and forth on the sea. He was using his richest experience to judge where there were any weaknesses in the sea area in front of him that could be used to sneak in. No need to be so detailed. The defense network can be compensated by a large force. When he landed on the ship, Gushi heard Supra's mocking voice the first time. So Gushi said this. Seeing Gushi coming down, Supra was also a little surprised. He asked with some confusion, "Sir, why did you come down?" Gushi knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. His communication with his men seemed to be a little unsuccessful. He and Supra were not on the same line of thought, and he and Supra both believed that the other party would understand what they meant. Gushi did not expect that Supra would turn Jungle Port into what it is now. You know, in Gushi's mind, when Jungle Port was released, it was actually used as material. In the end, it would either merge with the upper city or be destroyed together with the upper city. There was no third possibility. But Supra in front of him had to make a different choice. This made Gushi a little embarrassed. Gushi couldn't say now that he had actually given up Jungle Port and had never thought about how to develop Jungle Port. Nothing, just came down to see how you were doing. Gushi would never say that he failed to communicate and did not notice the situation of Jungle Port below, and only came here when something went wrong. Supra did not notice the change in Gushi's expression. He was still there proudly saying, "Sir, don't worry, I may not be very good at land battles, but when it comes to naval battles, no one here can compare to me. I have laid many traps. Whether the enemy flies from the sky, sails on the sea, or swims under the water, they can't set foot on our port." Looking at Supra's proud look, Gushi sighed in his heart. It seems that the plan in front of him needs to be revised again. Apart from other things, Supra's morale is not low at the moment. Although the undead don't have such a thing as morale, Supra's heart is still good. If Gushi tells Supra at this time that Jungle Port has no future, then Supra's face will really be lost. Listening to Gushi's words, Supra was also quite proud. Look, my Uncle Supra's ability is more than just this. As long as I am here, Uncle Supra can protect the city in front of him. Gushi looked up at the current situation and finally mentioned it. I believe in your ability, but I always feel that the current defense is still a little simple, and the ships seem to be enough. I only considered sea ships, but the ships of the Hell Demons are not just this little. Sir, the Jungle Port is only this big, and the production capacity is a bit behind. Don't worry about this. The biggest feature of us undead is not fearlessness, but super infrastructure capabilities. When you find this problem, you should communicate with me first. There are some things you can't mobilize, but I can mobilize them. Tell me, what other ideas do you have now that can't keep up due to insufficient production capacity? We still have enough time. Enough for us to make arrangements. When Super heard this, he was excited. Yes, for example, the problem of river water. The total amount of river water we use now is still too little. It can't even cover the bottom of the jungle port, and the water depth is not enough. There is also the problem of sailors. We have too few troops that can be used as sailors. I estimate that even my troops cannot be gathered. If we encounter a large enemy army, we can only hold out for a short time at most. We need the support of coastal defense artillery on the coastline. And Supra quickly put forward various requirements. At this time, Gushi also focused his mind on Supra's opinion. This time, the focus of Gushi's thinking finally shifted to the defense system of Jungle Port. Gushi also had his own thoughts on some things. Although in Supra's experience, Gushi's considerations were all nonsense. But Supra became more and more excited. He thought Gushi was really considering Jungle Port. After going through all kinds of defenses, Supra said to Gushi, "Sir, if we win everything, can we follow that Styx River to the depths of the black hole?" Looking at Supra's excited face, Gushi knew that this guy was just watching the excitement. He was already thinking about counterattacking Hell after saving Jungle Port. If there was such an opportunity, Gushi would be willing to do it. After all, Hell is a huge source of soldiers for Gushi. Gushi now needs a large number of soldiers in various cities. Sure, but there are some things you need to take care of for me in advance. Various ships. Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of the ships. Supra assured Gushi. We don't have to build new ships. We can rob other people's ships and repair them before using them. That's how I got through when I was a pirate. Now we've all become undead. Ghost ships are even more broken than robbed ships, but they can still be used. So as long as you don't care about new, there won't be any problems. We'll rob as many ships as we can, and soon you'll have a powerful fleet. Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He found that he sometimes didn't see as clearly as his own men. Gushi was afraid that he would have to make some changes to the handling of the jungle port and the upper city. I'll go and mobilize people now. Don't worry. I'm not good at naval battles, but I've never lost a land battle. Chapter 2501. After this exchange with Supra, Gushi paid more attention to Supra's actions. He transferred most of the troops of the Soul Control Army and arranged many artillery arrays on the shore of Jungle Port. According to Supra, Gushi was not good at naval battles, so he should not participate in the command of naval battles. He only needed to arrange artillery arrays on the shore and bombard the enemy fleet when the enemy ships arrived. As long as the enemy was hit into the water, Supra would have a way to deal with it. At first, Gushi thought about bombarding here with a nuclear bomb Gatling or nuclear bomb Katyusha. But Gushi thought back and thought that he could do this when he was here. What if he was not here? How can the people of Jungle Port defend the city? So it was better to use this time to arrange the defense system of Jungle Port. In this way, if there is an enemy attack in the future, the people of Jungle Port can also have a way to defend. Of course, when arranging Jungle Port, Gushi did not stop dealing with the upper city. Once the Jungle Port was changed, the layout of the upper city was also changed a lot. Gushi had to spend some time to arrange more forgetful rivers. This almost reached the upper limit of arranging forgetful rivers in the same place. You should know that the forgetful rivers are not necessarily ownerless. Some forgetful rivers have owners behind them. Placing a large number of forgetful rivers may cause connections between the forgetful rivers and attract the attention of the owners behind the forgetful rivers. If it is just placed in the wild, it may not be a big deal. But Gushi directly placed the forgetful river in his own city. So Gushi has been suppressing the amount of the Wanchuan River. He was afraid that he would attract other necromancers if he was not careful. After all, Gushi now knew very well that the Taishan Mansion Lord's lineage was not absolutely safe. Behind the Taishan Mansion Lord's lineage, there was something called the Underworld chapter hanging over their heads. Gushi did not want to become the material for unlocking the Underworld chapter. So in this situation, Gushi could only do what he could. It took him 15 days to readjust the upper city. This time the upper city has really changed completely. All the tall buildings are reinforced with stones, and the river water on the street has risen to the second floor. There are many bridges connecting the tall buildings. Some of these bridges are stone bridges, some are wooden bridges, and some are directly rope bridges. These bridges turn the upper city into a huge network. No matter where they were located at the beginning, people could easily reach every building in the city as long as they wanted. But this was not the most critical change at the moment. What really took Gushi many days was that Gushi laid the Forgotten River on some important buildings. That's right, some forgotten rivers were laid out by Gushi inside the buildings. Some of the river water poured down from the top of the building like a waterfall, and some sprayed out from all the windows of the building like fireworks. Gushi laid out a total of 36 of these unique buildings, which was a targeted arrangement. Of course, all of this was found by Gushi from the research records of players who had conducted the Natural Disaster City experiment before. It is said that it can improve the success rate of the fusion of natural disaster cities. Gushi just regarded this statement as fart. Because the fusion of natural disaster cities has never been successful, what success rate is there to talk about? The reason why he arranged this is to protect the city in front of him. Even if the fusion of natural disaster cities fails, the two cities can be guaranteed, so that the jungle port can connect with the Styx, and Gushi's men can kill from here to the Hell Passage. As for the success of the fusion, Gushi is no longer so confident now. If it can be successful, it will be successful, and if it can't be successful, Gushi will accept it. In Gushi's eyes, as long as the two cities are not destroyed, this is enough. So Gushi will strengthen the two cities as a guarantee, in order to avoid any destructive problems during the fusion process. The residents of the upper city don't know what Gushi thinks. In the past 10 days, they only felt that the city in front of them was constantly changing. First there was a flood on the street, then a spiderweb-like bridge and road, and now this and that. The residents all felt as if they had entered another city. But Gushi had no time to care about the psychological problems of these residents. As time passed, the Styx was getting closer and closer to the two cities. Gushi could even see that at the forefront of the Styx's huge waves, a huge warship was being pushed. This warship was made of stone, and 3 huge red heads with curved horns were hanging on the bow of the warship. Behind this huge warship, there were countless stone warships of all sizes. Some of these stone warships floated directly on the surface of the Styx, some flew in the air, and some soaked in the water of the Styx. Anyway, they followed the huge warship in front in various ways. No matter how fast they were, they dared not rush past the warship in front. It was obvious that the Styx brought more than just the impact of the river water. The demons who had been unable to find the way also rushed towards this side along the Styx. Although Gushi had arranged everything, he could not judge what the final outcome would be before things happened. He could only say that he had done everything he could think of. If this still didn't work, then he really didn't have the luck to get a natural disaster city. But in this battle, Gushi would never admit defeat. Just like Supra said, isn't it just that there are fewer ships? They are all undead, so are they afraid of ghost ships? As long as one ship is killed and one is converted, it will be useless even if the enemy has more ships. As long as they can withstand the first 3 waves of enemy attacks this time, the next step will be a change of attack and defense. Gushi can even kill his way into hell through the Styx, which has already been laid out, and treat hell as his pig farm, where he can kill as many as he wants. You should know that for Gushi, who has just obtained the Ghost King cloak, hell can be said to be the best place to kill corpses. The most numerous little demons, and demon children there are all humanoid creatures. Their corpses can be directly transformed into corpse wizards. Even if you are not particular, the demon insects in hell can be regarded as humanoid creatures, and can be used as well. Since ancient times, hell, and the forces of the undead, have complemented each other. The speed of hell's soldiers is extremely fast, and the speed of the undead killing them, and transforming them into new undead, is even faster. As long as you don't encounter high-level soldiers who can kill hundreds of undead with one knife, as long as you don't encounter those guys who enjoy extracting other people's mana, as long as they are not blocked outside the passage of hell by them, and cannot leave. In the eyes of the necromancer, the hell troops are actually very cute. Chapter 2502. 2.5 days later, the waves of the Styx had approached the temporary sea area outside the jungle port. At this time, 30 ships of the same size were parked on the sea, and the ships were full of sailors. These sailors all held pirate scimitars and short muskets. It was obvious that they had strong melee and long-range attack capabilities. On the sea behind the ships, a large number of underwater troops were floating, including floating corpses, mermaids, seahorse cavalry, crocodiles, water monsters, etc. The most special ones were the floating corpses swimming in the front. All the floating corpses were equipped with oil barrels and other things. This was the battle method Supra came up with. Floating corpses really have no combat power. Their best role is to rush up and destroy the ship. As for the means of destroying the ship, it is definitely not to use fire. The troops in hell are mainly playing with fire, and their ships are all stone ships, which are difficult to burn. The oil barrels they carried were Supratus, a type of oil that Eve had researched and Catherine had taken time to produce in large quantities. This oil was no different from ordinary oil at normal temperatures. But once it encountered high temperatures, it would become highly corrosive, and had a very strong corrosive effect on stones and metals. The strong effect mentioned here did not mean that something would be corroded slowly. It was that a stone the size of a bed would disappear completely when thrown into the oil. No matter how big the opponent's ship was, as long as it was made of stone or metal, 3 barrels of oil would be enough to destroy all of their ships. And the good thing about this was that this oil only targeted stones and metals, and had no harm to living things or corpses. Moreover, when the temperature is not high, this oil is not corrosive. Even if the ship is covered with this oil, it is okay. It can be said that this is a sharp weapon made for the Hell Army. Now all the floating corpses carry at least 3 wooden barrels. Their task is to rush into the Styx, rush to the stone ship of Hell, and pour this oil on the ship. As for the timing of the action, it is now. At this time, the wave of the Styx is only about 30 kilometers away from the temporary sea area. This distance can be forced to fly over. This distance is just right. Gu Shi, who rushed back to the jungle port pier, flew up at the first time. He pointed at the sea. The Dimension Gate was activated. The Dimension Gate was originally a skill on the battlefield, which sent a troop to another position on the battlefield. It's just that Gu Shi played it fancy, and used the Dimension Gate as his own portal. This time he returned the Dimension Gate to its original position. As Gu Shi pointed, the floating corpses and wooden barrels in the water were sent to the Styx on the opposite side. This was the first wave of attack Gu Shi took on the enemy. Then a large number of death incarnations, bone dragons and death incarnations, the god of death, began to rise in the sky. They quickly combined together, and turned into meteors, and flew towards the stone boat on the Styx. As soon as Gu Shi moved, the demons on the Styx also noticed it. They really didn't expect that they were planning to jump directly to the opposite side to launch an attack in advance, when the waves of the Styx rushed forward another 10 kilometers, but Gu Shi actually took action in advance. This made the demons very angry. They had always been the first to attack, and no one could attack first. This would not work. Deploy troops. The flying troops will attack first. On the stone ship in the front, a big demon holding a scarlet sickle ordered immediately. Under his order, a large number of red-skinned demons with bat wings on their backs flew up, and flew towards the temporary sea area on Gu Shi's side at a very high speed. There were quite a lot of them, and they were wearing armor and holding various weapons. They did not look like a regular army. But their attack speed was not slow at all. They rushed over a distance of more than 30 kilometers in less than a minute. It was a pity that they met Gu Shi. In order to defend against air attacks, Gu Shi directly transferred his most precious undead dragon troops. Although not all the undead dragons were deployed to the battlefield, the most powerful golden bone dragons and ghost dragons under Gu Shi had already appeared. In terms of quantity, it was not bad. Only about 1/3 of the remaining troops in Dragon City were brought, which was a little more than 1/10 of the number of undead dragons in Gu Shi's hands. At the beginning, they all hid in the river. When the enemy's flying troops rushed out, they rushed out of the water at the first time and collided head-on with the enemy's flying troops. At this time, the floating corpses that Gu Shi deployed with the Dimensional Gate had already climbed onto the side of the stone ship. The demons on the stone ship also discovered the situation here. A group of small demons jumped down at the first time, trying to beat the floating corpses into the Styx. However, these floating corpses have been trained by Supra, and are familiar with the way the floating corpses in the sea blood beat people. Anyway, no matter what, when they come into contact with the enemy, they will drag the enemy into the water first. When they dragged the little devil into the water, they did not forget to throw the wooden barrels onto the boat. When the demons on the boat saw this situation, they threw these wooden barrels out immediately. They are also smart, and know that such things must not be thrown onto the boat. They even threw fireballs at the wooden barrels, trying to blow them up directly. As a result, the wooden barrels were blown up like this, and the oil inside was blown out, floating everywhere on the surface of the Styx. Seeing this situation, the demons on the boat were still laughing there. What are these people thinking? They don't even know to send some stronger troops over. They just send some of this thing, and it also carries oil. Don't they know that our ship itself carries fire? While the demon was still bragging, the oil floating on the water had already touched the stone ship, and the surface temperature of the stone ship was quite high. The oil floating on the water was set on fire immediately. Seeing this, the demons thought they had seen through Gu Shi's attack methods and laughed loudly. Some demons also said loudly, "When I saw that they were still trying to seize the initiative, I thought they were quite capable. I didn't expect that they were just like this. They are not as good as those of us who fought badly. That is, their commander is not good, and those troops are not good either. What happened to their ship? While the demons were talking, the oil floating on the water had already stained the stone ship, and the surface of the stone ship in the front was corroded by a large layer immediately. Chapter 2503. The demons on the stone ship at the front found that the bottom of the stone ship had been corroded and perforated because of the oil. How is this fighting method? It doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. If there is a means to corrode the stone, shouldn't it be poured into the sea when their ships are gathered? You know, oil can float on the water, so why would they rush over with oil barrels? This is unreasonable, and does not conform to normal people's thinking. In fact, these demons don't know that the pirate who is commanding the naval battle opposite him is a free pirate, and he usually makes decisions when he is drunk. Every time he is lucky, he will have good luck. Over time, his style of doing things will naturally become crazy. This kind of unreasonable arrangement is normal for him. And every unreasonable arrangement will always bring unexpected results. These demons soon felt the unexpectedness of the free pirates. After discovering that the oil in the oil barrel will corrode the stone, all the stone ships behind that were not affected adjusted their directions. At the same time, all the demons also knew a message: do not destroy any oil barrels thrown up. They even told the demons to ignore the floating corpses under the water. In their opinion, as long as the boat was not broken, these floating corpses could not even climb onto the boat. But the next moment, an accident happened. Suddenly, a tentacle-like thing sprang out of the sticks. The tentacle grabbed the oil barrel on the water and swallowed it directly. Then, as if it had drunk too much, many tentacles stretched out from the water and hit the boat on the water. With each strike, a stone boat would be smashed or dragged into the water. In just this way, more than 30 nearby ships were lost. As for the demons on the boats, they all fell into the sticks and were dragged into the water by the floating corpses under the water. At this time, Gushi watched the undead dragon troops kill the enemy's flying troops. He was just trying to observe the effect of the nuclear bomb Katyusha before, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. Looking at the increasing number of tentacles on the water, Gushi wanted to ask Supra if he had planned this. In fact, Supra was also confused. His original idea was really to burn the ship. And the method of destroying the ship that he told the floating corpse was also a method commonly used by pirates. It's just that Gushi's timing of launching it was wrong. And the floating corpse's brain was not good, and the ship he chose was not quite right. He never thought that such a situation would happen. In fact, no matter who it was, no one could have thought that this time would be so coincidental. The oil that Eve experimented with was actually not specific. But Gushi wanted a huge amount, so he handed the matter over to Catherine. Catherine bought a lot of materials through the usual channels, and for the sake of cost-effectiveness, the materials just met the standards. But who would have thought that there would be problems with the source of some materials, and the supplemented materials had mutated? However, there was nothing wrong with the oil produced, so it was finally sealed in barrels. But no one expected that there was a giant octopus under the sticks. This kind of octopus has been petrified for a long time for some reason. The oil thrown by Gushi has the effect of corroding stones, and when the oil floating on the water surface is burned by fire, the effect not only destroys the ship, but also partially dissolves the petrification of the octopus. So these octopuses found this good thing, and came to grab the oil barrels as soon as possible. After grabbing the oil barrels, and finding that the oil inside can really solve their troubles, the octopuses are excited. More and more octopuses stretched out their tentacles to grab the oil barrels, and those stone ships that destroyed the oil barrels naturally became their main targets of attack. As for those who didn't grab the oil barrels later, they were angry there, and destroyed everything on them. Gushi and Supra didn't know anything about this matter. They didn't know what happened here at all. But Gushi's judgment ability is still very strong. When he saw this situation, he knew in his heart that this was definitely not caused by his own nuclear bomb Katyusha. Thinking about what he had done before, Gushi realized that there was something wrong with the oil brought by the floating corpse. Gushi contacted Supra immediately. Are there any more floating corpses carrying oil barrels around you? Supra was also a smart man. After hearing what Gushi said, he guessed what happened on the other side. Yes, there are still some. I will let them go into the water now. Let them gather together, and I will launch them. This wave of luck is on our side. I know, it's okay, they have already gone into the water. Gushi looked up, and saw floating corpses jumping out of the 30 warships waiting on the sea. Each of these floating corpses carried 3 oil drums on their backs. After they entered the water, they quickly swam in one direction. Gushi immediately opened the dimensional door, and threw them all into the sticks on the opposite side. Gushi could figure out what was going on. The demons in the sticks could naturally figure it out. When they saw Gushi throwing more people over, they all became nervous. When the dimensional door opened, they immediately took action. Some little demons holding bottles appeared among the demons. They stretched out their hands and grabbed the dimensional door released by Gushi. The magic power of the dimensional door was drawn away on the spot, and all the floating corpses that had entered the dimensional door disappeared into the void. Mana extraction? Gushi was speechless. When he was weaker, he often did this kind of thing, and even formed a tactic with this method as the core. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a situation. But Gushi thought about it again. It seems that there is a kind of demon among the demons that specializes in extracting other people's magic power as a fighting method. It seems that I have met them. Don't you just want me to send the floating corpse over? I really don't believe that if I can't send the floating corpse over, I can send these oil barrels over. Gushi decisively turned around and issued an order, and his undeads brought a large number of oil barrels. This time, the oil barrels are no longer small wooden barrels that the floating corpse can carry 3 at a time. The oil barrels sent this time are the kind of large oil barrels that people can take a bath in Indiana. After letting his undeads put down these oil barrels, Gushi stretched out his hand and pointed at these oil barrels. The door to another dimension. Gushi still chose the door to another dimension as the delivery method. However, this time the location of the door to another dimension was not on the river, but in the sky. As the door to the other dimension opened, the oil drums were kicked down heavily and smashed into the river Styx. Chapter 2504. As these oil barrels were kicked down, the Styx was like boiling water. Whether it was the flagship at the forefront of the huge waves or the warships of all sizes following behind, they were all attacked by the tentacles. The demons on the warships were very powerful. But the tentacles did not fight with the demons at all, but directly overturned or smashed the demons' stone boats. Let the demons fall into the Styx. No matter how strong these demons are, they are not underwater combat troops. Although they are all standing on the boat now, they are actually all land combat troops. For them, the boat is just a means of transportation. In terms of water warfare, they actually have no talent. When the boat was relatively stable before, they naturally did not feel anything wrong. But now that there is no boat, they are on the Styx, and they can't play any combat power. The demons that fell into the water are not as strong as the floating corpses under the water. This time, the floating corpses finally showed their full power. 3 or 5 floating corpses dragged the demons down to the water. No matter how the demons struggled, the floating corpses would not let them go. On the contrary, because of the floating corpses' attack, some things hidden under the Styx were startled. Those things also followed the floating corpses and dragged the demons to the depths of the Styx. It can be said that in just this way, the original demon ships were directly reduced by 1/3, and the remaining ships became tattered and could not last long. Seeing the current situation, Gushi also reacted immediately. This is an opportunity. Gushi contacted Supra immediately. Supra, I'll leave the naval battle to you. You also know the control orders of the rear artillery. When needed, just give the order. I'm about to start. Don't worry, sir. I'm not afraid of so many demons just now. Now that nearly half of them are gone, there's nothing to be afraid of. Sir, just leave the battle here to me. After hearing what Supra said, Gushi didn't say much and returned to the upper city in a flash. At this time, all the residents in the city already knew what Gushi was going to do, and they had packed their luggage. If things couldn't be done, they would flee to Gushi's plateau as soon as possible. Of course, Gushi would definitely not send them to the City of Death. The passages that Gushi opened for them were all the gates of the underworld. As for where they would be arranged after walking the underworld, it would depend on their final state. Anyway, there are some cities on Gushi's plateau that can accommodate living people. There is no need to worry about this. The residents who have a way out are willing to believe Gushi's arrangement. Now they are all hiding in their rooms, waiting for the latest orders. Gushi also made special arrangements for their rooms, trying to spread people out as much as possible to make the city full of people. After all, a dead city, an abandoned city, or a city with a population, not only Gushi can distinguish them, but the system can also distinguish them. The integration of the natural disaster city clearly requires a dead city and an ordinary city. If there is no population in the city, and it is regarded as an abandoned city, the integration will fail. This is the only reason for failure that can be confirmed in the records left by the predecessors. Since then, many necromancers have either lied or concealed, but they will not let the residents of the city leave. Gushi still has a conscience and has no intention of deceiving these residents. In Gushi's mind, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or not, these residents will be his subordinates in the future, and at least the residents must trust him. Of course, even if Gushi wants the residents to flee now, he will not let them leave in advance before the matter fails. Instead, Gushi wants them to live in different places to ensure the popularity of the city. Gushi, who returned to the upper city, first glanced at the situation in the city. The residents' breath was somewhat tense, but there was no large-scale chaos or death. This is actually enough. Some people may not be able to achieve such an effect even if they lie or conceal. After a round in the city, Gushi came to the most central location of the city. There used to be a large supermarket here. But now the whole supermarket has been flooded, leaving only a few roofs exposed above the water. Gushi landed directly on the roof, raised his hand, and the bone obelisk was released directly. With the suppression of the bone obelisk, the river water in the city fluctuated significantly. But Gushi ignored this. He still has things to do now. Origin of the Undead. Under Gushi's order, the Orange Guard, the Origin of the Undead, appeared beside Gushi at the first time. At this time, the orange-clad guard Undead Origin was obviously more strange than before, and his body seemed to be about to fall apart. But Gushi ignored these. He said with a serious face. What's the matter? The text is still a little short, that is, the last and most critical step cannot be taken. But it is still possible to use some of the text. During this period, the orange-clad guard Undead Origin has been studying the dead text. As a result, this matter has been delayed and delayed. After so many years, the orange-clad guard Undead Origin has not been studied. Gushi wanted to let the orange-clad guard Undead Origin break, but it has come to the most critical step. Both Gushi and the orange-clad guard Undead Origin are unwilling. But if the research continues like this, Gushi is afraid that the body of the orange-clad guard Undead Origin will be ground first. In the end, he can only persuade more and find a way to save the life of the orange-clad guard Undead Origin. Gushi does not want a new Undead Origin to appear on the spot when there is a new nine-tailed fox. That's good. Help me place a text in the city. That's what I mean. Heavy. Gushi said a long string of sounds. This is exactly the name of the ancient god that Gushi heard from the head of the ancient gods. This name is Weight. And it is unique. Gushi believes that with this name, even if the city is hit by the sticks, it will not be knocked apart. But what text to use to write this name, that needs to be considered. Ordinary text is definitely not okay. Because ordinary text can't bear the weight of this name at all. This is why Gushi has only heard the name of this ancient god, but has never looked for it in the records. Now Gushi called the Orange Guard, the Origin of the Dead, to borrow this dead text to leave this name in the city. This kind of thing between life and death has the possibility of recording this name. Chapter 2505. Listening to Gushi's request, the Orange Guard Undead Origin thought seriously for a while, and finally said one sentence. I can write. Then write it, don't worry, we still have time. About 1.5 hours. Gushi looked up at the speed of the Styx. Although the Styx is now quite close to the Jungle Port Sea, but based on the speed Gushi observed before, it will take at least 1 hour for the Styx to really contact the temporary sea area of the alien planet. Counting the impact on the city, 1.5 hours is enough. Orange Guard Undead Origin shook his head when he heard it. It doesn't take so long, in fact, there are only a few words in total. The real important thing is that if people know what this word means, but can't interpret it. Oh, you really found the key to the dead text. Hearing what the Orange Guard Undead Origin said, Gushi knew that the death text had really reached the last step. But why it was stuck at this step, Gushi was not sure. Yes, the key to dead characters is that all the people who knew the characters are dead, and all the characters are dead. The characters that have been abandoned but recognized by others are the dead characters I know now. And now the dead characters have not been resurrected, nor have they become dead characters. I have never been able to find this point. Orange Guardian Undead Origin also saw Gushi's thoughts, so he explained the situation to Gushi. Let's not worry about it for now, let's write the characters down first. The Orange Guard, Origin of the Undead, nodded and quickly looked for a place to write the dead words. As for where to write, Gushi had already found the location. That was the place where the cultists sacrificed to summon the Great Lord. Now this place has become the place where the river water of the lower jungle port circulates. It is also the key to the city, and the connection between this city and the jungle port. Only by writing the words here can the power in the words be brought out through the river water to every corner of the city. As long as the city is stained with the name of the ancient god and the power of the ancient god, it can resist the impact of the Styx. The Orange Guard, Origin of the Undead, had no opinion on this. He followed Gushi and jumped directly into the water. Gushi released the water dragon beast to move in the water, and soon came to the underground garage that was already submerged. At this time, the impact of the water flow in this underground garage was obviously much stronger. The water dragon beast had to use all its strength to swim against the current. It finally entered the underground garage, but found that it was impossible to stop at the place of sacrifice. Gushi turned his head and looked at the orange-clad guard Undead Origin. Orange-clad guard Undead Origin nodded to Gushi, indicating that it was all up to him. Then he swam forward, just touching the wall of the underground garage with his hand, and some strange words appeared on the wall. These words looked like paintings. Gushi didn't know these words, but he could understand the meaning of the words. The words written on the wall by the orange-clad guard Undead Origin were the names of the ancient gods that Gushi had just read out. As the last word was written, the body of the orange guardian Undead Origin shook noticeably, and then he disappeared in front of Gushi like a bubble. This situation scared Gushi. Gushi thought that the orange guardian Undead Origin was gone. Fortunately, Gushi checked and found that the orange guardian Undead Origin just consumed too much physical strength and became a little weak. He could recover after going back to rest. Seeing this news, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the orange guardian Undead Origin was really finished, Gushi would definitely regret it. Now the situation is different. The orange guardian Undead Origin can recover after a rest. This is enough for Gushi. Gushi turned his attention to the words left by the orange guardian Undead Origin. Although these words were written underwater, they were written quite clearly. When Gushi looked at these words, the figure of the ancient god would appear in front of him. However, this figure is merged with death, and it can be seen that the text has also been contaminated by death. It's okay. After Gushi confirmed that the text was valid, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most critical step in his plan has been completed. Now he just needs to wait for the sticks to contact the temporary sea area on the other side of Jungle Port. Gushi hesitated for a moment, and did not return to Jungle Port to watch the battle, but stayed at this position. The next battle can be left to Supra, but this is the key to the whole situation. Gushi will wait for the result at this position. No matter whether the result of the collision is good or bad, there must be a statement so that Gushi can make a quick judgment. After all the things in front of us have to be sorted out in order. Of course, when Gushi made the decision, he still sent a message to Supra on the front line, telling Supra that he had already settled everything and he could come as planned. At this time, Supra was also staring at the situation on the sticks. I have to admit that those demons are quite capable. After losing some ships, the demons actually suppressed the tentacles under the sticks. At the same time, they abandoned some ships that were not going well, and let the uninjured demons jump onto the relatively safe ships. After they took care of it, the morale of the demons was obviously improved. However, the number of the demon fleet became only about 1/3 of the original, especially the flagship in the front, which was directly destroyed. The big demon who led the group could only escape to other small boats in the end, and no longer had the momentum at the beginning. This discovery gave Supra an opportunity to let the underwater troops following the ship start to move, raising waves on the water. At this time, Gushi's message just came. After reading the message, Supra said loudly, "I am the commander-in-chief here now. Listen to my orders. Move and raise the seawater for me." Although the meaning of Supra's actions is unclear, the biggest characteristic of Gushi's undead is obedience. They act as Supra orders. After a while, huge waves were raised on the temporary sea surface. Even the ship that Supra was riding was up and down in the waves. At this time, the demons in the sticks also noticed the situation on the sea. In their eyes, such a huge wave in front of them is clearly a big guy like the octopus they just dealt with. It seems that they are planning to rush hard when the sticks connects with the sea. The leading big demon condensed his eyes, and quickly issued an order. Chapter 2506. Defense, everyone defend. Supra is a pretty good guy for making the devils, who always attack, choose to defend. Under the order of the big devil, not all devils defended. Some devils took the initiative to jump off the ship and rush to the sea not far away. After all, the Styx is less than 2 or 3 kilometers away from the temporary sea area. With the level of some devils, it is still possible for them to slide for a short distance. Their actions directly split the already small number of devil troops again. Although it is only 2 or 3 kilometers away, it has been clearly divided into 2 parts. Before the water of the Styx rushed into the sea in front of them, this group of devils had already taken the initiative to rush into the sea in front of them. "The enemy is coming. Listen to my command. Stop!" Under Supra's order, all the underwater troops behind the ship stopped their actions. Their actions just now were like an automatic wave machine, constantly raising big waves. If they stopped normally, the sea surface might return to calm soon. But they stopped suddenly again. In addition, the sea area in front of them was not a normal sea area. It was actually formed by the water of the forgotten river near the jungle port. In Supra's mind, if the wave machines behind suddenly stopped, all the power would be concentrated together to form a huge wave. As long as this wave was higher than those demons, the huge wave could press them all into the water. Once these demons entered the water, they would no longer be able to decide everything. All the underwater troops behind Supra have the ability to fight underwater. And Supra has also trained them specially in the past few days, so that they can master more underwater fighting and cooperation skills. As long as the demons go into the water, their combat effectiveness will drop rapidly, and then Supra's chances of winning will increase a lot. But even Supra has never thought about it. His idea of raising a big wave is based on his experience in his own game world. The sea area in front of him has no bottom, and Supra has never experimented before. When he raised the waves at the beginning, there was nothing. This side suddenly stopped, and the situation suddenly changed. The big waves were raised, but the situation seemed to be out of control. The big waves actually took away a lot of seawater. In the end, because of the problem of the center of gravity, the big waves and this part of the seawater, as well as a small part of the underwater troops and ships, were all torn from the temporary sea area and covered the demons that rushed over. Even the ship that Supra was riding was almost capsized under the waves. Just when Supra thought he was going to flip over, he suddenly laughed. It turned out that the big wave that was torn out actually wrapped up all the demons, forming a huge water ball, flying towards the black hole. In the process of flying towards the black hole, everything will be crushed, torn into pieces, and finally turned into powder, and can never escape again. It can be said that half of the demons were gone in just this one move. At this time, all the annoyance on Supra's face disappeared. He picked up his hat and raised his head proudly. See, everything is in the plan of Master Supra. Although the undead behind Supra didn't know what happened, they still raised their weapons and cheered loudly. Their cheers were like a provocation to the demon army, slapping the demons in the face one by one. The face of the leading big demon had changed from the original red to an ugly purple. This is definitely a trap for us. Someone on the opposite side has taken everything into account. What should we do at this time? Turn over the table. Kill them. As the big demon roared, all the surviving demon troops on the stone ship raised their weapons and roared loudly. Although the words they roared were different, the content was the same. That is to rush forward. They had encountered similar things in the past and had fallen into traps, but as long as they rushed forward and overturned the enemy who set the trap, they would still be the winners. The trap in front of them was clearly using the power of nature to prevent the demons from approaching. Why stop them? In the eyes of the demons, they definitely don't want people to get close to the city behind. Why? It's not hard to understand. The city behind is the passage to leave the black hole. They came here this time to open a new passage to hell. Isn't it normal for them to be blocked when they open the passage? They don't need to do anything now, just rush to the opposite city and open the door to hell. So no matter how many traps the other side sets, it's useless. As long as they send one person ashore, they will win. Thinking of this, the big demon also raised the scythe in his hand and roared loudly. However, no matter how the demons roared this time, they did not leave the stone ship. It can be seen that they are also afraid that they will fly out like the previous batch of companions and be directly killed by the trap set by Supra. They are now more willing to follow the sticks to rush to the sea area of Jungle Port. Then they will fight a naval battle with Supra's sailors. In this way, as long as they don't encounter traps, they will not be afraid. Everyone knows that the undead are the weakest troops. Even if they fight underwater, it doesn't matter. A demon needs at least a dozen undead to deal with it. The chance of winning is here. So the big demon led the demons to roar continuously, boosting their morale, but his feet did not move at all, and he had no intention of rushing forward. And this situation actually boosted the morale of the demons. When the water of the Styx was about 700 to 800 meters away from the temporary sea area, the morale of the demons had returned to its original level. Some demons also flew up from the stone boat, ready to rush towards Supra when the Styx connected with the temporary sea area, to prove the courage of their demon clan. At this time, Supra also looked at the calm sea surface and calculated something in his mind. The brainless demons did not have the high mathematical and spatial calculation ability of Supra. They did not expect that the part of the river water that was just torn off the sea area had significantly reduced the sea area in front of them. According to the initial calculation, the demons are actually standing on the temporary sea area now. So Supra, who discovered this, also raised his hand. Can the Soul Control Army hear the order? The outermost area, come with a wave of attacks. Chapter 2507. 12,000 Soul Coffin Corps wizards of the Soul Control Army were directly mobilized this time. They had been waiting for orders at the edge of the jungle port pier early. As an undead army, they had no morale or complaints. After settling down, they did not even move. In these days, they have been quite familiar with the temporary sea area outside, and they also know which position in the sea area to attack. As soon as Supra's order came, all the Soul Coffin Corps wizards acted quickly. They opened the soul coffins under their feet, raised their long staffs, and chanted spells into the soul coffins. Under the spell of the Soul Coffin Corps wizard, a large number of souls flew out of the soul coffins. These souls circled around them, and flew to the position designated by Supra. When these souls flew up, their bodies emitted a blue-white light. That was the soul charging and preparing for the corpse explosion attack. In fact, the attack method of the Soul Coffin Corps, which is somewhat similar to Gushi's nuclear bomb Katyusha. It's just that the power is not as great as Gushi's nuclear bomb Katyusha, and it can only be regarded as an ordinary Katyusha attack at most. But this is already strong enough. You should know that each Soul Coffin Corps, which here can release 5 souls at a time. Each soul will have a corpse explosion. There are 12,000 Soul Coffin Corps witches here, which means 60,000 corpse explosions. Even if it is a city, this kind of corpse explosion can blow you flat. Not to mention that this is just one attack of the Soul Coffin Corps which, as long as they wait for the souls that fly out to fly back by themselves, they can launch another attack. It can be said that the attacks of the Soul Coffin Corps, which are basically unlimited. 12,000 Soul Coffin Corps witches directly told everyone what the most terrifying fighting method of the undead is. Saturation attack of the Sea of Undead. This time is the same, with more than 60,000 blue and white lights flying straight out, directly dyeing the sky white. When the demons on the stone ship saw this situation, they hurriedly opened all the defense shields of the stone ship. Before, the demon stone ship, in addition to encountering tentacles from underwater attacks, was also hit by Gushi's nuclear bomb Katyusha. The nuclear bomb Katyusha attack destroyed a large number of ships. Now seeing such souls falling, the demons on the ship made defensive preparations at the first time, without waiting for the big demon above to give orders. It seems that they were really scared by Gushi's troops. However, their actions were still a little slow, and 60,000 souls fell near the stone ship at the first time. As the soul corpses exploded, a series of explosions were heard from the stone boats. After the explosions were over, the already small number of stone boats was reduced by half. Now, the number of stone boats on the Styx River is less than 1/20th of the original number, with only about 100 stone boats left, and the total number of various demons is just over 30,000. Seeing this situation, the big demon on the stone boat was really furious. He really couldn't stand it. The morale that was finally raised was gone again under this wave of attacks. The big demon didn't want to drag it on any longer, and he roared, "Everyone, come on!" However, under his command, the demons did not rush out of the stone boat, but kept waving their weapons and shouting loudly. Now all the demons have an idea. They must wait for the Styx to touch the sea over there before taking action. Even if they are bombed now, they will never rush out. For this situation, the big demon has no way. After all, he himself dare not jump out of the stone boat. Fortunately, the last few hundred meters are not far for the water of the Styx. When the soul of the Soul Coffin Corps, which was taken back, the front wave of the Styx had already rushed to the temporary sea area. At the moment when the water of the Styx touched the sea water of the temporary sea area, Gushi, who was in the upper city, also felt the change this time at the first time. Gushi has been waiting for this opportunity. After all, the water of the forgotten river that Gushi is using now is all borrowed river water. And the Styx in front of him is the river water that can be continuously injected back. Fusion begins. Under Gushi's operation, the demons who were about to jump from the stone ship to Supra's ship suddenly felt that something was wrong. The speed of the Styx that pushed them forward was obviously increased by an unknown number of times. The previous situation was that the Styx was rushing towards this side, and the current situation was clearly like something in the jungle port was draining the water of the Styx. Another trap? Will they stop? The leading demon roared as soon as he felt the situation here. The demon was really angry. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing this time. These traps are one after another. Is this going to end? Aren't they undead? Can't they just fight their demon army honestly? The unhappy big demon roared and issued orders. Let the troops be careful, and don't be swallowed by traps again. But at this time, Supra led his undead troops to rush to the stone ship. The first batch of undead dragon troops rushed over. They directly ignored the defense shield on the stone ship, and bit the larger demons at the first time. When the big demon saw this situation, he relaxed. The undead dragon troops flew down, so they couldn't use large-scale traps to deal with them. But he never expected that when Gushi left, he gave all the soldiers in the jungle port a red suit enhancement. Infinite resurrection once. In other words, all the undead dragons are really not afraid of death. As the undead dragon troops pounced on the stone ship, Supra also approached the stone ship with the newly built ship. While commanding the ship to move forward, Supra was still a little disappointed. The power of the soul coffin corpse, which in the back was still not enough. They should be able to destroy all the stone ships. But now it is possible. They can do what the soul coffin corpse which can't do. It happened that the undead dragon had rushed onto the stone ship. The demons on the stone ship fought each other, and the command system was in chaos. Supra's men took this opportunity to jump from the warship to the stone ship and fight with the demons. When the melee started, the demons found that there were all undead in front of them, in the sky, around them, and in the water. As long as they were not careful, a large number of undead would surge up and attack them, or drag them into the sea. Even if they kept waving their weapons, they could not kill or force back more and more undead. The number of demons on the stone ship was getting smaller and smaller. And at this moment, another wave of blue and white light fell from the sky. The 12,000 soul coffin corpse wizards at the dock took action again. Chapter 2508. The main attack method of the soul coffin corpse, which is to release souls for corpse explosion. But it does not mean that they only know that one method. If there is no corpse explosion effect, the soul release from the soul coffin is an ultra-long-range guided arrow that automatically locks, automatically tracks, and accurately guides. Even in the most chaotic battlefield, this kind of guided arrow can accurately hit all enemies. Although the sky is dyed blue at the moment, the undead in the melee have no reaction at all. They are not afraid of this at all. The demons are confused. What is going on? Why are they not afraid? It's a melee now. How dare their long-range attack? You must know that in the long-range troops of the demons, whether it is Gog, Ma's large-scale fireball explosion, or the chain shooting of the Hell Demon Queen, they all ignore the enemy and attack their own people. In the long-range troops of the undead, the poison cloud technique of the corpse, which is obviously also the same attack method. How did they manage to hit the demons accurately without causing any casualties? The demons didn't understand what was going on. They only knew that they were being targeted. One after another, souls flew over and rushed into the demons' bodies. They moved back and forth in the demons' bodies, tore off a piece of the demon's flesh and blood, and then flew back to the soul coffin. The torn flesh and blood would not only take away the lives of the demons, but also replenish the energy consumed by the soul coffin corpse, which... It can be said that as long as the soul coffin corpse which turns on this attack mode, they can keep attacking until all the enemies are dead, without any shortage of mana or ammunition. The demons in the melee had no idea of this. When they were fighting with the undead, they really had no idea of long-range defense. So this wave of attacks directly took away most of the demons. Now the number of demons that can still fight is less than 10,000. Even among these 10,000 demons, most of them are thick-skinned and act as meat shields. The big demon as the leader was taken special care of. Supra himself did not go forward to fight the big demon, but after discovering that the big demon was the leader of the demon army, he immediately arranged a large number of undead dragons to surround and attack. The level of the big demon is only 20, but it uses the leader template, which will be more powerful, and it can also command a large number of troops, so the demon side will arrange him to serve as the commander. Now less than 10,000 of his men have died, and his own combat power is okay, but being surrounded by so many undead dragons, even if he has the ability to teleport in battle, even if he uses his sickle very well, it is useless. The attacks of the undead dragon came from all directions, and now the great demon was so crowded that he couldn't even stretch out his hands. Every time the great demon wanted to teleport out, the undead dragon would lock his direction and surround him again in the first place. At first, the great demon could still command the battle below. But gradually, the great demon couldn't even protect himself. How could he have any chance to command the troops to fight? So in the 5th minute after the sticks came into contact with the temporary sea area, the great demon was killed. With the killing of this great demon, the command system of the demon troops was directly scattered. Although the demon army originally had no command system. But the existence of the big demon can help the demons to boost their morale. Now nothing is really useful. Less than 3 minutes after the big demon died, the last demon was also killed in the sea. At this time, Super quickly issued an order to seize the boat. In Super's eyes, all the ships belonged to him. But no one paid attention to Super's order. Under Gushi, cleaning the battlefield was handled by professional troops. No matter where everything came from, it was gathered together for processing. Before Super could react, everything in the temporary sea area was dragged to the shore for processing. There were even some undead porters, who entered the Styx to deal with the fragments of the stone ships broken by the tentacles. Super kept commanding, but no one paid attention to his orders. At this time, the speed at which the water of the Styx was being pumped out was getting faster and faster. These river waters have immediately flowed into the jungle port along the estuary of the temporary sea area. When the water of the Styx entered the jungle port, the ground of the jungle port actually shook violently. It is obvious that the impact of the Styx water has a great impact on the jungle port. If Gushi and his team had not arranged this temporary sea area from the beginning, the contact impact just now might have directly washed away or broken the jungle port. But it is different now. Gushi has been reinforcing the jungle port and the upper city in various ways from the beginning. Especially the last blow by the orange-clad guard, the origin of the undead, directly defined the originally ordinary upper city. When the upper and lower cities begin to merge, the possibility of the jungle port being washed away or broken is not great. Now under the impact of the Styx, there are only two possibilities for the current situation. One is that the power of the Styx is strong enough to wash away the upper city together, break through the cork of the black hole, and bring the passage of hell into the starry sky. The other is that the Styx enters the inland river system of the city of Gushi, forming a waterway cycle between the two cities. In this way, the two cities will merge together under the pressure of the Styx, forming a larger and more complete natural disaster city, blocking the continuation of the Styx. As for other situations, generally speaking, they will not happen. But it is a coincidence that when the water of the Styx enters the jungle port, the water of the upper city has also completed a cycle. Now in the river channel of the upper city, all the river water is stained with the power of the ancient god's name. At the same time, these river waters have also flowed down from the edge of the upper city, and fell into the temporary sea area near the jungle port. The power of the ancient god temporarily suppressed the impact of the Styx. After the impact force was resolved, the water of the Styx River was actually no different from the water of the Forgetful River, the Three Ways River, and the Yellow Spring. This kind of river water can be swallowed by the jungle port and even the upper city. If the big devil was still here, it would be clear what was happening. But now all the demon troops are dead, and everything is under Gushi's control. Then naturally there will be no other changes, but everything will change in a direction that is beneficial to Gushi under Gushi's control. When Gushi, who was at the sacrifice point, felt that the breath of the river water surging from below had changed, Gushi knew that the water of the Styx River was in place, and the last step could begin. Chapter 2509. Use the water of the Styx as a link to connect the two cities. The dead city will be assimilated into life, and the living city will be assimilated into death. Standing on the back of the water dragon beast, Gushi officially announced the concept of merging the dead city with the ordinary city into a natural disaster city. This concept was carefully thought out, debated, and analyzed by Gushi over the years. It is also the most suitable for the current situation. It can be said that at this point, the fusion of the two cities is on the right track. Gushi is still unsure about what will happen in the future. At this time, Gushi is just a recorder, and can only observe the changes in the city. As Gushi's concept was reported, heavy rain began to fall in the upper city. The heavy rain contains the power to affect the soul. This is the power of the water of the Styx. If a living person occupies it, even if he does not die immediately, he will probably not survive for long. And all the Wanchuan rivers that Gushi originally arranged in the upper city, except for the 36 located in the building as nodes, all the others have disappeared. The river water in the city has also begun to be replaced by the water of the Styx. Gushi understood this from the beginning. After all, Gushi wanted to use the power of the Styx to complete his own affairs this time. It would not work without giving some benefits. So now Gushi has to do the final processing to increase the success rate of city integration. This processing was specially asked by Gushi to Yen Ryu to find in the past 10 days. The treatment of the Styx by the necromancer. Gushi clearly remembered that Tang Shuang's graduation project was to subdue a Styx, and finally this Styx was placed at the Hades University as a floor tile. From this point, it can be seen that the necromancer, at least in Hades University, has a way to control the Styx. At least there will be a way to control or influence it. Gushi didn't ask for much, just to borrow the power of the sticks. This method was something that Tang Xuan could do at the beginning, so Gushi could do it too. When the sticks began to replace the water of the Forgotten River, Gushi rode the water dragon beast and returned to the city center of the upper city. Because most of the Forgotten River disappeared, the water level of the river on the street dropped a lot. The large supermarket that was originally flooded with only the roof left also emerged from the water. However, after the baptism of the Forgotten River, the appearance of the supermarket in front of him has changed. Although it still looks the same size, there are many rotten wooden board decorations on the wall. Now the water of the sticks is replacing the Forgotten River, and the appearance of this supermarket is beginning to be affected by the water of the sticks, and it is slowly changing from a metal building to a stone building. Gushi walked into the supermarket naturally, ignoring the various goods and garbage that were washed all over the ground by the water, and walked to the center of the supermarket. The supermarket in front of us is a warehouse-style supermarket, and the interior space is relatively large. In addition, the location of this supermarket is good, so it has always been considered the city center of the city. When Gushi came in, he raised his hand, and 2 dump trucks fell into the water. Although Gushi has always been a dump truck, everyone knows that the dump truck is a mobile base for building large buildings. It can easily accommodate 1,000 people. Now Gushi can directly put 2 dump trucks into the supermarket. Just think about it, and you can know how big the supermarket will be. Ask the undead in the dump truck to clear a piece of open space in the middle of the supermarket. Gushi took out a pile of materials and arranged them on the water. This is a way to communicate with the sticks to sign a contract. Generally speaking, the sticks ferryman will communicate with the sticks to sign a contract. He can use the sticks' channel to the world to move freely, and the ferryman will leave something for the sticks every time he crosses the river. Of course, there are also Hades, or the Lord of the Underworld, who will sign a contract with the sticks to let the sticks appear in their territory, or not let the sticks bring anyone into their territory. And the sticks will also put forward corresponding conditions according to the requirements of the Hades, or the Lord of the Underworld. As long as the conditions are negotiated, an agreement can be reached. This is the contract that Gushi arranged. A contract to communicate with the sticks. Here is Gushi's city, and the water of the sticks has already arrived here, so both parties have the basis for signing a contract. Only then can Gushi communicate with the sticks. As Gushi's contract magic circle was set up, a voice came to his ears. "What did I see? Isn't this Xiao Gu?" Hearing this, Gushi wanted to say, "How do you know me?" But as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that Gushi had heard this voice before. Gushi had heard this voice before when he was communicating with other death favors in death. At that time, the man was wearing a black metal robe, and the robe was full of metal faces. A lot of sewage flowed down from his body, and his head and face were covered by a hood. Only a pair of blue-gray translucent curved horns indicated that he might have been a demon in his lifetime. The sound of his voice was like he was soaking in water, quite distinctive. He usually called himself the River God, but no one said what his identity was. Some people just said that he seemed to be on the path of demons and undead, and he also mastered good water and space spells, and he should have 1 or 2 red clothes. As for whether there were other things, everyone was not an enemy, so no one checked it so clearly. But Gushi never thought that this river god was really a river god, but he was the river god who governed the sticks. Because he knew each other, Gushi spoke more casually. "It's the Lord of the River. I was thinking about how to communicate with the sticks. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Haha, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to find me. I remember that you didn't take the Yellow Spring route. The sticks is dispensable to you. It was an accident for me. I was just blocked outside a passage to hell. The people in hell want the water of the sticks to flush my city, and I just want to use the water of the underworld to do something." Gushi simply explained his current situation and his needs. "Hey, are you doing research on that natural disaster city? You are really a ruthless person. You dare to research anything. This is the taboo of the cycle of life and death. On the side of the death city, you have the blessing of death, so there will be no problem here. But on the side of the ordinary city, you have not received the recognition of life, and this fusion will never succeed. So you should give up. If you keep trying like this, the possibility of your 2 cities being destroyed will be quite high." Hearing this, Gushi was also stunned. He didn't expect that the reason why the natural disaster city has not been studied was this. The life that the river god refers to here is definitely not an ordinary life form, but an existence at the same level as death. If anyone can get the approval of both bosses at the same time, then there is no need to build a natural disaster city, just go sideways. Chapter 2510. Although he knew that it would not succeed, and even knew the reason why it would not succeed, Gushi did not give up. After all, it had come to this point, and he had to go on no matter what. Gushi just discussed the conditions with the river god, hoping to borrow the power of the sticks to put some pressure on the two cities, and promote the integration of the two cities. In addition, if the integration was not successful, Gushi also hoped that the water of the sticks could protect the two cities. Even if there was a little problem, it didn't matter as long as the city was preserved. The river god didn't think much about Gushi's request. It's just a small matter. Okay, I'll help you with this. But the rules are like this. If I help you, you have to pay a price. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you daydreaming? Gushi shook his head and came back to his senses from his daze. Of course, I will definitely pay the price. How about we pay the price according to the standard of the Lord of the Underworld to summon the sticks or prevent the sticks from entering the territory? Okay, we are old acquaintances. What's wrong with that? This is the standard price. I am comfortable with it, and I don't need to think too much, so let's do it. After saying that, the voice of the river god was interrupted directly. It can be seen that the river god himself has something to do. He just found that an acquaintance was summoning him to make a contract, and he came over to take a look out of curiosity. After making sure that Gushi had nothing to do, he naturally had to do his own thing. He really didn't care about the small matter of contracting the sticks. But Gushi didn't go too far because the sticks was his acquaintance. He understood that friendships are won over little by little, but destroying friendships may be just a small matter. Gushi piled the prepared materials on the summoning magic circle according to the standards issued by Hades University. After doing this, Gushi did not leave immediately. He watched the magic circle in front of him swallow all the materials, and watched the water of the sticks wash the magic circle clean, and then walk out of the supermarket. This step is also a lesson learned by many people at the cost of their lives. There have been cases before where people left directly after completing the contract with the sticks. As a result, some people actually borrowed the contract magic circle that had not been recovered and signed other contracts with the sticks. In the end, the cause and effect of this contract was counted on the person who set up the contract magic circle at the beginning. That person really did nothing and was taken away by the sticks. Since then, everyone has to watch the contract magic circle completely end, all the things are taken away, and the magic circle is swallowed by the water of the sticks before leaving. Even those who use this kind of contract magic circle for the first time will be reminded repeatedly when they get the method of setting up the contract magic circle, so as to avoid any problems. After leaving the supermarket, Gushi looked down at the flood on the street. Although it was also sewage, Gushi knew at first glance that most of the water on the street was Styx water. Although it was unclear why he felt this way, Gushi could clearly feel that the Styx water was no longer as violent as before, but was like a moat, maintaining the integrity of the city. In the case of the upper city, it seemed that even if it could not be integrated, it would not be destroyed. Gushi thought about it seriously. Then the key point was the situation of the jungle port on the lower level. He had been staying in the upper city, working hard to deal with the integration of the two cities. He had not even taken a look at the battle in Jungle Harbor. Now he had to go down to see what the outcome of this battle was. After ordering the heroes guarding the upper city to appease the residents in the city, Gushi returned to Jungle Harbor through the gate of Jungle Harbor. At this time, Gushi noticed that the salvage work on the sea had been completed, and Supra had docked the boat at the dock of Jungle Harbor. When Gushi came down, Supra came up to him immediately. "Sir, you came at the right time. Some octopuses seem to have come from the river just now. I saw that these octopuses did not seem to have any hostility, so I did not attack them, but just did not let them enter our waters." "Octopuses? Where did the octopuses come from?" Gushi asked curiously. Supra pointed at the sea, and sure enough, in the direction Supra pointed, a large number of tentacles appeared on the water and were waving. Supra arranged several ships to block them, but the tentacles had no intention of attacking the ships, so the two sides were deadlocked. Gushi thought for a while, those are friendly forces, let them come. Friendly forces? Oh, okay. Supra's eyes rolled, as if he was thinking of something. Gushi didn't notice Supra's attitude, but asked directly about the situation of this battle. Supra was bragging about how powerful his command was. But Gushi must have heard something. It was like raising a huge wave and letting the huge wave take away some of the demons. Supra said it was his idea, but Gushi absolutely believed that it was luck. Then, there is the matter of besieging the big demon. Supra also boasted as if he had taken action, but Gushi believed that Supra definitely did not take action. Gushi did not intend to say anything about Supra on this point. The higher the level, the more personality these undead have. Epic level Supra, Each one is quite unique. Let alone others. Just like Wei Hu, he is definitely a person with a strong personality. Supra's little problem is not a big deal for Gu Shi. He can brag if he likes, as long as it does not affect the battle. Apart from bragging, Supra is relatively reliable in other aspects. Just like after the naval battle, he did not retreat back immediately, but inspected the various defenses on the sea and entered the range of the sticks before retreating back. Supra also explained these things to Gu Shi, and at the same time he brought Gu Shi a message, that is, the demon stone ships seem to be difficult to repair. In addition, these stone ships have no sails or anything, and can only move in the water of the sticks. It is not very useful to take them to other places. Hearing this, Gu Shi also reacted. After all, stone ships are not like wooden ships. If a piece of wood is nailed on a broken part, it can still be used for a normal period of time. The stone ship is directly dug out of a whole stone. If there is a hole, it cannot be blocked even if you want to, and it may break directly. The ships that Supra snatched back are all in this situation. It is difficult to repair, and even if it is repaired, it can't last too long. In Supra's eyes, these things are really useless, and they are at a loss in this naval battle. Chapter 2511. Where's the ship? Gu Shi asked after listening to Supra's words. Supra pointed to the dock at Jungle Harbor, and Gu Shi saw a large amount of stone fragments piled there. With just a glance, Gu Shi knew that this thing was the fragments of the stone ship that had just been fished out of the sea. Supra and his team wanted to use these materials to build another dock. It seems that Supra really regards this place as his home port, and he doesn't want to waste any development opportunities. For such a situation, Gu Shi knew that it was impossible to repair the stone ship. However, Gu Shi was not without a way. He contacted Luna as soon as possible and asked her if she had received the ghost ship transformed from the destroyed stone ship. At the same time, Gu Shi also opened his Night Blood Road. However, the news from the Night Blood Road was that things like ships could become buildings in the Night Blood Road, and could not be transformed into any of the 3 arms in the Night Blood Road. In other words, Gu Shi's idea of using the Night Blood Road to release the ghost ship was not feasible. Now it depends on the double death. Fortunately, Luna brought good news. As long as the stone ships were destroyed because of Gu Shi or his men, they were all transformed into ghost ships. Although they were made of stone, they looked heavier, but they were really ghost ships. Regardless of whether they had other properties, they could sail on the sea without any problems. In addition, the demons killed this time were also transformed into undead and appeared in the city of Aridov. These undead did not transform into any special types of soldiers, but the number was a bit large, which was obviously about 40% more than the previous estimate. This is somewhat confusing. When he heard the news, Gu Shi was a little suspicious. Did these demons die twice during the battle? Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? At this moment, Supra shouted excitedly, "What did you say? We found a complete sunken ship. Where is it? Pull it up quickly." Gu Shi thought about it, and understood why Supra was so excited. The number of ships is related to his future growth. Now even one more ship is a good thing for Supra. So Gu Shi immediately opened the waterway fence leading to the city of Aridov, and let all the ships that had just become ghost ships come out. Supra was rushing to the location of the complete stone ship that had just been salvaged from the sea. When these ghost ships appeared, he turned his head and looked at the ghost ship. The ghost ship in the front was the ghost ship that the great demon Jiguan was riding. At this time, the ghost ship had completely changed. At the bow, there was a statue of a great demon, just like the great demon standing at the bow and commanding everything. It can be seen that the transformation of this ship is much stronger than other stone ships. When Supra saw this situation, his eyes lit up. He jumped into the water immediately and swam towards the ghost ship in front. More and more ghost ships appeared behind, which made this ghost ship keep moving forward. It just happened to meet Supra. As soon as he approached the ghost ship, Supra jumped up immediately and stuck his hands on the side of the ghost ship. It looked like he was attacking the ship by surprise. Gu Shi was speechless. He didn't understand Supra's idea at all. With Supra's status, he was only slightly inferior to Gu Shi's contracted undead under Gu Shi. Most of the troops can be ordered. He can let the ghost ship lower the rope ladder or something. There is no need to do this. But Supra didn't think so. In his mind, the ship is the captain's life. No captain is willing to give up his ship. If you want a ship, you must snatch it from the captain. So he is here to snatch the ship. Gu Shi couldn't help shaking his head at Supra's behavior, but finally let him go. Gu Shi asked his soul coffin corpse witch and underwater troops to retreat while entering the jungle port. The upper city has been arranged clearly, so the jungle port also needs to be arranged. The result of this fusion does not have to wait until the end. Gushi now needs to arrange the next things in the jungle port. When he came to the meeting hall of the jungle port, Gushi called the hero who was guarding here. You did a great job defending the city this time. Me? I didn't do anything. The hero was speechless. He really didn't do anything since the sticks appeared in the starry sky. He really didn't participate in the construction of jungle port, the training of troops, and the subsequent naval battle. He originally thought there would be a big battle so that he could upgrade or something, but he didn't expect that he was just a decoration during this period. He wasted some of his connections in vain. If he had known earlier, he should have tricked those guys over. Oh, then you did a good job. Next is my order. I guarantee it will be completed. The heroes stood up straight upon hearing this. Next, this city will merge with the upper city. During the fusion process, there will be some abnormalities. No matter what happens, even if all the buildings in the city are destroyed, you don't need to care. Just wait until the abnormal reaction is over and rebuild. Do you understand this? I understand. Very good, and Supra will stay here from now on. He will regard this place as his home port, and he can use the docks and shipyards first. But you can't leave everything to him. This place is connected to the Hell Channel. When Supra is not here, you will take on the responsibility of fighting the Hell troops. So I need you to do a good job of defending the jungle port. Although you didn't participate in the previous battle, you should know the situation of various defense lines. Now I just ask you to guard this place well. I guarantee to complete the task. When the hero heard that there was a battle to be fought, his eyes lit up. It seems that the opportunity finally fell on me. These few days have not been in vain, and the next battle will depend on me. By the way, I will summon the corpses of some of the little demons later, and they will serve as long-range troops in the city. Then you will be in charge of the formation. In addition, I will give you 1 year in Jungle Port. After 1 year, Jungle Port needs to provide ships and other materials to Aridov City as taxes. Understood. The hero nodded affirmatively. And Gushi was also there talking seriously about the arrangements for Jungle Port. After all, Gushi had already seen that Supra would definitely take his fleet upstream and kill his way to hell after he had enough troops. It would be a bit unreliable to leave things to Supra. Chapter 2512. The City of Een, Hades University. Gushi pressed his forehead. He was exhausted these days. He thought he could say that if the natural disaster city was not successfully integrated, he could change the direction of his graduation thesis and start over. Unexpectedly, Hades University would not recognize what he said verbally. Regardless of whether the graduation project was successful or not, you must write a paper. Even if it failed, you must state the reason for the failure. This is why there are so many materials about the integration of natural disaster cities in Hades University. If the paper is unique, there will even be professors and teachers who will analyze your paper and make some judgments around the paper you gave. Moreover, the reimbursement from Hades University is not just a matter of words, but also requires evidence. In the absence of being able to bring out the Death City and the Ordinary City, the paper is the best evidence. So Gushi originally planned to go back to Hades University and tell teacher Gongling Yu that his first thesis topic failed, and he was going to change to another topic. Unexpectedly, he would be dragged here to write a detailed paper. Fortunately, when Gushi was researching the natural disaster city, he borrowed a lot of failed papers from Hades University and knew how to write this paper. Otherwise, writing this paper would take a longer time. How to connect the Death City and the Ordinary City sources that you put in. The ideas when connecting, the problems, and various situations encountered during the connection process all need to be written clearly. Of course, it would be better if there are debris left after the final city synthesis. If not, it doesn't matter. After all, the Death City is not necessarily in the real world, and everyone knows this. What everyone needs to look at is the idea and process of integration, and find the reasons for failure. Here, Gushi couldn't say that the natural disaster city did not merge successfully because the life boss didn't let it. He could only write his own judgment. Before the fusion, he had always considered making the Death City and the Ordinary City tend to have the same attribute. Even if the attributes are different, it is better to be close, hoping that the fusion will be successful. But things have proved that the failure of the natural disaster city fusion is not a problem of city attributes. It is not a problem of the city's integration method. Personally, I feel that it is more like a problem between life and death. At the beginning of the fusion, I personally felt that the fusion of the natural disaster city should first let life and death reach a balance, and then start the cycle between life and death. The life of the ordinary city is transferred to the Death City, and the death in the Death City is transferred to the ordinary city. But the fusion has begun and cannot be stopped and restarted. For this reason, the city fusion failed in the end. After writing this paper, Gushi also called Yen Ryu to help polish it. Finally, all the papers were finished. But Gushi still has things to do next. In the next period of time, Gushi will have to deal with the most difficult approval department in Hades University. After all, Gushi also recorded the expenses of this graduation project at the end of the paper. According to the regulations of Hades University, all expenses can be reimbursed. But it is not so easy for you to get reimbursed. Either you have to have a trace to follow, or you have a reason to say. Having a trace means where you went, whether you took the train between star fields or used direct teleportation, all of which require tickets or proof. For example, if you went to the underworld through a portal, this can be confirmed. After all, you can check the portal. But if you say that you transferred to a certain place through your Death City, then I'm sorry, this will not be recognized. Because you can't let people check your records of transiting through the Death City, unless you leave a corresponding movement track in the target city, otherwise many things will not be recognized. Not to mention some means of movement that cannot leave traces, such as transiting through the game. Therefore, the approval department will never recognize reimbursement without a trace. Then someone will ask, the fusion of natural disaster cities requires the use of Death Cities. Some Death Cities are in the game, or what if you go directly through the Death City? Then you have to have a reason. You can't say that your Death City is a level 60 super large city cluster, and it will merge with a star field as soon as it comes out. No one will believe this. But if you say that the Death City you brought out is a large city of about level 20, the approval department may ask you to show some evidence, and they will study whether it is true before approving it. As for if you say that the Death City you brought out is a small city of level 1, the approval department may directly approve it. After all, for the topic of natural disaster city, you must consume a Death City. Whether it is consumed or not can be seen from the paper. The things written by copying the paper, and the things you have experienced are different. And they also know to check. They don't believe everything the players say, and they even question the player's situation. If there are too many problems in the paper, the reimbursement may not be approved. This is the third time Gushi has come here. The first time he came, he asked about the reimbursement process. The second time he came, he got all the reimbursements that could be traced. As for the reimbursement that can be justified, because the paper has not been fully written, they have never recognized it. Moreover, when Gushi brought the first draft of the paper, they also said that there were many problems that could not be determined, and hoped that Gushi could provide more detailed data or information. Otherwise, they will not recognize it. For this matter, Gushi also asked Catherine to check all kinds of information and sort out all kinds of quotations. Anyway, Gushi's paper is now quite complete. Whether it is handed over to the Hades University or reimbursed by the approval department, there is no problem. Today, Gushi also planned to come and see the progress of the reimbursement and see what good things such a large paper can get. Pushing open the door of the approval department, Gushi looked inside and saw 3 staff members sitting in the office. Seeing Gushi coming in, the 3 staff members stood up at the same time. Student Gu, you are here. Your last reimbursement has been approved. We can settle it here. Student Gu, are the materials for this reimbursement ready? We can verify it now. You see, I even invited experts here. Student Gu, our actuary for this service is happy to serve you. The 3 staff members spoke at the same time, and Gushi didn't know who to listen to. However, Gushi's reaction was still fast. He raised the paper in his hand. Let's deal with this matter first. Chapter 2513. Student Gu, based on the cost and demands of your paper this time, are you sure that the reimbursement for the ordinary city investment requires a designated orange suit, and the reimbursement for the Death City investment requires a small Death City, right? Yes. In this natural disaster city fusion, the most important thing is the investment in the ordinary city and the Death City. Although under the protection of the sticks, these 2 cities will not be destroyed even if the fusion fails. But that thing is near the black hole, and no one who runs there specifically will know it. So most people can directly assume that the fusion failed and the 2 cities were destroyed. These 2 cities are naturally within the scope of reimbursement. As ordinary cities that are easier to obtain, the compensation, the reimbursement price will naturally not be too high. Especially for a city like Gushi that was picked up directly, giving an orange suit is a very high price. At least it has been clearly stated here that the orange suit is in a designated direction. It is impossible to estimate the price of the Death City, so if the general price cannot be negotiated, you can choose to exchange the Death City for the Death City. As for where the Death City on the Hades University side came from, among the many majors in Hades University, there are always some players who control the Death City and die while in school. Once they die, their Death City becomes an ownerless Death City. The ownership naturally falls into the hands of Hades University. Of course, Hades University has no right to trade the Death City to ordinary players. Only when Death City exchanges Death City, or when people like Gushi come to reimburse, will there be a choice. Moreover, high-level Death Cities are not exchanged at all are low-level. If you don't want to, then exchange for something else. Anyway, Hades University would rather you not exchange for low-level Death Cities. Gushi's choice is naturally to reimburse a Death City. It is understandable that Gushi wants to specify orange equipment for ordinary cities. If Gushi loses a Death City but does not want to make up for it with a Death City, it will definitely be suspected. It will even affect the previous reimbursement process. For this reason, no matter what choice he makes, Gushi will want a Death City. Student Gu, we have selected suitable reimbursement items for you. Please come over here to talk. First of all, for the reimbursement of ordinary cities, a targeted orange equipment. Your requirement is equipment with the power of the three goddesses of moonlight, death, and war, right? Yes. Gushi made this request directly, but he did not require it to be from the vampire goddess, as the orange-equipped guard blacksmith said. After all, this is now in the real world, and humans have all kinds of professions. What may be troublesome for Gushi is not difficult for all mankind. We now have 3 orange equipment to choose from. Gushi laughed when he heard this. See, this is the power of human society. What are they? A necklace, which we can get directly from Hades University. It is called the Moonlight Goddess of War Necklace, which has 3 different powers, moonlight, death, and war. A shield, which is not in our hands, but we have a channel to communicate with the owner and can trade it. This shield is called Moonlight Famous Painting, and it also has 3 different powers, moonlight, death, and war. Finally, there is an arrow, which we have already received information about, but it may take a little longer. But as long as you are willing, we can definitely get it. This arrow is quite special, and it changes back and forth between the 3 attributes of moonlight, death, and war. It is called the Arrow of the Awakener. The staff quickly introduced the situation of these 3 orange equipment to Gushi. It can be seen that they had already checked it when Gushi made the request last time. Gushi said immediately, I want the necklace of the Moonlight Goddess of War. Hearing this, the staff member glanced at Gushi. From Gushi's words, he understood why Gushi had specified this direction. It seems that Gushi must have a task in hand, which requires equipment with the power of the 3 goddesses of moonlight, death, and war to unlock. This kind of thing often happens in the game. It is because Gushi is in a hurry that he can lower the price. Otherwise, the price of an ordinary city is also quite high. Think about it. Even in the depths of the game, the player's city must have at least 1 orange equipment holder. In the cities of the real world, the possibility of orange equipment appearing will only be higher. If Gushi did not specify this kind of orange equipment, he might have been evaluated for 3 or 5 pieces of orange equipment. So this staff member is somewhat grateful for Gushi's task. If it were not for this task, he would have to bargain with Gushi for a long time, and in the end, he might have received a bad review. Now that Gushi is willing to take this kind of thing, the staff member is also very happy. No problem, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to Gu now. Gu, come here and sign the orange equipment transfer contract first. There will be an orange equipment acceptance book later, and you can sign it after the goods arrive. By the way, we still have some time to talk about the Death City. Although it has been confirmed many times, we still need to confirm whether you have mastered the Death City skill. Yes. Gushi demonstrated his Death City skill, as he did several times before. The staff nodded and took out 3 documents from a box beside him. This is the Death City, that can be taken out for explanation and compensation. There are 3 in total, and you can choose one from them. Gushi took the document and looked at it, and then he understood why the staff did not talk about it directly like the orange equipment before. The Death City is really much more important than the orange equipment. Of these 3 Death Cities, 2 are located in the real world, one is level 3 and the other is level 4, but because their original owners have died, they are now in a semi-sealed state. There is another one in a game, this one is level 5, and it is also in danger because of the death of its original owner, so it is being traded. The attributes of these 3 dead cities are not core cities. The one in the game is a mining area, which was originally a big city, but because the game is still running, this city has no owner, and it has occupied a large mine, so it has been targeted. The 2 cities in the real world are transportation hubs. mainly to allow players to freely come from the game and the real world, and sometimes they can also conduct some commercial transactions. It doesn't matter if the city is small, as long as it is enough for the necromancer. After glancing at the information of the 3 dead cities, Gushi pointed to one of the documents and said, "I want this one. Chapter 2514. Let's go with this Beifinjiwen city." Putting down the 3 documents in his hand, Gushi said decisively, "The Beifinjiwen city he chose is the largest of the 3 death cities, and it is also the one in the game." Gushi didn't want to choose a big one. But among the 3 death cities, only this one has some functionality. After this death city lost its owner, it could produce 50,000 units of ordinary resources, 3,000 units of rare resources, and 500 units of purple quality materials every week. It can be said that this is a relatively qualified mining area. Just think about how powerful the owner of the Death City was before he died. The most important thing is that among the 3 Death Cities, only this one is facing the enemy now. For Gushi, this is the most important thing. The Death City in the real world has to consider welcoming and sending off, considering various problems, and can't get various materials, and can't fight at will. What does Gushi want such a Death City for? Seeing Gushi's choice, the staff didn't say anything. After all, the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 Death Cities were clearly written. All the things were chosen by Gushi himself. Even if Gushi didn't want any of them, he didn't have any objections. After collecting the information of the remaining 2 Death Cities, the staff took out another piece of parchment. This is the deed of Beifinjiwen City. As long as you write your name, you can get Beifinjiwen City. So simple? Simple? Don't think this thing is simple. This thing is the soul of the necromancer after he really died. If you write your name on it, it means that you have subdued this necromancer. This city of death is naturally yours. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The necromancer is a profession that is not easy to die. Not to mention that these players also got the city of death. What did these players do to make themselves lose everything they have without even the chance to become a lich? Before Gushi figured out what was going on, a staff member brought a box over. Although this box is relatively large, it actually contains a necklace. Student Gu, let's inspect the goods first. After inspecting the goods, we can sign the contract and take this orange equipment away. When the box was placed in front of Gushi, it was opened immediately. Gushi saw a necklace like moonlight in the box. As soon as it was opened, Gushi could see the white light like moonlight coming out of the box. You got the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace, orange dot. Moonlight Goddess of War necklace, orange, necklace, unbound. Gushi carefully checked the properties of the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace. Just as the staff said, although the strength was not too strong, it just met the requirements of the 3 different properties of moonlight, war and death. There was no word game. At the same time, Gushi also saw that this thing was for the nanny, with combat blessing, blood supplement and strengthening, and combat resurrection. If it was a nanny fighting in a small team, she would definitely use this Moonlight Goddess of War necklace as a treasure. But in the hands of a necromancer like Gushi, it is really not a necessary thing. Generally speaking, a necromancer of Gushi's level will not expose himself to danger. Even if he encounters different dangers, it is unnecessary to fight and revive, as they have the ability to summon souls directly on the battlefield. That's right. Gushi nodded to the staff. Student Gu, as long as you are satisfied, come, please sign here. This time, the staff took out not a parchment, but a formal contract. Gushi took a look, and it only said that Gushi had confirmed the situation of the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace, and confirmed that this thing was what he wanted, and took the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace as reimbursement for his graduation thesis this time. After signing his name, the rest of the things were much simpler. After all, the 2 largest parts of the reimbursement process have been completed, and the rest is just about money or resources. Money and resources are not a big deal for Hades University. Soon all of Gushi's reimbursements were completely processed. Gushi picked up the paper that he had brought as proof, took the parchment scroll and necklace he had just obtained, and walked out. The staff wanted to ask if Gushi wanted to arrange for someone to protect him, but after thinking about it, Gushi had a red suit in his hand, and if he went out on the street with an orange suit, no one would notice him, so he didn't say it in the end. Gushi himself took his things out of the office building, and turned around to the research building behind. Gushi came here today to hand in his paper, to declare that his first graduation project had failed, and to prepare to start the next graduation project. This needs to be reported to the school for record. After all, the school must have records for reimbursement and graduation. You can't say that if you get things done by yourself, the school will recognize it. It's not that if you say this is your first graduation thesis, the school really thinks this is your first graduation project. The school must check your previous records, and all the information must be recorded, whether it is success or failure, all must be reported. If the player does not need to leave the school to complete the graduation project, the school would like the player to come and report the situation of the graduation project every day. Gushi definitely didn't have time to do such things. He went to the research building, handed in his thesis, and turned around to leave. Just as Gushi was about to leave, a professor called Gushi down. "Student Gu, please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Gushi looked at the professor curiously. He had seen him before, but he didn't know him. He should not be a professor in the department he was familiar with. "It's like this, Gu, we have read the first draft of your paper before, and found that there are some details in it that are inspiring to us. Can we conduct further research on your paper?" "Of course, but what I can provide now is the records of materials, and there is no on-site inspection." Gushi shrugged. Although Gushi came back early, the failure of the fusion, there was a foregone conclusion. Gushi couldn't bring people to the scene. So even if these professors wanted to study, they couldn't find the real objects to study. "It's okay, we don't value that. We found some good points in your paper, such as the internal river circulation of the two cities." "Oh, let me introduce myself. I am the head of the Department of Water Conservancy Engineering of the Undead. Some of your actions are in line with our ideas." Chapter 2515. After being dragged by the professors in the research building for a whole half day, Gushi finally came out. If he didn't leave, Gushi would be dragged by these professors to study various problems in detail. This kind of scholar-type professor is really terrible. Gushi shook his head, activated the Polaris positioning, and returned to Aridov City one step ahead of time. In Aridov City, Luna, Princess Anna, Catherine and Mary were waiting for Gushi. They heard early in the morning that Gushi would get a new Death City this time. This matter is related to them all, and they must come to discuss how to deal with it. When seeing Gushi, Luna came up to him immediately. "My lord, how is the situation?" "It's a very good harvest. This time I got a mine site, and the output is still good, but now this mine site has been targeted by someone, and it is necessary to send a leader who can attack and defend. Occupy this mine site first." Gushi talked about the harvest this time. "Sir, if you just want a leader, I do have a recommendation." At this time, Princess Anna spoke. "Oh, tell me about it." "Sir, do you still remember the one who guarded the battlefield of the underworld when we fought the two kings in the underworld last time? He has been selected by Huangquan Road, and has been assigned corresponding troops and tasks. I have tested his level, and he has a good level in both defense and attack. The most important thing is that he observes danger very carefully. That is the keen sense trained by long-term suppression of the battlefield of the underworld. For this kind of environment where you need to choose between guarding and attacking, he is the best choice. Now that you mention it, I have some impression. He surrendered very quickly. He is a leader with good vision, so he is good. Luna, you go to build the Road of Tribulation later. Princess Anna, you arrange the troops, add twice as many troops to him, arrange all kinds of troops, and add twice as many undead laborers to ensure the normal operation of the city. Mary, you take the people over and take over the City of Death. Shea is not here this time. Let Shea go over to arrange and check the situation of the game. If it is not an important game, just teach those forces who want to deal with my City of Death a lesson." Hearing Gushi's order, Mary also nodded. As for Luna and Princess Anna, they had already mobilized manpower and troops. Gushi took out the parchment signed with his name and put it in Mary's hand. Now Beifenjiwen City is considered to be Gushi's, but Gushi's men must take this deed to take over the city officially. Mary also knew that only she could do this kind of thing, so she took the parchment directly. Gushi told Mary some more things and then left quickly. The matter of Beifenjiwen City was not the focus for Gushi. Now the most important thing in Gushi's eyes was the unsealing of the head of the goddesses. After all, it was about the unsealing of the red suit, so Gushi had to go there in person to deal with it. Others could understand Gushi's hasty departure. After all, the matter of the red suit was the most important thing for Gushi now. In the absence of other things, the red suit would definitely be given priority. Besides, Gushi only went there to unlock one layer of the seal, which took a while. If there was anything important, it could be discussed later. So Mary and the others did not stop Gushi, but looked at Catherine and said, "You can go with me later. If it is really a resource point, you should know how much it can produce every week." "Okay, I also need to arrange an internal caravan to go there. It is really inappropriate to go to some places without visiting them in person." Catherine nodded and walked side by side with Mary, heading towards the main gate of Aridavi City. At this time, Gushi had also arrived at the place where the heads of the goddesses were stored. Standing in front of the bronze head, Gushi took out the necklace of the Moonlight Goddess of War that he had just obtained. The necklace emitted a white light like moonlight in Gushi's hand. And the bronze head seemed to feel something, and its eyes like the starry sky lit up slightly. Gushi stretched out his hand, and passed the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace in his hand to the bronze head. Facing this huge head, Gushi hesitated for a moment, but still wrapped the necklace around the broken neck of the bronze head. The moment the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace touched the bronze head, the nose of the bronze head slowly lit up with white moonlight. Then a ding sound came to Gushi's ears. The head of the goddess's second seal has reached the standard for unsealing, and the seal is officially lifted. When the sound of the seal being lifted began, the bronze head also began to melt from the nose, and as drops of bronze fell, the silver white skin underneath was slowly revealed. When all the bronze melted and dripped onto the ground, a silver head emitting holy white light appeared in front of Gushi. This head was 2/3 the size of the original bronze head. It still looked like the original bronze head, even the earrings on the ears had not changed, but the expression had completely changed. The face of the silver head was calm at this time, with eyes closed, and there was no color on his face other than silver. It was as if the Moonlight Goddess of War necklace had directly washed away all the different attributes on the head. But the situation in front of him seemed a little wrong. For some reason, Gushi always had a wrong feeling. At this time, Gushi hurried forward to check it out. After all, this head of the goddesses was related to a red equipment of his. It couldn't go wrong like this. Just as Gushi approached the head of the goddesses again, the eyes of the head of the goddesses, which had been closed, suddenly opened. In those eyes, the murderous aura of war and the dead aura of death flashed respectively. Gushi calmed down, that's right. How could there be only moonlight? At this moment, a new reminder sounded. The second seal of the head of goddesses is unlocked, and the third seal of the 5 seals begins to be processed. Head of goddesses, third seal under the guidance of the head of goddesses, enter the designated battlefield, complete a battle between goddesses, and win, because only the winner can be called the head of goddesses. Note, everyone has only one chance to participate in the battle. If the battle fails, the head of goddesses will be resealed and leave on his own. Note, in order to win, you can choose to join a certain camp. After all, this battle is a battle between goddesses. Note, do not touch the Queen of Heaven, do not touch the Queen of Heaven. Chapter 25:16. Wait. Seeing the pop-up prompt, Gushi wanted to retreat immediately. But Gushi's speed was still a little slow. The eyes of the silver man's head stared directly at Gushi, and a white moonlight dragged Gushi in. You have started the third seal of the head of the goddesses. The power of the seal affects your level, skills, equipment, and subordinates will be affected by the temporary seal. It is found that you have red equipment and quasi-red equipment. Such items cannot be sealed. Attention, your power has been noticed by the gods. Before Gushi reacted, there was a flash in front of his eyes, as if he was thrown into a washing machine and kept swinging around. However, Gushi at this time did not feel as uncomfortable as the last time he bound the ghost flower. Maybe it was because his strength became stronger, or maybe it was because he was affected by several pieces of red equipment around him. After all, when red equipment is bound, it cannot prevent the existence of other red equipment. Not to mention that this is not considered a bound red equipment. Gushi, who understood this, felt more at ease. At this time, the light in his eyes slowly turned white. When everything calmed down, Gushi found himself standing in a forest. Gushi looked down and found that all his equipment was gone. No, it can't be said that all the equipment was gone. Gushi still had the ghost flower on his hands, and the hand of death behind him was still there. At the same time, Gushi could still put the death hair in his pocket. However, Gushi also found that his connection with the Griffin Black Throne became intermittent, and the hand of death behind him became empty-handed. All the weapons and equipment equipped on it, as well as the ghost prison corresponding to the hand of death, were gone. It seems that the sealing power is also targeted. There is no way for the red suits to seal each other. At least the head of the goddesses in front of him is unwilling to pay such a high price. Gushi's current situation is much better than the last time he was bound. Last time, Gushi couldn't bring in anything except 2 opportunities to use the red suit. But Gushi was somewhat confused at this time. The last time the opportunity to use the red suit could be brought in, why did the connection between the master and the servant of the Griffin Black King seem to be almost completely cut off this time? Gushi, who couldn't figure it out, finally shook his head and looked around. Compared with the last purposeful transmission, this time Gushi really didn't know anything. He didn't know where he was, nor what he was going to do. He didn't know how to get out. The only thing he knew was that he had to participate in a battle between goddesses. But Gushi was not sure who the goddess was. After thinking about it seriously, Gushi thought that the most important thing at the moment was to determine his current location first. No matter what, let's go out and ask around first. He looked up at the dense forest around him, and found that he couldn't even judge the direction now. So Gushi had an idea, and the molten crushing hand behind him grabbed up and grabbed a branch, and then exerted force to bring Gushi to the tree. Although this way of going on the road was a bit uncomfortable, Gushi had been accustomed to flying with external forces over the years, and this height was nothing to Gushi. He just turned over and stood on the branch. With the help of the hand of death behind him, Gushi easily reached the top of the tree. With the height and Gushi's eyes, Gushi could see the surrounding situation clearly. Gushi was in the center of a huge forest. No matter which direction he looked, there were lush forests within 40 to 50 kilometers around him. It seemed that this was a large forest, but judging from the tree species in the forest, this place did not belong to the range of tropical rainforests, but rather the environment of temperate and cold zone arbor forests. It was good for such a place to have more output. There would be fruits in the forest and mushrooms under the trees. If you come here for survival adventure, you can definitely find a lot of good things. But the problem is that Gushi is not here for survival adventure, he is here to help a goddess defeat another goddess. He didn't know what to do in the current situation. Gushi jumped on the tree, wanting to jump higher to see if he could see any landmarks, so that he could determine the direction to go. As a result, there were no mountains nearby, nor any cities. There were only trees in the distance, and it was not sure which way to go. This made Gushi speechless. You have dragged people in, so you should give some guidance. What is your situation? Speechless Gushi was about to go down to see if there were any clues on the ground, but found that the moon was still hanging in the sky. This situation made Gushi's heart move. Don't think that the moon hanging in the sky is not a big deal, it depends on the time. Gushi, who had just climbed to the top of the tree, confirmed that it was noon. In any case, the moon should not be hanging in the sky at this time. Now it seems that the moon should be the guide of the game world in front of him. Gushi looked up at the position of the moon and moved in a direction. While moving forward, Gushi observed the moon in the sky. Gushi found that no matter where he went, the moon was always above his head. This situation is not right, but it is not easy to deal with. If Gushi's Griffin Black Throne ability is still there, he must fly high in the sky. See where the moon is. But it is obviously not possible now. The power of the Griffin Black Throne is intermittent. Gushi does not want to be unable to connect to the effect of the Sky King when flying in the sky. If Gushi falls from the sky at that time, it will not be embarrassing, but life-threatening. Now Gushi has no level, no skills, no equipment, and even no clothes. I don't know if he can save his life by falling from a high altitude, but he is definitely seriously injured. In this situation where nothing can be determined, it would be better for Gushi to be careful. This is also the reason why Gushi does not have many red equipment. If the two pairs of death hands behind Gushi were all red equipment, he would not have considered so much and would have just killed his way out. Now we could only make do with the experiment. Anyway, it is not said how long the battle between the goddesses will last this time. It is also not said how long it will take to unblock the task this time. It is okay to go slower now. As long as we find the right ideas and people who can communicate, everything will be fine. Chapter 25:17. After walking in the woods for about 3 hours, the sun began to set, but the moon was still hanging high in the sky. And no matter which direction Gushi looked, there were still woods all around. This situation was quite unusual. You know, even if Gushi had no level and no equipment, his attributes could still increase his speed to a very high level, and he could keep running like this. 3 hours was enough for Gushi to run more than 200 kilometers. But now Gushi climbed to the top of the tree and looked around. The surrounding environment was still the same as before. Except that the sun had set, nothing else seemed to have changed. This made Gushi wonder if he had encountered a ghost wall. Otherwise, how could he not get out of the forest in front of him? But Gushi was not discouraged. He believed that no matter how big the forest was, there would always be a day to get out. He had only walked for a few hours. If it were in the game, it hadn't started yet. Although he hadn't contacted the corresponding people and inquired about the corresponding situation, Gushi was still able to calm himself and not be so anxious. Looking up at the sky, Gushi touched his stomach again. He decided to stop first, take a good rest, and find something to eat. After all, Gushi has no level and no skills now. What if he gets hungry? Besides, Gushi has been running for so long, but he still hasn't gotten out of the woods. There must be something wrong. Maybe it's because of the wrong direction, or maybe it's because of the wrong time. After all, such a big moon in the sky may be a reminder that daytime is not the time to rush. If you can't get out during the day, then try to move at night. Now the sun is already very far to the west. Gushi simply sat down and waited, ate something, and left after dark. But just when Gushi was about to sit down, he suddenly discovered something. He had walked in this forest for nearly 3 hours, and it seemed that he had not seen any life, let alone big and small beasts or birds. There were not even insects in this forest. And there were no corpses in this forest. The whole forest was as clean as if there were only trees and plants. The situation in front of him must be wrong. Gushi's face was solemn. He had not noticed it before, and had been running in the forest. Now it seems that he is very stupid, Gushi thought while shaking his hand, and the petals of the nether spirit flower floated out, forming a small circle around Gushi. However, the nether spirit flower floated out for a long time, and did not encounter any enemies. At most, it just made Gushi feel more at ease. With the protection of the nether spirit flower, Gushi did not sit down to rest immediately. He was thinking about what happened just now, why he forgot the idea of self-protection. Could it be the effect of a mind spell? Did someone use a mind spell to make him not notice the abnormality nearby and forget to use the red equipment? Gushi's heart moved, and he whispered, "Ninetail?" However, the orange-clad guard knew Ninetail did not appear. It seems that even if the Ninetail divine power on the orange-clad guard knew Ninetail has the potential to be a red suit, it is not a red suit, and there is no big boss to support it behind, so it will not work even if it has the potential. If you have the ability, you can just be like the hand of death or the hair of death, and the big boss will certify it as a quasi-red suit, and then bring it in. Gushi shook his head. Without the orange guard, the new nine-tailed fox, and the protection of the mind dark lamp, and the flame six-path lamp, Gushi had to be very careful. After all, Gushi was very clear about the effects of mind spells. He might get caught at any time. So Gushi simply sat on the ground and reviewed all his actions after entering this time, to see if there were any differences from his usual behavior patterns. As a result, Gushi found that except for ignoring the abnormality of the forest, and almost forgetting to use the red suit, other places were not affected. On the contrary, he had been thinking about where the target of this mission was. Such a discovery also made Gushi feel relieved. It seems that he was not affected too much. Now he just had to wait until dark. Gushi muttered while searching in the woods. Although there were no wild beasts or birds in the woods, there were still other edible foods. There are a lot of berries growing in the bushes, some fruit trees on the road, some mushrooms growing under the trees, and even some roots that can be dug out from the ground, all of which are edible. Just because Gushi didn't notice it before doesn't mean that Gushi doesn't know it. Gushi had eaten mice and mosses before, and such things were like New Year's Eve. Putting aside some thoughts in his mind, Gushi quickly collected a lot of food and wood. Although he didn't have equipment, the 2 pairs of death hands behind Gushi were just as powerful. The wind-breaking shattering hand is quite useful for collecting a large amount of berries, and the melting crushing hand can easily dig up the ground and dig out the good things buried underground. He even got some wood. He thought that if there was no turnaround after dark, he would light the bonfire first, lock the position, and then check the changes in the woods. After piling up the collected things, Gushi climbed up the tree again to check the sky. At this time, the sun was almost at the horizon, but the moon was still in the same place. It seemed that part of his guess was right. There must be something wrong with the moon in front of him. With this idea, Gushi stuffed the fruit into his mouth while staring at the sun that was about to set. Although he had locked the target on the moon, Gushi still wanted to see if there was anything abnormal on the sun. After all, in Gushi's mind, every time the sun rises and sets, that is, when the yin and yang change, this is also the time when some abnormal situations are most likely to occur. Now Gushi is waiting for this time. Gushi ate the fruit in his hand while releasing the nether spirit flower. Concentrated, his eyes moved around, ready to look for different places. But until the sun completely set, there was no change in the direction of the sun. On the contrary, as the sun set, the sky began to darken, and the moon that had been hanging in the sky suddenly changed. The full moon slowly became less round, and the moon, which was originally white, now radiated a faint golden color. Gushi was so familiar with this light and feeling. He looked over there and frowned. Isn't this the golden apple? How could it be hanging in the sky? Chapter 25:18. No, it's not hanging in the sky. Gushi was shocked. At this time, he found that the sky was actually a huge shade of trees, and the golden apple that turned into the moon was hanging in the shade of the trees. Because that thing was not the moon, no matter how the sun moved, the golden apple would not move. It's just that the golden apple looked a little big, and Gushi was not sure what level the golden apple in front of him was. The shade of the tree would disappear during the day and come out at night, and it would be invisible directly. Judging from the size of the golden apple, maybe this is the first or second generation golden apple. Gushi had no way to judge the level of this thing. After all, Gushi was still too far away from the golden apple. And Gushi's current level, skills, etc. were all temporarily sealed. He had no way to feel the power of the golden apple. But one thing is certain, this golden apple is definitely not something Gushi can eat. The last time Gushi got a golden apple, he got a red equipment and a golden apple tree. That was the 5th generation golden apple that was about to lose its power. It was nothing compared to the one in front of him. Gushi, who understood all this, lowered his head, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that this was the prize for this war? At this moment, a footstep came from behind Gushi. The sound was like heavy armor stepping on leaves, making a rustling sound. Gushi turned around and found a blonde beauty, over 1.9 meters tall, walking out of the woods behind him. The beauty was wearing a full-body heavy armor with gold and platinum patterns, a helmet made of silver rings, and a golden crown on her head, and a 3-meter-long spear, and a 1.3-meter-high round shield in her hands. Seeing Gushi turn around, the blonde beauty raised her eyelids and couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I saw such a small baby giant with 100 arms. What's your name, cousin who appeared unexpectedly? A giant with 100 arms? Me? It's rare to meet a human who can communicate with him, so Gushi's mood has improved a little. He pointed at himself and said uncertainly, "Of course, I have multiple pairs of arms, and the number of arms will obviously increase. No level, but the strength is beyond the normal level. Born in the Garden of Moonlight Golden Apples, without clothes on, what are you, if not a newly born baby giant with 100 arms? I was wondering just now how you have 3 pairs of arms, and potential beyond ordinary giants with 100 arms, so why don't you have parents to take care of you? It turns out that there is something wrong with your brain. But that's not right. There are more than 1 or 2 giants with brain problems. There is no reason to throw you out without teaching you anything." Speaking of this, the beauty raised the spear in her hand and pointed it at Gushi. When the spear was raised, Gushi's heart suddenly jumped. When the spear in front of him was raised, it gave people the feeling that the red equipment was about to be activated. Gushi instinctively took a step back, and at the same time, the 2 pairs of arms behind him turned to Gushi, ready for protection. Very sharp. The beauty looked at Gushi with some surprise, and put away the spear. Gushi found that when the spear was raised, the feeling of the red equipment ready to be activated was gone. The situation in front of him was like the orange equipment was suddenly temporarily upgraded to the red level. Yes, it was like semi-permanently borrowing a certain road attribute of the red equipment. Gushi, who was holding 2 red suits in his hands, finally figured out the situation from the actions of this beauty. This beauty should have signed some kind of agreement with a certain red suit. It didn't seem like she borrowed the number of times the red suit could be used, but it seemed that the red suit had divided a route for this beauty. This allowed this beauty to use the power of the red suit when fighting. This felt like a skeleton archer under Gushi's command. When needed, he could borrow the power of the black feather arrows of the Griffin Black Throne. Point to hit wherever you want, and whoever you point to will die. No, it's not a skeleton archer. If the bow and arrow held by the skeleton archer is of orange quality, it is very likely that the entire army can borrow the power of the black feather arrow. Imagine that a black feather arrow that can kill a mid-level enemy in one shot is used by the archers of the entire legion. How big would that scene be? Such a situation is exciting to think about. And the beauty in front of him is in this state. But now Gushi has no way to judge whether she is a commander or a soldier. Is there 1 or more red dress routes that she can borrow? I just know that just now, this beauty's situation has surpassed many people. And this beauty also noticed the change in Gushi's reaction, and said with a smile, "Cousin who appeared unexpectedly, you haven't said your name yet? By the way, based on your reaction just now, you should also be blessed by God. What route is it?" Me? My name is Gu. Breath of the Dead. Gushi finally reported his nickname instead of his name. As for blessing, I don't quite understand what you mean. Do you think this counts? Gushi pointed forward. Swoosh! A black feather arrow fell from the sky and pierced a nearby tree. The beauty looked at the feather arrow, and then at Gushi. You look weird, with the style of archery in the sky, but the name is the style of the Earth's undead. And why does your move feel a bit intermittent? It's like the signal reception is not good. No wonder you were driven out. Do you want this and that? The beauty just glanced at the black feather arrow and said with a smile. But Gushi did not respond, but shrugged there. Can you tell me about the situation here? I just came here, and I don't know anything. Okay, anyway, you are a cousin, there are some things you can know. But are you sure you really want to go with me? What? Is there any problem here? Gushi's heart tightened when he heard it. Not really. All I can tell you is some information from our side. You haven't joined any camp yet, so you can choose not to listen. It's not too late to make a choice when those guys from the opposite street come. After listening, you will be a member of our camp. If you defect to the enemy, then I'm sorry, I will let you know what the wrath of the goddess is. Goddess? You? Of course not. I'm just a demigod, not a goddess at all. Sure enough, Gushi nodded secretly in his heart. This is a special demigod soldier. However, Gushi didn't show it on the surface, but asked a question. You can always tell me the basic information. No, because after I tell her, she's afraid that I won't believe it. At this time, a voice sounded behind Gushi. Chapter 25:19. Hearing the voice behind him, Gushi turned around and saw a black-haired beauty of similar height walking out of the nearby woods. This black-haired beauty was also wearing armor, but the armor was bright purple, and she was holding a long sword and a tower shield. Standing next to the blonde beauty, it felt like the difference between a death knight and a paladin. What's the situation? Can you explain it more clearly? I'm confused by all the talk. Because another beauty appeared, the topic was caught by Gushi. The two looked at each other, and both wanted to kill the enemy on the opposite street. But the current situation was not suitable for them to take action, which made them quite unhappy. In the end, it was the blonde beauty who spoke at the beginning. The person has arrived, and someone can prove it. What I said is to follow the rules, without adding some messy things. Then the blonde beauty began to explain in detail. It turns out that this world is a fragment after the War of Gods in a certain myth. The War of Gods was caused by the Golden Apple. But after the War of Gods, the goddesses who caused the War of Gods were unhappy. They all started the War of Gods, and in the end the Golden Apple did not belong to any of them, and they all suffered a great loss. The cities that believed in them were destroyed or perished. This made them very unhappy. So the goddesses joined forces, and used the power of the Golden Apple to return to the time before the War of Gods began. After that, they successfully dealt with the crisis of the War of Gods before the Golden Apple caused the War of Gods. But at the last moment, the one who had not made a move in the God War made a move. Oh, the name of this person! The two beauties dare not say it, for fear that if they say it, it will attract the attention of this person. Anyway, this person was furious, as if she had discovered that her husband was cheating on men, women, and beautiful beasts. With the power of the Golden Apple, this person dragged all the goddesses who participated in this battle, or not into a time cycle that lasted 437 years. Every time, an innocent goddess will be selected to become the energy source of this time cycle. The remaining goddesses will be divided into two teams to fight each other. The winner can get the benefits, and the loser will be sealed until the time cycle starts again after 437 years. Because of the conflicts between the goddesses, and the strength of the goddesses, the combination of the goddess teams in each season is different. However, the main force usually circulates among the four. For example, the goddess of moonlight and hunting, the goddess of wisdom and war, the goddess of death and life, the goddess of beauty and fire, and sometimes the goddess of the earth will come out to join in the fun, but there are not many opportunities. Even the goddess of beauty and fire rarely fights, and is a neutral craftsman. The main fighters are the three in front. This time, the goddess of moonlight and hunting, as the winner of the previous round, controls the situation and does not participate in the battle. She randomly chooses a goddess as fuel to start this time cycle. The goddess of wisdom and war versus the goddess of death and life. The blonde beauty is the god warrior on the side of the goddess of wisdom and war, and the black-haired beauty is the god warrior on the side of the goddess of death and life. They are the main force of the god war. All of them are descendants of the goddess, and their number is not large, about 300 to 400 people. They didn't say their level, but Gushi believed that they should have passed the 45th level standard of the demigod soldiers, and may have directly reached the 60th level. At the same time, they all have two red equipment rods attached to the orange equipment in their hands. With this, they can crush other existences. As the main force of the battle, they can't do some cannon fodder things, so they have a lot of demigod troops as cannon fodder and mercenaries. After all, although this kind of god war has been circulating, no one knows how many times it has been carried out. There will always be some children who want to pick a high-intensity battlefield to challenge themselves. Maybe someone wants to get something from it. Gushi came in accidentally, but it meets the standard. After all, Gu Shi is also a cousin in the eyes of these two god warriors. After listening to the blonde god warrior's introduction of the situation here, the two god warriors began to talk about their own advantages. After all, Gu Shi is a potential warrior. If you win over one warrior, the other side will lose two. They will do the math. You've heard it, and you can choose one of our two camps. Of course, you can choose not to choose us and go outside to find the craftsman camp of the goddess of beauty and fire, which will also recruit people. There are other little goddesses, but they can't give you enough benefits. Because when the real war of gods begins, the goddess of beauty and fire is better, belonging to the neutral forces, and following them will at most not get the benefits of victory. But it's different for the little goddesses. They will be destroyed at the beginning of the war of gods, and few little goddesses can hold on to the end. There is not even a single little goddess who won. You are lucky this time, and you met us as soon as you came out. If you meet a little goddess, after they are destroyed, you have to find us according to their camp, and complete the task before you can join our camp. Yes, Breath of the Dead, right? I see that you are also a death style, so just join us. As long as you are willing to join us, in addition to providing enough dead air and or every day, we can also build a new pair of arms for you. Just as the black-haired warrior finished speaking, the two pairs of arms behind Gu Shi floated up automatically, as if they wanted to tear the black-haired warrior apart. The black-haired warrior didn't know what happened when he saw it. But the blonde warrior laughed at the side. She could see that the quality of Gu Shi's arms was higher than she thought. It seems that this time she really found a treasure. The blonde warrior immediately said, "What is the death wind must join you? Don't you know how long you stand by the side of death? There are only 3 months a year, 3 months. The rest of the time is all to continue the cycle of life. There is no benefit in following them. You might as well follow us. We have training methods for all warriors, including melee, ranged, magic, etc. It doesn't matter even if you take the death route. We can rob if we don't have it. The power of death can be robbed, or can be robbed, and even the little goddess of the enemy camp can be robbed," the blonde warrior said, and blinked at Gu Shi. Chapter 2520. Listening to the words of the two god warriors, Gu Shi did not answer immediately. Although the two god warriors gave him a good and bad feeling, Gu Shi understood that his choice could not be based on feelings. He clearly remembered what his mission was when he was dragged in this time. On the premise of winning, Gu Shi naturally wanted to get more and better rewards. Judging from what he said just now, the level of the two camps is actually similar. Then Gu Shi can choose a camp that gives rewards that suit his appetite to join. In fact, if the black-haired girl just now could not speak, Gu Shi would be more inclined to join the camp of the goddess of death and life. No matter how lifelike the other party is, they are really professional in death. Now, Gu Shi could only say one thing. "Do you have a list of rewards to exchange? Can you show it to me?" The two god warriors looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with hostility. It was obvious that they didn't want Gu Shi to see each other's list. But there was nothing they could do about it. The request made by Gu Shi was quite reasonable, so reasonable that they were embarrassed to refuse. So one of them took out something similar to parchment, and the other took out a roll of cloth, and spread them out in front of Gu Shi. As for what Gu Shi chose to read, they really didn't care. Gu Shi went forward and took a look. There were words on it that Gu Shi had never seen before, but Gu Shi unexpectedly understood the meaning of it. The rewards of these two camps are very interesting. Although it looks messy, it is generally divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. Low-level rewards can be exchanged as long as you join, and the content of the exchange is almost the same, mainly daily necessities, weapons, and equipment. The weapons and equipment here are as high as purple. There are some food that can increase attributes in the daily necessities, but there are more wine and gorgeous silk. I don't know why such things without attributes are placed in such an important position. Intermediate rewards are no longer redeemable by joining. You need to complete various battle tasks, kill enemies of the other camp, and get corresponding points before you can redeem them. Although it will be more troublesome to redeem, the rewards will be better. Weapons and equipment are directly rewarded with orange quality, and there are also different skills to learn. There is a training method for increasing the arms of the 100-armed giant, and reducing the eyes of the Cyclops mentioned by the black-haired warrior before. At the same time, the weapons and equipment, skills and methods of both sides have different emphases at this time. Here, the death camp focuses more on specialization, while the war camp focuses on practicality. It's like the death camp looks like there are more professions, but all equipment is arranged for the profession, the bow is the bow, the knife is the knife, and the attributes will be as close to the needs of the profession as possible. But the war camp is different. The weapons and equipment are as powerful as possible. Sometimes the attributes are just random, but we have to admit that their weapons and equipment are very useful. At the same time, some things have begun to diverge in the mid-level rewards. For example, if you don't have a detailed grasp of some special skills, the death camp will write that you need to find a dead expert to teach you, while the war camp will write that you need to find someone who knows the situation to rob. Anyway, this clearly describes their style. In addition to weapons and equipment, combat skills, there are also living supplies in the mid-level rewards. However, the things given in the living supplies at this time sound very grand. What white whole cow, white swan, offerings eaten by the goddess's bath water. How did this get put in? It can be said that there is really everything here. At the same time, there are obvious differences in the living supplies rewards. The death camp began to provide corpses, while the war camp began to provide servants. This part made Gushi wonder if the mercenaries of the two camps would appear on the reward list if they died or lost. The next step is the high-level rewards. However, the rewards here all require great achievements and direct negotiations with the goddess. Anyway, there is no detailed explanation here. It is just a reminder that in terms of weapons and equipment in the high-level rewards, you can apply to the goddess for the red equipment road attachment and use rights. In terms of skills, you can get personal guidance from the goddess. If the goddess herself does not know how to do it, you can also find other ways to make up for it. Finally, in terms of life, when you reach a high level, you will be rewarded with a palace in your respective holy land. At the same time, some defeated little goddesses can also be included in the rewards. As for whether you want a corpse or a living one, it depends on each person's choice. After all, the two goddesses above don't care. After reading the list in front of him, Gushi raised his head and asked, "Are these the only high-level rewards? What else do you want? What about the failed goddess or the goddess corpse?" Gushi suddenly asked. Hearing this, the two god warriors had different reactions on their faces. The blonde god warrior had a look on his face. "How dare you say such blasphemous words? But I like it." The black-haired god warrior had a look on his face. "Yes, we have collected corpses. If you want them, just follow me." Looking at the expressions of both sides, Gushi understood that the bottom line on the death side was lower. Before, the death camp had a hobby and action of collecting corpses. However, the corpses of the defeated goddesses were all super high-level good things, and I was afraid that they could not be obtained through normal channels. So Gushi turned his head and looked at the blonde god warrior and asked, "Apart from the rewards, do other things belong to whoever grabs them?" The blonde warrior shook his head. "No, it's not like that. The ownership of the stolen things depends on the situation. Only small items can be taken directly. For some large items, we have to wait for the goddess to come and make the judgment. After all, we are the goddess of wisdom and war, not the goddess of ignorance and chaos." Gushi nodded when he heard it. He also understood that the rules on the side of the goddess of war might be stricter. At this time, the black-haired warrior's eyes also lit up. "Little friend, look at me, look at me. We don't have so many rules here. Whoever kills it owns it. How about joining us?" Gushi turned his head and glanced at the black-haired warrior. "You may not know what I want." "How could I not know?" "But kid, you may not know what is behind our goddess. What you are worried about is nothing to our goddess." Gushi wanted to say, "What if we take away all the spoils of your goddess?" But Gushi did not say such a thing, but reread the reward list. After a few minutes, Gushi made a decision and turned around to say, Chapter 25-21. The breath of the dead must follow death. Gushi said this, and the expressions of the two god warriors changed. The blonde god warrior didn't say much, just glanced at Gushi and left quickly. That attitude clearly said, "You wait for me next time you go to the battlefield, kid." The black-haired god warrior walked to Gushi, patted Gushi's shoulder gently and said, "Don't look at her. Next time you meet her on the battlefield, it's the greatest respect for her to fight with all your strength. Okay, by the way, what's your name, sister? Are you responsible for guarding this orchard?" Gushi followed the black-haired god warrior and asked as he walked out. "You can just call me Apella. This is not an orchard. This is the place where the god war started. I came here to patrol. My daily task is to observe whether the golden apples that represent the beginning of the god war are ripe." "Has the god war not started yet?" Gushi asked curiously. "Not yet, but don't worry, we won't wait for the golden apple to ripen before starting a war. Some minor conflicts have actually already begun. When the golden apple ripens, generally speaking, the little goddess will leave the stage, and the goddesses will face off head-on. Apella, what are the conditions for victory in the war of gods? Seize the golden apple, flatten the heavenly palace, and kill the other goddess. Any one of the three conditions will do." If none of the three conditions are met after the golden apple ripens, it will be a battle between goddesses, and it has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. Apella explained the conditions for victory in the War of Gods to Gushi. Can we kill the other goddess in advance? Of course, there have been several battles between gods that ended early because the goddess was killed in advance. Gushi didn't expect there would be such an opportunity, so he asked, "Is there a chance to do it this time?" No, judging from the attitude of the people on the opposite street, their goddess has also woken up. It's not easy to sneak attack. Apra led the way in front and explained the situation to Gushi. Among these situations, the most important one is naturally the relationship between the goddesses and the little goddesses in this world. There are also some rumors from the previous battles between gods. Whether these are true or false, anyway, this information allows Gushi to have a further understanding of the world in front of him. Just like the combat effectiveness of several major forces in this world, how the levels between the big and small goddesses are divided. If Apra didn't say these, Gushi really didn't know anything. In this world, goddess refers to the god warriors, who have already formed an army. No matter how many god warriors there are, at least they must be formed, and there must be at least 3 god warrior troops that can be used for rotation. After all, the goddess is the main force of this kind of god war. If a goddess loses continuously, and has no god warrior troops to rotate, then her combat power will not be restored at all, and she will only lose more and more in the end. Therefore, the goddess must have 3 or more rotating troops. For example, under the goddess of death and life, there are 3 god warrior troops, Chuandian, Xiaolong and Death Snow. Among these 3 god warrior troops, Xiaolong participated in the last god war, and is now repairing. Apella is from the Death Snow troops, and belongs to the pure death route. Similarly, the goddess of wisdom and war on the opposite street has 3 god warriors, Owl, Medusa and Fairy Spear. When the golden-haired god warrior saw her spear was so long, he knew she was from the Fairy Spear. In addition, the goddess of hunting and moonlight, the goddess of beauty and fire, and the goddess of the earth are all big goddesses with 3 troops. In addition, the rest are all small goddesses. Among these small goddesses, some can put together 2 god warrior troops, some can only put together 1 god warrior troop, and some can only put together a few god warriors. But no matter how they are distinguished, in the eyes of the 5 big goddesses, these are all small goddesses. Hearing this, Gushi has always had a question in his heart. Such a powerful goddess can be sealed in this time loop. Then how strong will the person who sealed their existence be? However, Gushi always remembered the hint of the head of the goddesses. No matter what, he would not ask questions in this regard. If he asked, either Apella didn't know, or it would be useless to ask. Or it would attract other people's attention, and waste the great opportunity at the moment. Anyway, no matter how he asked, it would not benefit Gushi. Then Gushi might as well ask some questions to see if he could get some benefits before the God War began. Of course, it would be best if he could recover his combat power in advance. After all, in addition to the Nether Spirit Flower, Gushi could only bring in the 2 quasi-red suits given by death. Now all his methods are left on the Nether Spirit Flower, and as for the Griffin Black Throne, it is the kind that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. If he doesn't recover his fighting power, Gushi is afraid that he won't be able to hold on. As for the danger after the attack, Gushi is not worried at all. Bringing in the Nether Spirit Flower is equivalent to bringing in the Knight's Blood Road. Gushi is least afraid of a big melee. He believes that as long as he is given a chance, Gushi will be able to get a good reward in this God War. As for winning, it is not a problem. As long as Gushi understands the system of the God War, he can completely launch the God War in advance. What about fighting the goddess, flattening the heavenly palace, etc.? Gushi feels that he can try it. Apella didn't know that Gushi could think so much. After taking Gushi out of the forest, she knocked heavily on the ground. A passage leading to the underground appeared in front of the 2. This is the passage leading to our camp. Every goddess has her own camp, no matter if she is a goddess or a little goddess. However, the camp of the big goddess is usually located in a secret place. You need to open the passage to enter, unlike the camp of the little goddess, which is in this world. Sometimes you will be attacked by ordinary people. Apra explained to Gushi while taking Gushi down. Gushi just took a look at the passage in front of him, and stepped down directly. This kind of passage is old and undead. As soon as he walked down, Gushi felt quite familiar. But as Gushi walked, he felt something was wrong. The air below seemed a little cold. Gushi looked down, and before he saw the bottom of the passage, he found out why he felt cold. It turned out that Gushi was still wearing only a pair of gloves like when he first came in. Without clothes, he would feel cold when the cold wind blew. Chapter 2522. A mountain hidden underground, upside down in the shadows. The cold wind that Gushi felt came from the top of the mountain. Of course, judging from the current situation, it was a mountaintop covered with snow. Spirinho Mountain means the sanctuary in the shadows, or the upside-down sanctuary. Bringing Gushi to this strange mountain, Apella introduced it to Gushi. But Gushi was observing the situation on the mountain road at this time. Although the mountain is upside down, the buildings on the mountain are upright. There are a total of 13 palaces built of black marble on the mountain. The closer to the top of the mountain, the larger and more magnificent the palace is. The palace at the top of the mountain is more like a huge black castle, and countless blue souls are flying towards it. See, the top of the mountain is the goddess palace, the residence of the goddess. Apella explained at this time. However, Gushi's attention was not on that at this time. His attention was all on the roof of the goddess palace. There, Gushi saw a different breath. It seemed that some power was continuously flowing into the goddess palace from that position. Gushi felt that kind of power was quite familiar. Necromancer? No, Ghost Emperor is not right either. This is the feeling of Hades Road. There are no players participating here. Gushi's heart tightened, and he pointed to the top of the mountain and asked, "Are there other people like me here?" "There are many people like you. Every time the gods fight, there will be a large number of mercenaries coming. You are not the first, nor the last." Gushi knew he couldn't get anything out of it, so he could only shake his head and ask, "Which level can I reach now? Where will I go to fight later? And where can I redeem rewards? If I go out and kill the people on the opposite street, can it be counted as a reward directly?" "Of course, I was going to tell you this, but you interrupted me. I almost forgot the rhythm. Come with me," Apra said, as he took Gushi to the foot of the mountain. There, Gushi noticed a camp built of black wood. All low-level exchanges can be done here. Most of the mercenaries are stationed here. I'll take you to the giant station. There are several hundred armed giants and one-eyed giants over there. I'll take you there. They should be able to help you. Apart from the giant station, are there any other stations, such as titans, necromancers, etc.? Yes, but don't think about it. Aren't you clear about the conflict between titans and giants? Although they are cousins like us, they have always looked down on us and only think that they are the most orthodox inheritance. As for the necromancer, do you know the necromancy spell? If you do, I'll take you there. But I think it would be better for you to go the archer route. I know several powerful archers who have died. You can learn from them, and eventually grow into a long-range 100-armed giant." Gushi shook his head when he heard it. Why do they all want to make him an archer when they see him? Gushi had no intention of becoming a shooter. "Send me to the necromancer. I want to talk to them." "Okay, I brought you here anyway, so you can do whatever you want. But whether you can get the highest reward in the end depends on your own ability." Although Apella was not optimistic about Gushi's level, he still took Gushi to the necromancer. Heading towards the necromancer's base, Gushi found that the necromancers in this world were a little different from what he imagined. The necromancers here did not follow the route of a large army, but the route of elite troops with less than 10 people. In this way, the necromancers can bring all their troops with them, and always pay attention to the growth of the troops. When approaching here, you can often see a necromancer walking among more than 10 undead. The ratio of these undead is also quite peculiar. There will be a zombie or a heavy armored undead like the Black Guard, plus 5 to 6 skeleton archers or skeleton mages acting as turrets, followed by 1 or 2 vampires, and a spirit like a light ball. Gushi had never seen such a spirit before. But Gushi could tell at a glance that the existence of such a spirit could give the entire team a battle aura in advance. The battle aura should mostly be a blood-sucking aura or a thorn aura, but there are also other auras. But Gushi was a little unsure how they produce such undead. The level of these undead should not have reached level 20. Gushi thought about this situation while looking at the passing undead. His appearance was also seen by Apella, as if he had seen a necromancer and felt a little regretful. Apella was about to say something, but Gushi had already quickened his pace and walked towards a corpse not far away. The corpse was a titan who died in a cycle. It had been here for who knows how many years. The necromancers who came and went here would more or less cast a small spell on the corpse when passing by. I don't know how many necromancers have come into contact with the titan corpse in front of them. Now the corpse has become unrecognizable. At least in Gushi's eyes, it is a treasure. Do you understand? Just as Gushi was checking the titan corpse in front of him, a gloomy voice sounded not far away. Gushi looked up and found a tall and thin man in a black robe looking at him. Gushi raised his head. Of course I can see it. You guys are so good at materials that you put everything on it. You don't even check if the properties are correct. Isn't this normal? No, you don't think it's normal because you didn't want to turn this guy into an undead. You put too much on him. If anyone dares to summon the soul of this guy directly, he will explode in 9 out of 10 cases. Let me see who put the bone and blood curse on it. Some of you have learned this kind of curse. And this is a technique that only mummies can use. Where did you learn it? Gushi quickly analyzed everything on the corpse. Of course, Gushi could analyze some of the things that were added during this period. Gushi really had no way to deal with some of the older things. After all, so many years have passed, and I don't know how many new spells or new techniques have been affected. There are no traces of many things. Even if Gushi checked layer by layer, he couldn't restore the most complete information. This amount is enough. After just a few words, the guy in black robe said to Gushi, "Here comes a master, come quickly, help me see what happened to my undead." Chapter 25-23. With the leadership of such a black-robed man, Gushi quickly integrated into the team of necromancers. Necromancers don't care whether your original race is human or not. As long as you are a corpse player, they are willing to accept you. Not to mention a 100-armed giant like Gushi. Among these necromancers, there are even mud monsters. After bringing Gushi to the necromancer's residence, the necromancers did not let Gushi perform a dead body summoning or something. Instead, they directly dragged Gushi aside, surrounded Gushi, and began to ask all kinds of questions. You can hear it from the questions of these necromancers. They are all wild, and some of them have even lived in this world for a long time, fighting with the goddess of death and life, and slowly growing into necromancers. They have not received special training from necromancers. Many things are understood in battle, or obtained on the battlefield. Equipment, learn from the equipment. It can be said that their path is quite wild, but it is also because of this that their knowledge system is too scattered. They have not learned many things that necromancers should learn. This has caused the necromancers here to have many problems. It has seriously affected their growth. So whenever a foreign necromancer comes, they will go to ask for advice with their own questions. It is naturally good to get the answer. Even if they can't get the answer, they will not be angry, just listen. After hearing something different, they can immediately use it on themselves. Such ability is quite remarkable. Gushi was shocked by the enthusiasm of these necromancers at first. When he reacted, he found that he had been surrounded by a group of necromancers, each holding a notebook and wanting to ask all his questions. Seeing this situation, Gushi was speechless. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I can't run away, but can you give me some time? I need to sort it out. In addition, I have some things to deal with." "We will deal with it. You can rest here. We will arrange everything for you." Before Gushi finished speaking, a necromancer arranged everything there. The remaining necromancers also nodded there. After just a few questions, they knew that Gushi's level in various knowledge of necromancers was quite high. In fact, Gushi's level in this area is not good. Not to mention the more than 10 years of study in the Wind of the Bone School, and the many years of further study in the Hades University. The various knowledge that the Ghost King Cloak added last time made him much better than ordinary necromancers. Let's put it this way, if Gushi returns to the human city deep in the game, he will be either the first or the second among the necromancers, only competing for knowledge level. The current situation here is not difficult for Gushi at all. For many things, Gushi can know where the problem is just by listening. Not only can he give the corresponding answer, but he can also explain something quite systematically from the beginning. The necromancers listened, and all nodded there. A necromancer even said there, "It's really well said, better than what the goddess of death and life said. I feel that the goddess is just a corpse carrier, and her heart is not on the dead. Don't talk nonsense." As soon as this was said, a necromancer nearby stopped him. But Gushi heard it to some extent. Gushi thought about it, and had a guess in his mind. The goddess of death and life is probably not the boss of the death camp. There is someone behind her who really controls death, but when Gushi thought about it, there was another problem. If there is really someone behind the goddess of death and life, how could so many rounds of cycles not be discovered? At this moment, Gushi suddenly thought of one thing, that is, when he came here, he saw that there was always external power transmitted from the top of Mount Spellino. Could this be the source of the power of the goddess of death and life? Gushi thought about it, and did not ask such a question. Judging from what the necromancer said just now, there must be some taboos here. However, Gushi still took the opportunity to ask the necromancers about some of the situations in Spellino Mountain. For example, how to enter and exit Spellino Mountain, and where he should go to hunt down the enemy. The local snakes who have been staying in Spellino Mountain know these things very well. They also quickly explain the problems to Gushi. In fact, there are 3 different ways to enter and exit Spalino Mountain, in addition to the passage that Gushi just came down. One is a pitch-black road. You can get out as long as you keep walking along the road. But you must not look back on this road. If you look back, you will lose your direction and disappear in the black road forever. One is a waterway called the Styx. You can go out directly as long as you find a riverside to get on a boat. It is also very simple to come back. You can also get back by finding a riverside to get on a boat. The last road is in the crater. Just follow the smoke. This is also a road that the necromancers usually take, because the crater is also one of the main battlefields of the God War. They usually fight in the wild here. However, I heard that there are teleportation arrays and portals inside the Spalino Mountain, but the necromancers have rarely seen these things. Only the God Warriors can use them. As for Gushi's other question, the necromancers themselves didn't figure it out. Because this round of God War has not started yet, it is not known which little goddesses are allies, and which are enemies. This matter will have to wait until the goddesses end the tug of war before it can be judged. However, there are a few who will definitely join the side of the goddess of death and life. Oh, who are they? The necromancer spoke quickly, and could even tell the reasons why these little goddesses joined or did not join. The goddess of demons, she is the ancestor of Rensai and the Sirens, and is a mortal enemy of the goddess of wisdom and war. As long as there is a war of gods in which the goddess of wisdom and war appears, she will definitely join the other side. In addition, there is the goddess of harvest, who is the subordinate of the goddess of death and life. No matter what, she will stand by the side of the goddess of death and life. As for the goddess of wisdom and war, there will definitely be the goddess of shelter, and the goddess of family to follow. In addition, since the goddess of hunting and moonlight did not participate in the war this time, the goddess of jungle and stream will definitely join the goddess of wisdom and war. Chapter 25-24. These necromancers are worthy of being the intellectual leaders in the camp. After so many years, they have already figured out the routines between the goddess and the little goddesses. Which little goddesses are determined to follow the god, which little goddesses are fence-sitters, which can be killed directly at the beginning and no one will care, and which ones will attract the counterattack of the big goddess even if they are not killed accidentally. Which little goddesses will benefit the most after being killed, and which little goddesses can immediately catch the eye of the big goddess after being killed. The necromancers have all the information. Even if they don't have it now, they can ask someone and get some information. Such a harvest makes Gushi very happy, and he is more attentive when talking about the problem of necromancers. Gushi even wants to leave a set of necromancer inheritance books or something. But he was persuaded by the necromancers. This world is not quite the same as the game world that Gushi imagined. This world is in a cycle again and again. Some things cannot be retained unless they are remembered in the mind. Otherwise, you think that these necromancers have been here since the 5th War of Gods, so how can there be no complete necromancer inheritance system? In the eyes of the necromancers here, only what they have learned and mastered is real. The others will disappear in a blink of an eye. That's why they are so enthusiastic about every foreign necromancer, in order to find out where they can be strengthened from others. After listening to their explanation, Gushi also understood their approach. Since they have a set goal, Gushi will not force anything. Anyway, he is here to get some information. After teaching for 2 days, Gushi set off with a lot of information. But it was not until Gushi left Spalino Mountain and was ready to find the first target that he found a problem. He seemed to have been asking for information these 2 days, and forgot to find a place to change into clothes. When he came out, Gushi found that he was still naked when the wind blew. This situation is so embarrassing. I should have asked the necromancers for a black robe earlier. At least it can block the light. Gushi looked back at the passage that was closing, but he didn't look back to find clothes. Gushi planned to kill a little goddess this time, and then look for suitable clothes directly from the little goddess's territory. He quickly climbed to the top of the tree, checked his current location in the sunlight, and quickly determined his position. According to the necromancers, although the size of this world is not certain, the center is definitely the golden apple hanging high in the sky. In this cycle, the golden apple will turn into the moon hanging in the sky during the day. As long as you know the time, and use the sun to locate, you can know where you are now, and quickly find the direction to go. Gushi's target this time is the most loyal ally of the goddess of wisdom and war, the goddess of protection. This goddess is a strong meat shield. Her combat power is not too strong, but her defense is quite good. Whether it is physical defense or magic defense, it can be regarded as the top existence. If he wants, Gushi will definitely not choose this person to attack first. But according to the necromancers, The first way to anger the goddess of wisdom and war is to attack the two subordinate gods of the goddess of victory. The goddess of family has always been in the rear of the goddess of wisdom and war, responsible for the protection, training and education of the subjects under the goddess of wisdom and war. Finding the territory of the goddess of family is no easier than finding the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war. On the contrary, the goddess of shelter has always been fighting at the outermost periphery, especially when the goddess of wisdom and war participates in the god war. She always builds fortresses and strongholds at the outermost periphery. Prepare for the subsequent god war. And it must be admitted that her preparation is quite useful. Every time the goddess of wisdom and war participates in the war, her opponent always has to attack various fortresses and strongholds along the way, consuming their own troops and strength. It can be said that killing the goddess of shelter before the war is equivalent to directly removing the chance of victory of the goddess of wisdom and war. So this choice will definitely make the goddess of wisdom and war furious. It is even possible to provoke the opponent from the hidden secret realm. But this goddess of protection is also relatively difficult to fight. With her heavy defense, she can drag the enemy until they are exhausted. As for most of the instant death attacks, they have no way to deal with her. It can be said that she is a steel ball with no weaknesses. It is impossible to hit her, and there is no benefit. But this is the target chosen by Gushi. At this time, Gushi can only rely on the power of a few red clothes such as the nether spirit flower. When he came out to look for the goddess of protection, Gushi was already thinking about how to kill this little goddess. After all, Gushi did not come out to play games this time. His goal is to win and unlock the third seal of the head of the goddesses. In order to win, Gushi must first get rid of this difficult nail. As for the other two victory conditions, Gushi has also considered it. But Gushi has already seen the situation of the golden apple, which is directly hanging in the sky, but no one goes to grab it. If there is no problem here, it is absolutely impossible. Gushi is worried that when he tries to grab the golden apple, he will attract the siege of all the goddesses in the world. If Gushi is dressed in red, at least the third pair of arms of the Hand of Death is completed, and the Hand of Death is transformed into red quality, Gushi may still be able to fight. But now, Gushi really has no idea of grabbing the golden apple. After all, having confidence is one thing, and having a brain to know your own strength is another. As for attacking the Heavenly Palace, this point can be considered. But there is a problem here. Where is the Heavenly Palace? Gushi does not think that finding a Heavenly Palace in this world will be easier than finding the enemy goddess. Anyway, the difficulty is the same, so why didn't Gushi choose the goddess who already had clear information as the target? After all, it's easier to fight the goddess. As long as you don't mess around and focus on one camp, you will get support from other camps. Unlike fighting the Heavenly Palace, there may not be any support, but you will encounter attacks from all sides. After analyzing this step, Gushi naturally knows what to choose. He is here to break the seal, not to rescue these goddesses. What does offending or helping a goddess here have to do with Gushi in reality? Looking up at the sun in the sky, according to the positioning and division method introduced by the necromancers, Gushi confirmed the direction, and went to the location where the sheltering goddess might appear. Chapter 2525. East of the Golden Apple boundary, in a cliff area close to the coastline, Gushi was running while looking for clues. According to the intelligence, this should be one of the starting points of the goddess of wisdom and war. The goddess of wisdom and war is a relatively social person. Almost everyone has been beaten by her. This kind of cliff close to the coastline is the favorite place of the goddess of wisdom and war. The sea is the lifeline of the goddess of wisdom and war, and the cliff can prevent the goddess of wisdom and war from being attacked. The most important thing is that from here, no matter where you go, you can travel easily. Some people even suspect that the goddess defeated by the goddess of wisdom and war will be sealed in an underwater prison until the war of God starts again. Of course, no one dared to ask the great goddesses about this situation, so they didn't know whether it was true or not. But one thing is certain, when the goddess of wisdom and war goes to battle, she will definitely grab the territory she wants first, just like the goddess of death and life will grab the crater at the beginning. After arriving here, Gushi occasionally used the power of the Griffin Black Throne to float himself up. It doesn't need to be too high, as long as Gushi can see the situation of dozens of kilometers around him. Found it. When he jumped up for the third time with the help of the wind, Gushi's eyes lit up. He saw a group of strange humans working in the southeast direction. The reason why these humans are strange is that although they look like humans, they always have some differences from humans. For example, there are half-giants with heads over 3 meters, and some with heads less than 1 meter. If it was just the size, it would be fine. There were also weirdos with horns and fish eyes. There were quite a few of them. So many weirdos were constantly transporting huge stones from the water near the cliff, and cutting the stones into squares, and stacking them together. They were preparing to build a wall. Gushi, who had so many dead cities under his command, knew what they were doing at the first time. It seemed that this was the location of the fortress arranged by the goddess of wisdom and war. Gushi thought about it, turned his hand, and the petals of the ghost flower floated out. As a large number of ghost flower petals fell, the knight's blood road was paved, and the black blood knight and the undead servants came out from inside. This time, Gushi directly released a large number of black blood knights. When they rushed out of the knight's blood road, all the weirdos over there reacted. Some weirdos immediately pulled out the weapons and equipment thrown on the ground and faced the rushing black blood knight head-on. They were not curious at all where the black blood knight rushed out from. Nor are they afraid of the increasing number of black blood knights. For their reaction, Gushi could only say that the more wisdom and the more power the goddess of war has. As soon as the war started, her subordinates really went into battle without wisdom. You should know that Gushi currently sent out a large cavalry unit of at least 3,000 people. The scale of this cavalry is already a big scene on the battlefield. As a result, the group of weirdos with a total number of less than 3,000 people here actually directly confronted with weapons. No, where are their brains and wisdom? Why do they think they can rush past 3,000 black blood knights? While Gushi was speechless, the black blood knight directly rushed into these monsters. Under the impact of the black blood knight, all the monsters were killed immediately. Then the undead servants, who rushed out behind the black blood knight, were also replaced by undead laborers immediately. They sent all the materials that these monsters had worked hard to transport to the night blood road, and even the bodies of these monsters on the ground were sent in. After completing this attack, Gushi looked around again, and after finding that nothing was missing, he went to the next construction site. Less than half an hour after Gushi left, the news of the destruction of the fortress construction site was reported to the goddess of shelter. The goddess of shelter is a middle-aged woman, about 1.9 meters tall, with hair like metal and skin shining with metallic luster. Her muscles were beating like mercury, and her eyes had no pupils, all of which were mercury-colored whites. When she heard the information from her subordinates, her expression was a little stiff. Which one is this? The seventh one. Yes, the seventh one. This is the 7th fortress construction site destroyed today. What else can you do besides reporting to me where the fortress was pulled out after the construction site is destroyed? Ah, you guys are all mute. 7, I can't even travel that fast. You guys, look into my eyes. What else can you do? Being scolded by the goddess of protection, none of her subordinates dared to say anything. After all, the current situation is quite helpless. Gushi's speed of action is really too fast. Almost as soon as the target is found, everything can be pulled out. This is true even if the fortress has been built for the most part. Where Gushi passed, all the materials and manpower disappeared. Everything was as if nothing had been done. Do you know how much manpower and material resources they mobilized to build these fortresses? Their energy has been invested here during this period. This is because they arranged the fortresses according to the construction location of the last war. If they choose a new location, they don't know how much time and energy they will have to invest. As a result, everything is gone. Not to mention the goddess of protection, even they themselves are very angry. But being angry, they can't figure out what's going on now. Not only is there no living person to pass on the news, there are no clues at the scene. He has also been to the scene over there, and a lot of grass on the clean ground has been dug up. They still don't understand how these workers and materials, as well as the fortress that has been built halfway, disappeared. What should they do? What are you still doing? He has already run to 7 places. Can't you see the direction he is heading? Can't you guess where he will go next? Send someone over now. Stop those who can be stopped, and kill those who cannot be stopped. If that doesn't work, send the news back to me. What's the point of staying here? Will the goddess lend you wisdom, and let you grow more brains? After being yelled at by the goddess of protection, her men finally reacted. They nodded and ran out. At this time, the goddess of protection called them again. Wait a minute, take 10 divine guards with you, remember? I don't want to hear any bad news anymore. Chapter 25-26. The 9th one, they finally reacted. When Gushi came to the fortress area near the 9th one, he finally laughed. At this time, Gushi found that although the construction site of the current fortress was still busy, many people's minds were no longer on it. While they were working, they looked around. It was obvious that they came to ambush him. But they should not have experienced such an ambush for a long time. Now these people can't even pretend. Whose workers are wearing full body armor when carrying things? whose soil trucks have shields stuck on them. But they came out, which means that the goddess of protection has noticed this place. This is enough for Gushi. On the surface, they are ambushing Gushi this time, but who knows, it is not Gushi ambushing the goddess of protection. Don't leave if you come, Gushi said immediately. He raised his hand, and the petals of the ghost spirit floated out. The Black Blood Knight rushed out immediately, following the knight's blood road. This time, the workers in the fortress work area reacted very quickly. As soon as they saw the knight rushing out, they immediately picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. However, compared with the workers in the previous fortresses, these people's fighting style was obviously more legionary. After they took the shields from the transport vehicle, they directly formed a shield formation. Looking at their shield formation, Gushi felt a little strange. Because the shields in their hands were all large round shields, not like the shields used to form a normal shield formation. But they didn't care at all, as if it was supposed to be like this. Such a situation made Gushi somewhat confused. They should be considered experienced in many battles. How could they have such a reaction? At this moment, the people who formed the shield formation roared at the same time. A green phantom, like a turtle shell, appeared on the shield formation. Then everyone was covered with a green halo. Although Gushi didn't look closely, he believed that this should be a battle halo to strengthen defense. It seems that in this world, in the repeated cycles and battles, the warriors here have learned how to activate the battle halo before reaching level 20. This made Gushi wonder if the levels of all warriors had to be reset to 0 at the beginning of each cycle. Otherwise, how could they take this path? While Gushi was thinking about this, the Black Blood Knights had already rushed to the front of the shield formation. At this time, the Black Blood Knights still successfully hit these shield warriors. This time, Gushi discovered that the Black Blood Knight did not kill a single enemy. This situation is obviously not right. You should know that every time Gushi released the Black Blood Knights, he was thinking of suppressing as many as possible, and the number would be about 10% more than the enemy's strength. Normally, as long as the Black Blood Knights attacked in one wave, they could take away about half of the enemies. If the enemy's strength was weaker, it would not be impossible to kill them all in 1 second. But the situation of these guys in front of him was obviously not right. They actually withstood the attack of the Black Blood Knights. Not only did they not die in battle, but they did not even retreat. It seems that their defense is beyond the level of normal people. Gushi waved his hand, and the Black Blood Knight disappeared on the Knight's Blood Road. They had no emotion about the failure of this charge. If it doesn't work this time, then fight again next time. In their eyes, there is no defense line that they can't break through. However, these shield-bearing warriors, after they defended against a wave of attacks from the Black Blood Knight, were preparing to rush out of their own battle formation to knock the Black Blood Knight off his horse. Unexpectedly, the enemy disappeared as soon as they rushed out. What is going on? Before these warriors could react, there was a whoosh from the sky. Among these warriors, a female warrior wearing silver-white heavy armor and holding 2 round shields rushed out. As soon as the female warrior appeared, she raised her hands to the sky and blocked her head with 2 round shields. Then the black feather arrow shot directly through the 2 round shields in her hands and nailed her arm. Although she was seriously injured by this attack, she successfully blocked the attack of the red-clad warrior. It can be seen that her defense strength was so strong. However, Gushi did not stop there. He quickly pressed his hand down, and with 2 more swooshes, 2 black feather arrows fell from the sky and shot towards the female warrior whose arm was being stared at. At this time, 4 female warriors dressed in the same way rushed out from the crowd. They overlapped their round shields and blocked the attack of the black feather arrows. Gushi noticed that when the 4 round shields were completely overlapped, red light appeared on the round shields. It was obvious that these female warriors were also members of the God Warriors. However, their situation may not be as good as that of the God Warriors exclusive to the Great Goddess. Just like the God Warriors exclusive to the Great Goddess can directly borrow the power of the red suit. And their current situation is that their little goddess does not have the red suit, and the little goddess borrowed the power of the red suit from the Great Goddess above and lent it to them. In this way, the speed at which they call on the power of the red suit will be much slower than others, and they need to work together to borrow the power of the red suit. If there is only 1 female warrior, there is no way to exert the power of the red suit. This is why the female warrior was almost killed in seconds after jumping out at the beginning. After discovering this situation, Gushi knew how to fight. Aren't they just some god warriors with no strength? Even if your god comes, I will kill you. Gushi thought while waving his hand at the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, black feather arrows kept falling from the sky and stabbed at the god warriors who jumped out. Two god warriors together can completely block the attack of the black feather arrows, but if there is only one person, the black feather arrows will directly break through the defense and nail their hands to the round shield. After Gushi discovered the problem of the god warriors, he naturally did not give them the opportunity to summon the red effect, and black feather arrows fell from different positions. Gushi fired alone every time, in order to concentrate the power of the black feather arrows, so that the god warriors had to deal with it with all their strength. Because if they were distracted, they would probably be hit in the head by the black feather arrows. In that case, no matter how strong their defense was, no matter how red their shields were, they would only have one way to die. So all the god warriors had to deal with it with all their strength, and did not notice Gushi's next move at all. Chapter 25-27. Boom! Just as the god warriors over there blocked another black feather arrow, she suddenly heard a strange sound behind her. The god warrior looked back, and found that the ordinary warriors holding round shields had all fallen to the ground for some reason. Everyone was squeezed together. The warrior who was pressed at the bottom was obviously almost overwhelmed. What's going on? The god warrior shouted, while trying to go forward to help the people up. But at this moment, some blue and white ghost flowers appeared on the bodies of these ordinary warriors, and the knight's blood path was opened. The black blood knights rushed out stepping on the ghost flowers. These black blood knights did not launch an attack, but stepped back and forth on the pile of people. This was regarded as the biggest weakness of these warriors. They have strong defense. As long as the defense is not broken, no one can kill them head-on. But they are also human beings. This super strong defense did not increase their strength much. They will be crushed to death, and will not be able to breathe. Facing this kind of heavy defense force that can resist the impact of heavy cavalry, the best way is to bury them underground or throw them into the water. Burying them alive or drowning them is the simplest choice. But the current situation makes it impossible for Gushi to bury them in a short time. So Gushi used the power of the nether spirit flower and made a fate choice, causing one of these soldiers to accidentally step on the air, and finally causing a big event where everyone fell down. But this is actually not difficult for Gushi. Even with just a little bit of power, he knocked them all down. The soldiers who were pressed down at the bottom were already buried alive. The appearance of the Black Blood Knight at this time was to press them down more tightly. After the Black Blood Knight ran back and forth for a circle, several god warriors finally reacted and raised their round shields to save people. And this just fell into Gushi's calculation. When they turned around, they heard a whoosh from behind. A black feather arrow was shot again. The god warrior raised his shield at the first time. But their movements were still a little slow, and a black feather arrow hit the back of a god warrior's neck. The angle of this arrow was quite tricky, and the god warrior didn't even have a chance to turn around, and was shot to the ground directly. With the death of the first god warrior, the next thing was much simpler. The black feather arrow officially exerted its due power. Although the connection with the Griffin Black Throne was still intermittent, the god warriors didn't know it at all. Anyway, they only heard the swish sound. They wanted to raise their shields to defend, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the black feather arrows. Sometimes, even if they blocked the black feather arrows, they couldn't stop their companions from dying. After a while, 6 god warriors fell. The remaining 3 god warriors didn't dare to separate at this time. They leaned forward, raised their round shields to the sky with one hand, and raised the round shield in front of themselves with the other hand. With the cooperation of the 3 of them, a red tortoise shell appeared beside them. It can be seen that the 3 of them cooperated to activate the effect of the red suit and strengthen their own defense. As for the soldiers behind them, who were trampled by the Black Blood Knight, they had no way to care. At the same time, they also sent out a signal to inform their goddess. Protect the goddess. In the minds of these warriors, as long as the goddess arrives, they can kill the enemy who is nowhere to be found. After all, their goddess is following the goddess of wisdom and war. As for their goddess's artifact, it is also the round shield in the hands of the goddess of wisdom and war, which is the treatment of a close guard. It's a pity that they still think too simply. Gushi has already thought of a quick battle, so why would he delay it any longer? After the Black Blood Knight found that this method was useful, he kept rushing out of the Night Blood Road. There were also undead laborers rushing out together. In addition to the ability to carry, these undead laborers also have good construction capabilities, such as leveling the ground. Now they treat this kind of heavy defense warriors as the ground. They hold things used to compact the ground, and keep hammering on these warriors. These soldiers had a chance to get up at first, but they lost the strength to get up after being charged by the Black Blood Knight. Now that the undead laborer had attacked, they had no chance. The soldier who was pressed down at the bottom died immediately, and then more and more soldiers fell down and died at the hands of the most inconspicuous undead laborer. At this time, Gu Shi also attacked the 3 last god warriors. This time, Gu Shi's method of attack was naturally to shoot the black feather arrow first. However, the black feather arrow was only used for a sound this time, in order to make the 3 god warriors move. Sure enough, when they heard the sound of whooshing, the 3 god warriors raised their shields at the same time to protect their heads and faces. This is the most normal reaction of the god warriors. After all, the god warriors also found that if Gu Shi's black feather arrows hit their hands or feet, they would not be killed. Only by hitting the head, neck or chest can they be killed instantly. So protecting their upper body is the most natural reaction. And Gu Shi wants their natural reaction. When the 3 god warriors raised their round shields, fate chose to start. Because the 3 god warriors were too close. The round shield raised by a god warrior just hit his companion's hand. In this way, the round shield in the hand of the god warrior, who was hit, suddenly loosened and fell directly from his arm. Because the 3 god warriors are now in the state of borrowing the power of the red suit. One of the round shields fell to the ground, and the borrowed red suit power dissipated on the spot. How could Gu Shi miss such a good opportunity? He released the black feather arrow at the first time. With this arrow, the warrior whose round shield fell died on the spot, and the remaining 2 warriors could no longer form a tortoiseshell-like phantom as before. At this time, the 2 warriors could only stand back to back, holding their round shields to make the final defense. But at this moment, the Black Blood Knights under Gu Shi had already emptied their combat power, and they rushed towards the 2 warriors. Among Gu Shi's Black Blood Knights, the ones who really had combat power were actually their undead servant. After all, the Black Blood Knights' requirements meant that those without mounts could not be converted. But the Black Blood Knights' own combat power was still good. Especially when they rushed up, the impact could only be blocked by a large-scale shield formation. The shield formation formed by the 2 warriors in front of them was completely ineffective. It was immediately rushed away by the Black Blood Knights. Then, there were only 2 whooshing sounds, and the 2 warriors were killed on the spot, which ended the battle in front of them. Chapter 25-28. All destroyed again? No news left again? At the previous battle site, the goddess of protection was wearing a white gauze dress, a golden belt around her waist, a head of metallic hair, holding a round shield flashing red light in her hand, and said coldly with a cold face, "No, your highness. We have tried our best this time, but the enemy is too cunning and has dug up all the nearby soil. We really have no clues. What about the soul? My divine guards of protection didn't use the soul to send out the news? Your highness, we are facing the goddesses of death and life. Their subordinates are masters of playing with souls. In their hands, the soul cannot escape. This is not okay, that is not okay. Then tell me, what do you know? What about the previous contact? Don't tell me that the last contact was also interrupted. No, we received some news intermittently. It was sent by the Lord of the Divine Guards. Then why don't you tell me quickly?" The goddess of protection was really angry. "Are you waiting until they are all dead before you tell me such an important thing? But we always feel that the news is not accurate. Whether the news is accurate or not is not for you to judge, it is for me to judge. Go ahead. It's like this, the news we received said that there are at least 3 or 4 enemies. One is a necromancer who commands a large number of undead, or a death knight with a stealth death knight unit. It's already very chaotic here. There is also a super long-range archer among the enemies, with a range of about 50 kilometers. No one can do this. The enemy may have space mages who can not only move quickly, but also deploy a large number of troops directly. What a mess you are talking about." The goddess of protection roared and interrupted the report of this subordinate. "So I also think this is impossible. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. Where did the enemy go?" The goddess of protection also realized that she had wronged her subordinates. But the atmosphere at this time cannot be timid. Not sure, but judging from the current route, he should go to the south coast. There are 3 of our fortresses there, which is to prevent the goddess of the sea from taking the opportunity to land. For the information that can be confirmed, the subordinates of the goddess of shelter are well aware. After all, they have made a plan from the beginning. If it weren't for Gu Shi's sudden appearance, they should be arranging 108 outer fortresses now. After the outer fortresses are arranged, the next will be 36 castles. After everything is arranged, the territory of the goddess of wisdom and war will become like an iron barrel. Outsiders need at least 10 times more troops to break in. Now the outermost fortress has not been built yet, and it has been beaten like this. They are actually anxious. Even if the goddess of shelter doesn't ask, they are also studying the location of Gu Shi. hoped to avoid the trouble of Gushi. The goddess of shelter is a little goddess after all. Following the goddess of wisdom and war, she has learned a lot and grown a little brain. After getting angry, she calmed down quickly. Based on the news we received, even if we rush to the south coast now, the enemy will destroy one of our fortresses. We should not chase him, but block him in front. We can't let him get away this time. The goddess of shelter said decisively. I don't believe that he can break the holy shield defense given by the goddess. The goddess of shelter came and left in a hurry. I'm sorry, she didn't give any other orders. In the eyes of the goddess of shelter, if Gushi is not killed this time, a large army will be sent to hunt him down next. However, the goddess of shelter never thought that all the words she and her men said fell into Gushi's ears. It turned out that Gushi left the petals and seeds of the nether spirit flower on the ground. Now this piece of land is considered Gushi's territory. Let alone other things, Gushi can hear everything said here clearly. This is why Gushi had to fill the things back after digging 3 feet into the ground. This is to prevent people from finding out what he has arranged here. After all, Gushi cannot open the gates of the Death City at random, and the only troops he can call on are those in the Knight's Blood Road. The previous battle with the Shelter God guards also made Gushi realize that these guys are defensive. If the opponent really forms a huge shield formation, Gushi's attack may not be able to break through the defense. So it is the best choice to lead the Shelter Goddess to a place where there is no one to attack. In this way, the fortress in front of him is not the best battlefield. The idea of the Goddess of Protection now is definitely to bypass this place and go to the next fortress. There are only 2 ways to bypass it, and now you can only take a gamble. However, in order to prevent the Goddess of Protection from discovering that he can hear everything, Gushi still has to prepare. After taking a look at the fortress construction site just 30 kilometers away, Gushi raised his hand, and the white bone lightning hand behind him pushed forward. A strong wind blew and sent the ghost flower to the direction of the fortress construction site. Gushi turned around, opened the pathfinding spell, and went to the location he was thinking about. The map in Gushi's hand was obtained from the necromancer. They don't have any detailed map drawing methods. The drawn map is relatively rough. At most, you can only see some cities or something. It can be said that this is the initial map at the beginning of each cycle of the God War. At most, some old ghosts drew it based on their memories, and the most likely defensive buildings to be added. Gushi has no other maps to use now, and he can only guess the enemy's position based on the map in front of him. At the moment, Gushi really had to take a gamble. If he succeeded, he could stop the Goddess of Protection on the road. If he lost the gamble, the initiative of the battle would be in the hands of the Goddess of Protection. If he wanted to capture the next fortress, he would have to consume a lot of energy. It might even lead to failure and a chain reaction afterwards, and then Gushi would not have such a good opportunity to run out and kill. If Gushi really wanted to dominate the battle situation, it would become more difficult. It can be said that this ambush was a gamble of all Gushi's luck in the future, and it was just such an opportunity. Facts have proved that Gushi's luck in the gamble is not bad. When Gushi arrived at the place he planned and arranged the petals of the nether spirit flower, the Goddess of Protection happened to pass by here. Chapter 25-29. In order to hurry, the Goddess of Shelter did not bring many people with her. After all, no matter how good ordinary people are, they cannot compare with gods. The only people the Goddess of Shelter can bring with her are her god guards, which are relatively special god warriors. But the Goddess of Shelter is just a little goddess. She does not have a regular god warrior, and all the god guards add up to only 21. This is the last time she fought with the Goddess of Wisdom and War. After 10 of Gushi's men died in the battle, the Goddess of Shelter's heart was bleeding. This is her foundation. Originally, she was thinking of following the Goddess of Wisdom and War again this time, and mixing the number of god guards to 24, so that she could temporarily organize 2 teams. Unexpectedly, it was directly had by Gushi. This really killed the Goddess of Shelter. If there is no good result in this battle, her loss may not be made up. For the sake of her divine warriors, the Goddess of Protection had to cut Gushi into 7 or 8 pieces. The angry Goddess of Protection didn't care about anything else. She didn't even look at the road when she walked, and she just wanted to lead people to the fortress under construction. Behind her were 11 divine guards of protection. They were also in a hurry to get on the road, so they didn't look at the surroundings. They didn't notice that there were some blue and white flowers that they had never seen in the bushes on the side of the road. At this time, Gushi had also seen the location of the Goddess of Protection through the dark spirit flower. Seeing the Goddess of Protection dressed, Gushi understood that the strength of the Goddess of Protection would be much stronger than those divine guards behind her. The patron saint guard Gu Shi can easily kill her through some means. But the patron goddess needs to be dealt with seriously. Now Gu Shi can only guess that the round shield carried by the patron goddess can borrow the path or power of the red suit. But Gu Shi is not sure what path it can borrow. It is not enough to rely on the black throne of the griffin, which is likely to have problems. Now the ghost flower must be used. When Gu Shi found the patron goddess, he took action immediately. However, Gu Shi still underestimated the sensitivity of the patron goddess. When Gu Shi was about to take action, the patron goddess also felt uneasy. She was about to look around, and at this moment, the nearby environment suddenly changed, and the sun in the sky disappeared directly. Yin and Yang conversion. Gu Shi immediately turned all the nearby land into the underworld. After all, to surround and kill a goddess, you have to cut off the opponent's reinforcements. Under Gu Shi's Yin and Yang conversion, all the nearby land was dragged into the underworld on the spot. After switching the venue, the ghost flower no longer hid, and all the ghost petals floated up automatically, and 2 night blood roads appeared on the left and right beside the goddess of protection. Shield. The goddess of protection immediately slapped the round shield in her hand to the ground. The goddess of protection borrowed the metal reinforced road from the red round shield in the hands of the goddess of wisdom and war. This is the least favored route among the red round shields of the goddess of wisdom and war. You must know that the round shield has a light shield defense shield. The shield comes with a defense shield that can resist various physical and magical attack effects. Holy treatment. Holding the shield can automatically restore life and dispel negative effects. An elemental shield counter. Enemy attacks the shield holder and will be counterattacked by petrification, blood-sucking, poisoning and other effects. The metal strengthening path she borrowed can turn her body into metal at the beginning, and her strength and physical attributes will be fully increased. Later, she can strengthen her subordinates, divine warriors or soldiers, and then strengthen her domain. She has now deduced to the point where she can strengthen the surrounding environment. The round shield in the hand of the goddess of protection hit the ground, and the ground directly turned into metal. In this way, although the goddess of protection is still in the underworld, she has a very strong defense standing on the metal. All attacks will only cause 1 point of damage to her. As long as she does not leave the location where the metal is, her life can be replenished enough every second. It can be said that unless the defense can be broken directly, no one can kill her on the metal. And as long as it is delayed until the goddess of wisdom and war finds that the situation is not right and rushes to rescue her, the battle situation will be different. But Gu Shi looked at the situation in front of him. Metal? Are you serious? Could it be that the people in this world have different resistance to lightning? This should not be reasonable. Gu Shi thought while flying up a little bit. Gu Shi did not dare to fly too high. He was only 30 centimeters above the ground. He mainly activated the effect of the Sky King. At the same time, he quickly found the corresponding air spell. After the goddess of protection turned the surrounding area into metal, he immediately fired it out. Chain lightning, light of destruction, bewitching. As soon as the 3 magics came out, Gu Shi himself jumped out. The Black Blood Knights and undead servant troops in the Night Blood Road also came out with him. Among these 3 magics, chain lightning was aimed at the guardian guards behind the goddess of protection. After all, the existence of these divine warriors will affect the battle situation to some extent, so Gu Shi must deal with them separately from the goddess of shelter. The light of destruction is used to break the defense. After all, the situation in front of us can be seen in a glance that the defense of the goddess of shelter is super high. If the defense is not broken, the goddess of shelter cannot be hit at all. As for the bewitching, it is also aimed at the goddess of shelter behind the goddess of shelter, in order to make them stay away and not come to participate in the battle between Gu Shi and the goddess of shelter. And Gu Shi had to admit that the Griffin Black Throne did not embarrass himself this time. When the 3 magics were released, the effects were all there. Under the 3 magics, the metal muscles on the goddess of shelter darkened a little at the first time. This shows that her defense is affected by the light of destruction, and her defense is not as high as before. However, Gu Shi also noticed that the lightning he shot out only jumped on the goddess of shelter and disappeared. This discovery made Gu Shi speechless. What is the situation of the goddess of shelter? Can she make metal non-conductive? While Gu Shi was still thinking about what was going on, the goddess of protection also discovered where Gu Shi was. She raised her hand and threw the round shield in her hand like a flying disc. It was because the goddess of protection launched the initiative to attack that she did not notice that behind her, the eyes of the guardians of protection were all white. All the statues of protection seemed to have lost control and stood there stupidly. At this time, Gu Shi suddenly said, "Block it." Chapter 2530. The effect of the red equipment is powerful even at a distance. Once the effect of the Sky King is activated, the level of Gu Shi's air magic is directly increased. And casting 3 magics at the same time is the help of the 2 arms behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi himself casts the Light of Destruction, the White Bone Lightning Hand casts the Chain Lightning, and the Ghost Dragon Power Hand casts the Bewitching Heart. It must be admitted that the Ghost Dragon Power Hand is still good at targeting souls. Under the influence of the Bewitching Heart, all the Guardians will accept an order from the influencer. After this order is completed, the Bewitching Heart effect they have received will be lifted. The order from the Ghost Dragon Power Hand is very simple, asking all the Guardians to stop the attack of the Goddess of Shelter. That is, let them take action to trap the already metallized Goddess of Shelter. And the timing of the Bewitching Heart is just right. Just when the Goddess of Shelter threw the round shield, all the Guardians pounced on the Goddess of Shelter from behind. The Goddess of Protection only turned herself and the nearby earth into metal, but she did not fuse herself with the nearby earth. With this collision, everyone was pressed to the ground. The Goddess of Protection was directly pressed to the bottom. The Goddess of Protection herself was stunned. The most important thing is that the chain lightning that just started with the Goddess of Protection has now all been struck out and electrocuted on the Guardians of Protection. Gu Shi, who was far away, saw a blue light emanating from the Goddess of Protection. In the blue light, 7 or 8 Guardians of Protection flew backwards and fell to the ground, dead beyond death. At this moment, Gu Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. He finally understood how the Goddess of Shelter had just blocked the effect of the chain lightning. It turned out that this metal had the effect of absorbing elemental attacks and rebounding them. Gu Shi had heard of this kind of metal before, and some key parts of the Tower Diamond Man were made of this kind of metal. But Gu Shi never thought that when the Goddess of Shelter turned herself into metal, it would also have such an effect. Fortunately, the Goddess of Shelter took this move, otherwise when the Goddess of Shelter reacted, this battle would not be so easy to fight. The Goddess of Shelter was also confused at this time. She just threw the round shield out, but was knocked to the ground by her own men. Then she didn't think much, and burst out all the magic power she absorbed. Now who can tell her what's going on? At this moment, there was a bang in the distance. The Goddess of Shelter looked up, and found that the round shield she threw out was hit hard to the ground by a punch from top to bottom. The fist seemed to be quite powerful, pressing down her round shield, making it unable to move. This situation shows that the fist pressing down the round shield is also a quasi-red equipment like her round shield. Or it may have borrowed the power of other red equipment. This situation shows that the one who came to attack her is an unknown goddess. It seems that the Goddess of Death and Life has found a new ally. A thought flashed through the mind of the Goddess of Shelter. This time she was attacked. It must be a token of allegiance made by the new ally of the Goddess of Death and Life. This was all planned, and everything was aimed at her. No, she couldn't die like this. She wanted to test the quality of the new ally of the Goddess of Death and Life. Shield. The Goddess of Shelter roared and waved in the direction of the round shield. As for the safety of her divine warriors, she had no time to care for it for the time being. As the Goddess of Shelter waved her hand, the round shield held down by the molten casting hand began to vibrate continuously. Gu Shi didn't care about that at this time. The situation in front of him was quite favorable to him. The Goddess of Shelter now had no weapons in her hands and no men around her, which was a good opportunity to attack the Goddess of Shelter. Under Gu Shi's operation, the Night Blood Road immediately surrounded the round shield, and a large number of undead laborers rushed out of it and suppressed the struggling round shield together with a molten casting hand. At the same time, some undead laborers took out blood and began to pour it on the round shield. This was using the blood sacrifice secret ritual, peeling and other means. After all, Gu Shi could see that this round shield looked like it had the power of a red suit, but it was not a red suit. Instead, it borrowed the red equipment of the Goddess of Wisdom and War, and strengthened it to a certain extent. On the surface, this thing can be regarded as quasi-red equipment. But in Gu Shi's eyes, it is okay to regard it as orange equipment. And Gu Shi's blood sacrifice secret ritual, stripping means, can clear the binding of orange equipment. As long as there is no round shield, the Goddess of Protection will not have the means to borrow red equipment. As for her own level, Gu Shi is not optimistic at all. Just destroy such an enemy directly. Gu Shi has never been afraid of these things. The undead workers moved very quickly. Wasn't the blood sacrifice secret ritual stripping meant to delay time? They didn't consider that at all. All kinds of blood were dragged out and poured on the round shield. Some undead workers also brought various runes to the round shield, and the main one was to speed up again and again. The Goddess of Protection also felt something was wrong at this time. When she saw that she couldn't call back the round shield, she got up from the ground, bent her body downward, and rushed towards Gushi with a collision. When she threw the round shield just now, the round shield had cut down many nearby trees. This allowed her to see the situation on the other side of the round shield, and also cleared a path for her. Now the goddess of protection rushed forward on these fallen trees with a collision. The collision route was an absolute straight line, and the speed was no slower than that of the heavy armor knight. At this time, Gushi raised his hand, and the Night Blood Road appeared in front of the goddess of protection. The strongest Black Blood Knight under Gushi rushed out of the Night Blood Road and confronted the goddess of protection head-on. The last time they charged into those ordinary shield formations, the Black Blood Knights were not able to kill the enemies in one fell swoop, which made them quite unhappy. It was fine that they could not defeat their own undead servants at ordinary times. After all, there were batches of demigods and level 60s among them, but now they could not defeat these inconspicuous guys, which was too disrespectful. The Black Blood Knights were all furious now. Just as the goddess of protection rushed up, the Black Blood Knights knew that a good opportunity to prove themselves had come. It was obvious at a glance that this woman was the type who would not charge. Such a straight charge would allow people to see at a glance where the opponent would rush to. So the Black Blood Knights collided head-on. All the weapons in their hands were raised horizontally, and their strongest combat skills were activated. First charge, and finally trample, and they must trample the goddess of protection to the ground, and trample back and forth 10 or 8 times. Chapter 2531. Bang! The Black Blood Knights' troops collided with the goddess of shelter. The goddess of shelter used her own strength to withstand the impact of 3 Black Blood Knights. But the number of Black Blood Knights was beyond her imagination. All the Black Blood Knights regarded the little goddess in front of them as the main target of attack. The goddess of shelter could only withstand the impact of 3 Black Blood Knights, but she had no way to withstand the next wave of impacts. The Black Blood Knights not only attacked, but also attacked when they rushed over. Although each time, they could only take away 1 point of the goddess of shelter's life, the problem was that the goddess of shelter could not move under such impact and trampling. Every time she wanted to get up, the iron hoof of the Black Blood Knight's mount stepped on her. Such a blow did not cause much damage, but it was extremely insulting. These waves of impacts trampled the clothes on the goddess of shelter. At the same time, the goddess of protection was covered with mud, and her metal-colored skin looked blue and purple, with white sword scratches on her body. But she would not die, which made it difficult for Gushi to deal with it. Fortunately, at this time, the undead laborers under Gushi had completed the blood sacrifice secret ritual in peeling. When the last bucket of blood was poured, the round shield suddenly flashed an orange light. Then the red light that was originally attached to the round shield slowly dissipated, which meant that the round shield no longer belonged to the goddess of protection. The goddess of protection, who was trampled, also felt that something was wrong at this time, and she shouted loudly, "No!" But it was too late. As the red light on the round shield faded, the main color of the goddess of protection's skin changed from the original metallic color to a somewhat white color. And the Black Blood Knights had no way to break the defense no matter how they attacked before, but now it didn't happen at all. The moment the goddess of protection's skin turned white, the long sword in the hands of the Black Blood Knights, who attacked her, pierced into the body of the goddess of protection. Although it was only a break in the defense, it was a rare victory for the Black Blood Knights. The Black Blood Knights, who had fought out before, were all thinking about fighting back, not to mention the Black Blood Knights queuing behind. Fortunately, Gushi controlled the Black Blood Knights at this time, otherwise they would have been in chaos for a long time just to line up. Under Gushi's control, the Black Blood Knights formed groups of 5 to 10 and attacked head-on at the place where the goddess of protection fell. Every time they rushed over, a sword would fall to the place where the goddess of protection fell. After stepping over, they said that they would rush forward to make way for the Black Blood Knights behind. At the beginning, when the goddess of shelter was fully defensive, she had no way to get up from the charge of the Black Blood Knight, not to mention that she had been broken now. At this time, the goddess of shelter could only mobilize her own divine power to protect her last bit of life. In the eyes of the goddess of shelter, as long as she had a little life left, she still had a chance to save it. But at this time, Gushi had freed his hands and came towards the direction of the goddess of shelter. Before he approached the goddess of shelter, the sharp-eyed Gushi noticed that white light began to appear on the goddess of shelter. Every time this light falls, the skin of the goddess of shelter always gets better. She is replenishing blood. And it replenishes very quickly. Gushi raised his hand, and the attack effect of the Nether Spirit Flower was activated immediately. Some Nether Spirit petals were attached to the body of the goddess of shelter. At this time, the goddess of shelter was all mud, so she naturally wouldn't notice any petals falling on her. Besides, even if she found out, she wouldn't think it was man-made. After all, what's the point of sticking flowers on the enemy during the battle? Send them when you die? For this reason, the goddess of shelter didn't think much about it. In her eyes, she should use her own power to find a way to survive first. Of course, she didn't just lie there and not move. In fact, the goddess of shelter has been looking for a way to escape. Before, she might have had the idea of counterattacking, but now she really didn't have such an idea. At this time, the goddess of shelter only wanted to escape. While replenishing her blood, the goddess of shelter reached into her pocket. She was carrying a prop for teleportation, which was the passage she used to meet the goddess of wisdom and war. Only little goddesses like them can be directly teleported to the great goddess. This thing is more troublesome to activate, not because it requires too much energy, but because it takes a long time. After all, the goddess of wisdom and war sometimes has her own things to do, and it is not that I must wait for you just because you want to see me. What if I am doing something inconvenient when you teleport? So when you teleport to the great goddess, you always have to apply first. You can activate it only after you have seen it and confirmed it. If you haven't seen it, or it's not convenient now, you can only wait. The current goddess of shelter really didn't care. She was really ready to force the teleportation stone to send herself to the goddess of wisdom and war. Even if she was scolded after being sent there, it would be better than dying in this battle before the battle started. If she really died in the battle, she didn't know how she would be scolded by the goddess of wisdom and war in the next cycle. It's even possible that she won't be taken to play. In order to be able to follow the big guys in the future, the goddess of shelter believed that she must survive until the god war began. At least she couldn't die before it started. Nothing has been done yet. While thinking, the goddess of shelter moved her hands. When she was about to get her hope of life, Gushi took action. Fate Choice. When the skill of Fate Choice was activated, Gushi had only one requirement: to block all the escape routes of the goddess of shelter. Even if she dies, she will die here. Under Gushi's operation, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Gushi. This surprised Gushi a little. He never thought that attacking the goddess of protection would cause the picture of fate. But he still watched it carefully. As a result, Gushi understood what fate chose to do after watching it. In the picture of fate, Gushi saw the picture of the goddess of protection rushing out after hearing the news that her own goddess of protection was completely wiped out. Usually, the goddess of protection would always check all her things to make sure she didn't forget to bring anything. But this time, because the matter was more sudden, the goddess of protection just grabbed a few things from the table and stuffed them into her pocket. But this time, the goddess of protection went out too quickly and didn't notice that there were things that were not stuffed into her pocket. Finally, in the picture that Gushi saw, a thumb-sized thing similar to a hearthstone rolled to the corner of the table and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 2532. The goddess of protection carefully touched her waist bag, and her face changed. It was bad. At this moment, a black blood knight launched his attack and chopped the goddess of protection on the head with a sword. If it was before, the goddess of protection still had some confidence in her heart, and she would think about escaping at this time. In order to ensure that her injuries were not too serious, she would always carefully avoid the vital parts to ensure that she would not be too seriously injured, so as not to recover in the future. But now, the goddess of protection was stunned when she found that the hearthstone she used for teleportation was missing. Her spirit was defeated on the spot. Facing the sword of the Black Blood Knight, she didn't even think of dodging. Bang! The goddess of protection took the sword with her face. The Black Blood Knight didn't expect that his sword would be so effective. When he chopped the sword, he was actually like the Black Blood Knight before, dodging after attacking. So he just raised the sword upwards, sat on the warhorse, and ran upwards. It was because of this provocation that the neck of the goddess of shelter was torn open. When Gushi heard the sound of the goddess of shelter being killed, the body of the goddess of shelter had been trampled into pieces. If Gushi had not discovered and stopped it in advance, the body might have been trampled into meat paste. After dispersing the knight's bloody path and letting the Black Blood Knight return the dragged head, Gushi walked to the body of the goddess of shelter. At this time, the body of the goddess of shelter was actually in pieces. The only thing that could be recognized was her metallized skeleton and the golden belt around her waist that had been trampled into a golden cake. Walking to the side of the body of the goddess of shelter, Gushi squatted down, touched the remaining golden blood on the body, and reached out to take out the death hair for experiment. After a moment, Gushi shook his head. "Bring me the head." The Black Blood Knight heard it, and hurriedly brought the torn head over. Compared to the body that was trampled into a pulp, this head was relatively intact. The mercury-colored eyes had turned gray at this time, and the mercury-colored long hair looked like it had just been fished out of a mud pond, all covered with mud and water. Gushi put the head on the skeleton, and then looked around. The gauze skirt that the goddess of protection wore before was gone, and Gushi didn't even have a piece of clothing on his body. In the end, Gushi simply took the round shield that the goddess of protection had thrown before, piled the remains of the goddess of protection on the round shield, and held it up like a round shield and went out. As for the 11 guardian guards, who followed the goddess of protection before, they were already dead and could not die anymore, and their bodies were dragged into the night's bloody road. Clean up the battlefield, I'll go back first. After walking out of the area that Gushi had transformed into the underworld, Gushi ordered immediately. Now Gushi must be thinking about going to Spalino Mountain. After all, he had killed the goddess of protection, and this corpse was the proof and key to take it back in exchange for good things. Now the most important thing must be to go back to the goddess of death and life to ask for benefits. As for the fortress here, whoever wants to attack can attack, but Gushi doesn't have that kind of patience to take down the fortresses one by one. He came out to attack the fortress. Wasn't it to lure out the goddess of protection? And attacking the goddess of protection, wasn't it to lure out the goddess of wisdom and war? Now that Gushi's goal has been achieved, why does he still want to attack the fortress? Isn't this a waste of time? If he has some time, Gushi might as well go back and deal with the body of the goddess of shelter. After all, he doesn't even have a suitable person now. Although the goddess of shelter will definitely be transformed into the Night Blood Road once she dies. But this one obviously doesn't have a mount, so she can't be transformed into a Black Blood Knight. At most, she can act as an undead servant. Without orange equipment and corresponding professions, the undead transformed by this little goddess may not be as strong as those demigod soldiers and level 60 undead servants. As for the undead transformed by Double Death, they should have gone to the city of Aryov. Without any skills being able to be used, Gushi couldn't call her here. The only thing that can be used now is these flesh and blood that are like mud, and the skeleton that looks intact. Gushi plans to go back to the necromancer to ask about the treatment method, and then go to the goddess of death and life to exchange some materials to transform these flesh and blood and skeletons into undead first. As for the head of the goddess of protection, just show it to the goddess of death and life. With such obvious hair color and eyes, people can see her original identity at a glance. There is no such thing as an imposter. Gushi believes that those necromancers have some tricks in their hands after countless cycles. If these materials are used well, plus Gushi's own abilities, it is really possible to create a stronger undead. With such an undead, Gushi also has a way to deal with it in the subsequent battles. After all, Gushi couldn't always charge with the Black Blood Knight. Sometimes Gushi also needed some other options. After leaving the Yin-Yang transformation land, Gushi ran out quickly with a round shield in his arms. His goal was a small river nearby. According to the necromancers, as long as they found a river and summoned by the river, they could summon a passage to Mount Spalino. This is a method that everyone knows. But everyone would be willing to maintain such a passage. After all, people from other camps sometimes have their own ideas and want to go to Mount Spalino to see their deceased predecessors and lovers. For this reason, even if the goddess of wisdom and war knew this, there was nothing they could do. After all, even the great goddess could not be enemies with everyone. Sometimes, the goddess of wisdom and war would even need to go to Mount Spalino to communicate with the goddess of death and life. After all, their goals and opponents in each battle of gods are different. Every battle of gods is always like a political game. Sometimes they are allies, sometimes they are enemies. No one knows when the person sitting opposite is their friend. So no matter who it is, you have to leave some escape routes. When Gushi appeared at the nearby river with the round shield corpse, he saw several women in grass clothes disappearing quickly in the water. Are these water spirits? Or water god warriors? Gushi was a little curious, but didn't pay too much attention. He had heard from the necromancers that in this world, the spirits in the water system are completely neutral. As long as you don't attack them, they won't take the initiative to attack you. Even as long as you give them certain benefits, you can get corresponding help from them. Gushi really didn't have time to care about these things at the moment. Just as Gushi stepped into the river and prepared to summon the ferry back to Spalino Mountain, a green-haired woman poked her head out from under the water. Chapter 2533. I want to ask. Seeing Gushi turned his head and looked over, the underwater head said tremblingly. After all, Gushi looked too scary at this time. He looked like a demon carrying food and preparing to go back to eat. What's the matter? Fortunately, Gushi heard from the necromancer that these water creatures have their own communication channels. If you make friends with them, you can get some gossip. You can even buy some good things from them. It can be said that you will not suffer any loss if you make friends with him," Gushi said while showing a kind smile. But Gushi's current appearance is too scary. Not only is he without clothes, he is holding a pile of corpses and flesh in his hands, and he has a weird smile on his face. If it were a child, he would have been scared to tears. Fortunately, these water monsters are also cannibals. She couldn't help but shrink back when she was scared by Gushi. But when she found that Gushi had no intention of hitting her, she stuck her head out. "I just want to ask, are the flesh and blood for sale?" "You mean this?" Gushi was stunned for a moment, pointing to the round shield in his hand, and asked. "Yes, we don't want too much, just a little bit is enough." Seeing Gushi's puzzled face, the water fairy stretched out her hand from the water and made a little gesture. "What do you want this for?" Gushi was somewhat curious. After all, the goddess of death and life had necromancers under her command. It was normal for Gushi to take the corpses back to make undead. These water fairies looked harmless. What did they want these corpses for? After being asked by Gushi, the fairy stood up from the water. Gushi noticed that she was not wearing any clothes, and her whole body was covered with green scales. "We want to become human, and the blood of the goddess is the best material." "Oh, I see." Gushi understood it at a glance. It seems that no matter whether it is a big goddess or a small goddess, as long as it is a goddess, this flesh and blood has some effect. It's just that the death hare doesn't like these flesh and blood, otherwise Gushi will kill more. "I can give you some flesh and blood, but—" "I understand. We don't want it for nothing. Do you think this is okay?" The banshee knew the value of the flesh and blood in Gushi's hands, and she never thought of deceiving Gushi as a person who knew nothing. Although she could get some benefits in a short time, the reputation of their water fairy clan would be gone. No one would be willing to trade with them at that time. So the banshee took out the best material she thought at the first time, and put it in front of Gushi. Gushi took a look and found that the things the banshee took out were all things that could be found in the water. For example, monster scales, water plants and fruits in the water, or some bones left behind by people who died in the water. Of course, these were all things that the banshee could take out. As for giant beasts like the hydra, the banshee had only heard of them, but had never seen them. Even if she wanted to take them out, she couldn't. After taking the things out, the banshee was afraid that Gushi didn't know the importance of these materials, so she explained the properties and functions of these materials to Gushi, and even explained their value. The main theme is sincerity. After all, the banshee herself knows that the value of the things she took out is not really high. Now that she is clear, Gushi might give her more flesh and blood when he is in a good mood. However, the banshee did not notice that Gushi's attention was all on one of the small bottles of blood. "What blood?" Gushi pointed to the bottle of blood that looked a little green to black and asked. "This is the blood of the swamp hydra, cut from the tongue of the hydra, and belongs to the essence of the hydra. I also asked a drop from a friend. After taking it, you can strengthen your own poison attack or poison resistance level." As the banshee said, Gushi took the blood bottle and opened it to take a look. At this moment, the death hare actually moved by itself and stained with blood. "The blood is good? Do you have more?" Seeing that Gushi liked her products, the banshee was very happy. She took out many more blood bottles, but the blood of the swamp hydra was no longer available. What she took out were the blood of some big monsters from small rivers and streams. Among these bloods, there were not many that satisfied death hare. In the end, Gushi only took away 4 bottles. Some bones and water plants made Gushi quite satisfied. Gushi felt that these materials were all high-quality materials. The most important thing is that some materials actually have traces left by time. After picking out what she wanted, Gushi took out a fist-sized piece of flesh and blood and handed it to the banshee. "I will go from the river. You should know where I am going. After returning, I will keep these flesh and blood. If you find such blood again, you can come to me and I will exchange it with flesh and blood." The banshee glanced at the blood that Gushi had taken away, and said uncertainly, "I'll try my best to find it, but I'm not sure if I can find it." Gushi also understood what the banshee meant. After all, there was no pattern in the blood that the death hare took away, and the banshee couldn't go looking for a lot of blood that was uncertain whether it could be used for Gushi. "Okay, if you come across anything that you're not sure about, send it to me. I'll be here during this period of time." Gushi didn't drag it out after he finished speaking. He put the things in the hand of the molten caster and waved at the water. Then an overturned boat appeared in front of Gushi. Looking at the boat in front of him, Gushi was quite speechless. You said that the width of the river in front of him was actually only about 5 or 6 meters, but how did this boat that was more than 10 meters wide appear on the river? This is not the length of the boat, but the width of the boat. This boat is beyond the river's surface. While Gushi was still muttering about these things, someone in the boat poked his head out. He glanced at Gushi, and then his eyes fell on the round shield held by the molten crusher. "Dear guest, please come this way, we will set sail soon." Gushi smiled, turned over and jumped onto the boat. When standing on the boat, Gushi swayed a little. "I'm going to Mount Spallino." "I know, you sit down, the boat will set sail soon, you hold the flesh and blood in your hands. If it falls into the boat, it will belong to me." "Aw, I know." Gushi reacted, and the two pairs of arms behind him directly protected the round shield to ensure that the flesh and blood inside would not fall. Chapter 2534. On Spallino Mountain, Gushi was stopped by a group of people just after getting off the boat. At this moment, Gushi understood why those people called him the little cub of the 100-armed giant when he was discovered. The ones who blocked him were several 100-armed giants and multi-eyed giants. Their heights ranged from more than 4 meters to more than 7 meters. Some had 4 or 5 pairs of arms on their bodies, and some had a row of eyes on their heads. The taller the person, the more arms or the fewer eyes. When they saw Gushi, the two biggest ones looked him up and down, and then their eyes fell on the round shield in Gushi's hand. "Boy, you didn't even come to see us when you came to Spallino Mountain. Do you know whose territory this is? Do you look down on us?" "Yes, you went straight to the necromancer. People who don't know would think you are a necromancer. Forget it this time. These flesh and blood are your offerings. Next time, hand over this amount, and this matter will be over." A 6-meter-tall giant with 100 arms said, as he stretched out his hand to grab the round shield in Gushi's hand. Just when his hand was about to touch the round shield, a flash of blood passed by, and the wind-breaking hand chopped off the hand that the 100-armed giant stretched out. Gushi pointed at the current giants and said coldly, "Whoever dares to touch my things, I will rip their heads off." After saying that, Gushi took the initiative to float up, making himself parallel to the two tallest giants, staring into their eyes. "Don't mess with me, or I will make you regret showing up in the territory of the undead." After doing all this, Gushi floated out. His behavior directly shocked these giants, and until Gushi walked away, these giants did not dare to move. After approaching Spallino Mountain, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and did not go to the direction of the necromancer's residence, but turned to the mountain trail of Spallino Mountain. After all, the body of the goddess of protection in his hand still needs to be dealt with. If he doesn't report it quickly, those people will smell the smell. So Gushi's speed of advancement has obviously increased a lot. And his speed has directly attracted the attention of the country on the side of Spallino Mountain. A combat team composed of 5 god warriors stopped Gushi on the spot. "Wait a minute, what do you want to do?" "I killed the goddess of protection in the camp on the opposite street, and I want to come here to exchange some rewards. This is evidence." As soon as he saw several god warriors, Gushi stopped immediately, and his hands behind his back directly held out the round shield and the flesh on the round shield. Even though it had turned into a pile of rotten meat, the head of the goddess of protection was still there. These god warriors had experienced many battles, and were quite familiar with the situations of the little goddesses. They recognized at a glance that the head on top of the rotten meat was from the goddess of protection. So these god warriors quickly made way, and led Gushi into Mount Spallino. After entering the mountain road of Mount Spallino, the god warrior leading the way introduced to Gushi. There are a total of 12 palaces on Mount Spallino, and the bottom 4 floors are for reliable outsiders to live and live. The 4 floors in the middle are for the god warriors to live, and the top 4 floors are for the little goddesses, or beings of the same level to live. You have demonstrated your strength and killed the most important little goddess under the goddess of wisdom and war, so you can live on the 10th floor. As for the things you want to exchange, you can also find someone there to deal with them. Don't you need to verify it? Gushi asked curiously. No, we have fought with the goddess of wisdom and war for countless times, and the goddess of shelter has died in our hands several times. We can recognize her even if she is dead. The god warriors were quite happy when they spoke. But this is normal. Everyone knows that the goddess of protection under the goddess of wisdom and war is the most difficult to deal with. Especially when she built the fortresses and castles and formed a defense system, it was so difficult to fight. Every time they fought the goddess of wisdom and war, they tried to sneak in from the inside and bypass the defense network. But the goddess of wisdom and war can be called wise, which means that she fights with her brain. 1 or 2 sneak attacks are okay, but after many times, she has all kinds of defenses, and the subsequent battles are getting harder and harder to fight. Most of the subsequent battles against the goddess of wisdom and war were surrounded from all sides, concentrating troops to kill one way and force a way out. Unexpectedly, this time, before the start, before all kinds of fortresses and castles were built, the goddess of protection was killed. This also brought a new idea to these god warriors. They can actually behead important enemy targets one step ahead. Kill some small goddesses, who will cause trouble to themselves first. In fact, they had vaguely thought of doing so before, but they had not done it as extreme as Gushi. This clearly opened up a way of thinking for them. These warriors were already thinking that after taking Gushi to Mount Spallino, they would find an excuse to go out and see if there was a chance to ambush the little goddesses. The most important goddess of protection under the goddess of wisdom and war died, and the remaining little goddess must be the goddess of family. This little goddess is completely auxiliary and has no combat power. Usually she always hides behind the territory of the goddess of wisdom and war, mainly responsible for logistics and population education. This is also her instinct. The goddess of wisdom and war can have such a large population base, and can fight against the goddess of death and life, who uses countless corpses as materials. The goddess of family is the key. Usually they always have no chance to sneak attack and assassinate the goddess of family. But now it is different. The goddess of protection has not built the fortress defense line yet. Now is the best time to sneak in. As long as they kill the goddess of family before the goddess of wisdom and war can react, they will win most of the battle of gods this time. Now these god warriors are very excited. They are all thinking that if they can sneak out this time, they can kill the auxiliary little goddess like the goddess of family. As long as they complete the killing, they will no longer be god warriors, but will most likely be the new little goddess. Or they can be called the people closest to God. Thinking of this, these god warriors can't help but speed up their pace, and want to send Gushi to the palace of Spallino Mountain. If they delay it for a while longer, more people will find out about the situation here, and then they will miss the good opportunity to be enshrined as gods. Chapter 2535. After sending Gushi to the palace on the 9th floor, the warriors left quickly after just giving him some instructions. They didn't even tell Gushi who he should go to, leaving Gushi alone in the large square in front of the palace. This made Gushi speechless. What should he do now? Where should he exchange it? And is there anyone who wants this head? Luckily, Gushi was lucky. Just when he was about to walk around to see if there was anyone, a man walked out of the nearby palace with a puzzled look on his face. The man looked okay, but his situation was not much better than Gushi. He was wearing a piece of cloth. When he saw Gushi, he even greeted Gushi. New here? Are you a demigod or a son of God? Me? I killed a little goddess and was brought here. By the way, where are all the people here? It was rare to meet someone, so Gushi naturally had to ask about the matter clearly, otherwise he would not know where the servants ran away and what he would do. Oh, then you shouldn't stay here, go to the 10th floor. That's where the strong man who killed the little goddess lives. The 11th floor is where the big guys who participated in killing the goddess live, and the 12th floor is where the little goddess, who follows the goddess of death and life, usually stays. Don't go to the wrong place. When you get to the corresponding palace, just find an empty room and go in. If you don't want to stay for a long time, it's up to you. If you want to stay for a long time, let the servant help you build a door. As for what you want to exchange, see the scale. Go there, and put what you want to exchange on the left scale, and what you can exchange on the right scale. As long as the scale is balanced, it means the exchange is successful. Even souls can be exchanged here. Be careful when you play by yourself, don't play with your life. The man pointed to a place not far from the square. Gushi looked over there, and found that a normal-sized scale was floating there. On the right side of the scale was a beating human heart, and on the left was a feather. It's quite strange to say that these two things that are obviously different in weight maintain a special balance. While Gushi was still wondering what was going on, the man had already turned around and left. At this time, Gushi couldn't keep anyone, so he could only go to the scale first. When approaching the scale, Gushi found that there was a more detailed exchange list next to the scale. The exchange list is not much different from the exchange list seen in the apple orchard, but there are more detailed exchange instructions and price lists here. There are also ways to get bonus points. For example, how many enemies Gushi killed are all recorded here. As the main force in the battle, the god warriors are naturally the most important source of points. Whether it is the regular god warriors of the great goddess, or the miscellaneous god warriors of the little goddess, all of them start with 100 points. The highest few, such as the 3 giants on the side of the goddess of death and life, and the 12 god generals on the side of the goddess of wisdom and war, all start with 5,000 points. The score data can only be higher, not the highest. As for killing the little goddess, there are corresponding points, but the points for each little goddess here start at 10,000, and the points for the relatively important little goddesses are even higher. As the main enemy of this time, the goddess of protection is naturally here. Even if the fortress destroyed by Gu Shi along the way is not counted, the protection guards killed. Just one goddess of protection can provide Gu Shi with 100,000 points. Gu Shi took a look at the exchange here and knew that even if he bought an ordinary little goddess of medium quality, it would be about 80,000 points. Destroying the fortress here, killing the protection guards, and adding the protection goddess, it is enough for Gu Shi to buy 2 medium quality little goddesses. And the corpse of the big goddess that Gu Shi has been thinking about, the price here is about 200,000 points. It can be said that if Gu Shi works harder, he can exchange for a corpse of the big goddess. Of course, there are rewards for killing goddesses here. However, it does not say what the price of each goddess is, but only says that after completing the killing, you can talk to the goddess of death and life. As for what can be negotiated, it depends on who Gu Shi killed. After understanding how to exchange, Gu Shi put the head of the goddess of protection on the scale. Let's not talk about other things, just get the points first. Then Gu Shi browsed the list of the bodies of the great goddesses that can be exchanged. Most of these bodies were obtained by the goddess of death and life through repeated battles. Some were killed by her personally, and some were killed by other goddesses, and she dug them up from graves. Among these goddess bodies, the bodies of the goddess of beauty and fire are the most, and they are relatively intact. After all, she is a relatively weak goddess, and she is also a neutral craftsman. Generally speaking, when the war between gods reaches a critical period, one of the two sides will try to deal with the goddess of beauty and fire. They will rob her things to arm themselves. So the goddess of beauty and fire is the one who died the most times. And her power also keeps her body the most complete. The price starts at 200,000 points, and the best quality body costs 360,000 points. In addition, the bodies of the goddess of hunting and moonlight are the second most, the bodies of the goddess of wisdom and war are the third most, the bodies of the goddess of earth are a few, and there is no body of the goddess of death and life. Gu Shi can understand the situation of the goddess of death and life by thinking about it. After all, even if she has experienced many wars between gods, the goddess of death and life will not sell her body. It is the fact that there are so few bodies of the goddess of wisdom and war that makes Gu Shi a little surprised. It was probably because the goddess of wisdom and war was mostly the winner, or because she valued her corpse very much, and would not let anyone take her corpse away even if she died in battle. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, the price of the goddess of wisdom and war's corpse soared, and the cheapest one cost 400,000 points. In addition, Gu Shi also found 2 special corpses here. These 2 corpses were all the corpses of the great goddesses, but they did not belong to the 5 great goddesses. It did not say where the corpses came from, only that the integrity of the corpses and the reliability of their strength were guaranteed. Because of the incomplete information, the price of these corpses was not too high, and they were almost all between 200,000. This made Gu Shi somewhat tempted. After all, he really wanted to take a gamble. Chapter 2536. The Necromancer's Residence at Spiron Mountain. Gu Shi came over again, carrying something. As soon as they saw Gu Shi coming, the necromancers quickly surrounded him and chattered around him. Hey, this is your trophy this time. Not bad. This is the goddess of protection. Brother, you can live in the palace with your level. Why are you here again? This flesh and blood is full of divinity. This is the best quality. Are you selling this body? Faced with the necromancer's question, Gu Shi shook his head repeatedly. It's not that he didn't want to live in the palace at Spiron Mountain, but living there actually costs money. Although the daily living fee is not much, you need points for food and drink, and various services. Even if you don't buy the little goddess yourself, you should give some points if you ask the little goddess to come and serve you. Gu Shi had taken a fancy to many goddess corpses. This time, Gu Shi had already planned that before he went back, he would definitely take 2 corpses back. How could he waste points here? After asking about the role of the palace, Gu Shi brought the corpse of the goddess of protection to the necromancer's residence. Gu Shi only used the palace as a location for positioning and teleportation. He brought the things over and prepared to use the necromancer's territory to deal with the corpse. After all, he didn't have a single available person at hand. And Gu Shi also found that what he had reported before was only the reward points for killing, and the purchase price of the corpse on the balance side was actually not high. It is almost impossible to sell this corpse and exchange it for the corpse of the goddess. Then why didn't Gu Shi keep it for himself? After all, he could trade the flesh and blood with the water banshee for the blood, bones, and human head he wanted, plus a little other materials, to make the undead. So why did he sell it? When Gushi told them his purpose, several old necromancers also flashed a happy look in their eyes. In their opinion, another junior was on the right path. So they gathered around to observe how Gushi made the undead. Gushi was quite good at this. His mind was now full of relevant knowledge about making undead. Even without various skills, Gushi could turn a corpse into an undead. Not to mention that the quality of the corpse in front of him was quite good. When Gushi took out various materials to prepare to make the undead, all the necromancers came over. Gushi looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but say, "I don't think it's necessary. Isn't it just making an undead? Everyone can do it. It's okay. Just do your thing. Everyone just comes to watch the fun. They just want to see what the first generation of undead you made looks like." Gushi was excited when he heard it. He put down the work in his hands and asked, "The first generation of undead, what's the situation?" "Ah, I forgot you are a newcomer. There are some things you don't know. Aren't we in an infinite cycle of god wars here? Every time we cycle, we could always find the enemies we killed and made into undead, and kill them again. After that, the obtained materials can be used to fuse two undead into one for strengthening and evolution. We all call the first undead, like you, the first generation of undead, and the rest are not mentioned in generations. Although it is just a general talk, who is Gushi? He himself has played with the synthesis of undead from the same source. For example, there are several undead under Gushi who are made by fusing corpses from the same source, such as the titanium zombies. Even under Princess Anna, there is a Princess Council, which is full of undead from the same source as Princess Anna. Although Gushi has never seen this way of growing by fusing undead from the same source again and again, he can understand it. At the same time, Gushi also figured out why the necromancers here are all mixed up. I don't know how many years, but there are only so few undead under his command. Gushi thought they wanted to go for the boutique route at first. I didn't expect that the so-called boutique route here is really boutique. It's nothing to fuse 1 or 2 times. If someone's undead merge hundreds of times from the same corpse, the strengthening effect will be so many times stronger. Gushi asked curiously, "Is there any undead that has been strengthened to the extreme that I can see?" "There is no undead that has been strengthened to the extreme. There is no upper limit to the strengthening of undead. Let me show you my combat team." The old undead mage who spoke just now said to Gushi. His undead troops are the most standard 10-man team, with a zombie and an iron golem as the main tank, 3 skeleton shooters, 2 skeleton spearmen and 2 skeleton mages as attackers, and a unique alien soul here. Among them, the alien soul is the most critical to the old necromancer, representing the combat core of the 10-man team, so the old necromancer will naturally not show it. The rest of the undead are released for Gushi to see for himself. Gushi noticed that the most special ones here are the 3 skeleton archers, all of whom are from the hunting and moonlight goddess's god warrior troops, the moonlight archers. And one of them has merged 15 times, and the remaining 2 have merged 10 times each. It can be said that these 3 skeleton archers know each other better than the 3 moonlight archers. And their shooting methods have become more and more comprehensive in battle after battle. Now they can be said to have mastered ultra-long-range shooting, elemental shooting, precision guidance, etc. The energy attributes and strength are almost equivalent to the level of boss above level 45. And the level of these undead themselves is less than level 20. Just taking a look at the current situation, Gushi understood the benefits of such repeated superposition and fusion. Of course, Gushi is also quite clear about the time spent behind such benefits. At least Gushi didn't have time to experience the cycle of god wars for hundreds of years. His main purpose of coming here this time was to remove the 3rd seal of the head of the goddesses. After taking a look, Gushi thought of a possibility. According to what you said, if I have the ability to buy only the corpse of a goddess, and buy dozens of them, I can fuse a powerful undead? I just said that there is such a situation. We don't know whether it can be done. We are just curious about what you can do with your method. Looking at the old necromancer's slippery look, Gushi just smiled. Okay, I'll do the undead first. If you have time, please ask who has the body of the goddess of protection, and see if there is any hope of fusion. Gushi, half-jokingly, began to prepare to deal with the body of the goddess of protection. However, without anyone noticing, the ghost flower opened the knight's blood path, and an undead servant was already standing in the distance waiting for Gushi's order. Chapter 2537. After focusing all his attention on the body of the goddess of shelter, Gushi ignored the onlookers of the necromancers. He began to deal with it himself. Because the flesh and blood of the goddess of shelter was what Gushi wanted to keep for trading, he didn't plan to use it. He put all the flesh and blood aside first, and then he took out the metallized bones of the goddess of shelter and carefully pieced them together. As a necromancer, splicing skeletons is the most basic ability. While Gushi pieced the skeletons together, he carved magic circles on them, or filled them with various materials. Most of these materials came from the remaining things from the last transaction with the water demon. A small part came from the goddess of shelter and her god warriors, such as the golden belt of the goddess of shelter, which has now become many small pieces of gold and is installed at the important joints of the bones. There are corresponding magic spells on the gold nuggets. Gushi even engraved some dead words learned from the Orange Guard, the origin of the undead, on them. This time, Gushi engraved the most basic characters taught by the Orange Guardian Undead Origin, which means solidity. This is also one of the few special characters that Gushi has learned. After all, this kind of dead characters is not easy to learn, and there is no dictionary or other things to compare. The only thing that can be used is the Orange Guardian Undead Origin hard teaching. But now the research on the Orange Guardian Undead Origin is in the final stage, so he has no time to teach Gushi these, and the characters are not comprehensive. Now many functions that have been taught cannot be activated. It would be better to wait until everything is studied clearly. He just took the opportunity to tell Gushi how to write a few words. There is the meaning of solidity in it. Gushi also wrote it down. Now that he has the chance, he will just use it. After all, it looks wrong no matter how you look at it without adding anything. The necromancers did not expect that Gushi would be so detailed in making an undead. In their minds, isn't it just throwing things or corpses on the ground, summoning a skeleton, or summoning a puppet? Why do you have to deal with it so carefully? But Gushi really has no time to care about these. Gushi didn't have much materials at this time, and now he was trying hard to complete the various effects needed to make undead. Under Gushi's operation, the metal skeleton was finally completed. He smeared the flesh and blood he brought on the orange quality round shield, and then placed the round shield on the assembled skeleton. Looking at Gushi's actions, the necromancer was somewhat surprised. They all recognized that this round shield was a divine weapon used by the goddess of shelter for many years. This round shield has been strengthened many times during the wars between gods. It can be said that this round shield is equivalent to a divine weapon and a symbol of identity for the goddess of shelter. Gushi snatched this round shield and used it on his own undead. All the necromancers had to admit that Gushi was brave. As soon as he went out with such an undead, he would be targeted by the people from the goddess of wisdom and war. A steady stream of attacks would follow. The necromancers did not think that Gushi could withstand such attacks. But Gushi really didn't think so much. After putting the round shield on the skeleton, Gushi cleaned up the head and put it on the skeleton's hand. He didn't put it on the neck because he felt that such a complete human head didn't match the skeleton. If he had given a skull head when he got the human head, Gushi might have put it directly on. After putting everything in place, Gushi injected mana into the corpse and activated all the magic engraved on the corpse. Under the effect of Gushi's magic, the corpse moved slightly. Seeing this situation, the necromancers no longer gathered here. In their opinion, Gushi's arrangement was feasible. That was enough. Could it be that they had to wait here? They still had their own things to do. Just when the necromancers were about to disperse, 2 pieces of ghost flowers fell down, and an undead servant strode towards Gushi. The appearance of the undead servant made all the necromancers stunned for a moment. They had never seen such an undead army. This was not their men. At this time, Gushi waved at the undead servant, and the necromancers realized that this was Gushi's men. After knowing that this kind of undead had an owner, they stopped looking at it. They never thought that as soon as they turned around, Gushi used the method they just mentioned to send this undead servant to the headless skeleton that had not yet climbed up. This undead servant was transformed by Gushi through the Night Blood Road after killing the goddess of shelter. Like the corpse in front of them, they are all part of the goddess of shelter. If it was Gushi before, at most, he would call him out and ask him. But what the necromancer said just now made Gushi learn their fusion methods. Right now, this is the best place for fusion. This undead servant was transformed from the goddess of protection. And the corpse that is being summoned to become an undead is also transformed from the goddess of protection. The source of the 2 undead corpses is the same, so the fusion method here can be used. The fusion method here is actually relatively simple. As long as the 2 undead of the same origin stand together and confirm who is the leader, it will be fine. Gushi will naturally not let the undead servant take the initiative at the moment. In that case, the undead created will eventually return to the Night Blood Road, and in the end, it will still be an undead servant. Then wouldn't Gushi's work be in vain? So Gushi chose to use the undead he just created as the main one and let this undead servant merge in. At Gushi's command, the undead servant walked to the side of the skeleton and leaned down. The flesh, bones, weapons, and equipment on his body all automatically decomposed and filled the skeleton that had not yet completely moved. As these things were filled, the skeleton, which was originally full of metallic luster, became full now. Some things like metal fragments filled the original position of the internal organs, and at the same time, a thick layer of broken armor was covered on the outside of the skeleton. An empty helmet was stuck on the neck of the skeleton. If you didn't pay special attention, no one would find that there was actually no head under the helmet. In the right hand of the skeleton, there was a round shield covered with dirty blood and broken meat. The surface of the round shield was full of skull-like patterns and barbs. In the left hand, there was long hair like mercury, and under the long hair was a metallic head, and the dead fish-like eyes were staring at the surroundings. A voice came out of the mouth with fangs. Vesta. Chapter 2538. In the game world, Gushi, who had just finished making the undead, quickly attacked with his new undead Vesta. This new undead, which was made from the corpse of the goddess of protection and the undead servant, was not very strong, only level 19, which made Gushi wonder what level the goddesses in this world were. Are they only at this level, or has the War of Gods not started yet and their combat effectiveness has not recovered? Gushi didn't know much about this, but it was good news for him. The goddess of protection has not passed level 20, which means that the other little goddesses are about the same level. It is not difficult for Gushi to kill a few more little goddesses. Apart from level 19, Vesta is pretty good in other aspects. The round shield with great changes is still orange quality, but the defense effect in the attributes is much reduced. Most of the effects are strengthened to shield strike and anti-injury. I don't know if it's because they found that the set of the goddess of wisdom and war is not useful, so they are ready to start a new one. As for the head in her left hand, she turned it into a flail. In addition to using it to smash, she could also bite with her mouth, and her eyes would emit a terrifying death light. Her hair could also entangle the enemy, and she could also fly more than 10 meters away with the head. It can be said that the role of this head is much stronger than the round shield. Gushi felt that if she took Vesta to meet the goddess of protection again, she would definitely be able to entangle the goddess of protection, instead of having to use the Black Blood Knight to charge back and forth like before, and hold the person tightly. With a good helper, Gushi naturally had the idea of killing another goddess. This time, the target he chose was another subordinate of the goddess of wisdom and war, the goddess of family. However, when Gushi was about to go out, he heard a piece of news. It seemed that many of the god warriors belonging to the goddess of death and life had secretly left Mount Spirano and ran to the rear of the goddess of wisdom and war to attack the goddess of family. If Gushi rushed over at this time, he might not even be able to drink some soup. Upon hearing this news, Gushi immediately switched targets. There are still many little goddesses on the side of the goddess of wisdom and war. Just like the goddess of the jungle and the goddess of the stream under the goddess of hunting and moonlight, these two will definitely join the goddess of wisdom and war as long as their big goddesses do not participate in the war, and there has never been an exception. Regarding this point, Gushi also asked some older generation necromancers. Their answers were relatively simple, saying that the goddess of the jungle and the goddess of the stream actually have another name. The goddess of traps and the goddess of bow hunting, one is a hunter in the forest with traps, and the other is a character who walks by the stream with a longbow. When the goddess of hunting and moonlight are not participating in the war, they will naturally join the goddess of wisdom and war. After all, traps represent the crushing of human wisdom over beasts, and bow hunting can easily turn into archers and participate in the battle. So it's not that they are unwilling to join the other goddesses, but it's most appropriate for them to follow the goddess of wisdom and war. Of course, the War of Gods has not started yet, and no one will bother these two. However, Gushi believed that when the two subordinates of the goddess of wisdom and war were all killed in battle, the situation would be different. The goddess of wisdom and war would choose to win over these two little goddesses at the first time, and then their importance would become much higher. At that time, it would be difficult for Gushi to kill them again. So the current Gushi came out in advance and prepared to kill these two little goddesses. As for Gushi's target this time, it was naturally the stream goddess. After all, the jungle is not Gushi's battlefield. What he hates most is those who play traps. He may fall into the trap at any time. Compared with traps, the archer-type stream goddess is the easiest to deal with. Gushi can now think of many ways to deal with her. Even if it doesn't work, Gushi can still shoot at her with black feather arrows, and he doesn't have to worry about not being able to beat the other party. So Gushi took the river route this time. The purpose is to find a way to quickly find the stream goddess. Gushi and Vesta had just walked out of the stream when they were discovered by the water banshees nearby. As soon as they saw Gushi, they all looked at him curiously. Finally, a banshee came to Gushi and asked, "Are you the giant with 100 arms with a lot of divine flesh and blood?" "Ah, it's me, what's wrong?" Gushi looked at them curiously. "I said so, but you insisted that he was wearing clothes." The banshee did not answer Gushi's words, but turned back to talk to the other banshees. At this time, Gushi finally understood what had happened. When he came out this time, Gushi did not forget the embarrassment of not having clothes before. Although the people here don't care about these, Gushi has to save face. So he specially found some long robes with hoods to put on. At least, he wouldn't be blown by the wind. It was because of the clothes that these banshees didn't recognize him. Otherwise, they would have caught up early and sold their blood to Gushi. Looking at so many enthusiastic banshees, Gushi would not let them down. Gushi took out the flesh and blood of the goddess of protection from his pocket and put it in front of him. "How much blood do you have? Take it all out. Let me see the quality of this blood first." "It's agreed that I will only take the blood I need, and I won't take any that I don't need. In addition, I will take some materials, which you can find. You can see for yourself." Gushi blocked some of the banshees' roads one step ahead. The banshees kept nodding. In their eyes, Gushi was quite generous. Such a good guest can't run away. So the banshees kept taking out blood and various materials, and all of these materials were placed in front of Gushi, waiting for him to choose. Gushi used the dead hair to test the blood here, while chatting with these banshees there. "How did you know me so quickly?" "It's not difficult. We can spread news quickly on the water. We knew your news on the same day," the banshee said proudly. Gushi also smiled and said, "Oh, then you can know a lot of things by the water." "Yes, is there anything you want to know?" "Of course, I want to ask, do you know where the stream goddess is?" Chapter 2539. Through the banshee's information channel, Gushi soon got the news about the stream goddess. For the stream goddess, the water banshees were neutral, neither recommending nor asking. If Gushi wanted information, they could give it, but they would not give Gushi corresponding help. However, Gushi also learned some information from their words. This stream goddess usually ambushed some large water monsters by the stream to prove her hunting ability. For things like challenging water monsters, the banshees don't care. But the problem is that when the stream goddess challenges water monsters, it often causes riots of water monsters, causing many nearby banshees to be killed and injured, so many banshees don't like the stream goddess. This time, they knew that Gushi was here to deal with the stream goddess, but they still provided Gushi with information, which can prove this. And Gushi, who got the news, did not use the river channel of the banshees again. After all, Gushi also understood that these banshees were all neutral banshees. Gushi couldn't let them do too much. It was good enough for Gushi to get the news. According to the intelligence of the banshees, the stream goddess has been hunting a hippopotamus named Blue Demon for some time. This hippopotamus has blue skin and huge teeth, which is a change that occurs when it swallows a special metal. After being swallowed and digested, this metal will have extremely strong toughness, and can be used to make strong bowstrings. Both the stream goddess and the few god warriors under her can use it. However, Blue Demon has been soaking in the water for some time, and has not appeared much. The stream goddess has been looking for the existence of Blue Demon. With this information, Gushi naturally knew where to hunt the stream goddess. After asking about the direction where the Blue Demon might appear, Gushi took Vesta to that location. Gushi was moving along the river, but in order not to be discovered by the stream goddess. When approaching that location, Gushi still left the river for a distance. Gushi's plan was to find an upwind outlet first, and confirm the location of the target. But Gushi never thought that when he regarded the stream goddess as prey, someone was also treating him as prey. When Gushi was near a place with more trees, there were always some eyes observing Gushi with their peripheral vision. And all this information was gathered in the hands of a woman wearing green leaf clothes and a crown made of flowers on her head. This woman did not have any weapons or equipment in her hands, only a silver ribbon tied around her waist. When she was sorting out the information, she would always stroke the ribbon around her waist from time to time, as if the ribbon was some important weapon or equipment. I knew that the guy who started hunting in advance would definitely not just attack once. Bring his head to the goddess of wisdom and war. She will definitely give us a better reward. Aaliyah, I hope you can hold him back for a while. However, the woman did not take the initiative to attack, but was thinking seriously there. Even if Gushi found the location of the stream goddess, she did not intend to take the initiative to attack. Gushi did not know that someone was staring at him. At this time, He had already seen the stream goddess from a distance. The stream goddess had hair like flowing water, holding a dark blue wooden longbow in her hand. In addition to a quiver more than 1 meter long, there was also a green shortbow hanging behind her. There was also a light crossbow, and 2 quivers of different sizes hanging around her waist. It was obvious that she could operate multiple bows and arrows at the same time. There were 7 god warriors holding different bows and arrows beside her. These god warriors were covered with silver-white moonlight. At this time, these god warriors were looking back and forth along the river, and it was obvious that they were looking for the blue demon that had dived into the water. The stream goddess sat aside, waiting for the latest news. Standing about 30 kilometers away from the stream goddess, Gushi had been carefully observing everything in front of him. Although Gushi always said that he was not worried about these, every time he took action, he actually had to be fully prepared. He was a necromancer hiding behind the troops, not a stubborn berserker. When looking at the stream goddess, Gushi had already had many ways to deal with her in his mind. And he was doing this now. The first thing was to arrange the battlefield. The last time Gushi fought the shelter goddess, no one came to disturb him, entirely because Gushi used the ability of yin and yang conversion. This time is the same. Gushi doesn't want to be ambushed in the middle of the fight. So this time, Gushi also needs to switch the battlefield to the position he wants. Now Gushi is using the wind to blow the nether spirit flower, affecting the nearby position. When the nether spirit petals fell, the stream goddess also clearly felt the arrival of the wind. She looked up in the direction of the wind, and her pupils suddenly shrank. The stream goddess found Gushi's figure. The stream goddess immediately raised the longbow in her hand, and shot an arrow at Gushi's position. This arrow came down from the sky with white moonlight, and shot directly at Gushi. However, Gushi's connection with the griffin black throne was just right at this time. When the stream goddess drew her bow, the infinite counterattack aura took the initiative to counterattack. The black feather arrow flew in the opposite direction of the stream goddess's attack, and hit the white moonlight arrow in midair. Boom! The 2 arrows exploded at the same time in the sky. Gushi immediately realized that he had been discovered. He took a look at the arrangement of the petals of the nether spirit, and turned his hand. Yin and yang conversion, Vesta attacks. Under Gushi's command, the atmosphere of the grass by the water completely changed, and a breath of undead quickly swept everything around. It's you. Switching to the netherworld venue for battle, it seems that the person Lu Sha is talking about is you. As soon as the stream goddess saw the surrounding environment change, she immediately shot an arrow into the sky. As the arrow was shot into the sky, a bright moon suddenly hung high in the sky. Then Gushi clearly felt that the surroundings had become a little colder, and the coldness directly climbed onto his back. He was ambushed. Gushi immediately figured out the situation. Vesta, speed up, the Black Blood Knight attacks. Facing the current situation, Gushi did not change Vesta's attack target. At this time, Gushi was still full of confidence in the situation in front of him. Under Gushi's command, the knights paved 2 bloody roads, one rushing towards the stream goddess. The other went in another direction, and turned around and rushed into the nearby woods. Chapter 2540. As Gushi took action, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed again. The sky suddenly turned into night, and the environment of the grassy area by the river turned into a black and twisted forest. Under the moonlight, a large number of silk threads flashing with cold light appeared between trees and branches. When Gushi's Black Blood Knights charged, they immediately crashed into these silk threads, and their bodies were cut into pieces immediately. However, in the next moment, the petals of the ghost spirit rolled up the chopped Black Blood Knights. Not long after, these Black Blood Knights rushed out again on the Knight's Blood Road. This is why I hate fighting with the undead the most. These guys are invincible. While talking, a woman wearing green leaf clothes and a crown of flowers on her head appeared on the treetops. All the silk threads in the woods were controlled at her waist. This is another subordinate of the goddess of hunting and moonlight, the goddess of the jungle. All the changes in front of him were traps she had set. It can be seen that Gushi's understanding of the goddess of the jungle was still too one-sided. He had not even thought that the goddess of the jungle could not only set traps in the woods, but also turn the entire battlefield into a trap. The stream goddess by the river also noticed the changes here. When she saw that the battlefield had become the home court, a hint of smile appeared in her eyes. Do you think you are the only one who can turn the battlefield into the home court? This trick is what we left behind. Although he did not hear what the two said, Gushi still saw from the changes in front of him that he was being calculated. But Gushi was not worried about this. All along, Gushi only used the intermittent power of the Griffin Black Throne and a small part of the power of the Ghost Flower. The enemy did not know his full strength. This time, Gushi brought Vesta with him. Unlike last time, he had no helpers, and could only release the Black Blood Knight. It can be said that if Gushi was plotted against only through the information left by Gushi's killing of the Goddess of Shelter last time, it would not work. Just like now, when Gushi saw that the Black Blood Knight died on the charge, Gushi simply rushed the Night Blood Road towards the enemy. At the same time, Gushi was also guessing the limit of the enemy's deployment range. Although there was no way to make all positions under the moonlight become his home court, it was still possible to wrap up Gushi's convertible positions. Even the person who arranged all this was still outside Gushi's attack range. Oh, the attack range mentioned here is the attack range of the black feather arrows they guessed. In their eyes, Gushi is not only a necromancer, but also a super long-range shooter. A range of more than 30 kilometers is beyond the range of the Stream Goddess. It is for this reason that the Jungle Goddess can persuade the Stream Goddess to act as bait and set such a trap. Although the Jungle Goddess has jumped out now, her position is definitely in a safe position 30 kilometers away. However, Gushi does not think that he is in a trap now. Instead, he is quite happy now. The current situation clearly means that the Jungle Goddess is nearby. This is a buy one get one free deal. The enemy's trap looks big, but can it be bigger than the whole world? Gushi used the wind to send the Nether Spirit Flower to every angle of the whole planet. 30 or 40 kilometers is not the limit of Gushi's Nether Spirit Flower, but the limit of his vision. When Gushi no longer considers the problem of vision, and gives all his perception to the Nether Spirit Flower, this small trap can't stop Gushi at all. As the Nether Spirit Flower floated out, a large number of Nether Spirit Flowers also appeared around Gushi. Batches of undead servants walked out of the Night's Blood Road and protected Gushi in it. The Jungle Goddess, who saw Gushi's movements through the silk thread, felt something was wrong at the first time. Gushi's reaction was different from what she thought. In the mind of the Jungle Goddess, at this time, Gushi should either rush to the direction of the Stream Goddess, kill the Stream Goddess as soon as possible, and then turn around to deal with her. Or he should lead his troops to the forest and enter her trap area. No matter what Gushi chooses, the Jungle Goddess has a corresponding arrangement. But she never expected that Gushi would stand there motionless. In this way, her trap would not be so useful. You should know that the biggest weakness of the Necromancer is itself. As long as the Necromancer is killed, it will be useless even if the opponent has more troops. But now Gushi is not fooled. He stands there and releases the undead to protect himself. Then the trap set by the Jungle Goddess is useless. Now there are two little goddesses here. The Stream Goddess is acting as bait, just in the range of Gushi's bow and arrow. She can't get close. The Goddess of the Jungle was acting as the mastermind behind her trap. She would definitely not jump out on her own initiative. She didn't even have any troops under her command to lead Gushi into the woods. The situation in front of her suddenly became awkward. The initiative was back in Gushi's hands. Gushi could completely ignore the trap set by the Goddess of the Jungle and wait there. Wait for his troops to trap the Goddess of the Stream, and wait for his men to eat the bait in the trap. Such a situation was quite unfavorable for the Goddess of the Jungle. Let's not talk about the relationship between the Goddess of the Jungle and the Goddess of the Stream. Even if the Goddess of the Stream was gone, she alone could not withstand Gushi's attack. After thinking quickly in her mind, the Goddess of the Jungle quickly sent a message to the Goddess of the Stream. After receiving the message, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Goddess of the Stream. She never looked down on the various traps and plans of the Goddess of the Jungle. In the eyes of the Goddess of the Stream, hunting depends on bows and arrows and observation. What kind of hunting is setting traps? Now it's messed up. In the end, she still had to rely on her bow and arrow. The Stream Goddess complained in her heart while raising her longbow again and aiming at Gushi. Although Gushi no longer looked outside at this time, the reaction of the Nether Spirit Flower still let Gushi know the Stream Goddess's actions. Gushi knew at once that the Stream Goddess's target was not him. She wanted to activate something so that it would be convenient to lead Gushi to the trap behind. Gushi also understood this tactic. It's like a beast running to the side of a trap and accidentally discovering something. The hunter will push or lead it to the trap. But do they really regard Gushi as a beast? Did they really not notice that the Black Blood Knights and Vesta sent by Gushi had already rushed out? Chapter 2541. Gushi was right. Neither the Goddess of the Stream nor the Goddess of the Jungle took the undead sent by Gushi seriously. The attack in the trap just now proved that the Black Blood Knight was no match for the trap in the jungle. At most, they were a little faster and had more numbers. In the past, when the War of Gods was at its end, the Goddesses of Death and Life could often send out such a large army. As long as the leading necromancer was killed, the remaining undead would not be a problem. So the two little goddesses still targeted Gu Shi. When the arrow of the goddess of the stream came over, in addition to the white moonlight color, it also had a hint of red light. This was the power of the red outfit that the goddess of the stream borrowed from the goddess of hunting and moonlight. Judging from the attack in front of them, the goddess of hunting and moonlight must have two red equipment in their hands, one of which was a longbow, and the other was not sure, but it was probably related to moonlight. The goddess of the stream and the goddess of the jungle mastered one of them. Normally, even without full power, the arrows of the stream goddess can be as powerful as Gu Shi's black feather arrows. This shows the difference between professionals and non-professionals. Now, the stream goddess's attack can be regarded as borrowing the power of the red suit. When the arrow flew towards Gu Shi felt that he was in danger of being killed in seconds. Although the arrow was obviously not aimed at him, Gu Shi had to be on guard. Fate chooses. Gu Shi moved her fingers. No matter what the stream goddess wanted to do, it was still okay for her to not do it. When Gu Shi moved her fingers, the stream goddess only felt that something was wrong. She looked at the longbow that she had just put away with some doubt, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. Oh no, when she held the bow just now, her hand seemed to be a little bit lower. Although it was just a little bit, it was quite fatal for a master like the stream goddess. As long as the archer was a little bit off when starting, the arrow shot out would be a long distance off. At this time, the stream goddess could not help but straighten her body and prepare to rush towards Gu Shi. The arrow just now was a strong wind arrow she shot with the red equipment of the hunting and moonlight goddess, also known as the repel arrow. It is used to deal with beasts with strong defense or huge bodies. Before there is no way to kill the enemy, push the enemy to a farther position with one blow, and prevent the enemy from getting close to the archer. Of course, the strong wind arrow in front of him is a range attack. When pushing, it can push an army of 5,000 people back about 3 or 4 kilometers. It can be said to be a relatively rare archery technique. Originally, this trick was quite useful for Gu Shi. Didn't Gu Shi stand still and let the undead servants protect him? The stream goddess wanted to push Gu Shi into the trap behind. But Gu Shi activated the destiny choice. It affected the stream goddess from the fundamental position. When the stream goddess made a move, the position of her hand holding the longbow went down a little bit. This made the arrow shot up a little bit. When the strong wind arrow flew in front of Gu Shi could just feel the strong wind blowing over his head. With Gu Shi's feeling for air spells, he knew very well that if he had just stood here, he would definitely be blown into the woods behind by the strong wind. It's not enough to set up a trap, but you have to throw people into the trap. Gu Shi understood the other party's idea at the first time. This made Gu Shi look up to the stream goddess. It seems that the stream goddess is using herself as bait. When she found that Gu Shi did not enter the trap, she took the initiative to jump out and push. If you want to die so much, then send you to die. Gu Shi closed his eyes slightly, sensed the location of the nether spirit flower, and pointed in the direction of the stream goddess. The nether spirit flower near the stream goddess was activated on the spot, turning into 2 night blood roads. The black blood knight rushed out stepping on the nether spirit flower petals, and rushed towards the stream goddess from 2 directions. When the stream goddess found that the situation was not right, she had already started to charge towards Gu Shi. She did not want to kill Gu Shi in front of him and fight him in close combat. The reason why she charged towards Gu Shi was because the position where Gu Shi was standing now made her weak and uncomfortable. This position was a position that she could not reach with normal attacks. She had many tricks that she couldn't use. In addition, the move to push Gu Shi into the trap just now failed. Gu Shi would definitely not enter the trap again. The stream goddess had to find another way now, and couldn't keep being the bait. The stream goddess's idea was to get close to Gu Shi and suppress him at close range. If she could kill him, she would kill him. If she couldn't kill him, she would retreat to the woods and kill him with the trap. As for the problem of not being able to kill him, it was not in the stream goddess's choice at all. In the stream goddess's mind, there were 2 people on their side, 2 borrowed red roads. How could they not be able to beat a cub of a 100-armed giant? This can be killed in a few minutes. As a bow hunter, the stream goddess has good mobility. If no one stops her, it will take less than 10 minutes to reach the distance of more than 30 kilometers. But the problem is that Gu Shi has directly locked her position and deployed 2 night blood roads. 2 groups of black blood knights appeared beside her at the first time. Cavalry is the type of soldier that archers hate to face the most. Because all archers have poor melee ability, they will be killed in seconds if they are surrounded by knights. The black blood knight rushed out quite suddenly. It was just when the stream goddess started, and the black blood knight rushed, forcing the stream goddess to stop. And the black blood knight would not have any idea of stopping. They had fought the goddess of shelter before, and knew how to deal with these goddesses. With a powerful impact force, they rushed into the stream goddess. When they hit her, they also chopped her down with a sword. The stream goddess is obviously not a fully defensive existence like the goddess of shelter. After being hit by the Black Blood Knight, the whole person flew backwards. However, she was a veteran in battle. She had already started to move her body in the air. She turned in the air and took out the short crossbow hanging on her waist and shot at the Black Blood Knight. The Black Blood Knight, who was in the front, was directly repelled by this attack, making room for the stream goddess to land. After landing, the short bow behind the stream goddess was taken in her hand. With just a pull and a release, 30 short arrows flew out and shot at the Black Blood Knight, who was close to the stream goddess, directly killing a bloody path. As long as the stream goddess rushed out, the Black Blood Knight could only eat dust behind her. But at this moment, a head was thrown over. Chapter 2542. The head thrown over was naturally Vesta's head. Only a few strands of hair were still wrapped around Vesta's hands. The rest of the hair was spread out like a big net and thrown towards the stream goddess in front. Behind the head was Vesta, who was holding a shield and rushing forward. There were a few short arrows stuck on her round shield. It was obvious that the attack of the stream goddess just now almost hit Vesta. Vesta would not let the stream goddess go like this. After throwing the head out, she waved her hand and hit the stream goddess in the face with a shield strike with the round shield in her hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mercury-like hair was wrapped around the stream goddess, controlling her hands and preventing her from drawing the bow. The Black Blood Knight took this opportunity to slash at the stream goddess. The stream goddess is not the original goddess of protection. Her body is not reinforced like metal, and her level is not over 20. The attacks of the Black Blood Knights will not break through the defense. Every time the sword strikes, a wound will appear on the stream goddess. After a while, most of her life will be deducted. At this time, the stream goddess also understands why the goddess of protection, who is known for her strong defense among the little goddesses, will die first. Who can survive such an attack? But the stream goddess does not want to die at all. When more and more Black Blood Knights come around, the stream goddess actually tries to retract her hand and prepares to take her short crossbow. But Vesta will not give the stream goddess any chance to escape. Bang! The round shield struck again, knocking the stream goddess into a dizzy state. The Black Blood Knights behind saw this opportunity and slashed with their long swords. This time, all the long swords cut the neck. After 3 swords, one Black Blood Knight hit hard and directly cut the neck of the stream goddess. At this moment, Gu Shi, who was watching the battle at a distance of 30 kilometers, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He immediately threw himself forward and rolled on the ground, and at the same time, a large number of undead servants rushed to the place where Gu Shi was originally standing. When the undead servants rushed over, they were all cut into large and small pieces. After rolling and flashing a distance, Gu Shi also had a large number of ghost flowers around him. At this time, Gu Shi found that the silk threads in the woods were flashing something like a halo. What the hell? Gu Shi muttered. He saw what was going on at the first time. Just now, the system has given Gu Shi a hint that the stream goddess was killed. Then the battle aura of the jungle goddess appeared, which made people wonder if the death of one of the 2 goddesses would activate the battle aura of the other. But even so, Gu Shi was not afraid. In Gu Shi's eyes, whether the enemy reached level 20 or not had no effect on him. Because at this time, he was not even level 1. He relied entirely on the red equipment he brought in to save his life. The actions of the jungle goddess at the moment, on the contrary, exposed some of her intentions. Now that the stream goddess has died in battle, let's concentrate our firepower on the jungle goddess. Don't you like to set traps in the woods? Aren't your traps set with silk threads? Then I will swallow your entire trap. Gu Shi waved his hand, and the strong wind began to blow the petals of the nether spirit flower into the woods. Although the nether spirit flower is almost invisible, the silk thread used by the jungle goddess carries the power of moonlight, and the moonlight itself has the effect of invisibility and breaking illusions. This silk thread is also borrowed from the hunting and the road of another red equipment in the hands of the moonlight goddess, which is also equivalent to a quasi-red equipment. Coupled with a large number of arrangements, it actually let the jungle goddess see Gu Shi's actions. Seeing Gu Shi blowing the petals in with a strong wind, the jungle goddess's first reaction was that Gu Shi wanted to poison. In fact, this is quite reasonable. After all, many tactics of the necromancers in this world use poison. And Gu Shi released petals. The jungle goddess does not think that these petals will have a strong lethality like her own silk thread. If there is no offensiveness, then the role of the petals is naturally to poison. Thinking of this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the jungle goddess. If you use other means of attack, you may be able to fight me. But poison? When I played the trap, I also poisoned it at the beginning. Later, after I had new means, I stopped playing with poison. With this little bit of poison, do you really think you can beat me? The jungle goddess was full of confidence. She pressed her hand to her waist, and some silk threads flew out, and just stuck on some nearby trees or weeds. If you look carefully, you will find that these silk threads are quickly dyed green, and it is obvious that these silk threads are forming a large net. She kept intercepting the flying ghost petals. Gushi saw this situation, and naturally reacted immediately to what the other party was doing. In Gushi's eyes, everything the jungle goddess did was useless. You can block the wind, but you can't stop death. So Gushi pushed his hands forward and released more ghost petals. After a while, in Gushi's sight, the sky turned blue and white. The jungle goddess was weaving a net in the woods while covering her nose to prevent the invasion of poison. But for so long, she didn't feel any poison at all. The jungle goddess also reacted at this time. It was bad, she was fooled. The enemy didn't poison, the petals were just an illusion. There was no special effect, I just thought too much. I didn't expect that someone could use deception to control me for more than a minute, and let her hand over her most important big move. This is really unforgivable. When the goddess of the jungle thought of this, she put her hands down, and a huge net with moon white and venom green came from the woods to cover Gushi. In Gushi's eyes, it felt like a huge wave of green and white was rising in the woods, covering him head-on. Such an action made Gushi shake his head. This is to overturn her own table on her own initiative. I really don't understand what she is thinking. However, this is convenient for Gushi. After getting the Nether Spirit Flower, Gushi really hasn't used the true killing power of the Nether Spirit Flower. Now it is a good opportunity. Aren't you the goddess of the jungle? Don't you want to use the jungle to set traps? Don't you want to directly destroy my yin and yang conversion? I will let you see the true killing power of the red suit. The Nether Spirit Flower is blooming. Chapter 2543. The Nether Spirit Flower blooms. As Gushi launched this powerful move, all the Nether Spirit petals floating in the sky, growing on the ground, falling on branches and leaves, and touching the net turned into seeds, taking root and sprouting in an instant, devouring the vitality of the entire forest. Everything that touches the Nether Spirit Flower will have its vitality taken away by the Nether Spirit Flower. This is the most domineering method of the Nether Spirit Flower. This time, the Nether Spirit Flower blooms, not like the conversion of yin and yang. Yin turns to yang, yang turns to yin. This move directly draws away all vitality. After there is no vitality, everything here will naturally die. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as he is in a position where the Nether Spirit Flower blooms, there is no way to survive. This is the situation in front of him. After releasing the move of the Nether Spirit Flower blooms, Gushi even took a small step back. Then countless ghost flowers kept taking root and sprouting in front of Gushi, blooming quickly, withering, bearing seeds, and falling to the ground to repeat the previous rooting and sprouting actions. Everything was like a super fast shot that was performed countless times. In just a blink of an eye, the ghost flowers had iterated at least 10 times. Such continuous blooming naturally extracted the vitality of this forest. The jungle goddess hidden in the forest was naturally also within the scope of this influence. Even because she had just released the giant net, it was stained with quite a lot of ghost petals. After those ghost petals turned into seeds, they extracted all the energy in the giant net, and also fell on the jungle goddess along the giant net. The jungle goddess also thought about escaping, but the ghost flowers were coming from all directions, leaving her no chance to escape. When the giant net was swallowed by the ghost flower, the second wave of ghost flowers fell on the jungle goddess. When the third wave of ghost flowers began, the vitality of the jungle goddess had been completely taken away. When everything calmed down, the forest in front of him had turned into a sea of blue and white flowers. The countless trees that originally grew here, as well as the various animals living in the forest, were all gone. The sea of flowers in front of him carried a strong aura of death. Everyone who looked at this sea of flowers would have the idea that they didn't want to be here. But Gushi didn't care about these at all. He raised his hand. The blue and white sea of flowers in front of him turned into blue and white light spots, and flew into Gushi's hands. When these flowers flew towards Gushi, they all turned into seeds of ghost flowers, and now they were taken away directly by Gushi. The next time Gushi wanted to use the ghost flower to open this trick, he would not have to temporarily transform the seeds. These seeds here were enough for Gushi to launch an annihilation war. After Gushi took away the sea of flowers, the land in front of him finally revealed its final appearance. The forest, which was originally lush and green, has now become like a desert. There is not even a blade of grass on the ground. It is all fist-sized stones and yellow sand. A large number of large and small corpses are scattered among them, and most of the corpses have withered. The color has turned yellow, and even if a few have not withered, they have been broken into pieces. Among these corpses, Gushi saw a relatively intact corpse. There are some yellow leaves scattered on the body of this corpse, and there is a tattered ribbon around the waist. The skin of the corpse had dried up like old bark, and the muscles had completely shrunk, and its original appearance could not be seen at all. However, Gushi understood that this corpse should belong to the jungle goddess. It was just that Gushi was a little embarrassed. If he took such a corpse back, would the Libra recognize it? While Gushi was thinking about this situation, Vesta also came over with the head of the stream goddess. Behind her was the Black Blood Knight carrying the corpse of the stream goddess. Gushi turned his head and glanced at the head in Vesta's hand and nodded with satisfaction. Well done, you guys take the corpse away and clean up the battlefield, we are ready to go back. At this time, Gushi saw that the situation was like this, and he didn't plan to think about it anymore. Anyway, things have come to this point, and Gushi accepted that he couldn't redeem points. After all, Gushi came here to hunt the stream goddess this time, and the jungle goddess was just a bonus. It is estimated that if Gushi takes the stream goddess back and reports it, the points in his hand will be enough to exchange for the body of a goddess of beauty and fire. Although the goddess of beauty and fire is always regarded as a rookie in this war of gods. But no one can deny that she is a great goddess. Gushi estimated that in the past, such a great goddess must have reached level 20 or above before the war of gods began, and her level will be further improved as time goes by. Unlike the little goddess, whose level was less than level 20 before the war of gods began. As time goes by, her level will recover to a combat level above level 20. The most important thing is that the goddess of beauty and fire can manipulate fire. This was also the reason Gushi wanted. Gushi really wanted to find an undead subordinate who could forge iron. At most, he considered the number of points in his hand. He did not choose because of the beauty of the goddess of fire. Hearing Gushi's order, the Black Blood Knight quickly took action. A Black Blood Knight came forward and picked up the mummy, held it in his hand, and followed Gushi. A group of undead laborers ran out of the Night Blood Road and quickly dragged all the large and small corpses on the ground to the Night Blood Road. Gushi only left a few pieces of ghost petals to maintain the Night Blood Road. He took Vesta and the Black Blood Knight to the direction of the river where they came before. The Black Blood Knight dragged 2 corpses and followed Gushi. Neither Gushi nor Vesta thought there was anything wrong with this. In less than 10 minutes, the news that Gushi killed the stream goddess and the jungle goddess spread. Gushi's appearance was also spread. Now all the little goddesses remembered Gushi. No matter whether these little goddesses belonged to the goddess of death and life, or to someone else. They didn't want to meet Gushi, a little goddess killer, before the war of gods began. But they didn't know that Gushi had no intention of hunting more little goddesses. Gushi came here with only one goal, which was to win the war of gods. He hunted the little goddesses just to anger the goddess of wisdom and war and lure her out early. For Gushi, the other little goddesses were not worth killing. Chapter 2544. In the palace of Mount Spyranor, Gushi and Vesta each dragged a corpse out. This is the advantage of Gushi having a palace on Mount Spyranor. He can easily teleport back directly through the authority of Mount Spyranor. Although various applications take a certain amount of time, it is not directly teleported to the goddess's palace. With the cooperation of all parties, Gushi's speed of returning to Mount Spyranor will definitely be faster than taking a boat or walking through the crater. Gushi brought Vesta and came to the Libra with the corpse. He has always been worried that the corpse of the jungle goddess will be unrecognizable because it has been dried up. Fortunately, the Libra did not have too many requirements for the corpse. As long as the corpse is brought over, it can be found out whose corpse it is. The killings of the jungle goddess and the stream goddess have been confirmed by the Libra and counted on Gushi. Of course, the warriors under the goddess of stream and the goddess of jungle were also affected in this battle. All the warriors were killed, which can also be counted in Gushi's points. Gushi was very happy at this time. You know, once the 2 little goddesses were identified, the points were directly transferred to Gushi's account. Just like that, Gushi's points reached 330,000 points. This point cannot be exchanged for the corpse of the goddess of wisdom and war, but the corpses of other big goddesses can be selected. So Gushi did not save the points for giving birth, but looked through them carefully here. Before, there was no one to choose, so Gushi did not look at it more. Now there is someone to choose, so of course Gushi has to choose more. Soon Gushi discovered that although the goddesses in each battle of gods had their own special artifacts, their appearances were actually different. Especially the goddess of hunting and moonlight, who turned into a black panther once. This made Gushi quite speechless. Although this female panther was also very beautiful, Gushi really didn't like this panthera. After checking the list of god corpses, Gushi gave up the idea of putting together a hunting and moonlight goddess panthera, and finally set his sights on the goddess of beauty and fire. With the points Gushi had now, if he didn't pick the most beautiful one, he could really choose the other god corpses. Gushi took a look at the god corpse with the highest price, and finally shook his head in confusion. Why was this god corpse rated as the most beautiful? Could it be that there was some unknown magical power in it? Gushi shook his head, and was hesitating in his heart, whether to choose the goddess of beauty and fire, or to choose one of the two big goddess corpses with no source, as he had thought before, and take a gamble. Because Gushi noticed that there was a package price under the two bodies of the great goddesses whose sources were not indicated. One body was 200,000, and if two bodies were exchanged together, it would be about 350,000. Gushi went to the necromancer, and used the bodies of the string goddess, and the jungle goddess around him as collateral, and he could borrow some money. By then, Gushi would be surrounded by the undead transformed by the two great goddesses. But in the end, Gushi gave up the idea of taking a gamble. On the one hand, the two bodies of the great goddesses were of unknown origin, and they also looked like human bodies with animal heads, one with an eagle's head and the other with a lioness's head, which was not in Gushi's taste at first glance. On the other hand, Gushi also figured it out. If he used the bodies of the string goddess and the jungle goddess as collateral to borrow money, why didn't he borrow more? If he borrowed more, he could buy the most beautiful one of the goddess of beauty and fire, and even the cheapest one of the goddess of wisdom and war. Then why did Gushi gamble on two uncertainties? Shaking his head, Gushi gave up this idea, and also gave up the idea of going out to kill another little goddess and exchange for some points. They can participate in the war of gods again, and finally occupy the position of little goddesses. They can be weak, but they can't be brainless. Next time, as long as Gushi goes out, he will be targeted. At that time, either 6 or 7 little goddesses will besiege Gushi together, or Gushi will not find the little goddess wherever he goes. In any case, it is not the rhythm that Gushi wants to go out and pick a little goddess, kill her easily, and come back to exchange for the body. Maybe after Gushi went out, he couldn't find what he wanted until the War of Gods. Gushi, who understood this, didn't plan to drag it out any longer. Second place is second place. Gushi is not picky anyway. With this thought in mind, Gushi put all his points on the scale and selected the corpse he wanted. It took about 20 minutes for the scale to complete the reaction, taking away all the points and sending a gorgeous metal coffin to Gushi. This coffin looks rare and looks like a huge shell, but the color is golden, with flame patterns on the surface, and many blue gems are inlaid. After opening the coffin, you will find a corpse curled up inside the coffin. This corpse has white skin like jade, and long golden hair covering the body. The corpse's eyes are closed, and the fingers, lips and toenails are painted red, which looks like a dancing flame. Gushi went forward to check and found that the level of this corpse is at least 30. On the back of the corpse, there is a row of lines flowing like flames, which are the battle auras that have been taken back. Reaching out and pressing on the corpse, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. I have to admit that the quality of this great goddess's corpse is really good. At the same time, I don't know whether it is the ability of the goddess of death and life, or the ability of the goddess of beauty and fire. Anyway, this corpse is preserved as if it has just died. It can't be seen at all that this corpse has been stored here in Spalino Mountain for at least 30 cycles. No problem. Gushi nodded to the balance. As soon as Gushi said this, the spirituality on the scale disappeared. Gushi did not stay here for long. The two pairs of arms behind him came forward to lift the coffin. Gushi dragged the body of the jungle goddess, and Vesta carried the head of the string goddess in one hand, and the body of the string goddess in the other hand. The two walked out of Spalino Mountain. Gushi still had to go to the necromancer to transform the undead this time. As for Spalino Mountain, Gushi, who had consumed all his points, could not afford the rent for living here for the time being. Besides, he did not think there was anything wrong with the undead settlement. At least when making the undead, there were enough materials and helpers there. Chapter 2545. The Undead Station at Spirino Mountain. When Gushi dragged the corpse back this time, no one came to watch. Gushi's record had been spread, and the subsequent chain reaction had also been heard. The god warriors guarding Spirino Mountain sneaked into the rear of the territory of the goddess of wisdom and war, and killed the goddess of family. In addition, the goddess of the jungle and the goddess of the stream, who were originally supposed to temporarily join the goddess of wisdom and war, died in battle. This made the goddess of wisdom and war quite angry. She has now sent out her god warriors to prepare to start the god war in advance. Now the undead mages at the undead station are strengthening their undead and preparing to participate in the battle. After all, these are normal procedures, and these undead mages have their own goals. They still have many things to prepare for this round of early battle. When Gushi came, the undead station was not so empty that no one was seen, but it was much emptier than before. Gushi didn't say much, and directly put the 3 corpses aside. Among the 3 corpses, Gushi planned to deal with the corpse of the jungle goddess first. After all, the jungle goddess faced the attack of the sea of nether spirit flowers, and the corpse was already in a mess. Gushi was not sure whether this corpse could make something. If this corpse was really useless, then Gushi would directly give up making it, dismantle the corpse of the jungle goddess, and use it as materials to strengthen the corpse of the stream goddess. After all, in this battle, because of the big move, Gushi did not receive any good materials. In addition, there is a large goddess corpse, and Gushi needs to prepare some materials to process it. Now Gushi actually has a tight supply of materials. Putting the jungle goddess corpse aside, Gushi took out the harvest this time and processed it quickly. Soon the jungle goddess's skin was cut open by Gushi, and he shook his head after just a look inside her body. The nether spirit flower sucked too hard, and the bone marrow was sucked out. As for the internal organs and muscles, let alone, the water inside was sucked out, and now it is almost black and gray. The only things that are still intact are the bones, skin and part of the brain. If Gushi wants to make it into a dead spirit, it is actually possible, but a lot of materials need to be added to it. Among them, the bones without bone marrow must be injected with materials such as mercury. Gushi also needs some materials to act as internal organs, and even some powerful internal organs to strengthen the jungle goddess corpse. Gushi has these materials, but they are all exchanged from the water monster. However, the total number is not large. Most of them are from decent water monsters or water beasts. There is no problem in picking some for installation, but the quality of the undead produced will definitely be reduced. Gushi dragged the body of the stream goddess over while thinking about the current situation. Compared with the body of the jungle goddess, the body of the stream goddess is relatively well preserved. Because it was beheaded by a sword, the integrity of the body of the stream goddess is relatively high, at least the important parts of the body are still intact, and the internal organs and muscles except for a few places that must be replaced, the rest can use the original parts. The most Gushi had to do was to draw some magic circles on the corpse, and add some materials for the magic circles. This situation finally made Gushi feel relieved. He was still worried that the materials were not enough and wanted to dismantle the body of the jungle goddess. Now it seems that this is not necessary. The body of the jungle goddess can still be saved. In this way, Gushi can open up some ideas for the undead he can make. While thinking, Gushi quickly dealt with the corpse, and behind Gushi, an undead servant and an undead laborer stood by and waited early. These two were the undead transformed by the jungle goddess and the stream goddess through the night blood road. They were waiting for Gushi's final order. Because he had made a decision, Gushi dealt with the 2 corpses very quickly. The body of the stream goddess was well preserved, and all kinds of weapons and equipment were brought back. Gushi naturally dealt with it by turning the original soup into the original food. If he could use what was on the body, he would use all the original ones. The jungle goddess's corpse was just the opposite. She really had nothing left. Gushi simply treated her like a blank sheet of paper, and used the materials Gushi had prepared. If there was no blood, then use the unwanted blood of the dead hare. If the blood was inactive, then add some poison to it. If there were no internal organs, then add some herbs or something. Anyway, Gushi really reconstructed the jungle goddess's corpse. As for the jungle goddess's original fighting style, Gushi had no idea. Anyway, Gushi had his own ideas about this corpse. She was beaten to this state by the nether spirit flower. It would definitely not work for her to act as a meat shield or a frontal fighter. As for long range, the stream goddess has so many bows and arrows in her hands, and the undead created in the end will definitely take the long range route. The jungle goddess is obviously not as good as the stream goddess. Then, there are only 1 or 2 ideas that can be used. Either add magic materials into her body to make a magic undead. This is what Gushi is best at now. After all, Gushi, who has obtained the Ghost King's cloak, is now best at making corpse witches. Or add blood materials into her body to transform it into a vampire. The benefit of this is that the body of the jungle goddess can be strengthened by sucking blood and replenishing the lost life essence. The benefit of doing this is naturally that the undead created can always slowly recover to the original level later. But there is a problem here, that is, sucking blood is considered close combat. With this body, the start is definitely not very good. And if you want to turn into a vampire, blood is the key. If there is no suitable blood for the jungle goddess to activate, the undead created in the end is likely to be the kind of vampire that can't suck blood and can't catch up with the enemy. Of these two choices, one is a very stable choice. Corpse witches are easy to make, and Gushi can guarantee that there will be no problems. Vampires want to gamble. If they succeed, it will definitely be better and better. If they fail, the corpse will be wasted. Facing the choice in front of him, Gushi hesitated for a moment and made a decision. Isn't it just a gamble? It's not like he doesn't have a gambling nature. It's just that he obviously lost before, so he won't gamble. In the current situation where the win and loss are half and half, why doesn't Gushi take a gamble? Thinking of this, Gushi decisively took out blood and began to inject it into the body of the jungle goddess. Chapter 2546. Fusion. Just like when the goddess of protection became Vesta, after Gushi finished making the undead, he called out the two undead of the same origin that had been transformed into the Knight's Blood Road and merged them in quite neatly. The string goddess became a skeleton archer, but because of the fusion, she had an extra pair of arms, a short bow, a short crossbow, and a longbow, and could use two of the three weapons at the same time. The attack speed was also greatly improved. The jungle goddess became the oldest kind of vampire, with a body as dry as a dead tree and a layer of rags, like a bed sheet wrapped around her body. The movement speed when walking would be significantly slower. If she couldn't suck blood, her bones might break when the wind blew. This forced Gushi to tie up the jungle goddess with the hair of death, lest she die accidentally. However, Gushi also found that the jungle goddess's control over the silk thread was at a relatively strong level. Even if the death hair cannot be used, the jungle goddess can use the silk thread to set some traps. As long as she can kill people and suck blood, she can slowly recover. The death hair can also take this opportunity to slowly absorb some of the blood at once. After all, there will be a chance to deal with the great goddess later. What if the great goddess's blood suits the death hair's appetite? After completing the production of the two little goddesses, Gushi put the two undead spirits named Aluya and Alusha aside, and carefully dealt with the body of the goddess of beauty and fire. This body was exchanged by Gushi. So there is no corresponding soul, an undead spirit of the same origin. Gushi could only deal with the corpse according to his own ideas. When dealing with the corpse, Gushi discovered that the corpse had actually been protected by a special force. It was this force that had preserved the corpse for so many years. Gushi had two different choices at the moment. One was to dissolve this force, deal with the corpse with his own means, and finally transform it into the undead he wanted. The other was to carefully study and analyze the source of the power in front of him, and transform it into the undead by activating this power. Each of the two ideas has its own advantages and disadvantages. The first one is naturally simpler, at least it can guarantee the success of the undead production. But the special power on the corpse will definitely not stay, and the undead made by Gushi will at most be a little stronger than the undead made by his own men. After all, the goddess's corpse has a little bit of divinity, and it may be stronger in this divinity. The second one will be more difficult. After all, Gushi does not understand the source of this power, and he needs to deal with this special energy in addition to transforming the corpse into the undead. If handled properly, the undead will be further strengthened. But if it fails, I'm sorry, Gushi may not even be able to keep a complete undead. Two different choices will bring three different situations to Gushi. Either be stable and choose a medium situation, or be wild and choose a situation of one step to heaven or one step to hell. It depends on what Gushi chooses. But for Gushi, it is possible to reach heaven in one step. The possibility of one step to hell is not high. Although this corpse has consumed all of Gushi's points, it is not the real core of Gushi. Gushi has never forgotten what he came here for. He came to win. The main reason why he killed the little goddess was to lure out the goddess of wisdom and war. Only by killing the opponent in advance can the war of gods end in advance. The corpse of the goddess of beauty and fire is just a good thing that Gushi accidentally got when completing the task. Whether it is transformed into an undead or directly destroyed, it actually does not affect Gushi's subsequent battle situation. At most, he will get a powerful undead, which will be more convenient to fight later. Even if not, Gushi believes that with the preparations in his hands, plus the cooperation of the goddess of death and life, it is not a problem to fight a goddess of wisdom and war. Gushi, who understands this point, does not have such a big gain and loss for the success and failure in front of him. Gushi is determined to do it directly to the extreme. Success is a good thing. If you fail, you can just take it as an experience. If you have the chance to encounter such a situation next time, you won't be so flustered and don't know how to deal with it. As for whether you will encounter such a thing again in the future, Gushi believes that he will. After all, he has not graduated yet, and he has already encountered it. He will only encounter more in the future, not no more. Gushi, who knew very well what he wanted to do, and what he wanted, made the most correct choice at the first time. He opened the shell-like coffin, and carefully studied the details on the goddess' body. This mysterious power comes from the corpse, so the solution must be inside the corpse. Before, Gushi just casually checked the corpse. Now it is different. Gushi has to conduct a detailed inspection. During the detailed inspection, Gushi also has to consider how to deal with the corpse next. At least Gushi has to think clearly about what kind of undead he wants to make this corpse into. He can add something to this corpse, or how to draw out the power in this corpse. With this idea, Gushi's actions in dealing with the corpse are obviously slower. However, even if it is slower, after about a day, Gushi has dealt with the corpse. Through the various knowledge in Gushi's mind, Gushi finally injected the uncontrollable power in the corpse into the power of the undead, and then divided it into 3 parts after fusion. One part was broken up by Gushi and hit into every corner of the body. The other part was gathered into a ball by Gushi and stored in the Dantian position. Originally, Gushi wanted to put this part of the power in the heart. But when Gushi used this part of the power, he found that the heart of the goddess of beauty and fire disappeared directly. So in the end, Gushi could only put it on the Dantian. The last part was extracted by Gushi and injected into the shell. After all, after so many years, this shell has become a part of the corpse. When Gushi transforms the undead, he naturally has to consider the situation inside. It can be said that in this way, the corpse itself has already carried the breath of the undead. Then Gushi put the corpse back into the coffin and covered the lid of the shell. After doing all this, Gushi used his magic power to activate all his arrangements on the corpse. Chapter 2547. As Gushi injected his magic power, the color of the shell that served as the coffin began to change. The original color of the shell was golden yellow, with flame patterns on the surface and many blue gems inlaid. But now the shell's capacity has changed directly. The shell is now black, with flame patterns on the surface, but all the flame patterns are black matte patterns, and the sapphires inlaid on it have now become thumb-sized skulls and bubbles. As the eyes of the skulls on the shell's surface flashed blue flames one by one, the shell that Gushi had just closed was opened. This treatment method is the first time Gushi has used it. He put the corpse in the coffin, injected the power of the undead, and let the corpse change itself. This is a very classic treatment method. Many zombies are transformed in this way. However, this treatment method has a certain degree of uncontrollability. Necromancers rarely use this method. After all, uncontrollability is a trouble for necromancers. But now Gushi didn't have so many considerations. In Gushi's eyes, betting on one is a bet, and betting on all of them is also a bet, so just bet bigger. Give everything, and see what you will get in the end. As the shell lid opened, a very strange human figure walked out. The reason why it is weird is entirely because its body is translucent. It looks like a colorful light is placed inside an ice sculpture. It is about 1.7 meters tall. If you don't look at the color, you can see that it looks like a goddess, but most of its body is glazed yellow, with metal trim, and vermilion blood flows under its body. His long golden hair was tied up, and his hands automatically hung down beside his legs. After he walked out, he also looked at Gushi, and a very obvious battle aura appeared on the ground. Afro, level 24, Divine Summon Experience, 0/50,000, Attack 44, Defense 21, Life 720, Skills, Divine Body, Charm Aura, Flame Enchantment Attack, Fire Spells. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Gushi was somewhat curious. What is a Divine Summon? Did he keep the divinity of the previous person? Gushi, who looked puzzled, finally walked in front of Afro and asked in detail. Although Afro had died for so many years, and was made into a dead spirit, most of his memories were gone. But Afro still remembered some basic situations. At least Gushi could get some information from it. For example, the power that gave Gushi a headache and finally had to gamble. Afro said it very clearly. This is the power that the goddess holds. They call it divinity. Of course, Gushi is not sure whether it has anything to do with a real divinity, but they call it that. It is precisely because of this power that the great goddess can accurately pass on the red clothes in their hands to the reincarnation of the great goddess every time. It can also disperse the path of the red clothes to every slave god and god warrior. During the battle, the great goddess can directly take back the previous power from the previous battle and restore to the strongest combat power in the shortest time. In other words, if Gushi fights the goddess of wisdom and war at this time, she may look like a being without any level. But as long as the war begins, the goddess of wisdom and war can quickly take back the strongest power in a round of god war, and upgrade to level 60 at once. At the same time, she can also take back all the 2 red clothes she has scattered. In this way, her red clothes development will be quite high. It can be said that it is for this reason that every great goddess has a chance to win, instead of the winner always winning and the loser always losing. There is more or less a part of divinity left in the body of the great goddess, in order to maintain the integrity of the body. The goddess of beauty and fire invested the most in the body. In her mind, even if she died, she had to be beautiful. So when she died in battle, she would always leave a part of divinity and power to maintain the integrity and beauty of her body. The remaining few people have their own characteristics in dealing with the body. There is not much divinity on their bodies. After all, for some great goddesses, keeping more divinity means they have a chance to take the next round of the god war. And the role of divinity is definitely more than that. But Afro doesn't remember too much. The only thing he remembers is that this divinity comes from the golden apple in the sky. Or in other words, the source of power for the entire god war comes from the golden apple. They first discovered this power when they recirculated and participated in the war, and later found that this power was of great benefit to them. Not only can it allow them to break through the original bottleneck, it can also allow them to maintain their sanity and improve the quality of the artifacts in their hands. That's why they call this power divinity and divide it up. The 5 great goddesses agreed that no matter whether they win or lose, as long as they participate in the god war, they can get divinity. As for the little goddesses, it depends on whether the big goddesses have white fingers. If the god war goes well sometimes, or if there is more output in the round, they will let the little goddesses get a little divinity. If there is less output, or if someone messes up, then the little goddesses can't get any divinity at all. As for the little goddesses not accepting, no, from the beginning of the god war to now, I don't know how many rounds have gone by, the 5 great goddesses have never changed, but all the little goddesses have changed more than once. No little goddess has ever dared to say a word of dissatisfaction. It can be seen from this that the 5 great goddesses are fair and just in their work, and they are very popular with the little goddesses. She didn't want to say anything more about what Afoluo said. Listen to what you say, is this human language? However, she also heard something different from this. For example, the amount of divinity obtained in each cycle is not the same. Afro said this question very naturally. Of course it is not the same. In each cycle, the winner of the previous round counts the divinity generated in this cycle. She can take half of it, and the rest will be stored in the golden apple, and will be divided after the goddess dies in battle or the war of gods ends. As for how other people store divinity, I am not sure. However, after the goddess of beauty and fire obtains divinity, part of it will be stored in her body, and part of it will be injected into the flame, because it was agreed before that the body of the great goddess must not be moved. As for the flame, no one can find it, so the goddess of beauty and fire can always save enough divinity to occupy the position of a great goddess. Chapter 2548. Afro's words gave Gushi a general understanding of the things behind the god war. Gushi was a little tempted by the final reward of the god war, but he didn't want it. Gushi's main goal was to win the god war this time. Gushi was not sure whether he could get any of the rewards in the god war. So Gushi quickly turned the topic to this. After all, the previous god warriors knew relatively little. Now that he had the memory of a great goddess who had participated in the god war, Gushi would naturally turn the topic to this. Winning the god war is really just these few conditions. But if you want to win the god war as a leader, you don't have many options. At least it is not feasible to kill the goddess of wisdom and war. Because if you kill the goddess of wisdom and war, the unstarted god war will also transfer the opposing camp to another great goddess. For example, the new goddess of beauty and fire. If you want to end everything before the god war, you must kill her too. Gushi glanced at Afoluo, thinking that you didn't say that because you wanted to kill the goddess of beauty and fire. But Afoluo analyzed to Gushi very seriously. My lord, everyone has done this before the god war starts. Kill the opposing great goddess in advance. But everyone has found a problem, that is, if a great goddess is killed in advance, it will not affect the overall situation at all, and the god war will start as it should. the living great goddess will automatically take over. Then why is it that if I kill the goddess of wisdom and war this time, the goddess of beauty and fire will definitely take over? Because there are no other candidates. The earth goddess is the mother of the goddess of death and life. If the opponent is the goddess of wisdom and war, she will join the battle. The goddess of hunting and moonlight is the dominant god of this cycle. She is now controlling the divinity, and will not come down to participate in the battle. When the goddess of wisdom and war dies, the divinity has no choice but to push the goddess of beauty and fire up. What Afro said is reasonable. But Gushi always feels that something is wrong. But he doesn't know what's wrong. So Gushi asked again, what about grabbing the golden apple in advance to win this victory? As long as you can beat the goddess of hunting and moonlight, you can open the road to the golden apple. But there is one thing I want to explain in advance, that is, once we get the golden apple, we will have to face the pursuit from the other 4 great goddesses. Why, if I take the golden apple, the war of gods will end forever. Isn't this good for them? Gushi still doesn't quite understand. The key to ending the god war forever is not the golden apple. The golden apple is just the trigger for the beginning of the god war. The real key to ending the god war forever is to destroy that person's arrangement. Although Afoluo did not point it out, Gushi knew who she was talking about as soon as he thought about it. In other words, if you want to end the god war forever, the most important thing is to attack the heavenly palace. And to grab the golden apple is just to end the god war in advance this time, and all the great goddesses will still grab the golden apple back? That's what I mean. My lord should have seen the bodies of the 2 great goddesses, whose origins are unknown in the exchange list. They were hunted down after grabbing the golden apple. After hearing what Afro said, Gushi also reacted. Gushi thought that the 2 corpses of the goddess were outsiders at first. He didn't expect that they would appear like this. Then I want to end the war of gods in advance. Do you have any suggestions? Kill the goddess of beauty and fire, and use this kill to talk to the goddess of death and life. Let her start the war of gods in advance, and kill the goddess of wisdom and war in the war of gods. Of course, if the goddess of death and life are killed, the war of gods is actually over. No, I want to win the war of gods. Gushi directly denied Afro's idea. Then join forces with the goddess of death and life to attack the goddess of wisdom and war to ensure the winning rate. But according to our understanding of the goddess of death and life, she rarely trusts other people. The only record of joining forces is with the goddess of earth. Apart from this, she fights alone. Hearing this, Gushi was also a little helpless. This is really a problem. But Gushi turned his head and thought, what if after killing the goddess of beauty and fire, we ask the goddess of earth to join the battle? I'm afraid this won't work, because we can't find the goddess of earth at all. No one can find her unless the goddess of earth comes up with it herself. Even that person just dragged the goddess of earth in, and didn't dare to let the goddess of earth do anything more. In these cycles, the goddess of earth only appears according to her own preferences, and no one really knows where she is. Gushi was a little confused when he heard this situation. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. Then how can we fight this war of gods? We can't just keep dragging it out. If it takes a month or 2, it's fine. But if it takes 100 or 200 years, who can bear it? After thinking about it, Gushi finally decided to deal with the goddess of beauty and fire first. Then, he would talk to the goddess of death and life, and trigger the war of gods in advance. Only in this way would the goddess of death and life confront the goddess of wisdom and war. At that time, Gushi only needs to take action when these 2 fight to ensure that the goddess of death and life can win. If it really doesn't work, then ambush the goddess of wisdom and war in advance. Gushi has the experience of fighting the goddess of beauty and fire, so it shouldn't be too difficult to ambush another great goddess. Thinking of this, Gushi naturally turned the topic to the goddess of beauty and fire. What is the situation of the goddess of beauty and fire? What methods does she have? Where does she usually stay? Which little goddesses will follow her? If we fight one-on-one, can the few undeads under my command hold her little goddess? If they can hold her back, then we can fight a protracted battle. If they can't hold her back, then we can only make a quick decision and can't drag the battle for too long. After Gushi made a decision, he immediately put all his energy into it. Soon Gushi began to make plans for the goddess of beauty and fire. At the same time, Gushi had already thought about it. After killing the goddess of beauty and fire, he would go back and make another undead, and he could take out another undead from the Knight's Blood Road. In addition to Afro in front of him, 3 undeads merged into one, and Afro's combat power could be further improved. Maybe he could use Afro to hold back the goddess of wisdom and war, so that Gushi's subsequent battles would be much smoother. Afoluo also smiled at this time. Although her body was still that special glass color, for some reason, Gushi always had a heart-beating feeling. This really made people speechless. Chapter 2549. Afro knows all the methods of the goddess of beauty and fire, including where the goddess of beauty and fire usually stays, what kind of little goddesses she has, and which little goddesses will come to help the goddess of beauty and fire. The fighting power of the goddess of beauty and fire is not strong, but she also has two artifacts. One is the robe on her body, which can protect her from various attacks, and the other is the fan in her hand, which is similar to a staff, and can be used to strengthen the magic attack of the goddess of beauty and fire. Yes, the goddess of beauty and fire is a mage who masters the magic of mind and fire. The power is quite large, and the fan in her hand has the effect of strengthening the magic of mind and fire. Hearing about the magic of mind, Gushi instinctively didn't want to fight with it. But for the victory of the War of Gods, Gushi had to endure it even if he was unhappy. In addition to these two obviously red equipment, the goddess of beauty and fire also has two subordinates to Songshin. One is the little goddess of love, whose gender cannot be determined among all the gods. Not necessarily a little goddess, she can fly, shoot arrows, and has the effect of mind magic. She is not too easy to fight, but not too difficult to fight. The main reason is that this little goddess of love did not borrow the power of the goddess of beauty and fire, red dress. The other is the goddess of the furnace, whose status is the same as that of the goddess of the family. They are both tools, mainly responsible for making various weapons and equipment. Most importantly, most of the weapons and equipment of the god warriors are made by her. After each war of gods, the weapons and equipment are also repaired by her. If the goddess of beauty and fire is neutral, then this goddess of the furnace is truly neutral. Most people would not go after her. And she never participates in battles. Even if the goddess of beauty and fire dies in front of her, she would not go over to help collect the body. This can be ruled out. In other words, if Gushi wants to ambush the goddess of beauty and fire, then he only needs to target the little god of love. Let Vesta and Aaliyah deal with the little god of love, and the three of us will join forces to deal with the goddess of beauty and fire. Because he heard that the goddess of beauty and fire has two red clothes, Gushi arranged the main force of the battle here. He did not take the goddess of beauty and fire lightly because she is a neutral and non-combat goddess. Hearing what Gushi said, Afro also nodded. Okay, I'll go get ready. By the way, Afro, can you snatch the red dress of the goddess of beauty and fire? No, that thing is affected by the War of Gods. Even if everyone now dies, it will automatically disappear until the new goddess of beauty and fire appears. There is no way to take it away. Unless the goddess of beauty and fire is willing to lend you the power of the artifact. Hearing Afro's words, Gushi was somewhat disappointed, but at this moment, Gushi suddenly said, "You are also the goddess of beauty and fire, right? Not if you die?" Afro didn't even think about it, and replied directly. Okay, then proceed according to the original plan. If possible, we'd better find a way to seal the effect of a red dress. It's not that Gushi hasn't fought with the holder of the red dress before. He knew the life-saving ability of the holder of the red suit, and the powerful power of the red suit road. As a holder of two red suits, and having participated in battles for so many years, how could he master the coordination ability of the red suits? He might even have developed the red suit road to a super strong level. If he doesn't find a way to seal one of them, he may not be able to win. But it's not impossible for the Lord to seal one of the red suits. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes condensed. Oh, tell me about it. The goddess of beauty and fire always likes to go to a place to take a bath. As long as you can seal her clothes without making a sound, you can seal the clothes. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. That's red equipment. The fake red equipment generated by the power of the golden apple, and the cycle of the gods can only be used in the cycle of the gods. That's also red. I have a way to unbind it, but that's only for orange equipment. You and I have both used red equipment, and you should know that it can't be sealed just by saying it. If you don't have the confidence to convince me, even if you talk to the sky, I won't agree to your plan. Afro said at this time, My lord, do you still remember my coffin? That's the shell where the goddess of beauty and fire was born and died. After the death of the goddess of beauty and fire, the long skirt and fan will also be sent to the designated shell for sealing. As long as the long skirt can be received in the shell, the long skirt will be temporarily sealed. Afro said quite confidently. However, Gushi, who had been tricked by the mind spell, always kept a watchful eye when facing the guy who mastered the mind power. The more confident Affolio spoke, the more suspicious Gushi became. Not only did he not agree, but he looked at Affolio as if she were a fool. Okay, I am a little selfish, but I am really thinking about you. Doesn't you also want to win this War of Gods? Afro, How do I give you the feeling that I am easy to talk to? Is it because I am willing to communicate with you? Don't be ridiculous. I am willing to talk to you because you have the corresponding information. Even if I don't have your information, I can still influence the entire battle situation by killing the little goddess and the subordinates of the goddess of wisdom and war. War, no matter how it is fought, is a competition of manpower and logistics. I don't believe that the goddess of wisdom and war will not understand this. Even if I don't fight the goddess of beauty and fire, the goddess of wisdom and war will start the war of gods in advance before she gets into trouble and turn the situation around. The more she moves, the more flaws she will have. As long as the god of war starts, I will have the opportunity to attack the goddess of wisdom and war at any time. Speaking of this, Gushi looked at Afro with increasingly cold eyes. Why should I run around for your ideas and ambitions? My lord, I am wrong. Afro also knew that her tricks were useless to Gushi, so she lowered her head honestly. Tell me, what's going on? My lord, I want to leave this damn place. I don't want to go through the cycle of god wars again and again. As long as I win, I will take you away. You don't have to. Gushi was only halfway through his words when he suddenly paused, staring at Afro's face and said, Are you the goddess of beauty and fire? Chapter 2550. Haha, it turns out that you are a brave master with quick reactions. Let me introduce myself to you again. I am the goddess of beauty and fire in the past, future and present. After hearing what Gushi said, Afro covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Gushi rolled his eyes. No wonder Afro said that he could temporarily seal off a piece of red clothing from the goddess of beauty and fire. The things were all hers. She said it was sealed, so it was sealed. Who can say that it was not sealed successfully? I have met the goddess. I just don't quite understand it. I think my method of making undead is quite clever. All the steps were correct. How could it be? It was a shell? Gushi reacted quickly. Afro had said before that the shell was the place where the goddess of beauty and fire was born and died, and the inheritance of the red clothing was also carried out through the shell. Then the inheritance of the goddess of beauty and fire itself was naturally carried out through the shell. If Gushi used the normal method of making undead, there would be no problem. But Gushi used the shell, which attracted the attention of the goddess of beauty and fire. When Gushi was creating the undead, the goddess of beauty and fire transferred part of her consciousness here, and it is even possible that she directly moved the body of the goddess of beauty and fire in this cycle here. However, Gushi still didn't quite understand. The cycle of divine wars again and again had nothing to do with the goddess of beauty and fire, so why did she take such a risk and want to overturn the table? Although the goddess of beauty and fire did not clearly state her plan, the key point was grasped by Gushi, and Gushi understood that the goddess of beauty and fire wanted to forcibly snatch the golden apple. Even if she didn't get the golden apple, she wanted to escape from this cycle of god war. The way to break the situation is definitely not in the goddess of wisdom and war. It's either in the heavenly palace or on the golden apple. You reacted quickly, that's right. At this time, the goddess of beauty and fire also began to speak. I noticed you when you dealt with the body and put it back into the shell. But your undead creation is still successful, and this body is also quite beautiful. I like it very much. That's when I had some ideas. Your idea is to kill the current body, hide everything in Afro's body, and then leave the god war with me? Gushi interrupted the words of the goddess of beauty and fire. I have a way. It just so happens that you have the idea of completing the god war and leaving here, and you have the ability to take me out. I can just take a ride. The goddess of beauty and fire still covered her mouth and smiled. But if you want to escape, you need to do more than just win the god war. I don't understand. You have always maintained neutrality, and the god war has no effect on you. Why do you want to leave? Gushi was a little confused. He only knew that winning the god war, completing the unsealing of the head of the goddesses, and taking the goddess of beauty and fire out were two different levels of difficulty. Gushi was not a good-natured man who had never licked anything. It was impossible for him to leave here with a goddess for no reason. Why? You don't know what this disgusting god war means to me. Obviously, I was the one who got the golden apple out of the three people's beauty contest. Why did one of them use the power of the golden apple to drag everyone into an endless cycle of god wars? And I watched the show from the side, and I don't know how long it was. The other one practiced his own way of war in the god wars again and again, and grew up again and again. Only I couldn't beat them, and I couldn't leave them, so I could only remain neutral in this place where it's hard to find a man. Obviously, this golden apple was my reward, but I got nothing. Why should I stay here and play this game with them again and again? This is a cage for me. I want to get out. I want to leave. The goddess of beauty and fire roared loudly. Even if she tried hard to show her anger, the sound and the action still made people feel that she was acting like a spoiled child. From the words of the goddess of beauty and fire, she understood the situation. It seems that the goddess of beauty and fire is really an unlucky guy. At the beginning, she should have competed with the goddess of wisdom and war, and the one in the heavenly palace. The reward is the golden apple in the sky, which is not sure whether it is the first or second generation. The goddess of beauty and fire should have won the Exion apple through some means. So the remaining two were not convinced, and they must have taken action in the end. But the name was set. Even if they were not convinced, what could they do? They could only admit it. As a result, the War of Gods appeared later, and the one in the heavenly palace took this opportunity to launch an infinite cycle of War of Gods. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes suddenly lit up. I seem to understand a little bit. The goddess of beauty and fire rolled her eyes at Gushi, and her expression and movements were still like she was acting like a spoiled child. What did you understand? Divinity, right? Originally, the divinity in the golden apple should have been all yours, but it was divided up by so many people, and you couldn't stop them. They didn't need it all at once, but took it away bit by bit. I think when the War of Gods just started, you didn't have red clothes in your hands, right? This is the power of divinity. And no matter how many reincarnations you go through, your souls always remain intact. This is the power of death and life. I understand why so many people were involved in the battle between the three people you mentioned. They are all targeting you. You understand too? The goddess of beauty and fire sighed. She looked like a statue, but when she sighed, she had an effect that made people want to hold her in their arms for comfort. Yes, now that the clues are complete, we can piece together some things. But I think the one in the heavenly palace doesn't want to suppress you. She suppresses you indiscriminately. It's just that the others saw the benefits and finally stayed. After all, just a few battles here can take away some power from the golden apple. Who wouldn't want to do this? Gushi sighed. If his guess was true, then this goddess of beauty and fire was really pitiful. Have you never tried to resist? I have tried. I won a War of Gods, but the war cycle could not end. The golden apple could not be taken away. In the end, I was suppressed by others, and even my subordinates, the gods of the gods, were affected. A god of love became neither male nor female, and a goddess of the furnace was not my subordinate. The subsequent War of Gods became the focus of being targeted. No matter who the opposing parties are, I will be the first to be hit. Chapter 2551. Listening to the words of the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi was speechless. If this is not called a targeted attack, then what else is called a targeted attack? This clearly does not give the goddess of beauty and fire any way to survive. But this is also good. If there is a way to survive, the goddess of beauty and fire will not come to him. So what do you want to do? I am the key to the cycle of God War, because I am the nominal owner of the golden apple. If I am not in the cycle of God War, the golden apple will naturally follow me. If they want to start another God War, they have to pay for it themselves. So I want to leave. I know, what I'm asking is how you plan to leave. Kill my current body, and put the body in this shell. It is the habit of the god warriors on the side of the goddess of death and life to rob the body after killing the enemy. No one will doubt you. You have to win the god war in the most reasonable way, and take this thing out. As long as I get out of the cycle of god war, it is equivalent to jumping out, and the things that happen next have nothing to do with you. The goddess of beauty and fire said confidently. It seems that in these countless cycles, she has been thinking about how to leave, and how to break the situation when she is free. It's just that she has never found a suitable opportunity. No, I mean, it's okay for me to take you out. After all, my goal is to win the War of Gods. But what's the benefit of me taking you out? I'll give you this undead soul, and the current corpse as well. You can do whatever you want with it. If you need anything else, I can tell you where my bedroom is, and you can sneak over here in the middle of the night. No. Gushi's face turned red. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask, can you operate the red suit? You can do it, damn it. The face of the goddess of beauty and fire changed. I have never been a goddess of beauty and fire. I am a goddess of beauty. Beauty, you know? The fire is just imposed on me by those shameless things. What do I need to forge iron for? Do you think I look like a blacksmith? Although she still looked delicate, Gushi could clearly feel the anger of the goddess of beauty and fire. Gushi knew that if he continued to talk about this topic, the goddess of beauty and fire would really turn against him. So Gushi said quickly, okay, I'll take you out. But now there is a key issue: how to win. And we have to win naturally. You know, if I lose, there will be no such opportunity in front of me. I told you before, Go and kill my current body first. Then talk to the goddess of death and life, and let her start the war of gods in advance. As long as we pretend to know nothing and fight along the path of the war of gods. Defeat the goddess of wisdom and war. The goddess of beauty and fire said seriously. But her serious look made people want to poke her face with something. You think too simply, don't you want to think about the name of your opponent? The goddess of wisdom and war, her subordinates can be stupid, but she will never be stupid. If I didn't know before, this play might be able to go on. Now that I know everything, it's hard to act again. Besides, you forgot one person in all your calculations. When Gushi pointed at her, the face of the goddess of beauty and fire changed. She remembered that all her calculations excluded the person in the heavenly palace. What should we do now? We still have to turn all our thoughts back. I will reconfirm now whether we can take you out as long as we kill you, and put your body in the shell. This is the key. If there is no way to confirm, I would rather win by myself and leave directly, and I don't want to get involved with you. Yes, but you have to kill according to the method I taught you. I will take everything away, and not leave anything behind. The goddess of beauty and fire said with certainty. Don't worry about this. My nickname is 3 feet high in the sky. As long as I set my sights on something, I will never miss it. That's no problem. After all, I am also a great goddess, and my enthusiasm for participating in the war of gods is not very high. The winter does not have the habit of sealing my soul. My soul is complete. As for the bodies that died in the previous battle, those are not important. What is important is the current body. Because before the next cycle begins, the soul will follow this body. Okay, I understand. As long as I can get you out, it's fine. Now the most critical step has been taken. Then the next step is to win the battle of gods. As for the way to win, there are only 3 ways. If you want to ensure that you will not be discovered by the person in the heavenly palace and the goddess of wisdom and war when you escape, then the golden apple cannot be moved. Yes, the golden apple can only be dealt with after I go out. We must not move now. Are you sure that the person in the heavenly palace has never been there, or that she has never paid attention to the cycle of the god war? If you can be sure, then we will ignore her. If you can't be sure, then we have to calculate her in. Calculate? How to calculate? I don't know, but I believe there must be a way. Gushi said seriously. The goddess of beauty and fire shook her head. I always feel that this is a little unreliable. Why don't we just avoid it and leave secretly? It's okay to avoid it directly, but I'm not sure if that person has been monitoring the god war. So let's try it out, and if it works, we will do as I say. The goddess of beauty and fire shook her head decisively. I have planned for many years, do as I say. You only have a face, your brain has grown to other parts of your body. Don't you see some things clearly? There are 6 people in the war of gods, 6. The one in the heavenly palace is actually counted in it. It's just that you have always ignored her. You have always been playing your own games. When the real war of gods starts, you can actually lure out the one in the heavenly palace. The goddess of beauty and fire really has no brains. She doesn't know either strategy or conspiracy. All the plans are based on her instinctive imagination. It's the kind of legendary I think this is feasible. Gushi's strategic level, which is looked down upon by others, is much better than hers. It's better to believe in Gushi's own judgment than to believe in her. At least Gushi is judging from a neutral position. Many judgments are based on clues. Unless the clues are unclear or wrong, Gushi is more willing to believe in his own judgment. In the case of not moving the golden apple, the heavenly palace is actually a good excuse. Chapter 2552. After discussing the general direction of this talk with the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi began to ask about some details. Of course, what Gushi asked about was not the details of the plan, but the details of the entire war of gods. One day later, Gushi had thought of most of the plans. He said to the goddess of beauty and fire, "Okay, then you just let the current one wait for death over there." Gushi paused here, and finally gave up the idea of asking the goddess of beauty and fire to bless him with a spiritual protection. Afro is trustworthy, but the goddess of beauty and fire is temporarily untrustworthy. Gushi is not stupid to let the other party control his mind. Gushi would not give his mind to someone he does not trust. After reaching an agreement with Gushi, the goddess of beauty and fire quickly disappeared, and Afro's consciousness returned. At this time, Gushi stepped forward to check. He also had a little more clarity in his heart. It turns out that it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Afro was made by Gushi himself, and he could see the situation at a glance. Although the goddess of beauty and fire has always said that her shell can transfer souls, she really can't turn herself into a dead spirit. She really just talked to Gushi through Afro's body. It's not that she doesn't want to take over the body, but she really can't do it. After understanding the situation, Gushi didn't think much about it. Now for Gushi, the overall goal has not changed. At most there are some extra things outside the plan. But the general situation is still under Gushi's control. At least you only need to consider the details. If the main body is not biased, for Gushi, it is equivalent to giving away a record for free. This is actually a relatively good result for Gushi. Gushi now wants to know whether other goddesses have their own demands in this war of gods. If possible, Gushi really wants to have a good talk with the goddess of death and life. Because when Gushi first heard this name, he always felt that this great goddess was not going to die. Death and life are two big guys. No matter how powerful this great goddess is, she dare not use the names of two big guys at the same time. Could it be that she really has a trick that combines death and life? If possible, Gushi would like to inquire about it. After all, Gushi still has the matter of the natural disaster city in his heart. Now Jungle Port is probably experiencing a failed fusion, and the two cities are separating and returning to their respective positions. I hope the river god can be more powerful, and the Styx can hold everything back, so that these two cities will not be destroyed. This way, he will have a chance to merge again after he returns. Gushi muttered to himself. I went out. After all, things here have been done almost, and Gushi is going out to fight. Of course, before going out, Gushi still went to the palace to inquire about the latest situation. After all, it took Gushi 2 or 3 days to deal with various things on hand. For some things, 2 or 3 days may be very short, but for some things, 2 or 3 days will bring amazing changes. As expected, as soon as Gushi inquired, he knew that the outside world had almost fallen out because he had killed the goddess of streams and the goddess of jungles. The goddess of wisdom and war immediately issued a wanted order and ordered the hunting down of Gushi. The reason was that Gushi took the initiative to kill the little goddess before the war, which was not giving face to the big goddesses. Fortunately, the goddess of death and life also knew that she had to take this matter. She stood up and said directly that the war of gods was about to begin. The goddess of shelter, the goddess of jungles, and the goddess of streams killed by Gushi, and the goddess of family killed by her god warriors were all subordinates of the goddess of wisdom and war. This was a preemptive attack, not a killing without reason. This is a normal means of war. If you, the goddess of wisdom and war, do not have the courage to start a war, then give up your position in this war of gods, and let the goddess of beauty and fire take over. It can be said that this sentence directly hit the face of the goddess of wisdom and war. When the goddess of death and life said this, the 3 warriors of the goddess of wisdom and war also appeared directly, and killed the goddess of sleep on the side of the goddess of death and life, and the goddess of demons, who would definitely surrender to the goddess of death and life. The goddess of demons is nothing, but the goddess of sleep is the external spokesperson for the goddess of death and life. After all, no one likes death. In order to promote the goddess of death and life, people must be brought to Mount Spironor while they are sleeping. Without the help of the goddess of sleep, the goddess of death and life would be a big villain. It can be said that the goddess of wisdom and war directly hit the vital point of the goddess of death and life. It's just like the importance of the god warrior under the goddess of death and life killing the goddess of family. In this way, the contradiction between the two camps is directly exposed. If both sides were not relatively restrained and were considering clearing the little goddess first, they might have already fought directly. According to the intelligence from the palace, this confrontation between the two sides will last for about 7 to 10 days. After 10 days, both sides will attack at the same time and start to clean up the little goddess. And these 10 days are the only opportunity for them to use the little goddess to develop themselves. After 10 days, both camps will launch a wave of probing attacks. Find the enemy's weaknesses, and then find ways to deal with them. However, according to the intelligence from the palace, the advantage is now obviously on the side of the goddess of death and life. They just need to keep the little goddess on their side, and kill the little goddess, who chooses to join the goddess of wisdom and war. The next step is to use the power of the little goddess to expand the advantage of their own camp. It can be said that the goddess of death and life has never fought such a rich war. During this period, the goddess of death and life has focused on the little goddesses who are willing to join her. Because there is no diplomat, the goddess of sleep, who is responsible for external publicity, and the other subordinate of the goddess of death and life, the goddess of soul receiving, is not convenient to do this. The goddess of death and life can only go to the goddess of harvest, hoping that she can help her to win over some little goddesses that have not been conquered before. It is also for this reason that when Gushi ran to the palace to inquire about the information, the remaining god warriors said it in great detail. They were afraid that Gushi would kill the little goddess, who was finally won over with one move. After all, Gushi now has the combat power and reputation. Chapter 2553. Listening to the words of the god warrior, Gushi was also somewhat amused. He really didn't expect that his reputation had spread so far. Now even the people in his own camp are on guard against him messing around. It can be said that if Gushi now said that he wanted to go out for a walk, the god warriors would definitely tell him not to kill people casually. Gushi was also somewhat speechless about this situation. He didn't want the rhythm of the war to be controlled by the two great goddesses. After hearing everything, Gushi thought seriously, I don't plan to fight the little goddess now. The points are almost the same. Now I want a chance to meet the goddess of death and life. I heard that a great goddess needs to be killed, right? The god warriors were quite speechless. They didn't expect that they were just on guard against Gushi killing the little goddess and destroying the plan of the goddess of death and life. They didn't expect Gushi to propose killing the great goddess. How should they answer this? They couldn't say that the great goddess didn't allow killing. Sir, which goddess are you going to kill? I heard that the earth goddess and the death and life goddess are allies, so I plan to target the beauty and fire goddess. Of course, if I go out and get targeted by the wisdom and war goddess, I can kill the wisdom and war goddess directly. I think if I go out now, the wisdom and war goddess will want to trouble me, right? Yes. Several god warriors looked at each other and nodded affirmatively. In this cycle of god war, who is the person that the wisdom and war goddess wants to kill the most? No need to ask. Gushi is definitely ranked first. If Gushi had not stayed in Mount Spallino, he might have been surrounded and beaten by the goddess of wisdom and war. So, I won't fight the little goddess now, I'll just go out for a walk. If I meet the goddess of beauty and fire, or the goddess of wisdom and war, I'll be sorry. The big goddess and the people around her, whether they are little goddesses or god warriors, are all within my attack range. After saying this, Gushi happily teleported out from the palace. As for where to go, Gushi had already discussed it with the goddess of beauty and fire. Those were all arranged routines to ensure that Gushi could find the goddess of beauty and fire in the shortest time. Now that Gushi is out, it won't be long before the latest kill news comes. Seeing Gushi leave, the god warriors were still looking at each other in confusion. After hesitating for a long time, one of them said, "What did he say just now? That he was going to kill the great goddess?" "That's right." "Then what are you waiting for here? Hurry up and tell the goddess. If he kills another great goddess, this god war will definitely be chaotic." Then several god warriors reacted. They hurriedly ran to the palace on the top of Mount Spallino. They didn't think about whether Gushi would have the option of not being able to beat the great goddess. It can be seen that the 2 kills of the little goddess have made Gushi famous. After leaving Mount Spallino, Gushi did not move forward immediately. He first looked up at the golden apple that turned into the moon in the sky, and then released the 4 undead around him. After releasing the undead, the 3 undead transformed by the little goddess quickly formed a battle formation. Vesta stood in the front with a human head and a shield. Aluya walked at the back with a bow on her back, and Alusha stood in the middle of the battle formation. Gushi stood on the other side with Afro. At this time, Afro was trying hard to carry her shell, with a serious look on her face. Gushi didn't say anything about Afro's behavior. After all, this shell was the most important prop at the moment. Without the shell, the transaction between Gushi and the goddess of beauty and fire could not be reached. So now Afro could only be wronged. After determining the division of time and location, Gushi quickly locked onto a small river. When he approached the small river with his men, many water monsters poked their heads out of the small river. "You are the giant cub with 100 arms wanted by the goddess of wisdom and war. We know you. Do you want to buy anything this time?" "Of course, I came here specifically to do business with you, Aluosha." Under Gushi's order, the mummy-like Aluosha came forward with some flesh and blood in her hands. These were the flesh and blood from the goddess of protection and the goddess of streams. Gushi had already made a perfect plan this time, so there was no use for holding these flesh and blood in her hands. Then just take them all out for trading, and see if there is any blood suitable for dead hair. Even if there is no blood, Aluosha, as a vampire, also needs blood to replenish and recover. Sure enough, when these water monsters saw the flesh and blood that Aluosha took out, they became excited. They quickly jumped into the water to get the various materials they had collected early in the morning. Because they had traded with Gushi twice, the water monsters already knew what Gushi needed. In addition to various types of blood, they wanted some things with the breath of the dead. For the water monsters, these things were all under the water. After all, the war between gods has been going on for who knows how many years. How many ordinary people died in the corners? These ordinary people would not be valued by the gods at all, and they would die if they died. In the end, their bodies would turn into soil and return to the earth. A few would fall into the water and be picked up by the water monsters in the water. Now the things the water monster took out were these. But this time it was Alusha who picked first. She opened all the blood bottles and judged them one by one. The blood of ordinary people or beasts, the blood of people at the level of god warriors, the blood of powerful water monsters and monsters, etc. After becoming a vampire, Alusha has made great progress in judging blood. She could tell the quality of a lot of blood just by smelling it. Even if there were some things that were not clear, the death hair that followed Alusha could also make a judgment. Alusha first fed the blood she had traded to death hair, and she would only drink the blood that death hair did not want directly. Because the blood picked by the water monsters was of good quality, Alusha drank it happily. After a while, Alusha, who originally looked like a mummy, had a skin that was obviously bulging. At this time, Gushi also saw a very interesting thing in the hands of these water monsters. Where did this come from? It was fished out of the water near the Tiangong mountain. Do you want it? When the water monsters saw Gushi speaking, they were very excited. It must be a good thing to be liked by Gushi. Gushi shook his head, and he knew that the Tiangong had actually been watching the gods' war on Earth. Chapter 2554. After completing the transaction, Gushi held a special item in his hand, his eyes lost in thought. It was a statue that had been weathered. The body of the statue was made of marble. It was stained with some divine power. This part of the divinity was weaker than the divinity on Afro. If you didn't perceive it carefully, you wouldn't find the abnormality here. But the problem is, divinity is divinity. No matter how weak it is still divinity. The water monsters didn't know this thing, but Gushi knew very well where this divinity came from. All of them came from the golden apples in the sky, from the gods who died in the war of gods, and from the flesh and blood that dyed the whole land red. This statue, which was obviously used as a decoration, was stained with divinity, which showed that there were actually people in the heavenly palace, which had always been regarded as uninhabited. It's just that they were all hidden in places that the goddesses didn't expect. It can be said that even if the goddesses went to the heavenly palace, they might not find any clues. At most, they felt uncomfortable after fighting in the heavenly palace, and they couldn't find any good things and didn't get any enhancement. On the contrary, after entering the heavenly palace, the god warriors would have some ideas. Although they didn't have the idea of replacing the great goddess, they often wanted to become the little goddess. Over time, the great goddess who participated in the god war stopped fighting in the heavenly palace. After all, there was no benefit, and it would cause rebellion among their subordinates. So why should they fight? But Gushi understood one thing: this might be what the one in the heavenly palace wanted. Through many battles, she made the great goddess develop an inertia in her heart, and she would not think of fighting in the heavenly palace. In this way, she can always sit in the heavenly palace, high above, and watch the battles between the great goddesses below. As for participating in the battle personally, she will definitely not participate. If she participates, how can she show her brilliant political skills? With this statue, Gushi understood one thing, that the one in the heavenly palace wove a big net for the 5 great goddesses on the earth, and also wove a big net for herself. Now she is also trapped in a kind of self-inertia. In her eyes, no one should dare to come to the heavenly palace. Even if someone has such an idea, they will be suppressed by the 5 great goddesses. Even more, it would be unexpected that someone would join forces with the goddess of beauty and fire to escape this cycle of divine war. This is Gushi's opportunity. Looking up at the direction of Tiangong Mountain, Gushi did not stay for long. Now everyone is trapped in an inertial thinking, but it is unknown when they will react. Gushi had to speed up and complete the plan before the great goddesses could react. As for the great goddesses' divine war plan, that was their divine war, and had nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi came here to win, not to get involved in the divine war. After letting his men take the things they had just traded, Gushi quickly headed southeast. As a neutral camp, the territory of the goddess of beauty and fire was located in the southeast of the earth. It was located on the edge of a volcano near the coast, with a huge forest nearby. Her main camp is located in this forest. Of course, the reason why it is so troublesome is that the superficial explanation is that the goddess of beauty and fire is a neutral goddess. The coastline is the territory of the goddess of wisdom and war, the crater is the territory of the goddess of death and life, and the forest is the territory of the goddess of hunting and moonlight. She lives here, which means that no matter who participates in the battle, she will remain neutral. But in the eyes of the goddess of beauty and fire, this is actually a surveillance of her. Just as the goddess of beauty and fire said, she should be the goddess of beauty. Fire, casting and so on are not what she likes. What she likes to do is to bathe in the sea, bathe in hot springs, bathe in wine, bathe in bed. This position is not what she likes at all. She likes to be in the huge palace in the hot spring area. Usually, she can go directly to the hot spring when she goes out. But now, in the secret realm of the goddess of beauty and fire, there is nothing she likes. When entering this forest, Gushi couldn't help but frown. As soon as Gushi looked up, he saw a column of black smoke rising from the inside of the woods, and there was a faint sound of ding-dong. It was obvious that there was a huge blacksmith workshop in the woods. Thinking about the demeanor of the goddess of beauty and fire, and then thinking about the style of the blacksmith workshop, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder the goddess of beauty and fire wanted to run away. She was suppressed like this, and she would be a fool if she didn't run away. Standing outside the woods, Gushi looked into the woods and found the passage that the goddess of beauty and fire mentioned. In order to facilitate the various camps to come here to buy weapons and equipment, and to repair the various equipment of the god warriors, the layout of this forest is actually regular. Although the trees in this forest grow in a messy way, if you look at it with a clear eye, you will find that there are actually two kinds of trees growing in this forest, broad-leaved and coniferous trees. When there is no one to point out, you will find that these trees grow quite messy, and you will get lost directly after entering. But after someone points out, you will find that these trees are actually planted in a regular pattern. When you encounter two coniferous trees side by side, just go forward. When you encounter a coniferous tree and a broadleaf tree side by side, turn towards the broadleaf tree. When you encounter two broadleaf trees, you must turn back, because it is a dead end. In addition, the stones under the trees also have different meanings. If you want to go, just look at the number of stones. And where the goddess of beauty and fire lies, you have to follow the tree with 5 stones under the tree. If you take a wrong step, you have to come back from outside the forest. This is the only thing that the goddess of beauty and fire has. Of course, that's all she has. The goddess of beauty and fire didn't get anything else. When hearing this, Gushi didn't understand how the goddess of beauty and fire could be involved in such a war of gods. Wouldn't normal people run as far away as possible when encountering such a thing? What's going on? Although Gushi thought so in his heart, he still walked by the stones under the tree and quickly entered the woods. Not long after Gushi entered the woods, the news of his appearance spread quickly. The first person to get the news was the goddess of wisdom and war, who had been paying attention to Gushi. When she saw the news, the goddess of wisdom and war couldn't help but smile. I knew that he was going to fight the goddess of beauty and fire first. It's just right for us to go over there and wait for them to fight to a draw before we can take advantage of them. Chapter 2555. What a strong smell of sulfur. Following the information left by the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi finally walked into the secret realm belonging to the goddess of beauty and fire. When entering this secret realm deep in the woods, Gushi smelled a strong smell of sulfur at the first time. That feeling was the same as the smell when Gushi fought against the devil of hell. In addition, the magma flowing on the ground here, and the iron blocks thrown on the ground casually made Gushi doubt whether he had walked to the wrong place. Didn't we agree to take a hot spring bath? The goddess of beauty and fire was soaking in the magma pool. Gushi looked at the current environment with a speechless face, and he didn't even have the idea of sneaking. In such a place, there is no need to sneak. The thick black smoke will automatically hide the figures of everyone, and the clanging sound of iron directly covers up the footsteps of everyone. Here, it is common for one to turn around and not see the people around him, and whispering and not being heard. Still sneaking, if you don't beat the gong and talk loudly here, no one will notice you. After entering this secret place, Gushi had to carefully check the place where the goddess of beauty and fire might take a bath. After all, he had an appointment with the goddess of beauty and fire to come here first to steal the clothes on the goddess of beauty and fire, and then launch an attack to kill the goddess of beauty and fire. If no one can be found, then this battle will really be nothing to fight. Fortunately, Afro is quite familiar with the environment in front of her. When Gushi couldn't see the direction clearly, she found the place where the goddess of beauty and fire took a bath. Are you sure you want to go here? Seeing Afro's reaction, Gushi quickly followed. Behind him were Vesta and the other 3. Afro didn't say much, but kept moving forward with the shell on her back. Judging from her forward steps, Afro was quite familiar with the secret place in front of her. Afro nodded and pointed forward. Gushi wanted to look in the direction Afro pointed, but found that all he could see was thick black smoke. Gushi shook his head. He still didn't like this environment very much. It would be great if there was a strong wind to blow away all the black smoke. Under the leadership of Afro, Gucci and his team bypassed a small hill made of scrap metal and approached a relatively clean place in the secret place. Although it was also covered with thick smoke at this time, there was some green grass on the ground. A white marble building was vaguely visible in the black smoke. It should be there, Gucci muttered. Unexpectedly, Afro turned in a different direction and did not go to the white marble building. Instead, he walked to the other side of the grass. Although Gucci was puzzled, he quickly followed. After a while, Gucci found that the thick black smoke was slowly turning white, and there was a certain temperature on the ground. Are we going directly to the hot spring? Gucci asked again. At this time, Afro's body was still moving forward, but her head turned 180 degrees to the back and stared at Gucci and said, "Can you stop asking? Walk faster. The people who soak in the hot spring water are very uncomfortable." Although Afro spoke in an impatient tone and made such a weird head movement, for some reason it gave people the feeling that she was acting coquettishly to you. As soon as this feeling came out, Gucci knew that it was the goddess of beauty and fire. "Who told you that you couldn't control your own secret realm? What can I do?" The two subordinate gods didn't listen to me. Not only did they mess around, but they also messed up my secret realm like this. The goddess of beauty and fire looked unhappy. "Hurry up, the current one's body is more delicate, and she can only soak in the hot spring for half an hour at most. If you don't get to the hot spring before then, you don't know when you will have the chance next time. Why, she doesn't come out to soak in the hot spring often. You think too much. This hot spring in this ghost place is given to you to soak in. Will you soak in it or not?" The goddess of beauty and fire rolled her eyes. Gucci also knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he and his men couldn't help but increase the speed. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Gucci ran more than 20 kilometers and came to the hot spring mentioned by the goddess of beauty and fire. Under the command of the goddess of beauty and fire, Gucci and his men put down the shells. "You go in and steal the clothes later. I'll open the shell and seal the clothes in. After that, it's your business with your current girlfriend. No matter what you did, she must die. Don't be soft-hearted and show mercy. If you have any ideas, I'll make it up to you after we get out." "I know, I'm not that kind of person," Gucci said seriously. The goddess of beauty and fire didn't say anything, but her glance down and the look on her face that had seen through it all said it all. Gucci really didn't say anything. He asked Vesta to help the goddess of beauty and fire deal with the shells, and he went to the location the goddess of beauty and fire said. As he walked forward, Gucci activated the effect of the nether spirit flower. This time, Gucci used the choice of fate. Gucci's requirements were not high. When he went to steal clothes, the current goddess of beauty and fire did not find Gucci. When Gucci activated the nether spirit flower, the goddess of beauty and fire standing behind Gucci also clearly felt something. She seemed a little hesitant, but in the end, she didn't say much. Soon Gucci came to the hot spring. This is an open-air hot spring in the wild, but no one has taken care of it for many years. When Gucci approached, he could clearly see the yellow leaves floating on the water and the moss on the shore. When he saw this situation, Gucci understood why the goddess of beauty and fire said that if he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have to wait for the next time. To be able to get the current girlfriend to take a bath in such a place, the goddess of beauty and fire must have spent a lot of effort and made a great determination. After approaching the hot spring, Gucci listened to the sound of water coming from the hot spring while looking for the clothes he took off. After all, clothes are the key to Gucci's coming this time. If he didn't find the clothes to seal it, Gucci would have to face the owner of the double red suit. Whether he could win the fight or not is another matter, but it would definitely take a long time. Gucci wanted to make a quick decision this time, so he certainly couldn't take it too long. So no matter how beautiful the hot spring was, Gucci didn't plan to look at it, but was looking for clothes on the shore seriously. Soon Gucci's eyes were attracted by the white gauze skirt on the ground. The gauze skirt was just casually placed on the big stone beside the hot spring, but it had an eye-catching effect. Even the stone looked a little handsome. Chapter 2556. That's it. Seeing the strange scene in front of him, Gucci immediately understood that the white gauze skirt in front of him was his target. Gucci stretched out his hand and grabbed the white gauze skirt. As soon as he got it, he felt like he had grabbed something slippery and greasy. Then a warm and sweet fragrance came to his face. It felt like something was sitting in front of him. Gucci took a deep breath, analyzing the salty taste and the sweet fragrance, and casually tied the white gauze skirt around his waist. With a finger raised, he activated the effect of the ghost flower. At this time, The current goddess of beauty and fire in the hot spring also felt that something was wrong. She wanted to turn around with a puzzled look, but she didn't expect that when she turned around, her feet slipped and the whole person was submerged in the hot spring. It was this slip that made her miss Gushi's figure. When she climbed out of the hot spring with a puzzled look, she found that all her clothes were gone. She could only feel that the clothes were flying away in one direction. Haha, I was wondering why I wanted to go out to soak in the hot springs these 2 days. It turns out that someone wants to play this game. I haven't played it for a long time. It's a good opportunity to go and have a look, hee. Hey, where are my clothes? The current goddess of beauty and fire was still smiling at first, thinking that someone wanted to play something interesting with her. I wanted to go over and have a look. If it was someone she liked, it wouldn't be impossible since I was in a good mood today. But she just wanted to play a game outdoors, and her clothes were gone. This is not to steal people, this is clearly to steal red clothes. The current goddess of beauty and fire was furious at the first moment. Although the goddess of beauty and fire had no fighting power, she was still a great goddess. Unable to contact the clothes, the current goddess of beauty and fire simply wore nothing and immediately went in the direction where the clothes had just moved. At this time, at the place where Gushi had stopped before, the goddess of beauty and fire possessed by Afro had already locked the clothes in the shell, and controlled Afro to stand on the shell. Okay, I'm going to leave first, lest the current find out that the soul used for inheritance has awakened and discovered all this in advance. Remember that the lid of the shell must not be opened. Even if the goddess of beauty and fire is killed, the body can only be dragged in front of Afro. Wait for me to deal with everything. Why? Gushi asked with some curiosity. As the goddess of beauty and fire, I don't have any special abilities. My only fighting power is lying. I can't just go up and fight. So don't believe every goddess of beauty and fire. Even if she says she died in front of you, don't believe her. I'll take care of everything. Okay. Gushi nodded heavily. Then the goddess of beauty and fire's eyes faded, and she turned from a goddess back to Afro. Gushi also began to prepare at this time. After all, it's not shameful to prepare in advance to deal with the red-clad boss. Gushi placed the nether spirit flower in one hand, and planted all the nether spirit flower seeds he got when he killed the jungle goddess. Pointing to the ground with one hand, he said seriously, "Cursed hunting ground. This is the road to the Griffin Black Throne, a move that Gushi rarely uses. It's not because this move is not useful, but because this move takes too long to prepare. Cursed hunting ground is a domain-type skill. You must first define a hunting ground range. The longer the time, the more beneficial it is for the skill user. This is different from Gushi's normal fighting style, so even if Gushi knows about this move, he rarely uses it. But now Gushi has to use it. After all, he is facing the holder of the double red suit. Even if this double red suit is a little watery. But isn't there also a watery piece in Gushi's own double red suit? After putting down the cursed hunting ground, Gushi began to arrange the sea of nether spirit flowers. At this time, the current goddess of beauty and fire also rushed over. Because she was in a hurry, the goddess of beauty and fire who came out of the thick smoke still had traces of water on her body. Her wet black hair was draped over her body, and she held a fan made of peacock feathers in her right hand to cover her face. As for her body, she didn't cover anything at all. When the current goddess of beauty and fire appeared, Gushi's eyes froze. The goddess of beauty and fire in front of her didn't have the feeling of the one who possessed Afro before. No matter what she said or did, it felt like she was acting like a spoiled child. The aura of the person in front of her was quite strong. Although she covered her face when she walked out, she had a proud and arrogant temperament of "I don't care about anything, I want to be the top woman." Although she didn't have the style of a female emperor, her aura was also terrifyingly strong. However, when she walked out of the thick smoke and saw Gushi surrounded by several undead, her aura couldn't help but weaken a little. Giant? Cub? Are you an adult? What? You can still think after you grow up? Aren't you afraid of being eaten to death? Gushi sprayed. The two pairs of arms behind him also opened quickly, and various magics were ready to attack. I have seen giants with magic, but most of them are two-headed giants. I have never seen a giant with 100 arms like you who is a magic, and a combination of air and undead. I don't know how you took this path. But I only know one thing, playing with air is fast, playing with undead is weak. You can't. Gushi didn't respond, just raised his hand. Swish. A black feather arrow shot in front of the goddess of beauty and fire. You still shoot at my face? The goddess of beauty and fire raised her hand, and the peacock feather fan moved, and a ball of fire appeared beside her. The fire easily pushed the black feather arrow away for a distance, so that the black feather arrow stuck in the ground. Resist the fire ring? Gushi recognized what this move was at the first moment. At the same time, he also saw that all the water marks on the goddess of beauty and fire were evaporated by the high temperature, and the white water vapor enveloped the goddess of beauty and fire. This fan is a fire attribute. Gushi had a guess in his mind at the first moment. At this time, the goddess of beauty and fire looked at Gushi with a different look. No wonder you dared to kill the little goddess like that. It turns out that your strength has reached this point. You also have 2 artifacts in your hand. Gushi did not speak, and the black feather arrow continued to shoot. As long as the connection with the Griffin Black Throne was not interrupted, Gushi's black feather arrow would not stop. At the same time, Aaliyah behind Gushi also took out a longbow and shot at the goddess of beauty and fire. Of course, compared with the black feather arrow, Aaliyah's arrow can only play a harassing role. Chapter 2557. Gushi had no hope for Aaliyah's fighting ability. Gushi brought these 3 here to prevent other little goddesses from coming to help. Gushi himself was the one who really played a role in the battle. Facing the fire magic of the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi understood the level of the goddess of beauty and fire in his heart. The goddess of beauty and fire was really not suitable for fighting. She got the most suitable fire magic for attack, but all her means were for self-defense. Resisting aura, fire shield, flame protection, flame incarnation. Gushi really didn't know that there were so many defensive means in fire magic. It can be said that all of Gushi's current attacks can't hit the goddess of beauty and fire. The black feather arrows fell from the sky, either being pushed away or burned directly by the flames. The goddess of beauty and fire was still talking nonsense there, as if she wanted to provoke Gushi's emotions. There were even various different actions, just to make Gushi speak. Gushi ignored all this. At this moment, he was thinking about the effect of the other party's peacock feather fan. After all, the peacock feather fan must have more than one function. Other functions have not been used yet. Gushi needs to find the opportunity to use them, and is waiting for the curse hunting ground to play. For various reasons, the goddess of beauty and fire can live until now. Of course, there is also the reason that the goddess of beauty and fire is not easy to get close to. But is Gushi a person who cares about these? Gushi has been constantly testing. After discovering that the goddess of beauty and fire really has no fighting talent, Gushi has some thoughts in his mind. Vacuum ring. Gushi attacked the goddess of beauty and fire. The air around the goddess of beauty and fire was sucked away immediately. The flame magic effect shrouding the goddess of beauty and fire dissipated immediately. The air and fire magics mainly cooperate with each other, but in this cooperation, they also restrain each other. The air vacuum ring and the air pressure cannon are the techniques for the flame effect. The main vacuum sucks away the air, making the flame unable to burn. This method can put out not only the flame, but also the forest fire. Of course, if you are a nuclear-powered flame, that's another matter. Gushi is now betting that the fire magic of the Sky King and the goddess of beauty and fire is at the same level. Sure enough, as the vacuum ring appeared, the flames on the goddess of beauty and fire disappeared a lot. Gushi found that just when the goddess of beauty and fire was talking coquettishly, she had secretly moved a distance and was about to go around to the left side of Gushi. Gushi wanted to say that the goddess of beauty and fire had no combat experience at first. Unexpectedly, he was the one who was deceived. Gushi was somewhat speechless. At this time, Gushi raised the white bone lightning hand and the ghost dragon power hand behind him, and 2 lightnings hit the direction of the goddess of beauty and fire. The black feather arrow could not get close, but this lightning attack did not have this problem. No matter how strong the resistance aura was, it could not push the lightning away. This lightning easily hit the goddess of beauty and fire. But the lightning only jumped on the goddess of beauty and fire for a while, and then disappeared. The goddess of beauty and fire also blinked at Gushi. You are indeed a cub, and your power is insufficient. Your lightning power is not strong, and your dragon power is not strong either. You still need to strengthen it. Do you want your sister to help you grow up? No matter how the goddess of beauty and fire provoked, Gushi had no intention of speaking. He always had a feeling that as long as he opened his mouth to answer, he would fall into the routine of the goddess of beauty and fire. And the goddess of beauty and fire did not realize that as the flame defense system on her body disappeared, some ghost flowers just stuck to her body. At this time, Gushi could also clearly feel the movement of the ghost flowers. However, Gushi also discovered that even if the flame defense system disappeared, there was still a layer of defense system on the goddess of beauty and fire. Seeing that Gushi still ignored her, the goddess of beauty and fire still covered her mouth and kept shaking her body to talk to Gushi. While talking, one flame-type defense method after another would be released again. But Gushi has learned it well now, and the Ghost Dragon Power Hand is specifically focusing on this matter. Kill every Gushi that appears. At the end of the fight, the Beauty and Fire Goddess had to scold, "Are you a man? If you have the ability, just go straight ahead. What are you standing behind?" Gushi ignored it. The behavior of the Beauty and Fire Goddess was too weird. Not meeting the standard means that no matter what she said, she didn't care. In fact, Gushi really blamed the current Beauty and Fire Goddess wrongly. The reason why the Beauty and Fire Goddess, who possessed Afra before asked Gushi to steal clothes, was that she knew the characteristics and path of the two red clothes of the Beauty and Fire Goddess. Dresses are the true path of the Goddess of Beauty and Fire. They strengthen mind magic, charm, skin beautification, etc. As long as the dress is worn, once the red dress effect is activated, all men will be confused and win without fighting. It will be the same as long as a man comes. There is no other result. On the contrary, the peacock feather fan in her hand is on the path of fire and blacksmith. If the Goddess of Beauty and Fire had not disagreed and insisted on having a fan, this red dress would probably be a hammer. Just think about it, and you will know what the paths and functions of this red dress will be. The main paths are fire magic and weapon and equipment strengthening and destruction. The Goddess of Beauty and Fire does not like either of these two. She only learned the flame protection part of fire magic. She did not learn the strengthening and destruction of weapons and equipment at all, and directly let her subordinate, the Goddess of Melting Furnace, take it to open the way. Then, there is the iron hammer, which needs to be strengthened. Even if it becomes a fan, this path is left. There is a path to strengthen melee and muscles, but the Goddess of Beauty and Fire only strengthens the strength of the legs, which can crush people to death. The last path is called Hot Blood, which is the path of the Berserker. The less blood, the stronger the attack power. But the Goddess of Beauty and Fire is the kind of woman who can't stand any wounds on her body. Let's forget about letting her be a Berserker. It can be said that all the power of the Goddess of Beauty and Fire is on that dress. Without the dress, she could only protect herself with fire first, and then use some means to attract the enemy's attention, sneak around behind the enemy, and strangle the enemy to death. This behavior is quite a grieve for the Goddess of Beauty and Fire. But even with such behavior, Gushi kept destroying and stopping, which made the Goddess of Beauty and Fire quite unhappy. Her words have changed from teasing at the beginning to cursing.